team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill.
The HCS FaZe Atlanta Major is presented by AMD.
Hello Halo fans and welcome to day 2 of the HCS Atlanta Major hosted by FaZe Clan. We have had non-stop action all morning long as our open bracket teams made their way into their respective pools trying to cause a stir, and a stir they caused. Today we get to talk about all of those journeys in our 4 pools, and on the desk I do have 3 exceptional gentlemen. If I can stop tripping over my words already this morning, we need a little bit more coffee, folks. My name is Loy Van Praag. I'm going to be desk hosting all weekend long, joined by Why Not Be Casting Tony Rose. I've got Clutch, Mr. Wes Price, and of course the legend David Walsh. Hello, gents. Lovely to see you. We have an amazing day 2 lineup. I am so excited. Day 2 is probably one of my favorite days. This is where we see some of our teams really getting tested. What are they made of? How were the pools for them? Are they warm yet? So many different questions. Tony, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. You know, there's so many teams that are looking really good going into championship bracket, and some that maybe have an opportunity to grow a bit here today and get better and better, and can't wait to see some action.
It's going to be amazing. And Wes, I know you want to see some of our top teams battle tested here.
I don't know if it's my excitement for bracket play or just Lottie giving the intro to Saturday, but when bracket play starts, I started to get goosebumps the second you kick this show off. I am so ready for this tournament. I think this is where we start to see upsets. We start to see the best in the world get pushed because there's so many 2 seeds in this pool that I really do believe are capable of upsets and long distance runs through this bracket. Let's get the action underway.
I'm definitely not going to glaze over the fact that you might have just kind of a little bit complimented me. I will take that.
I slipped up. That's on me.
That's on you.
Not enough coffee.
Well, obviously main stage is happening very soon, and we kind of talked about yesterday some upset potential that could be happening. Are you looking for an upset? Are you looking for a new team to kind of make some noise here?
I mean, I thought we got a great test from pool play thus far. We saw some teams maybe not come out as strong as they should. We saw some teams really step up to the challenge. And so I feel like we're just going to see a continuation of what we saw on Friday and today.
Talking about continuations, let's take a look at our roadmap because we've already had split number 1. That ended up going the way of Space Station and FaZe Clan. And now here in Atlanta at the FaZe Major, FaZe looking to go back to back. We also do have SLC coming up next as well. We loved SLC last year, so I know that one's going to be a blast. And then of course in Seattle, home of Halo, we have the Halo World Championships, which is exactly what all of our pros are eyeing up right now. And right here, this is the journey to that, right? This is where all of our teams are trying to find their feet, trying to get some chips, and it's all chipping away to get to that World Championships. Let's take a look, though, at our pools, because we had some noise yesterday. It was crazy from the get-go. Pool A was also a bloodbath, and I think for everyone but FaZe Clan. I mean, Tony, FaZe, they're looking so dominant right now, and I think often on one hand, you have them being a little bit lackadaisical, a little bit sleepy on a Friday. Yesterday, I do feel like we saw that from them, but it just looked so easy. They really didn't have to dig deep.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe undefeated right now, and rightfully so. They came in as the number 1 seed. They technically had the quote-unquote easier pool, and I guess now the question becomes are you really warmed up? You know, were you truly tested right now? Because like you said, at times it looked easy.
Yeah, it did indeed, and I think that is the big question coming in is, was the lack of testing a good thing for FaZe? Was it a good thing that they kind of just pushed on through, didn't really have to think too much about it? But day 2 now will be that challenge, and it will come in the form of Pure first up today. And Wes, when you're looking at some of these stars here, I mean, we do have Snakebite, who had the most unbelievable day yesterday in terms of stats, something that we don't often see in terms of padding from him, but it just was absolutely exceptional.
Yeah, it's funny. I know it's no secret that Snakebite and I are pretty close, being a past teammate of mine, and I always ask more of him, I feel, and he always asks, what more can I do? And I saw a 2.29 KAD. I was like, yeah, you can do more. Something like that looks really good. Obviously, being the 1 seed, Dave, you and I talked about this. When you're the 1 seed, you get that benefit of the easiest pool in the market. They dominated this pool. They went about their business in 6-0 fashion, didn't drop a map, and that's what you wanted to see from FaZe entering this Friday. Do you look as flawless as you did last tournament? Now they're going to go up against some competition that may be able to take maps, maybe a little bit bigger of a threat. So getting in right into bracket play, you see Pure. how Pure looked against Optic yesterday, arguably should have won that series multiple times over. This is going to be a true test for FaZe early in this bracket.
Yeah, and I was going to say, at the beginning of this live, you said it was a bloodbath in Pool A.
It was a swamp.
But it was not FaZe's blood being spilled during that pool. There's good and bad with getting an easier pool like that. One, you're going in very confident in day 2. But secondly, you aren't being tested. You're getting nothing that you learned from that first match. You know that Optic, they went back and they reviewed what went wrong during the Pure match. They had a few takeaways and a few learnings that they got as a gift on Friday without any punishment for it. Now, we're going to have to see FaZe get right to that test.
100%. I think in Pool B as well, whilst you're talking about bloodbaths here, there were some drops spilt here in Pool B. I do think drops of Optic blood as well on the floor, but plasters were put on. They managed to edge things out, and then they're Pool 3-0, and they were looking pretty good. Yes, they had a couple of slow starts in some of the maps here, Tony, but what do you make of Optic Gaming, especially heading into day 2 with this growth?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely got a little scary for Optic at times, especially when you talk about that matchup against Pure. We're going to keep talking about Pure because we're seeing them up next. But eventually, at the end of the day, Optic did win out that match in a Game 5. Optic did end up going to 3-0 as far as pools goes, and they did make it out as their #1 seed. Let's see what the rest of Atlanta has in store for them, because if they want to win a tournament, it's going to be an uphill battle.
Something I think we did see from Optic was a true test yesterday. Pure is no joke, and for them to find themselves down 2-1, down 3-1 in Game 4, and to show the resiliency that we know that this Optic team has had as a tradition, as an asset for the past few years, they had to bring that up on Friday, so they know that it exists here for this weekend, and the man that stepped up in that series big time was Lucid. Apparently, I didn't get an opportunity to watch the whole series. Apparently, he had a couple of bad games to kick it off, but to end the day with a .145 still and be second in KD after going through what is a true test, Lucid in his prime is what we want to see this weekend. Lucid in his prime is what I think Optic got at the end of that series, and if he can keep that ball rolling, it's going to be a fun show to watch.
I'll tell you exactly what happened. Maps 1 and 2, Lucid was asleep, and that's exactly how it was. But the fact that this young man can turn things around mid-series and come out of it the top KDA of his team and the entire lobby speaks volumes about how good he is. We all have those moments, Walshy. I'm sure you've had them. The legend in your own right. Have you had to sleep a couple of maps before you woke up?
Be honest,
in more recent years. But yeah, in the past, I always came ready. I always warmed up, and I always tried to perform my best. But yeah, someone like Lucid, it's encouraging, but also worrisome that there's times where he just has to step it up that much for like a pool play match. I feel like Lucid has earned the right to be able to coast at some points throughout pool plays and early rounds and have his team really rally and bring him up. But like you said, he has like this switch they can flip on. It's like, all right, I guess I'll do it again.
Indeed, and thankful for that switch are the Optic fans. We'll find out how they're going to do later on. But over in Pool C, we did see a battle between two of our teams here, Shopify Rebellion and Sentinels. Shopify Rebellion, they got the better of this Sen roster, and they looked awfully good doing so. Yes, they did drop that first map. We kind of talked about that a little bit in terms of Forbidden, and kind of how CTF works on that map and mode. It can be very tricky, but I've got to say, Rebellion managing to close things out, and those final 3 maps, they looked so dominant, Tony.
I mean, I don't want to lie to you and say I'm really surprised by that outcome. Like, you know, we keep talking about Sentinels and Rebellion being within the same tier, within the same conversation. However, even in online tournaments, and now even on LAN, every time they match up, Rebellion consistently get the best of them. I love the Sentinels roster, but for some reason, I have Rebellion in that, like, you know, tier 1B. I have them in that big 4, and Sentinels, they're right there. But right now, Rebellion, they have the edge on them.
Yeah, I was very surprised at how strong Shopify looked. I expected Sentinels to put up a much stronger fight, but those games 3 and 4 were ugly, and Rebellion put the world on notice that, hey, London's not a fluke. We weren't just a hot team. We are a great team, and they have a great player in Cycle. As we get an opportunity to see his stats, back-to-back series, Cloud9 versus Sentinels, and he was farming a plus 23 against Sentinels is not easy to do. Not even some of the best players in the world can do that, but I think that that's why Psycho is in that conversation.
And Walshy, you're just looking across his stats here, and something that does catch my eye, versus Cloud9 versus Sentinels left and right here, the damage was stepped up against arguably a much harder team. So the fact that Cycle knows his limits, he knows where he needs to go in order to get a job done, he only stepped his game up for Sen, and I'm hoping he steps his game up for day 2.
Yeah, you want those superstars that can step up and rise to the challenge. There's some players that we've seen in the past that, yes, they can farm and they can put up great stats against a lesser team, and then when they fight that evenly matched team, the results just aren't there. So Cycle being able to show up even stronger against the better team is amazing.
To me, it's the consistency that Cycle's starting to do this at. The fact that this kid isn't just like hot one tournament, one day of a tournament, but he's consistently being tested against the best teams in the world, and he is statistically proving that he belongs in these games and that he can change the outcome of these games. Cycle is the player to watch if you're looking for a young superstar to change the outcome of some of these tournaments and get rid of the big three.
Indeed. Now over on Pool D, we do have Space Station Gaming looking particularly good. A lot better than they did in London, which is fantastic for our SSG fans. They only dropped one map yesterday. That's actually second to FaZe. FaZe actually had a clean sweep throughout their pool play, but Space Station are not far behind. And I'm sure they're going for that kind of clean sweep today on day number 2. Probably going to be meeting FaZe at some point if their journeys go their way, which will be absolutely incredible. My big question, Tony, is do you think Space Station are ready for the big guns?
I mean, I think they are. They are Space Station Gaming, and I love the makeup of this roster. I mean, you have the combination of Legend and Bound. They're going to be super aggressive. Eco's definitely going to play that great back row, but can step up at any given time. And Stellar, you give him the snipe, you know what he's going to do. I think you brought up a great point. They only dropped one game yesterday, but I want to point out they also dropped a game today to Native Gaming.
Oh.
Native Gaming did look really good coming out of open bracket and did come at him. It took a reverse sweep last time in London to get the win, but they 3-1 quadrant. So I still have more questions for SSG. I still want to see them here early in the winners bracket before I'm ready to say they're ready to win another tournament.
They certainly are indeed. And another name I think just comes to mind when you're looking at this roster, and it has to be that new addition. We're going to say his name a million more times, folks, and Legend. Just incredible. This young man has stepped up to the plate. Not only is he coming in from a completely different country, but to be perfectly honest with you, Wes, he has fit into that team like a glove that was missing. It was so beautiful to watch, and I'm just really hoping to see that now blossom with the rest of the team here in Atlanta.
Yeah, I'm looking at Legend and Bound and how they're able to set the pace for this Space Station team. Space Station known for playing some of the fastest Halo we have in the circuit. It's those two that really set the tone for this team. If they have good Saturdays and Sundays, SSG will win this tournament.
Indeed they will. Walshy, what are you making of Space Station right now? I know they've had a bit of a difficult one going out of London, and they've kind of tried to put themselves back into the conversation coming into Atlanta. Yesterday looked really good for them. Are you feeling that belief yet again that we saw from Major 1?
I am. I mean, they weren't as dominant as in the pool as we'd like to see, but at the day, they had the most challenging pool in my opinion. They had so many strong teams in there. They had to drop a couple games, as Tony said, but I was overall impressed by Space Station. I think Legend is a great fit for this team. They've shown that they can win. Now they just have to show that they can do it again. They have just bounced back from what happened at London.
I'm so happy that we've highlighted now Cycle and Legend. And when I think of those two players, I think of very young players that we have in the HS, but also that play like savvy veteran. Cycle so good at picking and choosing his spots, when to flank, when to go on something head on. Kind of same thing with Legend. Legend kind of a do-it-all player. Whatever Space Station Gaming need him to do, he'll step up. If it's the objective work, he's in there. If it's slaying, if someone's stepping maybe a little bit far behind as far as slaying, he'll step up and lead the stats in that category. Really is like a Swiss Army knife type of player. He will do whatever the team needs him to do.
I love that. Swiss Army knife. That is a perfect way to put it, 100%. And talking about stepping up, Tony, we had a couple of teams who really did step it up out of open bracket into the pools. Let's take a look at the standings right now. And Tony, who were those two open bracket teams that managed to find their way in? Not only that, but just bring it to the rest of them, because they managed to make it into the championship bracket.
I mean, first of all, we got to talk about TLF coming in, the return of King J. We didn't see him in that first split so much, but coming in to split number 2, the man is literally doing his thing. I'm so happy to see him, but I'm also happy to see Native Gaming. Native Gaming taking the game off of SSG, you know, obviously pushing Quadrant a bit. Didn't look as clean as we want them to look, obviously, but going into championship bracket, they have opportunity to step in. They have opportunity to step up, and when you have a roster like Native Gaming, I'm never counting them out.
Indeed, we say goodbye to Ascend, Carolina Gaming, Alpha Esports, and Bittersweet. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to get the job done here in Atlanta, but there is always our next major. Here is the championship bracket for you guys. Day 2 brings the good stuff. We've got FaZe going up against Pure, Space Station lined up against Sen, Rebellion are with Quadrant, Optic Gaming with Complexity on the winners side of things. And we also do have the elimination bracket for you guys as well. Who fell short in pools? Cloud9, TLF, ITB Esports, and Native Gaming awaiting their opponents to find out who is going to fall short and fall down to meet them. Some of these could be some interesting games. I'm looking to see these underdogs really start to bring it to some of the teams who might have their head down in the sand watching. That is a real thing. It happens in the winner's side of things. You're really hoping to make that run. You're hoping to make that perfect journey so it gets easier as you head into the harder matches. When you drop down, first and foremost, on a Saturday, that's probably the worst mental battle you have to get over, that big hurdle.
It's tough because you got to play that next match pretty quickly, right away. And that's why I said before, sometimes pool play can be deceiving. Sometimes you feel like you have this more room for error than you actually have, where in fact you have a night to kind of reevaluate your loss, just shake it off, talk about what your team's going to do different. And then when you're playing that team that enters the elimination bracket, they just came off sometimes a harsh loss. Whether it was close or whether they got 3-0'd by one of the top 3 teams, you get to pounce on top of that and go right in that next match.
I love to see it, and I hope we do get to see some of the upsets today. Let's take a look at our schedule, though, to see what is coming your way on this fine Saturday. Starting things off, we do have our hometown team, FaZe Clan, going up against Pure. This is going to be the first test we see for FaZe. Pure were looking really, really good yesterday. I can't wait to see this matchup. Then we have to decide who's going up against ITB Esports, who has fallen short. We'll have our winners semifinals after that. Winners semifinals once again in the evening, and then our elim quarters to end the night out. Where can you guys catch all of this action? We have 4 different streams for you today. You can catch those on Twitch and YouTube. Make sure you're going to watch all of them because you do get your hands on some really nice Twitch drops if you do. Keep all of your tabs open, folks, because you guys can get some cute in-game rewards. Make sure you are watching to get all of these in your Halo Infinite lobby and game. Excuse some of the beeping, folks. That's just our arena getting awfully excited about today. But also, please do go to our co-streamers, support them. You get specific drops from them as well. They're tuning alongside with us, so make sure you go show support, chat to them, talk about Halo, have a really, really good time. But we need to set up our first match of the day, which of course, if you just paid attention, folks, it's going to be FaZe versus Pure, and I can't wait to talk about it. FaZe looking so good, but Pure, they're going to be a test, and I'm excited to see them wake up these FaZe boys. So, you know, looking at Pure, Tony, how are you feeling about this roster as a whole?
I've been feeling good about them for quite some time. Everybody keeps talking about that I'm overhyping them up, but we come into land time, and now twice in a row, Pure have been looking very good and even better here at Atlanta. You have a roster that's ready to push the pace, ready to outpace the enemy team, ready to speed up the gameplay, objective efficiency, a bit of slaying. They literally do it all. And of course, the return to Druck on American soil. Woo! I missed him. He's the X Factor.
I've missed him too. I've missed all of those faces together. So let's see them right now and meet your team. This team makeup has been one that we have wanted to see together on NA soil for quite some time now, and having Druck in the mix is things of magic. But I want to quickly talk about that guy with the sword on the left. Last shot, Tony. This young man, he's really causing a storm in Halo right now. And I want to know a little bit more about this sword and about him and his personality.
The man's been the real deal. It's funny how the people that were calling him onliners back in the day now see what he's done on land, when he's winning free-for-alls, when he's doing his thing of 1.80 KDA. And of course, that sword you guys are asking about a little bit, that was actually given to him for academic excellence and as well as athletic excellence for his high school, because the man was playing football and he was a beast on the field.
I love to hear that. I like a little backstory with some of our new players and our young guns. Love to see that, and the sword now makes kind of a little bit of sense. I love to see it. Heads on the chopping block. We'll see what they can do up against FaZe. For me, I think on this roster, the game changer yesterday was Druck, and I think every single person on that roster did play up to their potential, and it was needed, right, to show some dominance, to show kind of some footing here in Atlanta. But Druck was a game changer. The things that he was doing, the heads-up plays, you know, a lot of people are used to seeing him online, Wes, and he might not have the best series, but at LAN, he shows up.
Yeah, I think Druck's one of those players that pushes the pace like a legend or a bound. And Druck very often is either finding his opportunity and his flow and having such a high impact on the outcome of the match, or he's kind of selling, and he's that first one dead on a push where we want him to play his life. So it'll be very interesting to see how FaZe deal with the pace that Druk is trying to play at. He's known for his movement and how quickly he plays. Sometimes that can come back to bite him, so I'm very interested to see, can Druk find his flow against a top team like FaZe? I think he had moments against Optic, but I also think that there are moments where if you went back and watched the VOD, if you were Pure last night, it's like, let's also be okay with slowing it down in some situations because we run into traps if we don't. So which Druk will we see? If it's the on fire one, this series could be very interesting.
Yeah, I think you said it best, but I believe also Katy Perry said it better. She said in her song, he's hot and he's cold, and when it comes out to making some of the tournaments, he's yes and he's no.
Come on, Tony.
It's so funny. No,
Well done.
well done, well done. But I will say, you said sometimes he could speed up the pace. Sometimes he could definitely be that leader of the crew, but sometimes he can sell. Well, the way I look at it is there's a lot of players that are going to fear that moment. A lot of players that are going to see the play within their head and know the right play to make and be too afraid to do it. Druk is not one of those players.
He's moving.
Fearless. He's going to get in there, and he's going to try to make that play, and for better, for worse sometimes, but most of the time it's for the better, especially when we're here on LAN.
Yeah, indeed. And I also want to say, in terms of the individual talent, I think aside from getting, kind of trapped at certain times, especially to teams who have really good teamwork, and that will happen. It didn't happen against Optic so much yesterday, and I think maybe that might have spurred them on to be like, we just need to keep playing the same playstyle, essentially. So I am a little bit worried about that side, but individually, they often do get themselves out of situations too, which is fantastic. And another thing, Walshy, is the interchangeable individual talent is amazing on each map, and I feel like that's very reminiscent of our top 3. Would you agree?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think like each single player brings something to the table. Who right now are you watching out for, Wes?
It's got to be It's the Last Shot. If we're talking about anybody that's going to step up and create an upset like for Pure to try and take down a team like FaZe, It's the Last Shot is their gunner. It's the Last Shot is their best shot at a superstar. His impact on this series could be massive. Every time I watch this kid online and he's scrimming, he looks and acts the part of a top player. It'll be, can the rest of Pure really allow him and put him on a platform and in opportunities to have success? Because I have no doubt that he will have success if he is stood up with enough opportunity.
We may be in Atlanta's arena right now, but I will say he's right up here from northern Georgia, his Last Shot, right from the farms where they don't know nothing about no fiber internet. He wants to be on LAN. He wants to show what he's got. And Last Shot, he's a real deal. Watch out for him.
Yeah, he's got a cow on the treadmill in the back that is solely running his electricity and internet. So pretty incredible. Yeah, literally. Pretty incredible stuff happening here for him. I'm really excited to see how they're going to be performing. But up against FaZe, our current #1 here in the HCS, our previous champions at London and our 2023 world champions. The accolades, they speak for themselves. What can they bring to the table on day #2? Let's meet your roster. This roster is just so good right now. And Wes, I want to come straight to you because yesterday we kind of saw a stomp with FaZe versus Complexity. I want to know from you, is that an indication of how FaZe are coming into this tournament, or were Cole just not kind of playing up to the test of FaZe?
You know, I told myself I would not believe what I saw from FaZe on Friday. Based off the teams that were in their pool, I wasn't going to be able to get very much out of it. But the way that they handled those teams, it wasn't like, all right, let's get Friday over. They dominated. They came in with a tone that was, we are going to make statements the best we can out of this pool play. And that this team is flat out dangerous, scary. And if they can continue to play at the level that they were at yesterday, man, this rest of the bracket has their hands full trying to knock down these guys, because that is 4 superstars on the same team. And when they find their flow like they did in London, they don't lose.
Playing devil's advocate just a little bit here, we kind of see Fridays being very different from a Saturday and especially a Sunday with FaZe. And looking at the B stream and talking to some of the casters backstage, I do know that comms weren't exactly great for FaZe yesterday in terms of the fact that they were barely comming at all. Only a couple of them were. Are you a little bit worried about that, Walshy, in terms of how they're trying to handle certain teams, the attitude maybe that they're going into some of these series with, and the fact that you know, maybe they haven't had the best practice yesterday coming into some of these hotter games.
I mean, it's good and bad. At some point, it feels like they're going through the motions. But I mean, if they can go through the motions and 3-0 pool play and drop any games, you can't really fault that. You don't need to bring the same level of 100% intensity to every match. Same time, don't build bad habits, but this is going to be their first real test. They know that this roster took Optic the distance. If they are able to just 3-0 Pure and have a strong performance right here, that's going to show so well for the rest of their tournament. Now, if they get tested as well and they get brought to Game 4, Game 5, have some close ones, all of a sudden, those pool play results don't really matter whatsoever.
I'm glad you bring up the communication that we went into the listen and heard from FaZe yesterday. And the Dave, you talked about this last tournament, and I thought it was such a good point where when you're that good at Halo, when you're one of those teams, there's a level of unsaid communication. You don't even need to be small talking because there's an understanding of what we're doing when we're dominating and in power positions. I think FaZe were in such power positions and dominating those games that they didn't really need to small talk. They were never on their back feet. A team like this, their level of communication on Friday did not bother me at all because I don't think that they truly felt threatened and they were always in a dominant position. The fact is that they have so much teamwork that's unsaid because of how well they know each other and how they know they want to go about the game, that they can make such slight work of some of these teams in this bracket because they're so good without even communicating at the highest level. I have no doubt that flip of the switch will be on in this series against Pure.
We kind of talked a little bit about that yesterday as well, Wes, and I think it's a great time in our season to kind of, I don't know, put more emphasis on it. Is the top teams, a big difference between our top and middle kind of section teams are the fact that they know each other so well, and it's the ins and outs of their Halo brains. They know what they're almost going to do before they do it, and that makes a huge difference. It's almost like another layer of competition that you have to deal with if you're a team that maybe has just put a roster together or has just taken a team change on board, and that can be really tough. And I think that's exactly what we kind of saw yesterday, Friday with FaZe, It was almost telekinesis, right? It was reading each other's minds. They're just telepathic to one another. They were able to put their feet up and kind of just stroll through things. That is not going to be the case anymore with Pure. They're going to have to really turn things on. Do you think FaZe are going to have a dominant show here like they did yesterday? Or do you think this is going to be a little bit tighter?
I don't know if I want to say the same level of dominance from yesterday, but I will say things are looking really good for this FaZe roster. Like, when I look at Pure, I think of a momentum-driven team. They want to take game one. They want to kind of ride that momentum. Well, game one is capture the flag. And obviously, FaZe undefeated, looking very good on capture the flag. Pure aren't. You got 0-3'd by ITB and obviously lost to Optic. But to me, getting 3-0'd by ITB and a capture the flag like that doesn't bode well when CTF Argyle is going to be the first map that they end up playing.
Indeed. And Tony, while I've got you as well with the series layout here, please talk us through a little bit more of this, because I'm right now harping on the fact that we do have that CTF Argyle right at the start. And I know it's not FaZe's favorite. They were really good at this when it first came out, but things have kind of taken a backseat with it. I know they've been working on a few things, but Slayer Aquarius is kind of their bread and butter too.
Yeah, that's what worries me. Even though capture the flag Argyle hasn't been their bread and butter as of recently, as of this tournament, is certainly not Pure's. Pure have not been the best on capture the flag, and they really stepped it up in game types like Strongholds or King of the Hill. That's where they've been looking very good. Slayer Aquarius, like you said, that's going to favor FaZe. And honestly, even though in the past, Oddball has been kind of the Achilles heel of a FaZe roster, they sneakily became a really good Oddball team if you take a look at the stats, which is crazy. Clearly, they were working on their weaknesses and turned it into a strength.
That always seems to happen, Walshy, isn't it? It's like you kind of put your best on the back foot, you work on something else and that becomes your best, and then it's like, oh, whoops, we need to now work on that again. There are so many different game types and modes, it's hard to sometimes keep up with. You know, who would you say right now in the HCS has the best map depth?
Oh my gosh. I feel like it's got to be FaZe or Space Station. I feel like you can't look at any single map or mode against them and be like, well, that's a loss for them. Like, you count them in every single map and mode, and then some of them you almost think of them as unbeatable.
Indeed. Well, folks, we are ready to go on the main stage. I'm going to hand it on over to Walshy and Clutch. Folks, your day 2 here at Atlanta starts right now.
FaZe is, one, the brand and the logo. It's something that can never be recreated. It's a part of gaming history and internet history forever.
What does it mean to be great? What does it mean to be a champion? That who you're looking for is right here.
Winning with this team also was another amazing thing. And I just think shows like how we're still consistent at this level and we can, you know, just keep trying to dominate.
But as you say, FaZe Clan was built to do one thing, and that is win a world championship. FaZe Clan marches off to gaming, a tale as old as time, and one of the greatest esports rivalries to grace our screen. It's a 1v1! Frosty versus Frosty! Frosty will win it! Oh! 60 seconds left, and they are up 3-0.
HCS Major Atlanta, hosted by FaZe Clan.
It's Saturday, bracket play is kicking off, and we have FaZe Clan to do it for us and the home team. The crowd's starting to get a little bit more packed here in the stadium, and I'm very interested to see this FaZe Clan finally have some fans on their side that are going to be cheering them on in this series. It's Clutch, joined by Dave Walsh, the legend himself. A couple of championships under his belt in his prime. And now as we kick off bracket play, a championship will be won by the end of the weekend, and FaZe Clan probably the favorite to do it, but in order to advance in winners bracket round one, they're gonna have to go through Pure. Dave, when you see this map layout, what specific map mode combination are you looking at for Pure to maybe push this series a little bit further?
I mean, I'm honestly looking at in reverse. I look at like the Street Slayer, and I feel like that's a great one because I think of how tricky and how fast-paced someone like Druk can be on that map. The rest of them, I feel like it's gonna be an uphill battle against FaZe. There's just so many ways that they can slow down the map on something like Argyle. So many ways they can collapse in on a team on live fire. Aquarius as well, they can slow it down at points. So it's just gonna be, it's gonna be very tough for them to get the pace that they would like to see, where Pure is gonna want to see this get a little faster. They're gonna want to stagger spawns a little bit more.
All right, well, it's gonna start this one off on Argyle CTF. And we have Frosty sitting in the window laying down some cross-map damage. You know Royal 2 got that sniper for this squad, and
look how defensive they are right away, too. Frosty and Royal 2 being like, all right, the action's coming to us. Let's slow it down for a moment. Normally, this is a time you'd see FaZe just pushing across the map, taking up more ground, but they know how aggressive this Pure roster is going to be, and people flying all across.
Yeah, they're waiting for Pure to make that mistake. Have one person maybe hit a G-slide out of position. Can we find that opening pick? Royal 2 able to pick up a kill there on to Pure, as the map's still being fought for as far as mid control right now, and Royal 2 hasn't left his window, and you know Pure's thinking maybe that sniper has pushed up, but Royal 2 finds an angle onto a player, hits a body shot. It's cleaned up for FaZe here, and just a passive play from Royal 2. He's gonna let this game come to him.
You aren't gonna outwait Royal 2. He's gonna be very patient, and as long as he has snipers, like, you know what, I can wait all day here. You know what, I'll wait for more snipe ammo if you want to.
Yeah, well, as many snipes as I can get. Right now, Druk is in his face trying to pull the flag, and because Royal 2 misses that shot, that flag is going to get pulled out of the window. Druk still taking damage. He didn't go with that flag, however, so that flag is going to get picked up by last shot. Royal 2 goes down. FaZe on their back feet. 2 do go down. They need a couple of kills, Pure Dude, in order to continue this cap. However, 2 of them go down. It does look like that flag is going to be stopped for now.
That was a scary attempt, though, by Pure, though. If Snakebite wasn't able to get that second kill on Druk before he grabbed that flag with that plasma grenade, that flag was going to be moving across the map, and that's one of the downsides of playing defensive. When you're playing defensive, you can generally set up some traps. You can set up area where someone's going to round the corner into a double team or into a snipe. But the downside of doing that is you're back on your half of the map, and if you do not get those kills secured, they're going to pull your flag and have a chance at a cap.
No room for error. You die once, your flag is on the move. You die on their side of the map, at least you'll have time to respawn. Great point, Walsh. Once again, that flag does get pulled, but it does not leave the window this time around. Cherish is behind enemy lines. He's been spotted and taken down. Frosty now has a snipe top middle, and you know Frosty likes to get aggressive with it. A shot on the Druk and a melee to match. Frosty is opening up the map. 3 go down for Pure. FaZe had the flag on the move.
Yep, and the very first time we're seeing them get 3 down on the map, like you said, flag is moving. But a great stop there. I believe that was Cherish finishing off Royal 2. They're still trying to toss this one out. I like that by Frosty. Getting a touch on it, being there in case they need to get a double team, and then getting to the high ground and lay down shots. Hollis and Cherish get a couple kills, though. This is not guaranteed just yet,
Beautiful.
but Snakebite, great grapple and cap. Now they're trying to stop the counter.
Notice how Frosty threw that flag quantum back. Snakebite had to grapple. The only reason FaZe capped this flag is because he was able to close the distance on that. He was the last player alive. He grapples the flag in. FaZe could take the lead, and now they have to defend their base. Can they come off spawn and find the kill? Snakebite buys just enough time for the first kill to be fought, and that might stop Pure's ability to get a counter cap.
Yeah, I think there's been enough damage and enough kills there from FaZe that they are no longer worried about the counter cap. Now they're just trying to get some picks and move across the map. There's the first two. Talik and Last Shot going down, and you know that FaZe is going to be aggressive here. But no, looks like they realize there's someone back at their base. This is a difficult decision to know what to do. Either you're pushing over towards the Pure base and putting on pressure on their flag, or you're clearing out your base. And it looks like FaZe decided to play defense since they're ahead.
Renegade with his chance to snipe. We've seen Royal 2 with it. We've seen Frosty with it. Now Renegade, he gets taken down. Everybody on FaZe has had a snipe in their hands besides Snakebite, and everybody on FaZe is trying to make a play. But as I say that, because Renegade goes down, the rest of the team starting to fall like dominoes. 3 coming off respawn now for FaZe. It's the Last Shot. Can't make it up the back rim. The flag is now being pulled. There is a player on the side of the ledge. It's the Last Shot, doesn't see him. He gets the stick though, but Frosty gets the trade, and 2 go down for Pure. That flag should be stopped in return.
And what a perfect encapsulation of what we talked about on the defensive side. You have the element of surprise. You can set up some traps. You can set up some tricks that you can get on those players, but it can backfire.
Yeah, what a patient play by Frosty. I actually have never seen someone sit on that ledge. The only reason I did see it was to the observer view. We were able to see the outline there. Renegade losing a massive one-on-one there as the battle for mid control won by Last Shot. This kid can shoot, ladies and gentlemen. If you can beat Renegade in some bandit fights, you can create some opportunities for your team. He does just that with 1 life. Unfortunately, he's going to lose Druk. Great shots from Last Shot once again, but mid control seems to be something Pure are struggling to hold right now. As aggressive as we've seen them, they cannot figure out a formula to get 4 down and the flag on the move.
Yeah, Royal 2 just posted up here in the vents, laying down some great damage. He knows that he can QT back when he needs to. That's why he's not afraid to get aggressive just like that. And great eyes onto the teleport location.
Heads up awareness by Pure to be able to know exactly that Royal 2 is quantuming back, to know where that quantum is and to have eyes on it immediately. Not letting him get away. Frosty doing some nasty things as he picks up the snipe, the body shot to match.
And also just look at that step up in intensity. Frosty was probably hitting nastier clips than that yesterday, and you didn't see an ounce of emotion out of him. Now he realizes the stakes are really on. He respects these opponents so strong, knows how good they are, and he is getting hyped up when he makes great plays.
The good news, Royal 2 didn't get the snipe. The bad news, Frosty did, and Frosty's starting to make plays. If you saw the warm-up clip that he tweeted on Thursday, it was on Argyle, and it was disgusting. Frosty known to pop off in the mid-game situation when he picks up an S7. Trying to find an opening, but letting his team create space in front of him. Right now, the body shot, Frosty's not missing it. He hits that player to no shield, but a flank from Last Shot takes that snipe out of Frosty's hand. It's immediately traded out. 2 go down, make it 3 go down for Pure. Frosty gets taken care of, but at what cost?
It's been so interesting from Pure because despite FaZe setting up all these traps and playing a little bit slower and defensive, they're still finding ways to break through. You still see times where Last Shot's over at their flag. It's like, how'd you even get there? FaZe are playing it slow deliberately and watching for these sort of flanks, and those should be the free kills picking up on that flanker, but instead, they're able to slip by.
That's the gameplay of Pure. They will hit slides that are untraditional. They will be faster than any team we probably have on the circuit outside of SSG. That is how they find these opportunities against top teams. 3 down currently for Pure. Last player alive is currently going to be dealt with. It's Druk. He actually finds a kill on a Renegade. That could stall this cap. Respawners for Pure are going to have to make a play. Druk still alive in FaZe Clan's base. That's the player to watch. Druk gets traded out by Frosty. The flag cannot turn the corner. Snakebite gets 5. Renegade gets a 5 back, but Pure may be able to stop this flag. Royal 2 says absolutely not. Last Shot. He gets that kill. Flag still down on the top elbow. Frosty's come off the respawn, got a touch. FaZe still have slays to do if they want to punch this in.
Yeah, and those kills were traded out. As a rule of thumb, when the flag is back on your half of the map, if you're going even in slays, your spawning reinforcements are going to be there quicker. That's why you see FaZe coming out ahead here, even though they're going even in slays.
Yeah, Frosty doing a great job to stall this flag, but right now this elbow player, who is it? Last Shot, once again, does he expect Snakebite to be here? The answer is no, but he's going to play his life in the window. Nobody from FaZe should be able to finish him off. Snakebite, the last player alive, needs to get a kill. Can't get the trade. 2 players hop on the return for Pure. It's that flag still on the move. It appears that it is, and Snipe in the hands of Druk are going to take care of respawners. Pure should be able to tie this one up.
And somehow, on the back foot there,
oh no,
you're getting all these kills, getting flagged across the map.
Oh no.
Right before this exchange, it was even at 41 kills apiece. All of a sudden, Pure pulled ahead by 6 kills. It's 49 kills for Pure, 43 kills for FaZe.
Druk still doing work with the snipe and needs to do work. Roll 2 in his face, roll 2, no problem. Druk, no scope, body shot gives him a taste of his own medicine. Pure tie this game up 1-1.
Just like that. These Slayers who are so strong and tough to compete against. Pure outslaying FaZe here. Even being the aggressors. Generally as the aggressor, a lot of times you take a lot of entry deaths. There's a lot of uncertainty as you're making those plays. But it's working out for Pure. They've somehow been able to do this against one of the best teams. Some people might be looking at that pool play match yesterday and say, Optic must have not been on top of their game, or Pure might have been hot. No, look at Pure's also doing this against FaZe.
The player we highlighted coming into this series, Druk, was he able to find his flow in the series was the big question for me. At 17, 6, and 9, Druk having a massive impact. Not only helping his team get that fight, but removing Snipe from FaZe's base, taking that power weapon away from them. We've seen the work FaZe were able to do with their snipers so far throughout this game, but because Druk was able to get theirs, he's been able to help the cause for Pure. The flag now being pulled. It looks like Pure has been able to stop this cap, and with Druk in a position bottom middle here, if he can be aggressive with multiple members of FaZe down, he may be able to get a pull here. He tries to block the back of the base, but Renegade's gonna spawn up before he's able to. Druk trying to play his life now as he's not gonna no shield, but Renegade on the hunt.
Druk being nuisance, draws out that player down low, and looks like Pure are gonna make it a chaotic scenario once again. Look at this, Druk spotting out where 2 of the spawners are, and that's gonna be the information Pure needs. They know they can run this safely all the way towards their screens, but once they get it back, they're gonna meet some resistance. So right around this point, Cherish gonna have to drop this flag and go for some slays.
Yeah, pay attention to the kill feed right now. Cherish needs to get his full shield back before he even tries to get this into the window. Where is FaZe Clan? Renegade gets taken down. He has Snakebite in his window. Snakebite's forced to drop. They may be able to get this punched in, but they're not willing to take the risk at this time. Now it happens. Snakebite's still playing alive, but FaZe were not able to get in position. A beautiful job by FaZe, though, to still stay alive. A counter cap opportunity now on the books. Druk finds a double. That should erase that counter cap opportunity.
These players from Pure are playing so smart and so well together. They're just not panicking, not forcing plays they don't need to. So many other players in that situation, even from a top team, would say, I'm so close to this flag, can I just try to desperately get this one in and maybe give up that free kill? But instead, staying alive, allowing Druk to get that double kill and secure a guaranteed cap without a counter cap.
Veteran plays from a very young squad. That's what it's going to take to beat a team like FaZe Clan, and Pure are showing you why they have the lead with every decision being made. 2-1 now. A minute 30 on the clock, and FaZe Clan find themselves down 1.
And FaZe are also going to have to swap it up. The whole 10 minutes, the past 10 minutes, it's been Pure on the aggressive, FaZe setting up some defensive traps. Now Pure get to sit back and play their game. They can say, we get to set up some traps now. Let's see how you break through our stuff. You thought it was easy trying to defend us? Try to break through us.
And with time being a massive win condition in Pure's favor, that is a much more difficult recipe for success for FaZe to try to find. You see the picks coming, staggering the respawners, not giving FaZe an opportunity to get feet across the map. Right now, a minute on the clock, says Steitzer, and we're up 2-1. Is Pure. It's the last shot gonna back up to try and make sure mid of the map is controlled. Will they catch these overextenders towards their elbow?
One thing that this last shot has been doing so great, one is not missing shots. That's one great thing that's to have in a teammate. But 2 is every single time he's shooting someone from FaZe, he's quickly repositioning to a brand new spot. So those old comms are no good. All of a sudden they're calling somebody over at their Magnum or over at their screens. And he's already repositioned across the map.
Big kill by Druk under Royal 2. That was gonna continue that flag potentially, but Druk hits the important shot to remove that flag carrier. Royal 2 did throw that flag out, but nobody on FaZe in a position to be able to get a touch. It doesn't look like 15 seconds now, and this may be the last life that Frosty gets in game 1.
Yeah, I don't really see how he's gonna make this one happen. It's gonna have to start with a kill or 2 though. There's a perfect kill by Frosty. He's looking for any more damage.
Just
Can anyone get the touch? 2, 1, flag gets out. We are going into overtime for a short bit.
Oh my
Frosty's gonna try and make the heroic play and grab, but it's gonna be too little too late. Renegade's gonna watch that pie chart go down, and that's gonna be game number 1. Going in favor of Pure.
Pure are here to play. Bracket play is kicked off in the hometown team. Maybe not as hot as they were on Friday. Pure are the real deal. They pushed Optic and gave Optic everything Optic wanted yesterday, and it looks like that's the same game plan for FaZe, stealing game 1.
Yeah, Pierre's been saying, I've been hearing you guys talk about Big 3 or Big 4. You're forgetting about somebody else, and they've...
The big dog that hasn't been in the States for a minute.
Right? I mean, they've shown up so strong against FaZe throughout this series so far. They show up so strong against Optic. I mean, Lightning doesn't strike twice in the same spot.
I think the man of the hour has got to be Druck right now, and if he can play like he did in game 1, some of those crucial kills at some very important moments where flags were being pulled, whether it was his own or in the opportunities that we saw Pure getting some of those flag pulls. It was Druck that was picking up the enemy snipe for FaZe, putting it to work, putting respawners back in respawn before they even had a chance to play the game. And as we take a look at some of the highlights, the S7 was having a massive impact at the start of the game, but throughout the game, Dave, we saw Pure handle that S7 damage that we saw FaZe was able to do, and eventually they started getting the snipes themselves, and I can't recall seeing an S7 in FaZe's hands for the second half of that game.
No, we never saw it, or never longer than like 30 seconds or so. Never was it comfortable.
Yeah.
Every so often, they would always have to be checking to their side. They knew someone's either behind them or near their base, and that's an uncomfortable spot. You want to have your whole back clear, and then you just want to be perched up somewhere up high and lay down shots from afar.
And that's a testament to Pure's play style. When we say they play quick, they play untraditional. They can throw you off. They can make it very difficult for you to find that comfort, to have everybody put in front of you. That's why probably Royal 2 was posted up at his base for so long. He wants everyone to be in front of him, but Pure able to get behind enemy lines and steal game 1. Taking a look at the series layout, we have Aqua Slayer coming up next, and this is a bread and butter for FaZe, but Pure, the dog is here to play, and they are up 1-0. If they can manage to get 50 kills here in this game too, what a special momentum they would have an opportunity to run with.
I mean, yeah, I don't really recall many times throughout that last game, throughout the whole 12 minutes, where FaZe were getting advantage and then charging all across the map and having straight pushes like that. Whereas Pure, the exact opposite. They didn't even have to have anyone down from FaZe, and they found ways to break through the defense. They found ways to charge through. Aquarius is going to be a game like that. There's going to be moments where you get a kill or two, and you're going to collapse and try to keep that lead. There's also going to be a lot of neutral scenarios, and Aquarius, I would say even more so than Argyle, you have just some sneaky routes you can take. You can send someone bomb snare, you can send someone pink one, car. There's different areas that you can slip on by. So we're going to have to see if that works well against FaZe here, or if FaZe are going to have an answer to that style of play on Aquarius.
Although Aquarius, you'd think, plays traditionally like the midships of the world, there are specific sight ones that are blocked, like you're bringing up, that make it very problematic if you're not catching on to these players as they're hitting those routes. They can get behind you very quickly. There's tons of G-slides front to base where all of a sudden they were front yellow, now they're blue-pink stairs running up it. So it's very important that FaZe are able to keep tabs on some of these players moving across. Right now, taking a look at the Slayer stats for these teams, it's a record of 3-1 for FaZe, it's a 3-0 for Pure, and the differential is in Pure's favor as well. That's got to give you some hope if you're a Pure fan. If we can go up 2-0 on FaZe, surely we can close it out in one of the last 3.
Yeah, both on that streak right here, and like you said, with that average margin as well for Pure. Seems like that when they win harder.
Yeah, maybe something to prove here, as they finally have had some great practice with this team before a North American LAN tournament. And right now, we're kicking it off with Tog. Unfortunately, Tog's lost 2 of his teammates. He's got 1 kill to answer. That overshield's still up, but FaZe is on the prowl. They're able to take him down. It's the last shot, the last player alive, actually, for Pure, able to get that overshield, able to put it to use. FaZe spawning over at yellow. Last shot's going to get some great damage as his teammate pushes into the base. He knows this overshield is his best friend right now, as these respawners for FaZe get collapsed on, and this game gets tied up.
Last shot's like, I would be challenging this even if I didn't have overshield. And just look at that too. I also appreciate Last Shot backing up, try and just get the headshot versus a melee trade. So many of these players at the highest level are so accustomed just going for that melee trade because it's just this, better safe than sorry play to make. Last Shot trying to get a little greedy, trying to make sure he gets a 1-for-nothing kill in a situation where he has a slight advantage.
It's an early lead here for Pure now after that couple of kills. 10-7. Druck with the heat wave in his back pocket also has thrust. So Druck with all the power that's on the map in Aqua right now is that overshield not near respawning. They know where FaZe is. They're going to be on the yellow side of the map. How does Druk choose to play this? He's got a couple of players that are going to be in this flag, and he has the perfect weapon to flush them out.
Yeah, he knows that there's some players playing sneaky and defensive there. Now what can he do about it? Doesn't know that there's 2 over on that flag. Frosty ends up falling there. Cherish also gets a kill answered. I believe Pure has more information on where players are across the map. Now what can they do with it? And it looks like Druk and crew decides to rotate away from that control.
I like that. Cycling back to get those grenades. Overshield going to be coming up here in 12 seconds. And it does look like Pure have a majority of the map control. This thrust heat wave can be so dangerous. A big pick to finish that kill as 2 members of FaZe go down with Overshield coming up. Pure should have an advantage here to pick this Overshield up. And it's Druk going forward again. Now with heat wave, Overshield, and thrust in hand. That's everything you could ask for an Aquarius matchup right now. A 4-kill lead, and let's see what Pure can do.
And look at this, all eyes on Druk right now. They know where he's at. Can they get the finish? They decide to charge on out. That's 2 members down, and these other 2 are gonna fall. There's no way that they can survive this onslaught. There goes Royal 2, there goes Renegade, and this is the staggered spawns that Pure are looking for on a Slayer.
You're hoping for a trade from maybe one of those players if you're FaZe, but no, Pure actually cleanly get those kills, flip the map perfectly with an 8-kill lead. Druk has had this heat wave and thrust for the past 2 minutes. He had Overshield pair with it. He spots Frosty trying to hit a route, doesn't hit the shots though, and that could be the opening FaZe lead.
Also, look at how much control Pure have across the map. You saw Druk just dancing across the top center. No shots coming over from level 2 of the flag because members of FaZe were too worried about getting over towards the util and towards the bridge side. They wanted to just circle out of the base. They didn't want to get trapped in that base, but showed how much control that they had. And with it, an 8-kill lead for Pure here. If they just keep up this kind of pace, they're going to be fine. But you know, you can never count out a squad like FaZe. It's FaZe. We have yet to see them get control in this map and control the spawns.
I will say, having a very comfortable lead right now at 8. Aqua's not a map with a lot of power that comes on it. Just the heat wave, the thrust, and the Overshield to play around. Some big kill swings don't tend to happen on this map. The longer you can ride this 8-kill lead out, the more comfortable you start to feel if you're Pure. 26-18, still an 8-kill lead, and its last shot at 10-3-6 right now, leading the way. Renegade trying to do his best at 10-2-6 on FaZe, but the rest of the boys need to step up if this game's gonna get any closer.
Look at this. Little deja vu, except from the other side here. FaZe trying to make a similar push from util into the flag with Heatwave. That one not nearly as successful as Royal 2 was taken out there quickly, but kills being traded out, and when kills are traded out, that heavily favors a team that is in the lead. But we are now seeing the first OS go in the hands of Snakebite. Let's see what the captain can do.
That Overshield's given to FaZe because Renegade gets a double he might not have should have gotten. And right now, let's see what this Overshield can transition to. The first kill on the Talik, he can't quite acquire it, but these players are all stuck. Talik's can slide out on the bridge. That's a free kill for Snakebite. Now with numbers advantage, FaZe look to collapse. Snakebite knows that there was a player in the closet, but he doesn't see him. That player must have gotten out. Right now, Washot goes down as well. The other player's trying to fight outside Pink for Pure, but the collapse comes through. But Pure find the opportunity to get out of dodge. They sprint Pink 1 and get away from that fight. And with this Overshield dwindled and a 6-kill lead still remaining for Pure, a job well done to negate the damage that Overshield could have done.
Those rotations from Pure are so good. They move so fast, and even though we saw Snakebite quick there and run towards Pink side, at that point they had already rotated out. They had already secured a separate fight with another member from FaZe, so it feels like either you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. You either charge too fast and you fall into a trap, or you don't go fast enough and your teammates get isolated.
Look at how Pure control this map right now. They are doing such a good job on one of the best Slayers for FaZe. They are writing the textbook on how to create and set the pace. Right now, 2 players pushing Renegade, 2 players meeting their demise as Renegade able to get a little bit of help from his friends, able to make this a 7-kill game, and at 14-3-9, Renegade has got to be the player for FaZe that is stepping up and keeping them in a manageable situation, but 7 kills as it continues to approach 50 becomes more and more dangerous.
Yeah, no surprise why Renegade has those stats. Even running into a 2v1 there where one person was one shot. Just perfect positioning, played it calm, gets the head glitch or, gets that height advantage on that second player and just waits for some call-up. It was just so well done by Renegade. In many other cases, I think players would just panic there, try to trade out that one shot and die.
These kills are big. These kills are huge. Overshield coming up right now. 5-kill game. FaZe get 3 unanswered kills. And right now, this is the moment. That Overshield actually gets dwindled, but a lot of information for FaZe to play around. They have not been able to collapse successfully. 2 players at yellow, 2 players at blue, with pure split on the map. How do FaZe plays this situation? Frosty has his eyes set on blue, but Royal 2 is going to trade inside the base. There should be a player in this closet, but that player continues to rotate so perfectly. Talik felt the presence of Frosty that whole time and gets out of dodge before he loses his life. He does receive some damage, and now Frosty, with that assist, is going to have so much damage and collapse on these players with his team. This is FaZe's moment to come back in game 2.
Yeah, FaZe need it right now, but it's got to be so difficult playing against the style of Pure. You find out where somebody's at, you get some shots, and before you know it, like you said, G-Slide, they move across the map, they just relocate way too quick. They're not just sitting targets, they're always moving. And at some point you have to hear a call out over at Pink, and you gotta say, all right, well, that means they're gonna be Pink 1, bomb center, or, Fridge.
Now you start to feel the pressure. This game just slowed down to a snail's pace. A 4-kill lead, the closest it's been since early in this game. FaZe starting to dissect Pure, not Pure's play style. They're known for flying right now. Now they feel like they're a little bit trapped. Now the pressure's starting to build. How will these young guns trying to create this upset figure out a way to find their pace back in this game? Because if they keep this slow pace up, FaZe will break through.
Renegade just taking this so slow, making sure that there's some distraction, some noise, but by the time he makes the flank, it's too late. He didn't get there just in time. It's such a difficult position to be. He didn't want to make too much noise, but he's being sneaky. He's getting behind enemy lines, but by the time he actually makes the maneuver, players have already moved on to a new location.
I mean, such a slow, methodical pace right now. Renegade helps his team get another kill. Still a 4-kill game. 10 seconds for Overshield. FaZe with control of the map. Pure are going to look to push for this Overshield, and that is where this game will be determined.
Here comes the OS. Cherished and Renegade, both eyes on it. Renegade gonna slam that one in. 4-kill game. He's getting some damage over the util. Can it be finished? Instead, he isolates a fight over at Fridge. This should be a free kill onto Cherish. Cherish gets some good damage and at least melts the OS.
Talik's on the fly trying to finish off Renegade. Renegade not giving him an angle. Talik doesn't appear to have an aid, and because Talik is focused on Renegade and Renegade is not giving him anything, Royal 2 finds the kill. All of a sudden, a 3-kill game. The closest it's been since the early margin. Last shot's gonna be Pink 1, last shot's gonna be deleted. No longer Pink 1, he's on respawn. Cherish is on the Pink jump. Renegade knocked to no shield by some great nades, but no shield. No one has an opportunity to finish this kill off, and Renegade spots Cherish on the Pink stairs. Cherish is by himself and decides to get out of dodge. The map continues to slow down. FaZe continues to catch up. If you are Pure, you have to find a way to pick the pace back up because you are falling right into where FaZe wants you to be.
Yeah, and this is tough. It feels
it's
like
tied.
They are one of those rosters that can start to find those small patterns and changes that you do as a team, and they can find weaknesses in that. Now a 1-kill game, which used to be a 6-kill game. Seems to be control the Overshield, control the fate of your game. That's a 2-kill lead for Pure as you're at 45 to 43. New OS coming up in 45 seconds, but I'm not sure if we'll get that far.
47-43. Pure have broken the setup of FaZe. The control is lost. The last 2 players for FaZe stuck top yellow. They have to fight their way out of this. Royal 2 able to get a kill, but here comes Talik and Drunk. Talik finishes off Royal 2, but Renegade finds a double in the back. 48-46, Renegade stays alive. 48-47, somehow Renegade creating something out of nothing. Makes this a winnable game. FaZe take it 48-48. 2 kills to go. Overshield in 15, all of Pure spawning in the back of blue.
The plays from Renegade that back the flag has changed the fate of this game. Now can they take advantage of it and close it out? 48-48, ice in their veins. Who is going to come ahead with this one? Overshield gonna be put in the hands of Royal 2 or Snakebite. Looks like Snakebite was able to snag it.
Oh.
2 balls. And they go down. Somehow, despite having the better position for Overshield, they fall down to OS. I believe Snakebite also got picked before he was able to slam that OS. So they set up a trap at OS saying, bait this Overshield, go for the kills, and close out the game.
That's exactly what happened. Pure knew Overshield were coming up. They knew FaZe were going to try and play for it. Pure had no intention of going for that Overshield. They played, can we find the picks around as this player picks up the Overshield? They kill Frosty Pink 2, they kill Royal 2 Pink 1, and that 2 kills allows you to breathe a little bit lighter. If you
But it
lose
was
that
scary.
game, you lose that game too. If you're Pure, all the momentum you got from game one erased. The series is now tied up. But the fact that they now get to take this break, get to catch their breath and say, one more game, and we can continue our winners bracket run and take down the juggernauts, the favorites for our tournament, the champions of London. It says FaZe won it. That graphic's wrong, ladies and gentlemen. That was Pure coming out on top.
Yeah, and I don't blame you either, because going into that 48-48 scenario with FaZe having the better position, I thought they were winning that game as well.
It was close, and FaZe did everything to crawl back. Renegade gave them magic.
That's one scary part too, is generally when you look at a series and you start to think about, okay, if you take a game off FaZe, it's generally, okay, how, where are we catching them off guard? What was going right or wrong? You had a Renegade that was playing out his mind that game. He was living and getting double kills in situations he had no business in. And you still somehow take down a FaZe with a red-hot Renegade.
It's got to make you feel like you belong. It's got to make you feel like this is real life. Like, I know those guys are walking to the back right now in between games and games 2 and 3, and they're like, hey, pinch me. Are we up 2-0 on FaZe? Absolutely are, and it's because you are playing such good Halo. That Pure's ability to recognize where pressure was coming from when FaZe had map control and to rotate out of it, to minimize the damage in these disadvantageous positions is the reason that they were able to maintain the lead they were. Now that game got dangerous, Dave. That game got scary. It was a massive lead for Pure the entire time, but as it slowed down, you could tell who the better team was when it took stalemates and cohesion in order to get the job done. FaZe started to crawl back. They were finding their picks. They just didn't give themselves enough room for error to come all the way back there.
Yeah, and by the time they clawed back, I assumed it was going to be just great for them. And let's take a quick look at these oddball stats here in the 2024 season so far. Here, 2-0 versus FaZe's 4-2. You got to keep in mind maybe what level of competition or what teams are playing, and strength of schedule, I guess you would say.
Absolutely.
On some of these.
I would question it. We know FaZe. We know FaZe.
Time here.
Okay.
I'm also seeing a 2-0 thus far here from Pure. Now let's take a look at the slaying department, because the last 2 games, despite it being close in game 2, has been in favor of Pure. Now looking at Snakebite and Royal 2, their KDs versus Complexity and Pools were out of this world. Now one thing I'll say is, this roster ain't looking like Complexity right now. This roster is on a whole nother level here from Pure.
This roster's scary in Pure, but if you're seeing Game 3 as oddball, you know how much work. Tony and Lottie talked about it in the pre-show coming into this series, about how strong FaZe is at oddball at this time. That used to be a weakness of Game Time. It used to be something that you could maybe beat them in, that they would slip up at.
Especially Big 3. Big 3 before was like, all right, oddball against FaZe. Like, there was
Optics probably favored it, right? But no longer is that the case at London. Their oddball was perfect. This is the map mode combination that FaZe want to see in order to get back in the series. Give me the longest game possible where they truly have to outplay us in order to get us off of the winner's bracket. This is the game that could turn this series around for FaZe. What are you expecting from FaZe on Live Fire Oddball to find more control? Because I feel like in games 1 and 2, it has been Pure with control of the map a majority of the time, with the ability to set the pace more, and that tends to lead to victories.
Yeah, oddly enough, I felt like there was that one specific scenario on Aquarius Slayer where I saw Druck just kind of literally dancing around top center, being able to go from top center to bomb center without getting punched at all. And I feel like FaZe have always done such a good job of having that anchor roll or somebody in just that power position, just laying down shots, and somebody you have to deal with before you can make any move. Generally, I think of someone like a Frosty up in Tower on Livefire, or Royal 2 up there. And I usually always see that on Aquarius, like Royal 2 or Frosty just sitting back level 2 of the base, just laying down shots and not allowing somebody to just be able to go out in those open positions.
Right.
I don't know why that was missing. There could have been obviously very good reasons for very specific situations why somebody was not there, somebody was not able to punish a player in that situation. But I feel like they've just had a lot more freedom than I'm accustomed to when it comes to moving around the map. Pure just seemed like they have way more freedom to do what they can do and get flanks. And I'm just like, how are they getting by here? They either have a different Halo 6 sense or just know what they can get around, or FaZe just aren't having just that standard position.
I find that's that flow I try to describe. When Druck and Last Shot and these players that are playing at such a high pace, when they find their flow, when they go unchecked, when they go undamaged throughout and unseen throughout some of these routes that they take, they create so many problems. And the fact that they look so comfortable, Druck being top middle in that situation screamed to me, I know that they're not going to look at me. I know I can take...
Or he just knew that players at Util and players over at Fridgeside, it's like, I can just do this.
Just such comfortability in such a big series for these guys in a game that got very close. To be playing against FaZe and to have that level of calmness that you're running across Aquarius top middle tells me that you are so locked in, that you are receiving all this information and making the right decisions. That is the testament of what it takes to be a top team. That is the testament of what it takes to create an upset of this magnitude.
Yeah, you got to give so much credit to Pure right here, because I feel that they are just playing with confidence. They're playing how they normally would. They aren't playing scared or different against someone like FaZe. They are playing their game, and it's showing how well that they're doing so far in the series.
Absolutely. One more game, the boys are telling themselves in the back, but FaZe tend to be...
Don't get in that mindset of one more game. Just get one moment at a time. Let's take it one kill at a time. Don't be like, all of a sudden, when you're like, all right, one more game. That's like 2-1. Like, oh, just one more game. All right, guys, we're in game 5.
Yeah.
How did we get here?
Hey, we still need one more game. Anybody feel like closing the door on this one? Because a team like FaZe, I mean, how many times do we see the big three, Optic, SSG, FaZe, go down in series and against teams that they're not supposed to? FaZe went down 0-2 and I think reversed Cloud9 last tournament. SSG had to do it against Sentinels. All sorts of reverse sweeps happen in the HCS, and it always seems like it's the big dogs that like have a little bit longer to wake up, especially early in the bracket play. But it's time to wake up, FaZe. This is your hometown. The fans are here to watch you. And it's going to be live fire oddball that you have to spark the flame. My eyes have got to be on Royal 2. I think he has had an extremely quiet series so far. And that's untraditional because, I mean, if we're talking about the best to ever do it, the best Slayer, the most positive player in the history of Halo, having a quiet series, that does not happen often, if ever. So Royal 2, what can you give us on live fire oddball to get back into this?
Yeah, I mean, when I'm looking across that board too, like you said, Renegade, you can't ask for much more of him.
He's doing his part.
He's been doing fantastic. Now, the rest of the squad gonna have to match this firepower and ferocity that you're seeing out of Pure. And they gotta do it now. I mean, we're in game 3, you're down 0-2. FaZe gotta wake up.
And this is the map mode combination that FaZe has tried to put so much work in for the past 6 months. And we'll see if that work pays off here. Their oddball, like I said, it was flawless in London. They put extra work into making sure that they fine-tune this situation. And this would be a good time for that work to pay off. Let's get back into this, and we're kicking it off with no one else other than the greatest Slayer of all time, Royal 2. Making his way towards Camo, it's obviously the wave, but they're going to try and take early control towards this side of the map. No one quite worried about that oddball. FaZe are going to get the first kill. It's answered right back. Druck going to challenge Royal 2. Royal 2 forced it back down, but the flank from the player with Quantum, who came from green, is already in Royal 2's face, and you could tell that pace kind of threw Royal 2 off. However, Frosty has found himself the snipe with Camo up. It looks like FaZe have control of this Camo side of the map. However, the oddball being rotated to Big Door, Pure have early time.
And this is tough for Frosty because Frosty's saying, hey, if we get a play ball or something, I'm in the perfect spot. But now Frosty's going to have to maneuver across the map with that snipe, and Renegade just knowing he has to find the right opening in here before he pushes in to get this kill. It looks like Druck almost gets that trade, and that's basically a 1-for-1 on a one-shot.
Yeah, it gets traded out, and not only a one-shot, but Camo gets lost as well. Frosty tracks down this ball carrier. It's just 13 points, but a good job to negate the Camo potential swing that FaZe could have gone on. However, you still got to deal with Frosty. 3 assists to his name, 4 go down for Pure, and FaZe will have their first oddball set up here on Livefire.
Yeah, it was a shaky start to breaking that setup, but end of the day, FaZe got it done. Now they get to hold the ball on their half, decide how to play this, but Cherish and crew, no fear, flying across the top of the map, and now FaZe were originally going to rotate that towards green to get ready for a play ball. Instead, they have to go towards Rat Tunnel.
Yeah, this setup, it gets broken. 3 go down. Renegade, the last player alive in the back of house. Renegade finds a big kill to make this setup much weaker for respawners. A lot of information on where the rest of Pure is as well, as multiple players are seen on Renegade's death cam. However, FaZe are going to be spawning towards the dummies. They're going to have to relocate. Royal 2 already A-plat, and Snakebite and Royal 2 are able to find that first kill scoreboard. This ball still neutralized. Pure do not get an opportunity in the setup because Renegade was able to find that one kill, and now the reinforcements are here for FaZe.
Look at that, Druck just buying as much time as he can over in that window, drawing a couple players, and unfortunately ball is reset, so despite FaZe trying to take over Garage, it doesn't matter. Garage is no longer the most important spot on the map, and look at this trap here. Talik and crew got the sandbags, they get one pick, and now they get to close in on this ball.
Yeah, it gets traded out though. It's a 3v3 situation. That ball is dropped, and let's look for FaZe to slay here. Talik in the back of the base. Royal 2 finds one. Royal 2 finds two. Two big kills. As Camo is coming up, Royal 2 still a problem. Gets another player with no shield. Snakebite there to clean it up. 3 down for Pure. Snakebite gets taken down and traded out. That ball still neutralized, but Camo will be in the hands of FaZe.
Last shot, the only one alive, gonna get a few shots of damage in, but eventually taken out, and that's gonna be staggered spawns here for Pure. Now, do Pure decide to pump the brakes for a moment, or they decide to push? It looks like Talik's also taken out, so seems like they're not being defensive at this moment, and they're engaging all the way over here at the tower.
Renegade chooses to bring that ball towards his teammate, but he still has this Camo. He wants to slay, and with Snipe coming up, he wants to snipe. But Pure set that up as a trap. They hit him with the grenades, and now Snipe out of the hands of Renegade, and numbers in their advantage. They should be able to break what was potentially going to be a FaZe playing setup. Nobody from FaZe in a position to get that ball as Renegade had that Camo, and because he had to bring it across the map himself, they're not able to get any time.
And look how quickly Pure are countering FaZe if they go immediately for a power-up or power weapon. They have grenades just sitting right there, ready to go. They know that FaZe, if they see an opening or opportunity,
these guys like to
snag that really quick and try to be as efficient as possible.
Yeah, they know these guys like to snipe, and they're going to go for it. So they throw that bait down on the hook, and they reel it back in with the kill, and they destroy a chance that would have been a setup. However, since then, it's been a 2-2 split. Talik with some big shots there to keep his life. Unfortunately, 2 members of FaZe have made their way to tower. Great damage onto another player. Talik doing so much here to stay alive. He gets another assist and another kill, and that's going to result in Pure having a setup all because Talik and his individual skill was showcased there.
Yeah, and you saw Royal 2 having to back down there despite having the better position, just realizing shots were not going in his favor and eventually getting flanked to at the tower. Kills about even. 27 for FaZe, 23 for Pure, and ball time, however, slightly in favor of Pure.
Talik doing so much damage to so many different players before he finally gets taken down. Royal 2's going to find the kill on the Druck. Last shot trying to play his life, but FaZe have swarmed the tower. They have 2 dead, and now Cherish should be spotted over here at green. He is going to be shooting, so Renegade will have good shots onto him, but Cherish with 5 of his own shows you that, hey, the pickup might have been worth it. Pure looking like a demon out here, taking down the demon out here. That ball is going to be rotated to tower by Frosty, but Frosty's going to drop it and slay. That ball still neutralized top tower. No separation between these two. Just 3 points separate them in this first round, but Pure doing a fantastic job dealing with FaZe so far.
Yeah, neither team is able to get a really long set. There's a lot of times where somebody eventually gets it towards Garage or towards Tower and it ends up being like a 40-point run. Instead, we've been seeing more like 15, 20-point runs at most.
This is big. FaZe found 2 kills.
Oh my God.
Talik is going to pick up the Camo, but 3 going down as FaZe have the oddball top tower will allow them to get some significant time. Frosty will know that Talik has this Camo. Frosty's going to drop back tower with the ball, start rotating it towards respawners over at green, and that's a beautiful rotation by FaZe.
Yeah, they're going to get this play ball here in a moment there. Frosty jumps it on off, and that's going to be a 14-point lead. Also, with the pace that this game is going thus far, I feel like you're headed more towards around a 75, 80-point game. I've always tried to look at objective games and how many points have been scored at the halfway mark.
That's a big kill from Snakebite. Somehow Snakebite gets 2 on his own, and including the ball carrier, it denies any time for Pure. Pure were looking to rotate that ball off the play ball from Frosty back to tower and have a setup. Snakebite destroys that storyline immediately. Last shot's going to throw that ball back bottom middle because here are
oh my God.
Beautiful shots from Last Shot to somehow get a kill at that angle. That's disgusting, but Renegade's going to be on the proud as Renegade spot him. Renegade spots him, but can't hit the no-scope. The ball, it's on the move, however. Pure rotate that ball. Last Shot did everything he could to buy his ball carrier time. Now that ball in big door is going to be something Pure are going to have to make a decision. Do they rotate it to green trying to get a prey ball? Because here comes FaZe and the rest of Renegade.
Yeah, they're going to need to get that play ball if they can, but it's not going to be their choice. FaZe are putting on the pressure, and there is no way to push out towards green. You got Snakebite watching the entrance. Instead, they opt to bring it towards Rat Tunnel. Another player in there, but doesn't matter when you hit shots like that. He goes for the no-scope instead. I didn't see if he didn't have any bandit ammo or what in his clip. but that could be a dire mistake.
3 dead. Go Pure. 26 seconds. FaZe take a lead, and we will see how FaZe choose to play this. They now starting to build this lead. At what point did they decide to play time? Trades from Cherish. He picks up not only a stick, but a kill with the sticky onto Frosty. A double with nades is what the doctor ordered for Pure to break this setup. It's a 10-point lead, 15 seconds remaining. The ball neutralized currently, but last shot trying to flush this player out. Has a teammate, but here come the reinforcement for FaZe. Renegade, the last player alive in the back of house. Surrounded. Now, 7 points to go. When they get the lead, they will drop the ball. They will try to slay.
Yeah, waiting for 2 more points, and then here comes the slaying round as its last shot drops the ball, trying to secure this first round. They cannot let FaZe touch this ball. Push coming in from Sandbags, and they need to touch quick. Can anyone get close? Nobody in position to get the ball touch, and that's gonna be round 1 going for Pure, despite getting outslayed. They got outslayed by 4 kills in that round. Not a significant margin, but still outslayed and out objective.
And it takes you back to the play where Renegade had camo in the ball and nobody would come get it for him. A mistake, a crucial mistake that FaZe missed some much opportune time there. Pure now with a 1-0 lead, a 2-0 lead in the series. One more round of oddball to try and take down the juggernauts, the favorites, the champions themselves. FaZe Clan, last shot hitting the flank bottom middle. Last shot catching Royal 2 with his pants down bottom middle. Catching a grenade to Royal 2's face as he takes another kill away from FaZe. Right now though, that ball being rotated to tower. Last shot might be doing a lot, but that setup from FaZe is still strong.
Yes, they got a decent setup here, and there's the unexpected teleport in. A couple members over at Silo, they got to get that finish, and that's going to be 3 down. Royal 2, the last one alive, and Cherished already ball in hand. Now, where did they decide to set this up? We have not seen a real comfortable set from Pure. Any single time they have the ball, FaZe are already on over there.
They do a phenomenal job of rotating. They get a player to spawn green, and they immediately, that's their trigger to try and get it there. Unfortunately, it gets cut off. Talik is going to catch that ball. Even though he's no shield, he's going to be in a position to play that ball. FaZe may have a camouflage player somewhere on the map. It's a triple from Snakefight as we switch point of views, but the ball gets picked up immediately and gets thrown towards respawners again. Pure starting to play keep away from FaZe.
Yeah, Wes, before this game started, you said, who from FaZe is going to step it up to match Frosty? Snakebite has answered that call, but is it enough to bring them over the hump? Because right here, despite heroic efforts, despite getting a triple kill, that's still frustrating. Seeing a ball go immediately in the hands of Pure after you get a triple kill.
Yeah, the last player alive and doing a phenomenal job to get that ball into a highly contested spot. Pure have had time to come off respawn and find some kills of their own. It's a 2v3 situation. Renegade was able to find a kill, but one kill's not going to cut it as FaZe get cut down. They get put back on spawn. Players are bottom middle still, creating this very difficult for Pure to rotate this ball. They are going to be able to collect themselves, pick that ball up, and get it towards the cuts. The Quantum's going to be up at green, but nobody near that. So I want to pay attention to the setup here for Pure. It's a bit of a rotational setup. These kills could be so massive. One kill gets acquired, the ball just taken up the cuts, and now Pure with their pants down themselves have to play the rotation game. Camo's coming up in 10 seconds, and Renegade wants to create some space, and that he does.
It was interesting seeing that switch flip for a moment there by Pure. You saw a time when they're normally the aggressors. They're originally pushed across the map every single spot. It almost, like they said, that last garage position, they said, all right, guys, get in your sneaky spots. You saw someone hide by a window. You saw, I believe it's Talik over by Key Door. And you saw that first backsmack kind of entry kill. These players can either be aggressive, fly across the map and be really quick, or at some points they have so many different sneaky spots that they've learned throughout playing twos and playing this game for the last years.
Look at how passive Renegade's playing with this camo. He's just patrolling this dummy door right now. He's able to pick up one kill towards the camo, but this ball's still neutralized. This camo not having maybe the massive impact that you really expected to. Cherish doesn't have his eyes on snipe as Renegade is the last player alive. He's gonna have that snipe, but now he's got a world of Pure in front of him. He is gonna be able to back up, get his shields back, but Pure once again run away with the ball. They continue to extend this lead past 20.
Yeah, this has just been a slay fest. Both sides evenly matched, though. Essentially 68 kills there for FaZe, and here comes a couple more in their favor. They get that answer kill, and look at this adjustment. Just so used to all these players rotating out. Renegade knowing somebody's gonna go through Rat Tunnel and run away. Now they have numbers advantage, but he runs into 2 members at Key Door. So despite being at the right place, you run into 2 players and it doesn't fully go in your favor.
It's the last shot, can't hit either of the snipe shots when he has an opportunity to. Because of that, he's forced to back up. Pure went 2 down, so I like last shot. rotating away from the situation. You know FaZe is going to be focused on where is this sniper. This ball is at green. World 2 should be able to play it, but if he gives his head an opportunity for last shot to take, he may just do that. He hits the no-scope on the snake bite, but as I say that, kills are being traded back and forth. Talik and Frosty arise from the dust of the fight. The last 2 players alive, but once again, Pure on top of the play ball. Frosty in no man's land at green. It will favor Pure.
Frosty doing everything he can to get back into this fight.
That's a big kill.
They get 2 big kills onto Cherished and Druk, and that's going to be some ball time marking up here for FaZe. Can they get a full setup for a short period of time? They're down by about 20 points when they first grab this ball. Let's see how long this run goes for FaZe. I don't expect them to run this all the way towards green. I expect them to keep this towards tower or run it back towards mud.
Big rotation from Frosty. He picks up that ball, takes it towards the tower, and now because of that, FaZe have a setup, even though they didn't get the slays. However, Frosty eats the grenade, and then all of a sudden, he turns around. Pure have taken tower control themselves. No play ball to be done there, and now Pure extend the lead back to 20 in their favor.
And despite a couple other members of FaZe going down, they're used to being able to get a play ball in that situation. You have ball over at C-Plat, you know you're going to eventually get that play, but somehow Talik or Druk snuck behind there, got a little too close to that ball carrier, took out Frosty before he's able to play ball, and now instead of a game that should be closer to tie, it's Pure up 70-36.
34-point game for Pure, and they need to end this round to beat FaZe Clan in 3-0 fashion. That sounds unheard of, but ladies and gentlemen, this is reality. Druk trying to push the pace here. Ball in the hands of FaZe, but Druk able to at least take down Frosty to make this setup a little bit weaker. Renegade falls as well in the kill feed. Royal 2 able to trade out Renegade, so it's a 2-2 situation. Royal 2 and Snakebite versus Talik and Druk. Druk not able to get into the combat loop fast enough, and the respawner of Frosty able to deny him access to the big door as that ball gets rotated out. FaZe have now made this just a 10-point game with this setup.
Look at this, Druk and crew deciding to focus on tower, get a little bit of control in this. You don't need to stop the ball immediately, but you can't let them continue this run. This tower is going to counter the nest setup so well, and because of that, ball gets played just right away. Now, do Pure decide to grab this right away or get around to Slays? Because it is a tie game.
Yeah, FaZe have woken up. They just had just about 34 unanswered points. That ball gets played, but once again, Pure on top of it, continuing to push the pace of this game, forcing the hand of FaZe. Talik is going to be unsuspected back tower. Knows that there's going to be a player from FaZe back tower, but this snipe is exactly what Talik wants in his hands. He can't hit the body shot on the snake bite, but he has good information. Unfortunately, now Talik finds himself completely out of the play where that all ball is. He's going to rotate over towards the pillars. The all ball is going to be bottom middle, but Talik not in a position right now to impact any of the outcome of the game. You got to get involved, and here comes Frosty.
Yeah, he eventually got back down from top tower, and I feel like took a safe but bad rotation, just being way out of the fight throughout the entire time. Snakebite instead was over at Cuts in the action, getting some fights, but don't worry, you got Cherished and last shot, and Druk somehow picking up 3 kills for you while you're across the map distracted, Talik. That's gonna be all 4 down for FaZe, and they're gonna try to secure this last set for the last 14 points.
13 points, and Talik lands a body shot that's gonna stop Renegade's ability to push. Snakebite and Royal 2 are still coming off spawn. 7 points to go. The upset seems like a reality. The ball carrier, however, goes down. That buys FaZe some time. These fights are crucial, and Talik beats Frosty. Druk is here as well. The grenades came through. The no-scope does, but he gets hit by a grenade. 3 down for FaZe, 3 up for Pure, and they're on top of the ball. 5 points to go, and FaZe Clan will be eliminated to the lower bracket. Pure get it done, and the biggest win of their careers so far happens in winners bracket round 1 in dominant fashion.
They played so well. Members of FaZe were also playing incredible there, so you can't just say you caught them on a cold day. But Pure brought the hype, came out, dominated FaZe 3-0, and now moved on to the winners in the semis.
Welcome back, Druk. And what a series for It's the Last Shot. Cherished, Talik, and Druk. They just took down FaZe, Dave. We were supposed to see FaZe in the winners bracket finals, but no, their journey's gonna be long if they plan on finding a way to go back-to-back, because they are in elimination bracket round 1, and it is because this Pure team truly was tested by Optic yesterday, but maybe learned a thing or two in that big series, and maybe improved on a couple of things because they looked great in all 3 of those games.
Yeah, before we were questioning Optic, and now we're just more so praising Pure with how good they are. So maybe answers the question, would you rather have the easier or more challenging pool? Give me challenging pool.
It's easy to answer that now, but having Pure in your pool, Optic looks a little bit stronger and taking down somebody that looks that fresh. But it's great to see how competitive the teams are in this tournament. I said we were going to start to see upsets in winners bracket round 1. I truly believe we have a lot of talented teams, Pure being one of them. Pure being one of those teams we don't get a chance to see all the time, especially in North American soil. Druck has so many events missed because of issues, and the fact that he is now here, you know that he wants to release that energy, and apparently FaZe was the first threat. I hear that Guy Blaze has got Pure down on the stage for an interview, so I'm throwing it to you, Guy.
Thank you so much, Wes and Walshy. Atlanta, make some noise for Pure as they come out with a Pure win against the London champions. Man, a 3-0 here on the main stage. Just talk to me about how you feeling with the boys in this moment right now.
Yeah, man, I'm feeling great. Second time on main stage for me. Druck back, 2-time. Yeah, man, I couldn't be more proud of the team right now. Just got to keep putting our head down, keep putting in the work, and we'll get there.
Thank you. And stay focused, okay? That's just winner's round run right there. Now, yesterday, when you guys played up against Optic, it went game 5, and people were saying, you know what, Optic was just playing slow. They wasn't giving you your credit, but now people got to show y'all some respect after taking down the London champions. Am I right?
Oh, yeah, you're definitely right, 100%.
There you go, okay? Now, talk to me about going into this last map number 3, typically you guys probably went into that feeling like, you know what, it's a possibility that they can reverse sweep right here in this situation. Talk to me about your POV on that last all ball and what you may have noticed or didn't notice from FaZe.
Yeah, I just feel like we came out a little slow in the first round. Decided to, we started playing with more confidence, playing from our spawns. And that's what we did. We closed it out.
Definitely did. Lastly, last shot, what do you want to say to the fans here that came to support Pure? We got some people in the chat. We got some people in the crowd that's screaming y'all name as well.
Yeah, I want to thank my mom, my dad for being here. Love y'all. Thank you so much for supporting me. Thank you everybody, the fans, all of us. Y'all really make this happen.
All right, that's going to do it for me and last shot on the stage. Make some more noise for Pure. Lottie, let's break it down.
Thank you so much, Blaze. It's always good to hear from the young guns as well, having their moment in the limelight, and rightfully so, because a sweep against FaZe is so hard to do, but they made that look like a walk in the park, I'm pretty sure, to be honest. For most people, going up against FaZe is really, really difficult and ends up being a brawl, but they had their number right from the get-go. And Tony, we were kind of discussing off camera what was really going on there with Pure. They were very scrappy, and usually FaZe do end up kind of punishing you for that. That just did not happen. Pure played it so well, they were able to get out of situations with ease, and they punished FaZe instead.
Yeah, it really felt like 2 different stories when we talk about that series as a whole. That game number 1, one thing that stands out to me was the patience from Cherished and Pure when it came to that second flag cap that they put in. They were so patient and not rushing, where a Pure roster, normally a reckless roster, would have given that cap away and ultimately given the game away. Then we go to game 3, and I think about that scrappiness and that energy that was coming off of them, and for them always hopping on the ball, always being objective efficient and playing with each other. And then towards the end of that, you saw when Talik and Druck got up, you saw that pass, you saw that energy. It was beautiful to watch, man. Pure are here, and all I'm gonna say is y'all haters that were talking crazy to me, I told y'all to watch out. Y'all going, oh my gosh, I can't stand y'all.
Tony hated these upsets of tournament. This one was special, and Pure is so strong, and I love to see young guns really step up and own the moment. I think, Dave, you said it best when we realized that Pure were playing with no fear in a series where you should be intimidated. You're going against the 3-time world champs. You're going against guys that have been considered some of the greatest of all time. Every bit of you should be intimidated when you step up in a winners bracket round 1 match. But as they gained the pace in game 1, it really felt like they looked so comfortable, like they belong. And then to have the ice, I mean, in the moments that they needed to make plays in the 48-48s in the last final seconds of rounds and off ball, they made the plays, and that tells you so much about these kids.
It certainly does indeed, and I think when you look across the stats that are coming in just a moment, there were a couple on the FaZe side who kind of had a little bit of a sleeper series. They weren't quite awake, unfortunately, which is very uncharacteristic of them. Pure capitalized on that. They knew exactly what they were doing, and to be perfectly honest, it almost looked like a FaZe Clan play from Pure. They were really, really punishing those boys. I think Frosty having a 0.6 is really unlikely from him, and Royal 2 as well. So, Wes, what's kind of going on there, do you think, in the FaZe roster?
Yeah, quiet series from both of them. You have to go back to the drawing board and really break down the film. You know that those guys are straight shooters, so it can't be something to do with the shots, but the teamwork wasn't there, and you could definitely tell that the pace of Pure, the routes that Pure were taking, very untraditional routes. That's something that makes this Pure team so unique. It was a thorn in the side of FaZe this entire series. They had a very hard time having the reads that they needed to have in order to really assess situations. Frosty and Royal 2 are players that need to know everything that's going on in order to make the right play, and you could tell the lapses in the judgment and the communication that FaZe had in those two stats alone, because those guys don't miss. It's when they make decisions based off the information they have and those decisions end up being wrong, it's because it's not the right information, and Pure did a phenomenal job to make that as hard as they could for FaZe.
And that's kind of what I really think was the issue there. It's like when you have a team like Pure that can really upset the tempo, upset the pace, really up the pace and throw you off your game. Players like Frosty and Royal 2, they're going to struggle with that. You know, they're players that really are some of the best in the world at anticipating what their opponents are going to do and adapting to that, especially when I think of a player like Frosty. When you throw off that rhythm, you get KDs like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of times that FaZe were probably put in positions that they're not used to those sort of individual challenges. Kind of felt more like free-for-all or like Money 8 style gameplay where somebody's just rolling around a corner and challenging you, and you're like, wait, I have the better position, and you were supposed to run away and go to your teammate. Like, I'm not expecting you to be here right now.
Yeah.
The one that stuck out to me specifically was it was last shot. Doubling back through the dummy door and then just getting those last few shots. I want to say it was on Royal 2 or Snakebite.
Multiple players.
They're just like, wait, what's going on here? Why am I even fighting this fight right now? And it's just those unexpected plays that FaZe haven't been put in that position in a long time. They're used to very methodical play style, very, very coordinated play style with their teammates, and they're not used to someone just barreling out, challenging this fight, and getting that kill.
They're used to getting that level of respect from the top teams because usually you don't get away with that. Usually if you get caught
you make that play, you're just dead.
You get punished. But the disrespect goes a long way, and I'll call it disrespect, but it's just unorthodox play. It's these guys have the confidence that they think they can get away with it, and they did.
I think the fact, yes, unorthodox indeed, but I mean, it's more on FaZe for not adapting, right? You got a whole series to do that and sort out and think, okay, 1 second, they're playing this way. Let's try to figure things out between us and work together as a team, because that's exactly what you're going to need to do. That did not happen at all. I mean, looking at that game 3, you're thinking to yourself, okay, Livefire, Oddball, FaZe are looking almost unstoppable on that map. And yes, it was a tight map for sure. And we had moments where FaZe were overslaying. I mean, you have Snakebite dropping over 30 kills. You got Renegade just absolutely destroying it, picking up power weapons, but time and time again, they managed to play so scrappy. Pure, they were picking up the ball in situations where I think FaZe were like, surely they're just going to wait for the respawners and they're just going to get a setup, and no, that does not happen. You need to adapt or die, and in this sense, that's exactly what happened to FaZe. So it's really interesting to kind of see that. Do you think FaZe are going to pull through though, Tony?
I definitely do. I mean, like we said, you know, it was really that scrappy, that energized play that came in from game number 3. Dave kind of talked about the rechallenges, the things that they weren't accustomed to is what they saw. Only Pure play like that, maybe a little bit of Shopify Rebellion as well, so you're not going to see that. But I also do want to give Pure a little bit of their flowers, because we also saw a difference in play style. We saw them also with that patience in game number 1. And even that game 2, when it was 48-48, what happened? They baited out that overshield beautifully. So we saw the scrappy gameplay, we saw that energized and reckless gameplay, but we also saw moments in game number 1 and game number 2 where they had to slow the game down. They did, and they ended up thriving and winning because of it.
They certainly did indeed, and with that 3-0 sweep on the main stage from Pure, let's take a look at our brackets and see how those have now completely flipped upside down. The Hometown Heroes have kind of gone from basically 0 to 0, excuse me, unfortunately falling short there against Pure. 3-0. Pure will now face Space Station in the winners semi-finals. Space Station, they did manage to 3-0 Sentinels off camera, and Rebellion 3-0 Quadrant. Rebellion will go forward to meet Optic Gaming, who also 3-0'd Complexity, 3 of those look pretty familiar. 1 certainly does not, but I've got to give it to Pure. They have played out of their minds, and they're playing exactly how you'd want them to go up against an SSG here, Wes.
Shopify and Pure have an opportunity to create a very interesting elimination bracket here with this semifinals. And I wouldn't be surprised if it happened, to be honest, because both of those 2 teams are teams with young gun, infinite players, guys that maybe started to make a name for themselves in Halo 5, but have found a home and an actual career here in Halo Infinite. As time goes on, we're in the 3rd year of Halo Infinite. All of a sudden, all that hard work, all those late nights grinding, starting to pay off, and the bracket's starting to look a little bit different than it usually does.
It's really interesting to kind of see the teams who might have had a little bit of a snooze fest on Friday, dropped a few maps here and there, things got a little bit scary. 3-0, the harder teams coming into today, and the one team that basically had their feet on the table the entire day on Friday has unfortunately fallen short into the elimination bracket, and that brings me very nicely to show you that one, to see who they're going to be ending up against. Cloud9. They're going to be facing FaZe Clan. I'm sure Cloud9 are thinking to themselves right now, goodness gracious.
Yeah,
why did
I was going to
FaZe
say,
have to do this to us this early? Are you serious? What is happening? I mean, they're probably thinking, right, we're going to have to dig deep here against the FaZe Clan, who are feeling pretty salty right about now, but there might be a chance to capitalize on that, including also Sentinels going up against TLF, Quadrant, ITB Esports, which is going to be a really interesting series as well, Battle of Europe, and Complexity versus Native Gaming. Walshy, what are you making of this?
I was just going to say, like, the only one more disappointed than FaZe right now for being in the elimination bracket is these 7 other teams. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Like, it's already rough out here. It's tough at HCS Atlanta, and now to insert FaZe this early on, it's going to be a interesting and rough elimination.
Yeah, just to holistically talk about 2 of those pieces that really stuck out to me. Quadrant and ITB play each other for top 8. That is the 2 European teams going against each other. That's never fun, especially now that I think Quadrant has had ITB's number as of recent pretty often. And then if you're Sentinels, it's been a really tough road this year, and you lost to Optic twice and SSG once last tournament, and you got top 6. Now, in order to repeat a top 6 performance, you got to beat FaZe. This doesn't seem fair to them. They've lost to Shopify. They've lost to, in winner's bracket, they just played SSG, and now to get top 6 again, they're going to have to play FaZe. I mean, it doesn't get any easier for those guys. So, although Cloud9 did take FaZe to a Game 5 in London, that's going to be hard to repro, but Sentinels can't catch a break with even their elimination bracket runs.
They certainly can't indeed. Well, if you guys want to help Sentinels catch a break, then you can pick up their exclusive merch at this event, which I do have a t-shirt for right here. Look how gorgeous this is. This is Atlanta merch, folks. This is exclusive Atlanta stuff that Sentinels is putting out right now at their booth. You need to go and grab one of these. It is absolutely gorgeous. Love to see all of that. But yeah, it's the Energy Sword design. What do you make of it, boys?
Sick.
You like it?
What's the front?
The front is the Energy Sword, but in the Sen, yeah, in the Sen logo.
I was gonna say, why are we calling it the Energy Sword? That's the Synergy Sword, right?
There
That's definitely.
You just had to one-up me, Tony. I thought
I'm sorry.
Transition. It was a good pun, and now you just one-up me. Okay, fine. 1-1.
You guys belong together.
Series score. All right, but this is available right now at the Sen booth. Please do go and grab this absolutely stunning piece of merch that Sen have put out. We love to see it. Thank you so much. Well, folks, we're going to head to a quick break right now. But when we come back, we do have a European banger for you. It's going to be Quadrant versus ITB. Who is going to be taking the stage by storm next? We'll have to find out right after this.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
Hey, what's up everybody? Onset here from The Narrative, and we're here in Atlanta with a world champion. We've got Frosty from FaZe Clan joining us for a pre-event interview. Huge thank you to FaZe Clan for allowing us to do this. Brad, firstly, how are you, dude? Home event.
Great, how are you?
Good, man, I'm good. I want to kind of talk a little bit about the story of this year, because you guys have had a few ups and downs. At the moment, you're certainly on an up, I would say, having won the last event. But let's go back to the Halo World Championships, right, at the end of last year. You win that one, everything's good, and then we're looking at a new season, new change of weapon, a little bit of a new meta, a bit of a shift, and we head into Arlington, right? What was your guys' preparation like for Arlington, knowing that you just won the Halo World Championships and, you know, feeling pretty good about things?
Right. Yeah, honestly, there was a long gap in between those times.
Well, hello Spartans and good afternoon and welcome back to the HCS Atlanta Major presented by FaZe. Lovely to have you joining us if you are here in the arena, and I hope you are enjoying the show that our pros are putting on for you. I did tell you day one, there'll be some tears. There was certainly some blood, that is for sure. A backstabbing just happened on the main stage earlier on because Pure, they came out of nowhere with FaZe. 3-0 sweep across the board, and they have upset the hometown team. Unbelievable. Day number 2, we had questions about FaZe coming into this. Are they going to be ready? They haven't really been battle tested on Friday. They looked way too comfortable, and Pure, they made them even more uncomfortable than any team I have seen so far really this season, Wes.
Oh yeah, that was the first time I can remember FaZe getting 3-0'd outside of an Optic series from earlier this year, and Pure looked like the better team in that series. They were setting the tone every single game, and now if you're in the heads of FaZe, there's no more room for error. And that bracket is going to be stacked in the elimination bracket. You already have Sentinels on your side. In order to get top 6, you're going to have to be Cloud9 and probably Sentinels after they win their first elimination bracket round 1. And then the big dogs from the semifinals are going to fall into it. So it's going to be like an Optic or a Shopify. It's going to be a long road, and they're going to have to beat everybody if they want to get back to a grand finals.
Shez, there's a world of hurt in that elimination bracket right now. I think Cloud9 are thinking to themselves, holy smokes, deep breaths, lads. This is going to be a tough one.
Pretty sure I heard the gulp in the back when they seen that FaZe had lost the series. Not that Pure would have been much better of a team to come up against, but you really don't want to match up against FaZe at this stage of the tournament, particularly when you've done so well to get to this point. So I feel sorry for Cloud9 because they're going to be playing against a few pissed off players.
And they certainly will do. And Dan, I mean, for fans who are in this arena here to support their hometown team and who have driven from Atlanta, FaZe fans, you know, hope left for them, dreams?
They'll be all right.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it's not going to be the first elimination bracket run we've seen from FaZe Clan. They've been there, they've done that for the last decade, so I don't expect this to hurt them too much. Of course, it's going to be a long road from here, but I'm still expecting FaZe to get to the business end of this tournament.
Well, there you go. There's hopes, and Dan has said so, and I believe it. Now we're going to talk about our next matchup on the main stage, which is going to be the Battle of Europe. It is going to be a foreign affair, and my goodness me, Quadrant versus ITB. Really excited to see how this one shapes out on LAN. Online, they go back and forth between the two of them, who's the more dominant prospect in Europe, and we'll decide that right now. Let's talk about ITB first, and let's meet your roster. Clutch, when you're looking at the makeup of this team, I feel like at times they have potential to go off. And when every single one of them are performing to the highest level, they're really difficult to beat. They are a team that is not to be messed with. How are you feeling about their tournament so far?
So far, I'm kind of optimistic for ITB. I don't think they won a series in pool play that really surprised me. But like you said, they have a high ceiling. When players like Mighties and Wootum are popping off, great things happen, and they can create upsets. The big thing is can all of them be playing well? Because I think that's what it's going to take to beat a team like Quadrant.
I know that in the past there's been some kind of question marks about the makeup of the team, Jersey. In particular, I think Jimbo was questions at one point or another. What has been going on in Europe and in terms of ITB and how they've been handling the situation of the questions of the dynamic of this team?
Yeah, I think a lot of people were asking questions of Jimbo's abilities. Does he still have it? Is the slaying numbers there? The decision making, is that still good? Is it still up to par? And I think this is a great opportunity for Jim to show up and show, I actually am still that guy, I'm still that man, and I can push my team to victory. I think for Jim and the rest of the ITB boys, they've been looking forward to this series for a very long time. Every single time we thought we were going to get this matchup, they would just avoid each other at the last second. So this is going to be a very exciting one, but I think it's important to note, when Dan and I were talking about this, we think this series is bigger for ITB than it is for Quadrant.
I think so too. And Dan, from the perspective of ITB, trying to now get over this Quadrant hump, because it often is this team that always stands in their way of each other. What do they have to do here? What has been their letdowns in the past where they have fallen short? What do you want to see out of them?
I think online they have found the ways to beat Quadrant. I think actually ITB will be excited to have this series on LAN, because we haven't seen it on LAN. It's mainly just been an online affair. I think there is a bigger skill difference with some of the players when you look at Quadrant and what they were able to achieve back in the day, especially like Legend, for example. But I think ITB are starting to catch them up now. It was a big loss when they did lose Snipe Drone to Quadrant. Then they get Chick back on their own roster, so it has been a back and forth between the two. But I think ultimately it's going to be down to some of those individual fights that we will often see Quadrant typically winning over ITB. They just need to be matching up. They need to be brave. They need to be confident in taking those engagements.
Well, match up they will, and Quadrant has taken the stage. They're getting themselves ready right now, so let's meet this team.
Lasting.
Well, we didn't get to meet the team, and Shows is having a little look under the desk.
I was having a tinker under the desk.
He was trying to see if they were actually hiding under there. They're not. They're on the stage. Don't worry about that, folks. But Quadrant, you know, I think are also very excited about this matchup, and I think to prove once and for all that they will be the champions of Europe. This is kind of this home championship in a sense. Wes, what do you make of Quadrant and this roster?
I mean, this is a big dog versus little pup series, a big brother, little brother series where Quadrant come into this series. And you guys say it's a bigger series for ITB. I disagree. Like, Quadrant know that they're the best team in Europe. Quadrant have solidified that in my head as of recent with how these two teams stack up. And you have to prove it and at the main stage. You have to prove it in the elimination bracket that you're the best team in Europe. They got their pick of the litter. They put this team together because they're the ones that get to choose which players are on Quadrant, and then the leftovers are what's on ITB. So Quadrant need to assess their team and know that they're the better team here. They have to prove it as well, and ITB are coming for blood.
I just heard that Quadrant are now ready for their coldest poses in the light tunnel, so let's meet this roster.
Quadrant are a very dangerous team, and just before we went and threw it to that video, I wanted to talk about something that Wes brought up. They had the pick of the litter. They could poach players, and it seemed like in Europe for the longest time, every single time ITB beat this Quadrant team, they would go over and poach their best player. They took Glory, they took Snipe Drone. Every single time they fell short, they went over and they took the best player. So for ITB, this is a big series, and like Wes says, there is some pressure there on Quadrant to ensure that they're the best team in the series.
And we look often at Snipe Drone on this roster to really step up and have a big game, and often he does. But right now, my eyes are set on Glory, because Glory has been growing. He's getting better and better, and for me, he's in that conversation right now with Snipe Drone in terms of the equal level of individual skill we're seeing. How are you feeling about that young player?
I think Glory has gone from strength to strength since he's been added to this roster. I think I had a few concerns when we first saw Glory added onto a big team. Could he live up to the expectations? And he has. He has shown that he can prove himself on any stage, especially in the European scene, and even against some of the biggest North American teams in the world, he's still found that success.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said about the pressure and the massive void that was left once Legend left for SSG. Somebody had to fill that role, and unfortunately it fell on the shoulders of Glory, and for too long it looked as though maybe he wouldn't be able to live up and match the billing. But he started hitting those shots, getting that snipe rifle, and all of a sudden, he looks like the best player in that team.
Yeah, to me, Glory is the best player in Europe right now. With Legend gone and on SSG, Glory has transcended his gameplay. He, from a young player in year one, impressed me. What he has done recently, and every time I watch his point of view this year, he is so solid. And he is starting to really elevate this Quadrant team to a team that can create upsets. They don't have to create an upset here, but I expect Glory to take some responsibility that as big brother in this series, we get the job done. He is the player to watch for Quadrant, and I hope they start to give him more snipers, because it feels like every time he touches the S7, he goes off.
All right, Dan, we are about to get into game, but looking at the series layout, what are you picking apart?
I think one of the big ones is going to be Game 2 Slayer Livefire. It's a really bit of a struggle bus for ITB in previous tournaments, so we'll have to see whether they can try and find better form than their 1-4 so far this season. King of the Hill Solitude on the other side, though, for Quadrant is not a good one for them, and ITB should be able to take them down if they find that same consistency.
All right, well, we'll have to find out very shortly. Heading into that fly-through means only one thing. Shorzy and Dan, it's time for a cast. Enjoy it.
It's time for a European Grand Finals of sorts, Dan. Quadrant up against ITB. We have a European squabble on international soil. Quadrant will desperately want to get the job done here. The pressure is on them to perform, but for ITB, they can be that underdog, but underdogs can bark if they can bite. Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway here.
These two teams have competed so many times in European online competition. It's actually a 29-28 map record between the two of them, with Quadrant taking it by 1. That's how close it's been. It's been back and forth, but for the majority, Quadrant have more titles in Europe. Quadrant have had more wins in those qualifiers to get to this point. But we'll have to see how that translates to LAN in international competition. This is a big one for both of these teams. I know we said maybe more so for ITB, but Quadrant still have a point to prove it.
These two teams absolutely no stranger to one another. Chick used to play on Quadrant. Jimbo used to play with the French boys on Cartel. Glory, Snipe Drone also played with the ITB boys. They've chopped and changed, they've swapped, they've gone back and forth. These two rosters are now solidified as Mighty's locks in a headshot, and how big he could be if he could get some confidence in his sails.
Of course, in Empyrean, sniper rifle control is going to be massive for either team. Snipe Drone often going to be the one to go for it on Quadrant, but also, you know, SLG can use a sniper rifle as well. We'll have to see whether someone from ITB can do what Mighty's has just done and take out a few players with that snipe so they can gain some map control. But this is a series that we've been building up to for quite some time in Europe. Two teams that are always going toe-to-toe. ITB have ensured that Quadrant have been on their toes, as it were. If Quadrant didn't have this competition from ITB in Europe, then Quadrant may not be where they are today.
Snipe Drone lines up Chick, gets taken down by the former Quadrant man. The Frenchman now has a sniper rifle, lines up his former teammate in SLG. I feel like we can say that almost every single time we jump onto a POV of a player. Wootum, the mouse and keyboard god, got the flag in his hand and he's trying to push it forward. He stopped dead in his tracks in the Mauler because he recognizes that Glory, the Irishman, has the sniper rifle and he's trying to shut him down and stop this push. Jimbo's down to no shields. Glory takes care of business. A killing spree for him, and Wootum's not long for the world. He's also cleared out.
Pretty much tied on slays at the moment. Neither team able to really grasp this game and get control. Both the flag pools have been at a whim. Hope that maybe the slays would follow. It hasn't been get all four dead, get a spawn trap, and then pull the flag. It's instead been, we've got a couple of kills. Let's see if we can move it. Let's see if the kills will follow. They have not. Now, rockets are going to be coming up. Overshield going to be popping at the same time. So this is a good chance for Snipe Drone to try and elevate his position a little bit and help out the rest of the team.
Elevate he does, opts to go for a little bit of a backstab as well. Mighty's not aware of the position of Snipe Drones. Rockets have been scooped up, Overshield was up as well, so we'll have to see which way that has gone. But right now, Glory and SLG have picked up a couple of kills. Jimbo could be in trouble. He's got the repulsor, and Snipe Drone's too aware to fire this one his way. Continues to bait and switch, trying to get those shields down, trying to force Jim into a position maybe he doesn't want to be in. Jimbo forces himself back up. Wootum's there. That rocket will get sent back towards Snipe Drone, but luckily for him, it doesn't take his life.
That is great trigger discipline from Snipe Drone initially, and he is rewarded in the end with a double kill from it as well. So many players would have just fired that rocket, been unaware of the chance it gets reflected back towards you. But it still hasn't really allowed any sort of map control off the back of it. Because the overshield was contested and neither team was able to utilize it to its full extent, there's still a lack of map control on both sides. So instead, it's a little bit of a standoff. Snipers are now back up, and it's a chance again for Mighty's to show what he can do with it.
Sika slides down the training, taking quite a lot of damage. Mighty's cleans up the pieces there. SLG's forced away. Sniper rifle from Mighty's. Did he just catch the shins of Snipe Drone? Looks as though he might have. He backs away. And Mighty's happy to patrol top tower. Dutchman locks in a body onto Snipe Drone and dispatches the Englishman. And this is the opportunity then to push forward. Glory's continuing to apply pressure. He knows desperately he wants that sniper rifle. Attracted to it like a magpie as Mighty's gets one more.
And remember, winner of this guarantees themselves top 8, and on their side of the bracket is not FaZe Clan, by the way, in elimination. FaZe went to the top side of the bracket. That is great news for both of these squads. But if we are to see either of these European teams get into that top 4, it's going to have to be beating the likes of an SSG or an Optic when they get to that stage of the bracket. But of course, right now the focus is getting through your European counterpart. But really, not much to split the difference. Again, it's still 29-28 in terms of kills. Finally, we see an all 4 dead. It's in favor of ITB, but there's only one player remaining in Wootum, so he's not going to be able to do that much from this position, except gain some map control, get some positioning, and maybe be a nuisance here.
There's one player alive, but it's a tricky customer. Not much is for sure. Snipe Drone hiding in the wall. She gets the kill. Jimbo, he's there to exchange some shots as well. Snipe Drone gets another one. And all those kills Mighty's was getting in his tower and on his side of the base, he got a killing spree, but he very rarely left a few meters of that tower. He wasn't able to push forward. And it looks as though Quadrant are trying to be the aggressor here, and ITB are on the receiving end playing defense.
Overshield's about to pop. SLG tried to get close to it, but Wootum has been able to slam it into his chest. But look at the teamwork coming out of Glory and SLG just to delete as much of that OS as possible. But Wootum, recognizing there was a little bit too much pressure, does back off, but will eventually be shut down here.
Glory in towards Sword, Chick down to no shields. Beautiful nade, predicting him. The Jimbos in the training providing cover fire. It's baiting, it's switching, it's exchanging damage, it's taking it and receiving it. Outputting it, inputting it, all the stuff that you'd like to see from Halo players. Chick's down to no shields, Glory takes care of business there. We're almost over 6 minutes into this game, Dan, and nobody's really gotten the flag over the halfway point.
Yeah, and I think I like what you pointed out about, you know, the sniper rifle being a little bit more defensive on the side of ITB and Quadrant trying to push that narrative, but now Mighty maybe trying to flip the script and trying to distract a little bit with this flag pool. But if ITB are going to win this game, there does need to be a little bit more pressure in certain areas, maybe a more aggressive position with the sniper rifle. But the downside of doing that, you risk giving up the sniper, and if you allow the opposition to have two snipers and to get into Sword, to get down to long haul, you can be absolutely demolished in an instant. But the new snipers have just popped, and Glory's having a look, see if he can find it.
Scooped it up. Here's some footsteps around him. He's not comfortable just yet. He's got the repulsor, does Chick. He's got a sniper rifle to play with as well. He's behind enemy lines. Seeker's going to spot him out. Mighty's has got that sniper rifle. For a moment, ITB did have the two sniper rifles in their hands. It's like a game of chess. They're trying to maneuver pieces into the right place, but unable to get the check nor the checkmate.
One thing we've not even mentioned is Quadrant being here. The fact that they just lost that series against Shopify Rebellion 3-0. How much is that going to affect their mental game? ITB just coming off the back of getting a victory in pools and qualifying for the elimination bracket. They're going to be a little bit more positive and maybe look to try and take advantage of a Quadrant who are on the back foot. Now, 4 were temporarily dead, and ITB starting to gain some control of this map.
Glory's alone inside of the base, trying to defend the flag as best as he can, but the damage he's able to put down wasn't enough. Mighty's got a sniper rifle, he's got a bulldog as well. Anybody that comes close is going to get right pickings here. Snipe drone will push forward into the flag, gets a double kill. The bulldog didn't have the damage required to clear out one. 4 dead now for ITB, so that push not amounting to much.
It was a great hold by Quadrant, and when you've got players like Snipe Drone, who's one of the best anchors in Europe, if not one of the best to do it internationally as well, it's so difficult to try and get into some of those positions because Snipe Drone always seems to find a way to have eyes on you, to have tabs on you, and put those bullets in to deal as much damage as possible so the rest of the team can clean it up. But we are still seeing some aggression from ITB. They're trying to push forward, get control of green so that they can get a couple of kills and try and force them back into that snipe spawn. The Rockets are going to play a big part here.
SLG fires one and it connects. Perhaps punching a hole in the ITB defense. Chick's in an unorthodox position again, and SLG just didn't clear his angles. How many times are you going to allow that to happen? You've got to clear the angles. You know they're going to be playing in sneaky positions. These two teams are the best of frenemies at times. They've played each other 50 odd times now, Dan. Every single time they got to a grand finals, the grand finals in Europe would be reset. They'd play again, the opposite team would win. They were trading left, right and center, like you said with that stat. They're trading 29 to 28 in map counts. These two teams can win this series.
From those 57 maps, interestingly, they've only played CTF Empyrean twice against one another, and it's 1-1. And I think we're seeing the evidence of that with just no team really being able to break through and get a flag even further than halfway right now. It's going to take a moment of brilliance or a big mistake from one of these sides if we're going to see a flag actually get captured right now. Otherwise, we're already leaning towards a potential overtime with 3 minutes left on the clock here.
Sniper rifle about to pop. Chick's down there. He wants to get his hands on. You can see him patiently waiting for the pop out of the oven. Here it is. Wootum's back tower. As he threatened to go towards cuts. Chick has got to start finding some faces with this. We know he's capable, but he's cut down. 2 go down. Make it 3 then for ITB. Snipe drones in the base. This is the most likely we've seen a flag capture on the move. Making himself a very difficult kill was Mighty's over towards the Mauler. And has he bought his team just enough time?
He did stall very successfully there, and it's allowed Chick to get with a sniper rifle, and with the assist, Jimbo takes down Glory. So yeah, the flag was moving, but for how long? It looks like they have just been able to stop this one temporarily, but the flag is still out. There is still the chance for Quadrant if they can take down Chick. He's the biggest threat, but at the moment, he's still up in Sword.
Snipe drone gets bodied. SLG gets a kill onto Mighties.
Flag returned.
Flag will get sent back and Chick will find another, but again it's sniping from a defensive point of view. Now is the opportunity to push forward and apply some pressure of your own. Start to dictate the pace here. You've done so well. Rockets are going to be handed over, and now the opportunity comes for ITB, and Chick's on the move.
We said we needed something special from an individual, from someone to step up. Glory not only has the overshield, but also repulses that rocket straight back to Chick's face. Straight back. Now we are going to see Quadrant just answering to the aggression from ITB. It seems as soon as ITB gain any sort of map control here, Quadrant just have that one player to be a nuisance, and it's the same on the flip side here, Shows.
Yep, every single time a player on the other team has some sort of insurance policy, whether it be a sniper rifle, a rocket launcher, a repulsor to throw away any rockets and any advantage a team might have. These two have canceled each other out for near 13 minutes now. As we head towards this final minute, it could well come down to one more play, Dan.
It's 70-69 in Slays as well. It's so close. Quadrant have one extra, but it hasn't really got them anything so far. It's been 11 minutes of just back and forth nothingness for the most part, and that's just really showing how close both of these squads are when it comes to CTF Empyrean. Of course, I think other maps might be more one-sided, but this one, you cannot split the difference. It's an attempted push from Quadrant, but Mighty's there to shut it down immediately, along with some help from the rest of the team. 40 seconds for someone to try and make a play, otherwise we're heading to overtime.
ITB playing Stoke football for a while, it would seem, parking the bus, hoping for the best, maybe looking for a flag capture off a few set pieces, it would seem. Jimbo, though, in the green box. Starts to throw an aid forward. A couple of members of Quadrant stuck in the mauler. Does Jim have the information he needs? 3 go down. Here's the moment. Can ITB push this one forward? Mighty's is going to try and provide cover fire. Jimbo's on the move, and he's already got it down long haul.
Seeker does get a kill onto Wooten, though, and now Seeker can maybe move round. But Jim, this is experience. This is what you asked the question. Is Jimbo good enough? Can he get the slays? It doesn't matter if he can get the flag in. And ITB take the lead with only mere seconds left. And Quadrant cannot touch the flag. It's 1-0 to ITB in what is going to be a very exciting European series.
Well. Wes spoke about ITB being the underdog. And they've bitten first. 1 to the good now. And all of a sudden, maybe mood started to shift. ITB know they're in with more than a chance now.
Just the decision making from Jimbo there to not even consider looking for a kill. He saw the clock. He saw the kill feed, he saw there was 2 players down, and he says, you know what, I trust my teammates, I'm just dropping it on this flag and I'm gonna pull it and we'll see what happens. It's a free pull of sorts because of the time that was left. Very unlikely a counter cap is gonna happen from that point. So Jim said, look, get me in, everyone just with some cover fire, and the cover fire did arrive. So it may not have been an incredible slaying moment that we saw to win that game, but it was teamwork on board, and it was just good, objective decision making there from Jimbo.
And how important is it for Jimbo? We've seen in the past many different iterations of rosters he is being on, whether it be Navi, ITB now. The decision making that he was able to make there, he can rely on his teammates to make the plays, to do the right things when he has that flag going down long haul, that he does not even have to anticipate a player being green box or on training. He knows his teammate got it, he's locked in.
He trusts them, he listened to the communication, and he just kept on moving whilst Mighty's got 25 kills. Chick got 25 kills. They were the 2 standouts on the side of ITB. It was a slightly slower game for Wooten. 13 kills, 23 deaths. It's a -10, but it doesn't matter if your team finds the victory. Wooten got the kills when he needed to, and the rest of the team were able to find success around him. That one, though, is going to hurt Quadrant. I did say it is a map that has been hard to split the difference between these two, but that is a 1-up now for ITB, and Quadrant will have to respond.
I think it's important that you even say that with Wooten's stats. The only stat that really matters at the end of the day is the one at the top of your screen. It was 1-0 in this series. Incredible performance by both teams, but for large parts, ITB were on the back foot, and they managed to wrestle back control in that map and make that final push at the end. They had a little bit of stamina. They played on the ropes, almost rope-a-dope style. They get the win. Now on the horizon, Dan, Slayer Livewire. What have you got for me?
This is the one I was talking to Lottie about before it started. A 1-4 map record for ITB so far this season. It is one of their weaker Slayers, that's for sure. On the other side for Quadrant, they are 2-3 when it comes to Slayer Livewire. But, of course, that is going to be against North American competition for the most part, because we haven't seen these two compete against each other at LAN, and that will change everything. Both of these teams know each other so well and would have scrimmed against each other, played online tournaments against each other, that all of those stats against North American teams kind of get blown away a little bit here.
Taking a look at the stats on your screen as well, their map records so far this season, 8-11 versus 8-9, 10th and 9th respectively, a 0.3 and a 0.4. And the reason why they might have a couple of extra losses is because they've gone a little bit further down.
I will say though, I mean, Quadrant being 10th and ITB being 9th, if you consider the placements for these teams, where Quadrant have been around top 6 more often, ITB around that top 8, I guess it's more impressive of a Slayer record for ITB, and perhaps is one of the reasons why Quadrant haven't been progressed that little bit further.
Taking a look at the head-to-heads then, the top Slayers teams, Glory up against Woodham, might have been teammates for a short while, but not for very long indeed. 1.29 for Woodham, the man at the mouse and keyboard, typing away. Quadrant's Glory with a 1.10. Those two players could be the difference makers for the teams.
And I really feel like Livefire is going to benefit Woodham a little bit more as a mouse and keyboard player as well. Being on Empyrean, very lane-based at times, controller players can really annoy you if you are a mouse and keyboard trying and match them down long haul, for example. But Woodham can forget about that first game and start to look towards making a big impact for ITB in map number 2. Because if we were to see ITB take a 2-0 lead, just think about what that does to the mentality of Quadrant. This series has been spoken about for quite some time of when would it happen on LAN and who would actually be able to take the cake, because it's all well and good winning online over and over against someone, but we've always known in Halo it is all about that LAN performance.
Questions now being answered on this Quadrant roster. Do they have the answers? Stats do slightly tip in their favor on this map and mode game type, but will we see that pain to fruition? Because sometimes you can just throw the form book out the window, Dan.
You can when it's two teams who know each other like the back of their own hand, let alone pages from a book. It's a 3-0 lead now for ITB right off the rip. And with the camo about to spawn, it's a perfect time to get all 4 dead. 4-0 now in favor of ITB. They'll get the camouflage, and this is the start that they would have hoped for, especially off the back of getting that first victory.
What way will they opt to play this? What's the pacing like? Chick with the camouflage. Has information, there's 2 players on sandbags. Happy to back down then. You can see Seek It. 2 players being sent in opposite directions, and Chick sort of sent them on a wild goose chase. Gets 1. The other player on scoreboard's also a little bit weaker now. Snipe Drone's gonna hunt them down. Snipe Drone's gonna get himself a double kill, and now within 1.
And I mean, I hate to bring it up, but Chick on Livefire, we all know what happened that once upon a time, and there's always that chance of a magic moment from him as well. But someone who can also provide magic moments is Snipe Drone. He is a player who certainly can be the difference maker, but you heard Clutch. Glory has been, in his opinion, the best player in Europe since his addition to this Quadrant roster, and the lack of legend in Europe as well. Maybe we've got to see something from him to prove that.
Finds the body onto 1. You can see ITB wanted to try and bait and switch. Chick spins around and does a lot of damage. Glory will fall down. We spoke about what's the communication like, what's the mood in the camps like. And for ITB, that's going to be very important in this Slayer. Let's have a listen in with them.
He's bottom mid. He went left side.
Yeah, handshake counter. I'm back. Concrete on me. Concrete, guys.
Okay, I'm going in. I'll go in platform. On the box weak. I told you.
No one top me. And back me. Let me see, go back.
He is up. See anything? Okay, listen. 2 back me.
Can you get this here?
I can get 1. 1 your concrete. Handshake this shit. 1 was A plat. No, 1 top mid down. 2 back me. We're back to A plat. 1's training with TP. 1's top mid. Camo. 1 nest. 2 nests. 1's pillars. Can we hit A plat and camo here? Yeah, 1's on me dummies. He's scored someone. 1 shot. Yo, polish 1 shot. Polish 1 shot. There's 2 of them.
I'm going top mid right now.
Look, when there's 1 small somewhere team, I'm going to show me for me. Hold yourself, Seb. Show me for me. I don't know. On mid.
Watch your A plat.
I'm going to go too bad. You take flash shots.
Yeah, I'm trying to live.
He went key.
Okay.
1 on camera now. I think it's drone with camera. He's key now.
Good. Let me do it.
Top
mid, maybe?
Cuts.
Go look nest. He's going scoreboard. 1 on scoreboard.
Look at nest.
Sniping 15.
Pick up Glory. 1 shot.
Dead.
Sniper.
Sniper. Go Jim, I'm with you.
Back and repulse up. I'll shoot 1 minute once.
2
Nothing dropped yet.
I'm a concrete. Concrete 1 shot. He's on snipe now. He went back B.
Voice, we have to handshake this shit. Oh my god, he got an aim. Stop moving. It's fine. Okay, 1 by 1.
A plat now.
A plat.
2 plat sniping SLG.
I spawn.
Watch out scoreboard, guys. And small hit ones. Scorpion still, they're going A.
Go back, go.
Snipe 2 now.
Plat.
That's only. Snipe in blood, snipe in blood, snipe in blood. Careful, snipe in blood.
I'm laying the back,
One shot, Barry, one shot. 2, 3 drop mud.
One shot mud.
Wait here.
Top mid as well, twice top mid.
One
One shot.
One shot bomb it.
Okay.
Ice Monday. I don't see key.
One mid dead, one mid dead.
Last guy drone.
Snipe shot,
Kill me,
pillars.
B side.
I'm already B.
They're all C. 2 come back.
Okay.
They're gonna
They might get the snipe.
Okay, it's fine.
One shot pillars.
I got it.
Okay, nice.
Look at Tommy P.
I'm snipe.
That means one shot.
He back up 50.
That means dead.
Yeah,
me key.
Elbow SMG.
Key. Watch the key and get me down. Ready to go left.
I don't know.
He's gonna jump up. Right above you.
Nice one.
Maybe a player.
Six kills.
I'm looking at it, Plat.
I'm good.
One big door. Let's dash down. Let's not glory.
Okay.
Hard just dash.
He's gonna go mid.
I have a one
Back B, one back B.
Yeah,
I'm going to the door if you want to push it.
I can trust a big lane.
Get up here, one now.
Yeah, no, I'm getting that side. 3 or 4 there. My pick big lane. I'm not getting that. I'm back up.
One shot. That's nice.
Two. Let's do.
I'm flying me. I'll give it the back, you go. Yeah, I did. TP back.
I spawned picture.
Let's not trap ourselves. Oh, he's nasty.
Okay, I'm going to get Plat.
TP still there.
already on me.
I'm trying to help you, Seb. I'm with you.
One shot. Nice. We're in my TP.
Communication is fast. It's on the line of being a little bit frantic. One thing we do know is Quadrant have a 7-kill lead, make it 8. I expect the communication to be a little bit different, a little bit more controlled from them. But let's be a fly on the wall and have a little listen.
I'm going to go. Jim, bottom though.
Demo's coming. Weak dice, 2 dice.
Demo's up now.
2 dice, you can go away with camo.
I have camo. Nice.
I spawn on camo, the heavy tower.
Yeah, they're gonna push something out. Live. Come down.
Watch training.
Yeah, okay.
Trap.
Nice. We're going from it.
Yeah, top tower.
Elbow right now.
Top tower.
Top tower and elbow.
Elbow weak.
Looking top tower.
Watch out, elbow. One guy shoots me from B. Watch out, elbow. I'm trying to kill B, guys.
I'm still top tower.
Other one. And I died from here.
Nice.
Huge.
Watch the nade.
There was a guy elbow.
Yeah, elbow. Combo. Watch out on Mike. Here. Touch it!
On me.
Yeah, how much long camo? Nice. Hey, pas weak. Tu gehst nice behind. Kurz in the noise. We're going forward.
I'm gonna die.
How's yours?
Weak OS, weak door. Yeah, recruits top end maybe. Yeah, top end now.
Es wird sicher kein
Ja, mein 50. Sniper on 50. That's your nose.
Nice.
Midday weak. Two shot down. One shot dip.
Hey, far absolute. Oh, we're on pistol. Absolute.
Communication a little bit more frantic than I perhaps anticipated. And we heard Seeker getting a little bit emotional after Snipe Drone got a kill. He shouted dog shit. I don't know what that means in French, Dan. We'll have to maybe Google Translate a little bit later on, but what we can see is Quadrant are only 4 kills away from a win, make it 3.
Yeah, this one has been pretty one-sided. I mean, when we were in the ITB listening, there was a lot of inflection in Wonderboy's voice about sniper, let's do this. We need to be holding hands. Why are we pushing alone? And it has been a struggle for them, and it is about to be 1-1 all tied up unless we see something historic here. But with Quadrant on 49, Glory with a sniper rifle, this one should be done.
1 more kill required to completely equalize the series score, and the good work that ITB had done in that Empyrean CTF to be completely wiped clean and us to be level once more at 1-1. It's going to be a miracle here to come back in this one. Just needed a trade, and they will get it. Wootum's going to be the man to fall, but Manny had fallen before him. A dominant display in game number 2, and you can tell, you spoke about Wonderboy's communication, sniper, but one thing he did say was stand still, and they did not do it.
No, they were all moving. They were all trying to kind of find someone to take the fight, and maybe it was just off the back of a really exciting game 1 where you get that flag in the final moments and you're all feeling yourself, you all want to take that fight, you feel like you can take on the world. And in the early stages, I mean, they went 4 up, then it was looking good, but then Quadrant showed their class. We have to remember, this Quadrant roster, at least half of it, has been top 3. They've been up there with the big boys here on the international scene, and they were top 6 at the previous event as well. ITB, we've seen them at top 6 as well, but not quite reaching the dizzy heights as some of these Quadrant players. There is still a lot of Halo to be played in this series, but certainly Quadrant have shown that this is not going to be a situation where they allow ITB to run over them after a very tightly contested game 1.
Now, I want to pose a question to you because you've played competitively in Halo, you've finished top 3 in Europe quite consistently, and you get that game 1 win in the final moments and you're riding high, but can you talk about the crash when you lose a game 2 like that? Because you're up so high and then your mood sinks straight away. Is that something you can bounce back from pretty easily?
I think that's where you need a Wonder Boy. You need a coach. You need someone to be stepping in and saying, it's absolutely fine. It's one of your worst game types. Like, remind them of that. We are expected to lose this one. Look at the stats, and I hope he's got them ready for him. You haven't won this game type pretty much in the last 2 tournaments, let alone here against your European counterparts. And I think once you have that reminder, once you look at that expectation, you have to look at the series layout as a whole. You cannot 3-0 every single team. You cannot be perfect on every single map and mode. You're going to have your good maps, you're going to have your bad maps. We just saw the best team in the world, FaZe, lose 3-0 on the main stage. Everyone is going to lose games here or there. As long as you can bounce back, stay strong, and believe in yourself with the other maps, you're going to be fine.
That's the question as well, because we know these teams look at the series layouts, they are heavily scrutinized by them. They look at them and they say, listen, okay, we're going to be playing against Quadrant, here's the game types. You know Wonder Boy's like, I like 1, I like 4, not a big fan of 2. You know that's going on. So when you drop the second map like that, it doesn't hurt as much as maybe if you fancy the game 1 and lose that one instead.
You say we've got King of the Hill Solitude coming up as map number 3. That is one of our better maps and modes, boys, and from research, we know it is one of Quadrant's worst as well. Now, of course, they would have practiced against one another, so there's always that element of being bad at a game type against North American teams, but it could be a game type you are good against ITB, for example, if you are Quadrant. So that's something you have to be aware of and not be too complacent, but certainly this is a better map and mode for ITB.
King of the Hill is definitely going to be a massive game, and I think I want to touch upon Chick's story, right? He had this historic run last year, making it to a top 3 finish. He finds himself subject to no longer required in the team. He gets dispatched, and many people believe that his seat shouldn't have been the one that he was eliminated from. It should have been a different player entirely, and he has to now bounce back and almost forge a new path for himself. No longer on that French roster. And having a look at the King of the Hill record, 4-5 for Quadrant, 6-2 for ITB. So you're speaking about how this one's good for ITB, and I can see why.
Yeah, they are far better at King of the Hill when it comes to playing against some of these North American rosters, and on Solitude in particular. Quadrant yet to find a win so far this season. And these are 2 of the main players that have been performing well when you get into game, but for entirely different reasons. I mean, the damage is there for both of them, but the hill time has certainly been more prominent for Snipedrone. Chick is not the guy who's going to be in that hill. That's when you're looking at more like a Jimbo, for example, to be getting down and dirty with everyone within the hill.
And for Snipedrone, I have to say, in terms of playstyle, Dan, he's not the player I expected to be the one that was in the hill most of the time. Now, it's a good strategy because, of course, he does have that anchor playstyle, so if he's going to sit in the hill and do damage, what better place to have him? He
can be quite static, Snipedrone. It's one of his criticisms when he was playing with the Ascend roster back in the day. They were all flying at everyone, and Snipedrone was still in the locker room waiting for things to happen. But from that locker room, he can still hit shots. He
has a good scope.
And that's why Snipedrone is still so good. And also, when other teams try and isolate Snipedrone, he can still fight his way out of a 1 versus 2. As soon as there's a 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4, that's when it starts to get a little bit sticky for Snipedrone. So if you also just put him in a hill where he can be static, where he can hit shots, he does become a bit of a turret. You place him down, he hits your shots, and you just need to clean them up.
And the story for these 2 teams, it's long been written. The ink is dry on some of the history. HGS Valencia, it was Sika's team who came out on top. Jim had to take the L. Then we had EU, we had Europa Halo and Blackpool. And again, Jimbo lost the series. You know damn well those boys want to win here.
Yeah, they would love to be able... I mean, if you want to see a pop-off on the main stage, it's more likely to come from an ITB victory here. I still think Quadrant, knowing the players, are going to celebrate. I mean, a Sika pop-off is something you see very often on the main stage as well. But the expectation is Quadrant to be winning this. The players will say, we expect to be winning this series. We have won this series before so many times. For ITB, even though they believe they can win this series, there wouldn't necessarily be the expectation there. They are the underdogs coming into this one, and they will erupt if they're able to win.
And that's something that we don't talk about very often. Is obviously, we have teams that are always the underdog and the favourites, but sometimes the favourites can be guilty of just a little bit of arrogance, looking beyond some teams. You know that's not happening here, but some teams definitely can fall victim to it.
Yeah, there's no chance Quadrant underestimate ITB because they know each other, because they know ITB have toppled them in online tournaments as well. They will be more than prepared for this scenario to potentially happen, and will certainly be giving it their all. There's not even any sort of chance of complacency from this Quadrant roster, and that's why we're going to get in a very entertaining series. We've already got 1-1 tied here, and going into the King of Hill Solitude, if we were to see ITB take that, suddenly Streets Ball becomes one of the most important maps and modes for ITB so far this season.
1-1 the series score as we load into Game 3. King of the Hill Solitude. The stats slightly tipped towards ITB. Can Quadrant flip the script and turn one of ITB's favorite map and mode combinations in their favor? And can that really hurt their confidence?
That's when it hurts. You ask me, when does it hurt? When you take a loss after a victory. If you lose back-to-back and it's one of your best game types, that's when the seed of doubt gets planted into your mind. You start to think, maybe we can't go all the way here. Maybe Quadrant are just one step too far. But ITB will not want that to happen. They're definitely coming strong here.
Well, Quadrant are definitely going to plant the seed. But what's the soil going to be like in this game type? We're about to find out. Bottom middle is the first point of contention for these teams. It can be a bit of a mosh pit at times, throwing bodies everywhere. Bodies can't hit the floor, Dan.
It's great being on Wootum's point of view, just in general. I mean, the highest placing mouse and keyboard player ever in Halo history. And I'm sure he'd love to try and reach those dizzy heights yet again. And he certainly has the opportunity to put his best foot forward here, has the shock rifle. If you're a sniper and you're a mouse and keyboard player, you're definitely going to have that opportunity to make a big ruckus here.
Exclamation point sense, you might put in the chat, hoping to figure out what Wootum's got. All I know is he's got WASD and he's putting it to work here, dragging that mouse left, right and center, putting down damage. The shock rifle player will eventually fall. The Hill hasn't really made any progress. It's not favoring any one of these teams right now. But it's ITB who have feet in the hill, and they're starting to score. Jimbo will get dispatched, as will Mighties, and now the opportunity for Quadrant, while they have 4 players on the map, 4 guns trained to hit some targets, that they should start to see some time progressing.
That's not the first time so far this series we've seen Seeker, the last remaining player, still able to get a kill. If you can rely on anyone to go clutch, Seeker is definitely one of those players who can do so for you. Not only does he get the kill, he's able to work with the rest of the team, and now is getting hill time off the back of it. I cannot stress enough how big it was that he stayed alive and won that 1v1.
Seeker slides bottom middle. Wootum hits the respawn screen along with Mighties, who has now just rejoined the fray. Seeker will get taken care of. It's ITB who need to claw back a little bit more positioning on the map here and keep losing players all the meanwhile. Mighties over towards the loop. Snipe drone hits the sky, and Snipe drone descends on an unwanting, unknowing Mighties. Jimbo still clawing tooth and nail, trying to get in the hill, but he just doesn't have the numbers where he needs them.
Teamwork definitely better at the moment for Quadrant, outslaying ITB by 7 in the first hill. Likely to go in their favor, especially with a camouflage to work with as well. Glory can play this one in several avenues, but it seems like it's just about securing that time, and I think ITB just let that one go and instead started to take a little bit more map presence and started to think about this next hill.
Yeah, I think ITB definitely letting that one go, using it as an opportunity to prioritize positioning and rotating to the new hill. They've done that. The issue is the hill has moved, Quadrant have moved with it, and now they're taking down ITB members once more. Jimbo's caught unawares, but Jimbo wins the one, and that's a big one.
It's always well and good leaving a hill and starting to set up for next, but when it's a camouflage that's in the hill, that usually means that the rest of the team is probably making waves to get to the next one as well, because a camouflage can usually win an entire hill on their own in those final moments, or at least be sneaky enough to disrupt the opposition from trying to take it away from you. Now, Quadrant have already almost got halfway towards this second hill, and ITB struggling to stay in this one in terms of slays. 25-15 now in favor of Quadrant, and that is going to be difficult to try and wrestle back control when you are starting to get heavily outslayed.
The pace is very much going one way. It's Quadrant being the aggressor, and ITB having to deal with it.
This is better.
Got a couple of kills in their favor, and now they can start to look towards the hill. Glory's trying to get out of dodge with the shock rifle, because we know how important that weapon could be. Unfortunately for him, Chick has eliminated him from the equation. Jimbo's in hill, and they're just about taking the lead in terms of progress on this one. And it's going to be Quadrant spawning down low towards Hotel in blue. That's where the rotation's going to come. Jim has to look towards top yellow because that's where he's receiving some pressure. Seeker's got the kill. The initial damage that was done for the player sitting top yellow. Setup broken wide open. Quadrant are moving back into the hill again.
Jim just needed some help there. His support was kind of sat underneath Gold Ledge. And sitting underneath Gold Ledge, you just allow your hill player to get absolutely decimated from above. You need to be trying to take a little bit more presence on the map so you can help them. But Quadrant have been able to now hold down this hill, and looks like they're going to lock down a second and will do so. So even though ITB had a moment of promise there where they were able to get 3 down on the side of Quadrant, couldn't capitalize. They were just too far behind as Glory picks up a double and is showing why he's one of the best players right now.
Glory absolutely pestering ITB with that camouflage. putting down damage, getting kills. Exactly what you need to see from a Camouflage player. Playing it so patiently as well. Looked to jump up the garbage truck, seen two players back down, and chose his timing a lot better the second time around. Wootum's gotten the kill on the snipe drone, and this hill can be very difficult to break if ITB can play this one perfectly.
The real question is, who do you put in the hill? We saw the stats, and we saw that, you know, Chick sometimes can be there, but Jimbo is usually the preference to be in the hill for this roster, as now Mighties will catch Seeker off guard there. Seeker just not checking his corners. Sometimes you can be guilty of that when you're trying to play fast, when you're trying to keep up with the rest of the team. This is a good amount of time though for ITB, and I like this. They are not just diving into the hill to try and get points. They are seeking out these remaining quadrant players to try and create staggered spawns here, which will ensure the hill goes in their favor.
Yeah, they're almost killing in waves, right? They're getting kills, getting in the hill. When the team spawns back up again, step out, prioritize positioning, get your kills, get back in the hill. Happy to take 10 seconds at a time. And it's paying dividends for them here. Jimbo's in a 1v1. Jimbo loses it, all four dead. Now this is where I started to question how their setup breaking skills and their setup breaking capabilities, how they match up.
It was like a quadrant horde mode where they just keep coming and Snipe Drone just kept getting bigger, sadly for them, and now he will retain the hill and he will hold it. And this is what we were mentioning earlier. Snipe Drone, even though he is the highest slayer on the team right now, as he does get the trade, he is often the player that will find himself in the hill as well. So Camouflage going in favor of ITB this time, not allowing Glory to get it. And this is important, I feel, because Mighties can now get into a position where even if Quadrant are controlling the hill, he could disrupt it, but it looks like kills are going in their way, and ITB should be able to put their first on the board, and will do so.
There's wave after wave of ITB pressure, and the hill slowly drifted away. 2-1 now the score, and that's exactly what ITB need.
2 minutes left on the clock, so still plenty of time. But this is one of those hills where grenades are going to be very important. If you're off spawn, you need to be thinking about how you're going to utilize those grenades. Where do you need to back them off? Is there damage that can be found, or is it going to be a kill that you get with them to help the rest of your team push? But the early hill time is going in favor of Quadrant, and for the most part, ITB have struggled when Quadrant have got a lot of the hill time in the early stages.
2 down for ITB, 2 down for Quadrant. 2v2 on the map for now. And the push is going to come up the driveway. A little bit of pressure being applied over towards Loop as well. Jimbo's down a couple of shots. The Snipe Drone will have to fall and wait and watch his teammates do damage. Glory applying pressure in the hill, but Jimbo's trying to make him a little bit weak for his teammates to push forward. Jimbo also receives a bit of damage in the process. Now he sits top yellow, and his teammate Wootum has fallen. Chick goes down. Jim's the last one and the furthest one forward for his team as one rotates towards blue. Mighties gets there quick, fast, with a quickness, with a swiftness, gets his kill on the SLG.
Wootum has fallen. Is that like Olympus has fallen? It's just a film entirely around Wootum getting connected by
I'd watch it.
I'd definitely watch it. Just massive keyboards everywhere. But 1 minute and 10 left on the clock. Suddenly that timer does start to come into the equation here. If Quadrant are able to get this third hill for themselves and go 3-1 up, the fourth hill should I say, it's unlikely ITB are going to have time to get back into this one. So ITB cannot afford to allow Quadrant to get this fourth hill.
3 go down, 4 go down.
Uh-oh.
That's burning time, it's burning progress in the hill, but they're still looking to play this hill, our Quadrant. They recognize that they cannot afford to play Slayer just yet, because when that clock stops, that could be real concern. And there's still enough time for them not only to win this hill, but send us to overtime and win the game. And the Quadrant, seconds, moments away from securing their third hill. Jimbo and Co soaring up driveway. Enough damage done by Glory. Snipe Drone with a killing spree. Seeker tiptoes into the hill. 3-1 now the score.
3-1, and that might just be a little bit too much for ITB to get back into this game. 45 seconds. The clock temporarily stops as they now set foot in this hill. It has to be flawless from them. They cannot afford to allow Quadrant to crack them even once, because it would be so detrimental with the time they would lose on respawn. Now here comes the push from Quadrant.
Is the lead insurmountable? 2 go down for ITB. That's important. Mighties and Jimbo are down. Wootum's in the hill though, but he's all alone, isolated there. Seeker's over towards blue. Chick set up and positioned towards Tram Loop. That's where the spawns are coming. Seeker's heading them off at the pass. Recognize that. He's been bait, he's been switched, and they've got themselves a kill. Wootum still stands in the hill. The clock remains at 42. There's still time here.
Well, I said they needed a flawless hill, and they're close to having a perfect one here. Seeker, last remaining player, and he's not going to be able to stop them. 3 seconds only went by from hill 4 to hill 5, and suddenly ITB still do have an opportunity here. We're back to bottom middle, and it's ITB in the hill. It's 2 players from Quadrant that have gone down, and Wootum, he's out for blood, and the grenades do the damage, and suddenly Quadrant, they are struggling here. They cannot find their footing.
This hill is far more difficult to lock down. Bottom middle, Jimbo has got to be aware of the time at hand here. Snipe Drone heading towards Dip. He drops down at the bottom middle and steps away. You know the play call has been made. Quadrant are going to play Slayer here, but ITB have got to match the aggression and stand in the hill at the same time.
Suddenly ITB are getting closer in the slaying department as well, reducing it to just a 7-kill difference. At one point it was upwards of 10, if not 12, but now there's only 22 seconds left. ITB have lost 3. Mighties, though, gets a kill that was so much needed here at this point. But now you have to go. Now you have to send someone into this hill, otherwise it's game.
There's been a camouflage pop as well. It's in Glory's hands. The game could well and truly be in Glory's hands. He's got to play this one pixel perfect. Chicks on Soda. He's got 2 players positioned over towards the hill. Mighties and Jimbo are neck and neck. They're hand in hand here, trying to stop the onslaught. Glory's managed to get behind enemy lines. Glory gets taken down. 5 seconds remain in this game, and Quadrant are still contesting it. ITB do not have feet inside the hill until this moment. It's down to Chick. Chick falls. 2 go down, but there's still a foot in. Jimbo with a 1v1 and triple kill for Snipe Drone. Quadrant 2-1 to the good.
A little bit too close for comfort, but when the drone hits, boy, does he manage to pop off into triple kill as he challenges every single member from ITB that was fighting tooth and nail to try and get those seconds on the board. It was very close for ITB in the end, but just not quite close enough. They left themselves with just that little bit too much to do. And Quadrant now find themselves going 2-1 up in the series, and they get their first win of the season on King of the Hill Solitude.
It's heartache, it's heartbreak for ITB. They put so much into that game, and they do not get rewarded for it. But they've got to be commended for the effort. They were down in the Slays by a considerable margin, and they brought it back. They showed life. But you spoke about, Dan, you lose the one that you're most fancied on, that could be a dagger to the heart, that could be a dagger to the cause. Quadrant have toppled it there, and they've beaten them on their favorite game type.
Yeah, I think it's going to hurt them. I mean, maybe not their all-time favorite game type, but of course it will be one of their better game types purely statistically. I think the thing that hurts more is the fact that Quadrant, it's one of their worst, right? Quadrant haven't been winning that game type. Even though Solitude is definitely a strength for Quadrant across the board, King of the Hill for some reason has been an outlier in that fact. And I think with the fact that Quadrant play very fast, they like to rotate, the way they play Strongholds, they pioneered the way to play Strongholds back in the day. King of the Hill can be quite static at times, and Quadrant have typically struggled with those setups. It's clearly something they've been working on, but not just that, the break of setups. They take their time, they wait for ITB to have a little bit of kind of confidence in where they might be holding, and then suddenly Quadrant all post out at exactly the same time to do damage, and they were able to find a lot of success there in that King of the Hill.
It was almost a game of 2 halves, Dan, right? We've seen Hills 1 and 2 being relatively easy. Quadrant getting the slays they needed, rotating where they needed to, leaving a solo player so they can rotate into yellow, getting the kills that were required. But then ITB roared back 2-1 to score, and they managed to make it a bit more of a difficult task than perhaps it suggested it was going to be.
I think ITB struggled with finding that last player on the Quadrant roster. How many times did we see Glory or Seeker get away, survive, either get good spawns for the rest of the team or take a 1v1 and win that engagement so that then off-spawn the rest of the team had an advantage when they started to make a push and make a press to get towards that hill. These were the final moments, by the way. Snipe Drone challenging anyone who wanted to be in that hill. And even though it was gonna be a chance, maybe if Jimbo had even won that fight, there was gonna be another player there from Quadrant. ITB threw everything at that hill, but sadly was not enough. And Snipe Drone getting up, celebrating and pointing to let his ex-teammates know what's real.
Snipe Drone's Bandit did not discriminate, friend or foe. If you're in my crosshairs, you're being cut down. What a performance, what a triple kill from him. Though the players might have been weak, you need to be that player to make an influence, staying alive on that garbage truck, and they played that game plan expertly in that final hill. But on the horizon now, oddball streaks, Dan, I know you've got something for me.
Typically I'd be leaning towards ITB, because again, in a setup heavy game type, oddball streets, ITB have found success, but with how Quadrant are playing and clearly where their practice has been with breaking setups. I think that maybe we're looking at a 3-1 here if Quadrant are able to play in that same manner and find that same success at shutting down any sort of hopes and dreams of ITB, getting set up and holding any time.
Just to remind you folks at home what's at stake. This is an elimination bracket match. If you lose, you go home. ITB have one more life. Is their balloon about to be popped? Will they be sent home with a quickness? They've got it all to do. Down the series by 1 with ambitions of pushing this one to a game 5. But Quadrant will have different ideas entirely.
In terms of bracket, the winner of this gets into top 8, and I think it's Complexity on their side of the bracket as well, who are currently competing in losers bracket. And if Seeds were to go the right way, that's a matchup versus Complexity for top 6. And with how Quadrant have been playing so far, with how ITB have been playing so far, they might quite fancy that route to top 6 as well. So are you passing up an opportunity here for what could be a more comfortable top 6 than the other side of the bracket, where FaZe are currently waiting in that side of the elimination?
Well, we've lost a player there, so we'll have to go to the rule book and figure out what way it's going to go. Will it just be a clean reset? It was pretty early doors, so I'd have to imagine that a reset is probably on the cards.
Yeah, we'll see. The admins will, of course, sort that one out, but it's a chance for the players to also reset. We went very quickly from one map to another, and that could be a bad thing, I'd say. If you're the ITB boys and you've just lost 2 back-to-back, I quite like a break, if I'm completely honest. So this might benefit them more than Quadrant, who are going to be... Actually, we wanted to keep playing that game because we're feeling hot, we're feeling ready, but... Ultimately, Quadrant look better than ITB right now. I think that the first game was hard to split the difference, and it was one moment of magic from Jimbo that really was able to separate them in that first match.
Yeah, I think I want to make a point. You say you would love a break after losing the game.
I would. See you later.
The problem is, the issue is that when I play matchmaking with Dan, we lose a game, he goes for a break, he says he's going to make tea, but he takes absolutely hours to get back to his setup. And I know we all have a friend like that who tells you they'll be on in 15 minutes but don't arrive for an hour and a half. That is Dan, he's a premium milker. What I can say is, Dan, we are going to get that break, so any milkage that's here, ITB are going to try and milk that time as long as they can.
I'd love a cup of tea right now. It's always a thing that happens in North America. A cup of tea doesn't really come round as much as you would like. But yeah, there is a little bit of milk, but I will say that Quadrant, off the back of that previous game, considering they haven't won King of the Hill Solitude so far, I think that is going to be a big shift in their belief, not just of this series, but moving forward as a team. I think that the 0-3 against Shopify Rebellion would have really hurt them. The expectation for them would have been making that series competitive at the very least. And to lose 0-3, I mean, I think that says that maybe that gap yourself to the top 4 is a little bit further than maybe you once thought.
Yeah, and I think it's almost this high bar that Quadrant have set. It's almost a curse to them now. Of course, you get that top 3 finish. Historically, we would have been absolutely delighted with a European team finishing top 6.
Yeah.
But how the goalposts have been moved, almost because they're a victim of their own success at times. Because they got that top 3, then the top 6 is just like, they've done it again.
I mean, 7 years ago, here in Atlanta, a weekend prior, we had 4 European teams and none of them got top 8. They all finished top 12, top 16, and now we have 2 European teams competing for a top 8 position. I don't think we realize how lucky we are that we're in this spot now where Europe's best and finest can compete on the international stage, but it's just a shame one of them has to go out at this early stage, I guess, at top 12.
Well, we're not sending anybody home right now. We still have a little squabble to take care of, and I think Oddball Street's somewhere I want to look back into, and these map records that they have. Is there anything that you see from these 2 teams that maybe sets them apart from one another, and is that something that you expect that will pay dividends here? Is there a strategy that maybe Quadrant have? Because we've talked about how in the end games they've had some playbooks that they've gone to. We spoke about, Stika talked about how they had an execution in an end game of a Slayer that they pulled out of the bag. And do you think there's a little bag of tricks they can go to here if they need to?
I think Quadrant probably have a deeper playbook, as it were, than ITB. But I think if ITB hit their very best in Oddball, I think they can take down Quadrant. I think when you've got players like Jimbo, who is very aware of how to play the objective, how to rotate the ball, I think he's the best objective player we have out of these 8 players, personally. Sure, he might not match up slaying-wise compared to some of them, but I think if you've got someone who knows where to be moving that ball, if you do it correctly and you have the right players around you getting the job done, that can find great success. Ball movement is something that's maybe underrated, I believe, in Halo Infinite, and I think that as long as Jim can kind of direct the team of where they need to be, ITB could take us to a game 5.
I'll tell you, it's something that's underappreciated, of course, with being able to rotate the ball, having the timing in your brain, almost having this top-down idea in your head. You're hearing call-outs and you're mapping out where players are positioned, knowing exactly when to rotate that ball from tower around by shotgun. We've seen Snakebite do it many a time, APG, Dead Zone. These players when it comes to rotating the ball, although it might not look flashy, having that time in your head, sometimes you do have to take back and sit back and applaud and recognize that the decision that was made was absolutely perfect.
It's taking the risk. It's putting a life on the line and not caring about a death. I mean, it's something that's age-old in Halo history is, are you prepared to die? Are you worried about your statistics? Because the difference can be sometimes you jumping out, taking some shots, grabbing that ball, and even tossing it to a teammate could win you a game in the long run. That 1 second, those 2 seconds you gain from that could be what separates you from the other team.
How many times do we see an oddball game separated by 1 second? It happens all the time. Are any of these players willing to put themselves on the line for the victory? You know they want it more than anything, particularly those ITB boys who find themselves now down by a game here, and they desperately want to get us to the Slayer on recharge. But Oddball Street Stand, that's what's up next, and that's what we have to contend with. We're underway here. Glory's going to go back tower and look for the Bulldog.
It is going to be a full reset, by the way, so no advantage for either team, and ITB have wanted this. I've heard it from ITB, I've heard it from Wonderboy. They want to have this series, they want to play against Quadrant on LAN in international competition. I want to see that now here on Oddball Streets. I want to see that passion echo through their gameplay. They've got early scoring here, but now they need to focus on the power-up for the middle.
And you just know Quadrant want to prove that ITB are a little more than an irritation, and ITB trying to make themselves more than just that. They want to be the problem. They want to be that. They, for the longest time, Dan, have had aspirations of being the team that people talk about in Europe. They want to be the Quadrant. They want to be the one that's on the lips of everybody inside Europe. They want to be the shining light, the jewel in the crown. For too long, in their opinion, has it been Quadrant?
You know full well there's an element of jealousy there, to see what Quadrant were able to achieve, to see them reach those dizzy heights of top 3. As Seeker looks to try and make it a third, but doesn't quite make the triple. Very important Jimbo shut him down there, because it means that at least there's someone on the map that can compete and make Snipedrone worry about where this ball has to go. Otherwise, he could have held it comfortably in Tram for quite some time, but he had to just shift his position slightly there, which will eat away at a few seconds.
Now this might be a strategy in and of itself, Dan, because we spoke about how Snipedrone's a player who stands in the hill because he likes to be static. If you give him the ball and allow him the freedom to drop the ball and shoot when he needs to, because he's that player that wants to stand still, perhaps the pace of the team benefits as a whole.
That's what I was talking about. You've got Jimbo, who is, I would say, one of the better objective players in Europe. When you look at Quadrant, if Snipedrone is your objective player, then you don't have an objective player, because he isn't an objective player. He's an anchor, he's a slayer, he's one of the best to ever do it in Europe. But you're completely right, it's a strategy that certainly can work if employed correctly. If you put him in the right spot where he can drop that ball and do damage, you can find success, but it won't be a quick round, because there'll be a lot of seconds lost whilst you're dropping that ball, whilst you're looking for kills, because a Slayer is always going to be looking for more kills as Mighty gets one and secures the camouflage.
Beautiful picture of picking up the camouflage and exactly whose hands it went into, and if it got popped into the chest, and indeed it did, into the chest of the Dutchman. Mighty's has got a top tower. SLG going to be on flowers, down to no shields, backs away, recognizing that the firepower position over towards tower is too much and too strong for him, and wisely decides to put it in reverse. Mighty's just trying to get information. He's got 2 players in his crosshairs. That stalker shot, Mighty just given up his position, and as a result of that, he was not able to get the backpack that you know he wanted.
Tied for slays at the moment between the two teams, 15 and 15. Quick math, and now we're going to see whether Jit can actually do some damage with the Bulldog here. In the Shroud just to try and stay alive, but the Shroud dissipates at just the wrong time when he was unable to get that damage done.
Something I want to talk about is the body language of players, and we spoke about it with Wes quite a lot, particularly last season. Chick, whenever he dies, he throws his head back sometimes, and you can tell his frustration. And if the rest of your teammates start to feed off that, can that be a problem?
It's just French players in general, I think.
Yeah, it really is.
It's, you know, they're never happy. Even with the success, they're still throwing the head back. No, I joke. It's difficult. I mean, we've been there as players. You see your teammates getting frustrated, and you really wish that instead they were making a worthy call-out instead of getting that frustration. And it's difficult as a player yourself to try and get rid of that mentality from your brain and instead accept the death, move on, and give relative call-outs that can help your team.
Wow. Mighty's with a return to sender. Licked the stamp, applied it to the envelope, got himself a kill. 3 go down. Snipedrone's got the ball again, but he's just not able to round the corner. He gets pipped at the post. Glory's over towards PD. It might even be Cautiony's position. Yes, indeed it is. Mighty spots it out, knows exactly where he's going to be. Those 2 players know each other's play style all too well.
10 kills at the moment for Seeker. Of course, doesn't have the assist, but he has been on cleanup crew, and he's had a great series so far. And one of the key reasons why Quadrant are currently ahead in this series. It's another camouflage that's up, but it's another one for ITB, it looks like. Mighties was trying to create something there, but all 4 went down on the side of ITB, so no camouflage secured in the end. And Quadrant will continue to score, but they just want to get that ball into a better position over towards Tram, it looks like. But this is going to be a situation where I think where Seeker currently finds himself, they weren't able to get the ball over towards Tram, and it became just kind of stuck over towards Pink, and somehow ITB, off the back of an all-4 dead, have stopped any seconds being gobbled up by Quadrant.
And you could tell Seeker anticipated the ball was going to make that rotation because he was trying to keep Arcade side locked down. He almost seemed bewildered when he noticed the ball had been stopped. He's like, where's this pressure coming from? And unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to get close and to be an influence on them fights. He is now there, he is over towards the L, he gets eliminated by his former teammate Chick. Snipe Drone front base down to no shields. Snipe Drone locks in a headshot and takes him away from the equation. 3 go down, Glory last man standing here over towards Cafe. It's ITB who have the ball, and it's ITB starting to pull away here with a slight lead.
I think what's important is ITB keeping this very similar in terms of slays. In fact, it's identical, 33 apiece right now. We saw what happened in CTF Empyrean, right? When it was so close with the slays throughout the entire game. It was the objective work from ITB that won them that game in the end. That one moment where they got a few kills and made it work. This could be the same scenario here in Oddball, where they're just better with the kills that they get over Quadrant in this objective fashion.
Efficiency, it's always something we talk about, we harp on about it. Double kill for Wootum. And he's rotating around looking for more targets to deal damage to. He's found a victim here, Glory down to no shields, trying to stay alive on Laundry, cannot do so. The assist medal comes through, SLG on caution, another assist comes through. Wootum's doing the damage, his teammates are getting the kills. This is what you need to see. They have an 18-second lead, and Camouflage is going to be up in 5 seconds.
It was a quiet game 1 for Wootum on CTF Empyrean, and we highlighted it, and we said that don't be too confused about that, don't be too worried about it, because he will come back into things, and he will find success, and he will peak at some point in this series, and that seems to be here on Oddball Streets. And now, suddenly they only need 18 seconds to win this first round to ITB, and they are getting the kills onto Quadrant, but there is a Camouflage. SLG has a chance to disrupt things here.
They know he has it, they're trying to spot him out. He's managed to sleep through the cracks as the sneaky Frenchman. He gets the ball carrier down. Jimbo has to get close. Jimbo's throwing down the shroud screen to try and provide some cover for himself. Seeker's going to fall as well. Snipe Drones towards Cafe, just baiting that ball. SLG is there too. Jimbo's going to exchange fire. Jimbo's going to fall short. Snipe Drone slides forward. They have map positioning. They have the ball, but they have a lot of time to try and chase.
Very small thing there from Jimbo. He didn't dive onto the ball. He was well aware there were players in the area, and if he had just jumped on it, it would have given them too much map presence. Instead, he added to the damage of the rest of his team. And that goes back to the objective work that I was talking about. It's more than just holding the ball, it's your play around the ball as well. But Quadrant have still been able to wrestle it back, get that control, and now they have Tram. This is where we are going to learn how ITB break setups when it comes to ball, and if Quadrant can hold it strong. Who's going to hold that ball? That's one of the biggest questions for me, as it is going to be an ITB push now. Here they come.
What's the buzzword going to be? Is it going to be clutch? Is it going to be ice? Or is it going to be desperation? We're about to find out. Chick's in Tram. Chick's got ball. 3 seconds required. Nobody there to stop him. Round 1 goes to ITB.
Wow, we do have a series on our hands, and that was maybe what I would have hoped and expected from ITB, not just as a response for the previous game, but with how they have played ball in the past. As a team who seems to have a little bit more objective efficiency, I think that was on display there. They made those kills count, they made those rotations count, and they had setups that just got that little extra amount of time.
First person to die is going to be Chick. And that opens up the map on the arcade side. Seeker exploits that expertly as well. Has a full rotation and is rewarded with a ball to scoop up as well. Chick, who was the first one to die, is the first one to spawn back up, but is now having to wait for his teammates to spawn up as well. Mighty's the last one to pop up. All 4 up now for ITB, but that has meant that SLG has been able to get an uncontested Camouflage.
Camo plus Bulldog is a deadly combo as well, and he's just picking and choosing with his moment of when to pounce, and not only gets a double, but now gets the map presence over by the ball with more Camouflage, and it's only Chick, his former teammate, as the last player to go up against it. Hold on a second, somehow, some way, unable to get that kill, and you could see the double take there as he didn't get the damage that he maybe expected.
SLG thought that was a guaranteed kill. Think again, says the ITB boys. Kills are going in their favor. 2 down, make it 3. SLG in the front base. He's going to fall as well. This is an opportunity then for ITB to get the ball, get themselves set up. It's going to be 2 on the pink side. 2 on the pink side, 1 on the arcade side. So they have a little bit of a setup here to break.
There's so much on the line for these players, by the way. I mean, I know you've mentioned it already, but Chick, formerly on Quadrant, Jimbo is teamed with Snipedrone, because Snipedrone was previously on this roster when they were foe. You've got Zika, who of course teamed with Chick. You've got Glory, who used to be on foe. Everyone wants to prove a point, every single player, for a different reason, whether it's justifying your pickup, justifying a transfer onto the other team, or justifying dropping said player, as Wootum helps the rest of the squad get 3 dead again for Quadrant. They have Tram once more, and they're starting to put some real time on the board here.
Camouflage popped the Mighty's chest. Surveying the land, surveying his options. What's the execution going to be? Wootum's been forced to drop the ball, but with good reason, as he's managed to get himself a kill. Glory's coming down bottom middle, but he's no interest in trying to hype and help Snipedrone. Camouflage will now fall. Zika going to help SLG rotate this ball out. Wootum, try as he might to be an influence, could not get the damage that he needed. Glory has got the ball back towards back tower. SLG there too, and now Quadrant have a standoff.
It was a heist. Get that ball, get out, and get it over towards tower instead, and force ITV to try and break you. Big kill from Zika. Again, stepping up when he needs to for the team. A lot of his kills have been very impactful for how the game is followed, and it might just be the same here, because now they have the extra player on the map as he pushes towards Pink, and will secure 2 more kills for the team, which of course means more seconds on the board.
Zika, he's Mr. Consistent. He very rarely puts a foot wrong. He very rarely makes the mistakes. He's never the one that seems to cost his team results. SLG though, over towards PD now. Locked in and caution. They're going to toss that ball out, recognizing that perhaps this push is not going to go. They wanted to. Chick soars to PD, but not before getting himself a kill. Snipedrone's going to try and back away here and get close to his team. Wootum's in trouble. Wootum falls, as does Jimbo. So they've managed to navigate that push pretty successfully.
Good shot from Snipedrone. Killing spree is Snipedrone starting to heat up as well. Maybe him recognizing that he might have to be the difference maker for Quadrant. Right now, I don't think Quadrant have been able to get that setup that they've desired so often with this oddball. ITB have done very well at keeping this scrappy, making sure there's a player to always have an angle on that ball carrier. As Jimbo now just being a nuisance for Glory as well. Again, it's being a thorn in the side, time and time again from ITB.
And it's about nullifying some of Quadrant's best players. Of course, Wes spoke about how he thinks Glory is the best player in Europe now ever since Legend has left. You look at Glory's stats, he's 13, 12 and 20. Not by any means a dire game, but if Quadrant are going to see success, typically he's the player leading the line in the slays.
Glory, typically very quick with his playstyle, will often be the leading player into an attack as well. He'll be leading the charge, but if he doesn't have that support, if he is just 1 second too fast, then he is going to end up with a lot more of those deaths. As Zika has the camouflage, and again, he can be the big impact here for Quadrant. They still have the lead, and they've just been able to level the amount of kills, 79 on both sides. Quadrant were down for a short while. ITB starting to take that slaying advantage, but now we're seeing with Quadrant getting those kills, well, a lot more ball time is coming after him.
And that's what I want to talk about as well, Dan. You talk about timing and how important it can be. If you're off by a second or two, you can go from looking like a god to you've made a foolish play. And it's very important that you know exactly what timers you're on and your team. Glory just seems to not be tuned in as it stands right now. But Jimbo's got a bulldog and Jimbo's got himself a kill, but not before a trade comes out on the Chick as well. So 2 go down unofficially. It was 3 dead for a moment for ITB, but they've still got the ball. They're tossing it and they're rotating it towards the fresh spawners.
The clock could definitely become a part of this game as well. Only 1 minute 40 left. 55 seconds at the moment for Quadrant. 39 for ITB, but with a few players going down, Quadrant have a chance to wrestle some more time back in their favor. Will they be able to tie this one up? Snipedrone being aggressive, listening to those call-outs, being the turret that he can so often be. He always knows when is the right time to push to Snipedrone. You talk about those seconds, you talk about the differences of being too quick, being too slow. Snipedrone is usually on the money and knows exactly when to engage into a fight.
All that experience on his side, Snipedrone. There's very little he hasn't seen in a game of Halo, I can tell you that. Very little will surprise him. 3 go down, you know, Quadrant have got so many fans back home in Europe, here as well, but you know ITB is almost a guilty pleasure for a lot of Europeans as well. You've got almost squads of people supporting either one of these teams. The cheer squad at home, no doubt, are chewing the fingernails off themselves.
It's like watching your mum and dad have an argument. It doesn't matter who wins, it's not going well for you. Someone has to lose and someone's going to be sad. There's now 55 seconds on the clock for ITB. They are starting to catch up a little bit. Jimbo gets an important kill, but there has been deaths around him, and it's another camouflage for Zika. These camos are going to start to get out of hand and could be the reason why Quadrant take a round here.
Zika So much importance on him here. Spots out the player. Thought he'd gone front base, but he stayed on the lip instead. Chick is forced to back away. You know he wants to get here. You know he wants to do damage to that ball carrier. He's being forced back. So much pressure from Quadrant. Players down to no shield. Snipedrone's in big trouble as well. Double kill from Mighties, and that could just open the door now.
Quadrant are doing very well at getting ball time whilst they're taking fights, though. They are taking this one to ITB. They say, you want to play it scrappy? All right, we believe we are the better slaying team. We're just going to take you in a game of Slayer and try and get that ball time along the way, and it has worked out better for them rather than going for those perfect setups, trying to take those angles and trying to stop ITB off spawn, but somehow Mighty did snag the ball, but that's an amazing grenade to shut him down with 28 seconds left.
Quadrant almost like Tony Montana. You want to play rough? Okay, I play rough. Chick, he's got the hands on the ball, eating away at that lead. Now well within 10 seconds, make it 7. The issue is the game clock starting to play a part here, and a very big one as well. It's going to have an influence, no doubt about it, in the decision-making process of ITB. Because if they're not quickly getting to that ball, they're going to run out of time. They have got hands on, and perhaps now Quadrant are the ones who are in trouble. Perhaps the script is going to change here. Chick is going to take the lead for ITB.
Both teams cross 100 kills, but it's ITB who have the lead with 10 seconds remaining, and I believe they are just going to watch over this one. They are going to force a Quadrant push.
ITB draw a line in the sand. If you want it, come and get it. And a Quadrant do not have the answers. We're going to a game 5.
Wonderboy points towards his head and says it's all about that mental game, staying strong after 2 back-to-back losses. They send themselves into a game 5 and say, we are not done yet. We can still make something of ourselves in this European matchup. The European dispute on international soil that you called it has still not found its resolution.
It's a big game, and it's time for Big Brain. Game 5, we're going to yet another shootout here in Atlanta. And we wouldn't want it any other way. These two European heavyweights proving us here now that there's very little to separate them. There's a reason why it's 29 to 28 map count, and we're going to take one more to settle this difference.
I think it's evident that ITB, as long as they can stay within a certain amount of slays against Quadrant, they can play the objective game and they can outplay their opponent in an objective mode. Yes, it didn't work out for them at King of the Hill Solitude, which could come back to bite them in the backside, especially when you consider that Slayers have been more beneficial towards Quadrant in the history against ITB. Because Quadrant, an amazing Slayer team, you look at all 4 of those players individually, you can understand why they have success in those Slayer game types against ITB. But ITB have at least got themselves to that game 5 now, and you know full well, Quadrant are shaking in their boots. Think of all the previous team changes that have happened, all that justification of Glory moving away from Na'Vi into this Quadrant roster. You've got the chance of Snipedrone having to compete against his previous teammates when he was on foe as well. He got taken by Quadrant. ITB can right all those wrongs right now and say it doesn't matter how many players you steal from us, Quadrant, we can still find the win.
Whether it was Cartel in the past, Ascend, Quadrant, they have been the bullies of Europe for such a long time. Champions in Valencia, record setters in Texas, winning Europa Halo Blackpool, and now looking to bully ITB once more. But they're standing up and they're standing strong, and you can tell by Wonderboy's response in that victory. We speak about ICE, we speak about it so often, and most of the times, more often than not, more often than I want to talk about, Dan, European teams, when they play against the big North American teams, they do not have the ice in those game 5s. The difference here is both European teams are in this matchup, so even if one team doesn't have the ice, one's going through.
Well, Slayer Recharge is where this series will find its conclusion. And even though Quadrant typically are the better Slayer side, when it gets to map 5, suddenly some of those statistics, they get thrown out the window. It is about who can have that ice. It is about which team can hold it together when it comes to a Slayer map and mode. I will say, if Quadrant take an early lead and start to break away from ITB, that's when I would be a little bit worried.
Taking a look at the stats then. KD, Snipedrone, 2.38. Now that looks incredibly impressive. Then you look at Glory, just as much damage than his teammate with a 4,196. Those two players are absolutely instrumental in their team's success.
Yeah, this was from the Slayer Livefire a little bit earlier, which has typically been one of ITB's worst Slayers, but they haven't found that much more success on Recharge either, especially against international competition. They are 1-3 at the moment, but it's not that much better for Quadrant. They're 2-3. So both teams here are going into a Slayer Recharge where typically they haven't found that much success against the North American rosters. But when you think about Recharge, you think about the pace of it, who does it benefit more? Because ITB typically have found more success in the more static game types where they can set up a little bit, maybe like excluding King of the Hill Solitude a little bit there. Whereas Quadrant, they kind of want to move at times. They want to be able to rotate together. And I wonder whether there's an opportunity here for ITB to lock down a few kills in the early game and really frustrate Quadrant, slow them down, and not allow them to play at the pace they would like to. If you can catch Glory around the corner, if Glory is that 1 second ahead that we were talking about, then suddenly you have the lead, you have an extra player, then you take advantage, then you get the pinch. If you can do that, repeat, have success, you could come out on top here if you're ITB.
No doubt about it, Dan. Starting strategies are going to be so important here, just to dictate who has the early advantages, whether it be a shock rifle or a camouflage grab. You know it's going to be important.
And sadly, both these teams have played each other so much that they will know pretty much every starting strategy that's in the playbook. So this is when the bluffs come in. This is where the double bluffs. Oh, I'm used to Wootem going for camo, for example, or I'm used to seeing Wootem fly around long haul. If you're Wootem here, or if you're Wonderboy, you say, all right, do we change things up a little bit? Do we suddenly go for a crazy push to try and catch them off guard? Because having the lead, I think, here in Slayer Recharge could be the difference maker.
I demand that all 8 players in this lobby, off the rip, fight bottom middle, 8 players in the middle of the map. Let's settle this thing like gentlemen.
Just a straight out brawl, no guns allowed. Only melees are going to be the way we settle this one. I mean, they're good friends across the board. I will say that even though there's a lot of history with these players, I think Jimbo's teamed with every player on this stage at this point. They're all good friends. There's going to be some amount of bad blood from those transfers, but I think everyone on ITB, for example, accepted that Snipedrone was still making the right move over to a partnered organization, over towards a sponsor, over towards a salary in Quadrant. But there's a chance to make him rue that day that he left the team here if you are able to get the victory over them.
I think you make a point about them being friends. Whether they're friends or not, I think what is important here is both teams respect one another. And like we spoke about at the start of the series, for too long, it's been ITB looking up at Big Brother Quadrant, doing all the things in international competition, breaking them records, winning Valencia, all those accolades that have come their way, all the trophies, all the medals, all the first places and second places that you can speak of, it's all been going to Quadrant. ITB have been starving out here, and perhaps that means ITB wanted more.
There was once upon a time when Jimbo was one of the best players in Europe with the highest ever placing in North America, and it was a top 6 that he was able to achieve. And this is 2 European teams currently competing for top 8, which does say how far teams have come, of course, but at the same time, Jimbo would like to replicate that success, and I think it hurt Jimbo. I remember being there when Quadrant were able to beat his record. They were able to overtake that top 6, and he was kind of saying, you know, they've been able to outdo what I was able to hold. I was the record holder, and that is always a shame to lose that kind of accolade, but now's your moment to try and make up for it, stay alive in the tournament, and see if you can go one step further.
We're about to lock into this shootout. These 2 teams could not be separated. After 4, we're going the distance here. 2 European heavyweights collide, destined to match each other at some point or another. We were robbed of this matchup all too many times. It didn't happen in Texas, it didn't happen in London. Well, now we get that opportunity to settle the differences. Who is the best on LAN? We've had that question for too long. ITB fancied themselves, Quadrant fancied themselves. Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway in Game 5, baby.
This is where boys become men in a Game 5 like this, and Mighty's already getting a double and gets away with the camouflage. That's outrageous. As 4 members of Quadrant 4, we spoke about the opening strategies, we spoke about how important it could be to take the lead here, and it is ITB who strike first.
You've got to be wary of your ITB. You win this series, but you might lose a player. So be careful with how you win it. Don't be too dominant.
Just do enough.
Just do enough. Just get over the edge. Make this one a 50-49. Snipedrone's in big trouble. Snipedrone's no longer a problem. Shock rifle and camouflage is now just shock rifle. Mighty's pushed up the yellow stairs.
Also, think back to that Europa Halo Blackpool tournament that you spoke of when Quadrant and Foe faced up against one another. It was Slayer Recharge as that final map, was it not? When You thought maybe Foe were going to be able to walk away with the victory. Of course, Foe previously of ITB. I wonder whether any of that memory will start to ring through the heads of these players on ITB, and they want to make up for that loss, because that main stage celebration from Quadrant back in Europe was all taunted towards those ITB players, and they'll certainly love to repay them for that.
One man I know who doesn't want to see the result go the same way as Glory. He was already on the receiving end of that Game 5 defeat, and he's hoping to turn the tides here. But ITB, so long have they been in the shadow of Quadrant. How they would love to just have their moment in the sunshine. It's 14 kills to 8. It's shock rifle in the hands of Snipe Drone, but he's hitting bodies, not faces. It's enough damage for his teammates to follow up on, but if he can start to string together a few kills, maybe he can cut away at this lead.
And often we talk about players stepping up in this occasion in Game 5, but we also have to note, does anyone crumble? Does anyone succumb to the pressure here, knowing what is at stake? Not just top 8 here at this tournament, but of course, it's bragging rights in Europe. It's to be the dominant force in Europe once and for all. I know it's not going to change all of the past results, but in current form, it would be there that whoever wins this is currently the best team in Europe. And it's an 18-14 lead right now for ITB. The game is already slowed down quite considerably, considering how fast it was right off the rip for that starting strategy. Both teams just keeping each other at arm's length right now.
This is where you look to the experience on your rosters. Jimbo and Chick, SLG, Snipe Drone and Seeka, they've got experience in spades, but it has got to come to fruition now. The decisions that you make are going to define what way this series shakes out.
But also allowing your newer players, some of your stronger players, to take those risks. Allow Wootum to get into a spot where he can take a fight. Try and give that shock rifle to Wootum so he can make the difference. Allow Glory to be aggressive and support him, match his speed as well, so that they can have that moment and not feel like they're just sitting back and allowing some of the more experienced players to try and get those kills. It's your time to shine here. You can be the difference maker to why one of these teams finds success.
Players like Wootum, players like Glory, that's who we think about. Do not shy away from this spotlight, own it. This is why you play Halo Infinite. This is why you put in so many hours in scrims, in competition. You want these moments to come, and you want to be the player who makes the difference. Snipe Drone with the shock rifle. This game is slowed down to a crawl. ITB hold a 5-kill advantage.
Very easy in a Game 5 like this to start to feel those nerves. The hands start shaking a little bit, extra sweat on the controller or the mouse and keyboard. Just need to take that moment to breathe, and Recharge will allow for that. Even if it's during a death, just allow yourself to calm down, refocus, and instead turn your attention to what is the task at hand, as it's a good push, but doesn't quite work out, and it's still a 6-kill lead for ITB. If they can keep Quadrant just 5 kills away for the majority of this game, they'll really put themselves in a fantastic spot for the end.
And you want to look at the likes of SLG, currently with 9 deaths, Glory with 8. They've got to slow things down here, playing a little bit too fast. We spoke about timing all through the series. They are a little bit off here, maybe a little bit desperate, a little bit nervy, because ITB are in the ascendancy here, and they're maybe perhaps smelling defeat and what that might mean for them, with Wootum getting a headshot onto Snipe Drone.
Well, we said we wanted to see Wootum with the shock rifle. Well, here's your moment. The best placing mouse and keyboard player ever in the history of Halo has a chance to try and make himself one of the best European players in Halo, as well as he does get the trade and keeps this as an 8-kill gap. Now, one thing we have to focus on is Quadrant and the pace of play. Are they matching one another? You mentioned it, Glory likes to play fast, and I mentioned it, Snipe Drone likes to play slow. They're the two players who are struggling right now, and it's maybe just a little bit of a mismatch. They need to be playing together at the same speed. Either someone slows down or someone speeds up. Otherwise, ITB will keep taking advantage of you.
And the issue is, if you're Quadrant, you cannot really afford to play slow. You're the one that's down in the game. You're the one that has to make the changes, make the chances, create some openings for yourself. Wootum already got himself a killing spree. Questions at the start of the series. Does Jimbo still have it? Has he got the slaving power? He's the one leading the lobby, or leading his team right now, currently with 11, 5, and 8.
We don't talk about it that often, but mentality for players is very difficult in this kind of scenario. Are you a player who is thinking, oh God, am I going to lose to an ex-teammate? Oh God, am I going to be the reason why? Or are you one of those players saying, I'm going to be the reason why we win this game, why we come back here? I don't care that we're 7 kills down. I still believe in this roster. But the further we get into this game, the closer we get to 40 kills, ITB are edging closer and closer to a victory here.
The issue is ITB They've got scars, they've got wounds that do not want to be reopened here. They've been on the receiving end of defeat to this team far too many times. But have they now been able to piece together the roster that they need, the top of the European kings, the European giants? They're already 6 kills to the good, they only need 10. They're playing this one perfectly, but Glory has got the camouflage.
Camouflage is big, but you're still 7 kills down, and ITB only 9 away from taking this series, getting into the top 8, and taking that crown away from Quadrant. But Glory does get a big stick! You have to take out the camouflage, and Chick proving his worth in that moment.
Chick almost taking down Snipe Drone as well. Jimbo tries to go for the stick. It's a 6-kill game. ITB have got to be careful here. There's no doubt about it. You know, Wonder Boy is in their ears telling them to slow this down. They can play it at their pace. A Quadrant have got to come to them.
Set those traps, wait for one of those Quadrant members to fly around that corner, and then just challenge them 2 versus 1. And then use that momentum to start pushing, to start pinching, and get those kills that get you closer to 50. You don't want to allow Quadrant back into this game because that's when the nerves start to really come into play. Keep them at arm's length. 6-kill difference now, and Chick has the shock rifle, and we know what he can do with a weapon like this.
You know hearts are beating through chests right now.
My heart's beating through my chest.
Chick's got the shock rifle, trying to put some shocks through the chest of SLG. He does so. Woodham's there to get the finishing touches to the kill. Snipe Drone's top tower. Snipe Drone almost lost his face as well. ITB needs 6, and Quadrant are 6 away from ITB. Snipe Drone wins the fight, but Woodham gets one elsewhere. Quadrant cannot trade out anymore.
It has been so many events of so close but so far for ITB. 3-way ties in pool play, losing out in matches in bracket play that they believe they should have won. Excuse after excuse, but now is their time to prove why they believed they were the better team, why they could take down a squad like Quadrant, and they only need 4 more kills to do so. They are so close they can almost taste the success here.
What's the play call? Do they have the information that Quadrant are so far away towards blue? Quadrant are going to have to try and play this one slow. Slowly chip away at that lead, because they cannot afford to trade, and they've been doing it so far. Zeke is sword in, but he's all alone, isolated in bottom elevator. Woodham desperately wants to get this kill, but Woodham falls, now within 3 kills.
I'm worried. Is history going to repeat itself with a comeback here for Quadrant, or can ITB get those final kills to try and close this one out? You just need 2, but it is a camouflage. And you said Glory has responsibility. Wes said Glory, one of the best players in Europe right now. Here's your chance to prove it.
The weight of expectation on his shoulders. Camouflage in his chest. Flanking down long haul. Chick's in trouble. Chick gets taken care of. Woodham turns and turns to dust. Straight towards Pipes and to the cover of his teammate Jimbo. 2 kills is all that separates us, and Glory's getting aggressive.
We mentioned speed. You have to join Glory here. You have to be right by his side. Someone has to partner him. Well, Glory says, if you won't be with me, I'll come and join you.
Oh.
He goes into his death. 49-47. But there it is!
SLG falls, as do Quadrant. ITB topple the European champions.
The keyboard is raised aloft once more as the best ever mouse and keyboard player in the history of Halo does it yet again. And it's against European competition. For so long have ITB been in the shadows of Quadrant, but finally they break out of the darkness and they send Quadrant home.
It's been a long time since those Quadrant boys have been playing against ITB, have had to remain in their chairs after a series. It was only a matter of time. You know how chuffed those boys are to finally claim the scalp of Quadrant. What a series, what a performance by ITB.
What a moment for Into the Breach for Jimbo as well. I mean, so many times Jimbo has been on the receiving end, as you mentioned, and we've watched Jimbo's career for the last 10 years or however long it's been now.
40 years.
I mean, I think, yeah, it's been that long. 7 years ago in Atlanta, he was in top 12 as he was trying to compete to get a little bit further. Then we saw him progress when he gets into top 6 and becomes one of the highest placing Europeans. But since then, has always been in the shadows, has not been able to escape that darkness, but finally they do. And it's going to be a very difficult pill to swallow for Quadrant. A top 12 finish is not what they would expect and not what they would set themselves as a standard. We've seen them in the top 6 over and over again. They've had that seed, they worked so hard for that seed, and now ITB rip it right away from them.
And if this was a TV series, Dan, or a movie, they've been made to wait a very long time for this script to finally turn in their favor. This is the moment that they can take, this is the one that they can seize. an incredible performance from them, and I cannot wait to listen to an interview with one of the ITB boys. Blaze has got one. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Shurzy and Dan. Atlanta, show some love to ITB into the breach, and they continue into the bracket. I got Jimbo with me on the main stage, and Jimbo, we know what this rivalry is when it comes down to the other European teams. You're playing up against old teammates here on the main stage. How does it feel for you and the boys to get this win?
I mean, this is absolutely great. We had a rough day yesterday, and we were kind of like a bit of a low. We came in today, and we've been fired up, and we've absolutely been popping off. And obviously, again, to beat the team that's been beating us for the majority of the season feels absolutely amazing. Like, obviously, I love half of those guys or 3/4 of those guys on Quadrant, but it's just sorry. It just feels great. It feels great.
It does. It definitely does. And, when it comes down to, your roster's journey for ITB, you had some sticky three-way ties, some crazy series and stuff that happened in the last few events. But what did you guys want to work on coming into this event to come out here and start beating some of the better teams?
It's just that small little clutch factor, because every single time when we're losing on tiebreakers, we're losing on maps, we were losing game 5s, and we would go into game 5s, like in London, game 5 twice, and obviously came up flat on the Saturday. So it was mainly just clutching up that little clutch factor, which is why we boot camped out here. Yep. ITB set us up and sent us out here to play for a week early, and it helped us so much.
That definitely does wonders to be in a boot camp. And now you guys are one of the few teams, actually some of the only top teams that has a mouse and keyboard player in your squad. Just talk to me about the legend, Wotum, and what he's able to do in his movement for the squad to be able to create some of those plays.
It's well-deserved applause from him. The guy is cracked, dude, and as being so young. And one of the things you guys probably didn't see on the background is, yes, he's cracked and keeping mouse, but his mental. Yesterday, a lot of us were kind of like down in the dumps, and this guy comes in our hotel room and he's like, boys, forget about it. Like, no day. Like, we don't need to dwell on the past, let's think about the future. And I'm sitting there thinking as like the captain of the team, like, all right, this guy's telling me what to do. And I'm embracing that, and that's definitely helped us today. So this guy is an absolute legend at the age he's at.
Hey, I love that, Jim. I'm going to let you get to your next series, okay, and start preparing. Still a long road for you guys. Atlanta, show some more love to ITB. That does it for me and Jimbo on the stage. Lot, take us away.
That was one that actually gave me chills, all of it. I mean, seeing Wotum leap across the stage again with the keyboard up in the air like he is some type of warrior, it's just absolutely incredible stuff. And what a game, what a series. I mean, map 5, that's exactly what you love to see, coming down to the wire as well. For me, it has to be that back ramp sticky that Chick managed to get on Glorious, and I thought to myself, wow, that's checked out of the hotel and checked into their flight. That was a rough situation, having that camo on the side of you, thinking you might be able to make something happen. And I've got to say, ITB just looking absolutely phenomenal. Tony, what did you make of the series?
Yeah, I mean, every time you get yourself a resource like a camouflage or any resource whatsoever, you're feeling pretty confident within that. Usually you kind of breathe tight, you get away alive, and then, like you said, a huge stick shuts it down, and ITB come up with a shutdown that game number 5. That really was incredible.
They certainly do indeed. And Chelsea, I want to understand the comparison between that map 2 Slayer and that one. What a switch up from those boys. It was as if we had a whole different roster coming to the table. The ISA game 5 showed.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you talk about some map mode combinations favoring teams, there's a reason for it. There's a play style that you have and a speed that you like to play at. We've seen game 2, it wasn't their speed. Game 5, what a difference that was. Some of the key moments in that game, they all seem to fall ITB's way. And I've got to say, a massive shout out to Chick. Dropped from this roster, considered surplus to requirements, comes back and finally gets his revenge. That's the kind of story that we tune into Halo for.
They certainly do indeed. I think on the other side of things on Quadrant, I mean, we had Snipe Drone putting up some serious numbers. He was also Mr. Do-It-All. Tony was talking me through some of the stats as well. He was top of the mark on pretty much everything objectively. He's there with the Slays as well, but it just wasn't enough against this ITB roster. And Gaskin, what was it about the teamwork on the side of ITB that really kind of led the way for them to keep in this series and then close it out?
A lot of it was down to their objective work. They got them to that game 5, but then it was about being able to slow that game down and take advantage of some of the pace of which Quadrant play. I'm not going to keep on harping about Glory, saying he was the reason they lost or anything like that, but he does play fast and sometimes is the leading forefront of that team. And if you know that, if you've scrimmed against them enough times and you can wait for him to come round, you can take advantage of perhaps that push that's going to happen. And we saw it right at the end of the game. Glory had camouflage, had an opportunity to make a big play. went for a grapple into the top of Control, a very risky one, which could have ended up being one of the best plays we've ever seen had the team been there with him. The team weren't there with him necessarily, and I think that it's easy for Glory to take the blame on the Quadrant side, but everyone has to be there with Glory, right? It's okay for him to play at that speed.
And you know he had the information that they were positioned top tower. So the play call that he was thinking he was going to grapple in there. They were all going to be fighting each other in blue and he could get some damage down. But what happened was he grappled forward and it almost looks idiotic because the rest of his team have retreated and he's left alone and isolated. I think that's the difference. We talked about it all series long. If you're a little bit off with timing, you're too quick, you're too slow, you pay the price, and that's what happened to Glory, and that's what happened to Quadrant.
That is exactly what happened, and you're looking across the stats, and to be honest, they're very, very similar to one another, and it just shows you how close that series really was, and it does come down to those moments, and between the two, like you said, in terms of the storyline, it really has been nail-biting kind of moments for them throughout this online tournament, and then coming to LAN, you settle it down. I also have to ask you, Gaskin, the journalist in me is desperate to know. Jimbo on that main stage, he kind of made a remark there. We all caught it. We all kind of went, oh my goodness. 3/4 of the team he's happy with. Who is that person? What has been going on? Drama? You know, I have to know.
I'm not going to give away Jimbo's secrets, but I mean, it's pretty,
SLG.
Yes. It's pretty evident of which players Jimbo has had to see get taken away from him, right? And we also know that there's a history between Jimbo and SLG. They've butted heads a little bit. Of course, they're friends, but they still will butt heads, whether it's in-game or it's outside of game.
Right.
Jimbo has no bad blood against his previous teammates, against Glory, against Snipe Drone, but when his players keep getting taken away from him, there's always going to be a comment when you finally are able to topple them.
That makes complete sense. He's being poached. I understand that. SLG is the poacher. Totally understand that. And honestly, I think if anything, it's motivation, right? It gets him fired up, and I think that felt pretty damn good on the stage. Another thing that we kind of talked about heading into the series was Jimbo, in fact. He was kind of the player that I think everybody was questioning at one point or another. Did that silence the haters?
Absolutely. I think the performance that he put in there, we talked about Slays, does he still have it? In that final game, you talk about experience, he has it in spades, he had the Slays as well, and I think I want to give a special shout out to Woodham as well, and perhaps his keyboard, he keeps holding that aloft. It's about time he gives his mouse a little bit of love and hold that up as well, because that's doing some business as well.
Yeah, and I also have to give love to Woodham. I mean, just what an incredible individual they have found. Mouse and keyboard player, he's the best that we have seen ever historically in Halo. He's getting the results for his team. He's super young and he's very energetic too, because after a grueling Game 5 series, he is leaping across the stage. What do you make of this young man?
I mean, he truly is dynamic, and he truly is the reason why, or one of the biggest reasons why ITB are able to run the way they are. When you have a mouse and keyboard expert that is able to put damage down onto multiple members on the map, even if he's not the one finishing those kills, you can imagine the rest of ITB are able to push up, able to close the gap, because every single person, every single engagement that they get to, the opposition is weak. I love watching mouse and keyboard players work. It's one of the reasons why I try to put a higher sensitivity. The only problem is I miss every shot.
Missing shots could definitely be a problem. Woodham does not have that problem, I can tell you that. And I think Dan and I spoke about at the start of the series how they were almost completely neck and neck. It was 29-28 map counts when these two teams compared to each other. Well, now it's all tied up, 33-33, and it's ITB who have the bragging rights.
They certainly did indeed. It couldn't be closer, honestly, between those two, but happy for the ITB boys. They closed that one out. Let's take a look right now at the brackets and see where we are at, folks, because things have been happening on different streams as well across the HCS. Here's the winner side of things. We have Pure versus Space Station semi-finals set up and ready to go, as well as Rebellion and Optic Gaming, but we were just in the elimination bracket. Let's take a quick peek at that, especially after ITB send Quadrant home packing. 3-2, grueling battle Game 5. Folks, if you are just joining us, welcome. It's lovely to have you. We have many things happening here. Complexity Native Gaming, they're still battling it out. For them, FaZe Clan, though, their journey continues. 3-0 versus Cloud9, and right now 1-up against Sentinels, which again, Elim round 2, Tony, we're kind of discussing it, watching it in the background as well. Elim round 2, FaZe versus Sen, some unbelievable teams that are in this safety net of the HCS right now and having to battle it out. The journey is unbelievably long and treacherous for both of them. You wouldn't think that we'd be seeing that on the B stream.
No, really wouldn't. It's funny, I got told I had to pass over toward the B stream. I said, cool, who's it gonna be? They said, FaZe and Cloud9 in the first in the round one. I said, wait, what? FaZe in round one of the elimination bracket is crazy, and they have to continue their journey from there. If they're going to defend their reigning champions, they're going to go back-to-back. It is going to be a long Saturday into a championship Sunday. From elimination bracket round one through a very good Sentinels in round two, and it's going to get harder and harder from there.
It certainly will indeed, Tony. Well, speaking about FaZe, we actually have a very good friend of all of ours who's been walking around the venue, and he's actually at the FaZe booth right now. Guy Blaze, what have you got there? Is that a jersey?
Yes, it is, Lottie. Now, I just want the FaZe fans in the venue to know, because they got to make a historic losers bracket run, and I want to see a sea of red out there, that red army, and we got this amazing FaZe camouflage jersey. So if you don't got one, don't worry, we got the ACS official merch to come by and get one, all right? But that's not all they got. Take a look at this, okay? Now, you have a t-shirt here for both of your duos. Now, rather if you were rocking with the Fire and Ice duo here in Frosty and Renegade with their unique stats, like even they got Renegade's movement a little bit lower than Frosty's, definitely accurate. Or you can come over here and you got the Double Dragon duo. You got Snakebite, you got Royal 2, dead even stats just like in the game. Now, some exclusive merch over here. Now, if you're not at the event, don't worry. Ask your bestie, your BFF, or your homeboy to bring one back home to you, okay? You don't want to miss out on these, but we don't want to miss out on normal matches either. So that's going to do it for me. We're about to go get set up for our next series, and I'm going to see you all right after this.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Hello, friends. Be warned, I'm afraid I must insist you not proceed. Survive this encounter. You are making me angry. No! Enough! Must we do this the hard way? The task is done. Now, clean up.
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the HCS Atlanta Major presented by FaZe. And joining me on my desk this time, I have an absolute legend in the house. Of course, it is one half of the brother duo, Roybox. Excuse me, Roy, you got me speechless over here. I mean, so lovely to have you on the desk. Welcome to Atlanta. First and foremost, how are you feeling about the competition?
So far, it's been awesome. There's been a few upsets, and the tournament has been off to a really good start, so I'm excited to see how it finishes.
Yeah, it has been pretty wild so far. Day one was kind of nuts. This guy's been cursing all sorts of people over here. He's been calling upsets
entertaining Halo, right?
From the beginning. So, and upsets we have had, like you said, it has been crazy. But another thing that is crazy is, of course, Space Station and maybe a potential incredible collab that I'm looking at right now on your shoulder.
God, is it clean.
Stunning with Instinct. And of course, you are so well known for some of your amazing rosters that you've had historically, Instinct being one of them, EG, 5K, there are so many, but this one is awfully special. Roy, tell us about it.
Yeah, so SSG reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to do a little collab with the Instinct brand, and it just felt right at home. So it was a perfect match made in heaven, and definitely excited to be here. And being in the tournament environment again, it brings back a lot of good feelings, and it's awesome to be here.
It certainly does indeed. And I got to say, these two know this as well, but you couldn't have picked a better org to do a collab with in terms of merch, because Space Station merch is some of the best I have ever seen, felt, and created. It's absolutely gorgeous, and these two live in it, don't you?
We do.
Yep. Yeah.
And also, I got to say, there's no better model than Royborg to model this hoodie.
Oh,
we are spoiled up
We are
here.
blessed. You guys are great.
Very true. For fans who may be new to Halo, who don't really understand why this is such a legendary collab, Instinct, why is it such a big deal in the history of Halo and all of the competition? Because you guys have had some seriously incredible stories.
Yeah, Instinct definitely is a part of Halo history and Halo 3 and beyond. So it's definitely great to have the brand back involved in Halo and brings back, you know, in my opinion, the glory days of Halo. So it's excellent to be back and to be representing the Instinct brand and SSG.
I love that so very much. Yeah, everybody is very excited to see you here. We have one legend on the desk usually, which is Walshy, but having you, I've got to say, is it a step up? Is it a step up? It could be.
I'll say it right now, definitely. I mean, was there ever any doubt? Come on.
All right then, and of course, being one part of the duo with your brother, how are you feeling about their chances in this competition? Because of course, Coach Lunchbox, I mean, he's out there, he's having to kind of gruel and battle through it. So how are you feeling about the Optic boys?
Yeah, the first day I was flying here, and I saw them get into a Game 5 with Pure, and I was a little bit worried.
Like, what am I doing on this plane?
Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, I might have to just get on and go back home. But sometimes that happens on Friday, you know, you're kind of getting the jitters out and early in the tournament. But they've turned it around now, and hopefully they can finish strong and bring home a championship.
And speaking of Pure will be coming up next, and they're going to be playing against your collab kind of hoodie here, Space Station. How are you feeling about this matchup?
SSG is a powerhouse. I think Pure is definitely going to have to play their very best and play perfect Halo to beat them. So we'll see what happens, but my money's on SSG.
All right, money on SSG is on your shirt. I think it would be difficult to go with Pure at this point. I think people in the cloud would be like, what is happening, Roy? Like, what are you doing? You're wearing our merch. This is not fair.
Yeah.
But I totally understand that. They are a powerhouse, and Pure definitely are the underdogs. Onset, how are you feeling about the series?
Very excited. I think Pure will have learned so much from the series against FaZe and just believe that they can beat some of the best teams in the world, right? And it's a big thing, right? Just belief and seeing yourself beat one of these huge teams that have gone on to win championships. So SSG will be looking at this series and probably feeling like this is a big one for them, in the fact that this is a team who is going to play at the caliber of a FaZe, the caliber of an Optic Gaming, and have shown that if they aren't on their game and, you know, they slip up in one game or two, this could go to a Game 5, a Game 4, it could be over, and they could fall into that what is horrible looking elimination bracket at the moment. You do not want to go there. So for both teams, this is a huge opportunity.
Absolutely not. That is a terrifying place to be at this moment, especially early doors as well. And Rob, on that token, you know, like Mark said, it is going to be very difficult. Pure right now are feeling themselves. They are feeling on top of the world. And we all know what happens, and I'm sure you do know that as well, Roy, is like the flow state that kind of comes from momentum, comes from beating a team that you've wanted to beat for so long and haven't been able to do so, and then to do it in a 3-0 fashion. Space Station, do you think they're prepared for this type of roster?
I think they're prepared, but I think they're also realizing it almost feels medieval in that they're getting word that other empires nearby have been destroyed by an
Also
up-and-coming
carrying
empire.
swords, so
yeah,
kind of-
they all have
yeah,
swords too.
exactly.
You're right. They're kind of getting word that neighboring empires have been slaughtered and they might be next. So it's interesting too, just how the things work out. Right, last event, Space Station gets 3-0'd by an up-and-coming opponent in Shopify. This event, it's FaZe that get 3-0'd. So it just kind of shows you how tight things are, how the margins are, and when you have the big three falling each event the way they are, it's an exciting place to be, and I think Space Station knows that they need to be ready for this one.
You're right, things are very tight, but something that shouldn't be on your wallets, guys, because you need to get your hands on this gorgeous hoodie. Roy, thank you so much for coming on, modeling it, telling us a bit about the collab as well. Absolutely gorgeous, folks. If you are in the arena, make sure you do go grab this. And with that being said, what's on his shirt? We're going to meet them right now. Let's take a look at your Space Station roster. Powerhouse team, exactly as Roy told it. They're on the main stage right now and they're looking to go all the way. The only people standing in their way right now are Pure. Pure gonna be that kind of speed bump, that road bump that is gonna try and knock them backwards. But Space Station, they have momentum on their side right now. They're looking really good. Their first round of winners has been very clean, 3-0 straight through. Are they prepared for this Pure roster?
I think they really are. And Space Station Gaming obviously understand what happened at London cannot happen again. It was actually literally Druck and Pure's best friend in Soul Snipe and Shopify Rebellion that handed them that 3-0 to send them down to elimination bracket early, which led to a 4th place finish. Now, going up against Pure, they will not overlook them. They will be bringing their A game. They know that they have to bring it in order to be Pure.
And on set, Space Station, they have some phenomenal players, but who is their X factor in this series?
I'm looking at Stellar. Stellar's been phenomenal so far. We've been lucky enough to cast pretty much every single series that SSG have been involved in so far, and Stellar is looking scary. He's going from strength to strength. He had a good start, but then he started to take over some of those games, and Sniper Rifle and Stellar is looking like a little bit of chemistry is maybe blossoming once again between those two, because he has looked deadly.
And talking about chemistry, Pure, they have some unbelievable chemistry after their 3-0 win against FaZe. Let's take a look at this team. Bravo, Pure have gone on an absolute rampage, doing what honestly could be the impossible. The 3-0 against FaZe, looking so good right now. Can they continue this rampage here?
I think they certainly can. The question is how much of a fight is SSG going to put up, but I would not bet against these guys right now. They are coming into this match with momentum, with intensity, and also perfect games against FaZe. It's wild to see what they just did to our defending champions, and I think they are hungry for more.
I want to know about the series layout. Tony, how is this looking for both of these teams? Because right now, with how Pure are playing, I'm not sure who has the upper hand.
Well, I mean, Capture the Flag definitely was a little bit of Pure's struggles, at least early on in this tournament. They came out hot, and the last time we saw them Pure on the main stage, so I feel a little bit more confident with them when it comes to Capture the Flag. But the Slayer, the King of the Hill, when I think of those, I literally think of Space Station Gaming. So I'm not saying it's impossible for Pure, but they have the work cut out for them.
They certainly will have their work cut out for them, but honestly, right now, they're doing things that I think nobody really expected. You look at the series layout against FaZe, it kind of favored the FaZe Clan roster, especially in that Game 3 swing. That swing never happened. The chains were taken off the playground, and unfortunately, FaZe fell down. Will Space Station do the same? How are you feeling about the series layout, Brav?
I gotta say, right now, with no matter how good Pure is playing, if Legend and Stellar continue to do the same things that Mark and I have been watching, it almost doesn't matter what you throw at them because they're putting up wild numbers. I think we saw Stellar going numbers like 22-9, right? The next Slayer, he's going 16-8. Just wild set of statistics, and when he's in 1v2s with Snipe, he will, if he doesn't kill both, he will body both, and guess what? Eco's flying in to clean up the trash. These guys look good.
Talking about flying in, the fly-ins are happening. It means one thing, Onset and Bravo, this series is yours.
Well, here we go then, Atlanta. We are getting into the business end of our Saturday, and what a match we have on our hands. We have Pure, the Giant Slayers that we saw take down FaZe Clan, not just in a closely fought series, but in a 3-0 sweep. Their next challenge in front of them is Space Station Gaming.
I think a lot of people knew that these Pure players were here to play. They've been on a lot of different rosters over these past few years. Should be a burn here on the camo in the NES by Druk. These guys have been on a lot of different rosters as they find themselves 3 dead off the opening, but they are here to play. I don't know how many people had them taking down FaZe, and especially very few people had them taking down FaZe 3-0. They have earned their place here in the winner's semifinal up against Space Station Gaming.
And it's fascinating. We're talking about Legend and Stellar because, like you've mentioned, we were lucky enough to kind of follow the journey of Space Station so far in this tournament, but they can't do what they do without the input of Bound and Eco and the teamwork and the syncing of the chemistry that makes Space Station such a special team. It seems to be there so far in this tournament.
It does, and also on this first hill as well, as we've seen what they've been able to do. Pressure coming in. Looks like Tolic knows you can't just walk into gold when Stellar has locked that area down. Eventually, Cherish is able to come in and get a few kills, but not before this hill is just about done.
Bound still inside of that hill. Last second challenge going to come in. The trade comes in, though, from Bound to make sure that that is still going to be spawns close to the hill in the side of Space Station. They will secure the first hill almost perfectly. It felt like Pure were never even on the right side of the map to challenge that.
That's exactly right. Once again, it's Space Station with not just excellent objective play, but very efficient objective play. If you've been watching their matches earlier on in the tournament, which Mark and I've got to see a lot of, they've been so efficient. Even when they're being outslayed, even when an opponent like Native has a lot of kills on the board, Space Station has been efficient. However, early progress here on our second hill for Pure. They're going to try to lock down the tunnel and also lock down all of back blue.
Well, Legend very happy to take the 1v1, but you are seeing that Pure, even though 3 went down, have managed to secure the spawns a little bit closer thanks to the fight that was taking place in and around that hill, and Last Shot surviving long enough to at least get a little bit of help towards him. And he's still alive right at the back of blue. Druk's going to go down for that camo. He'll be taken down. Will anyone be able to secure it? It looks like the answer certainly won't be a yes for Pure, as the kills are going in the favor of Space Station Gaming.
2v2 for just a moment. 3 dead in the end for Pure, as you say. We'll see if that power up is still in play.
Cherish bobbing and weaving after getting the kill onto Stellar. Staying alive, Druk flying straight into the sights of Legend. Last Shot coming back though, giving him the wiggles. And giving an indication this is not going to be an easy situation to win any individual fight against him. So impressive the Last Shot has been so far.
Yeah, time and time again, we're seeing on the other side as well, just so many players that are getting at least 2 players weak. Some amazing individual efforts coming out of SSG. That now leads to 3 dead from Pure.
Yeah, 3 dead, and this is where they start to put that stranglehold on, right? They're kind of like a, what's the snake? The anaconda? That's the one. I was going to say cobra. Completely wrong. Anaconda kind of chokes you to death, right? It really does squeeze you into those spawns, and that's what SSG are doing right now. Every time they get a 3 or 4 dead, it's usually the majority of a hill that gets captured alongside it. Pure, still 2 dead. Tolic, he's going to fall as well, and Cherish finds himself last alive.
3 dead yet again, as you say, and just like that, Space Station takes all of that Pure progress and they flip it on its head. Take a look at the progress. Another kill on the Sneaky means another hill on the board momentarily for SSG.
And yet another killing spree for
Waiting
Stellar.
and baiting.
10-4 at the moment in this game, and Legend, he's 10-2 as well.
They're going to wait to rotate. Look, they don't finish it. They make sure they get the first few kills. Rarely do you see that, but that tells you just how much of a stranglehold, of a grip, of an anaconda hold that Space Station Gaming has on this game. They are waiting, they are baiting, they are timing their hill finishes, playing with their food, just like a big snake would. 2-0 here in favor of SSG.
And Stellar is just continuing to run rampant on this map at the moment. 13-4 is B at the moment, and he's having all sorts of fun.
He is, and it feels like every game he's putting up these numbers. It's been wild to see. He's back on form, as you say, 13-4. We saw earlier this year that Stellar was on a different level, maybe on a different form, and reaching a whole new part of his career. He is right back on that same tear. Does it again, of course. It's a killing frenzy for Stellar in your winners semifinal. This man is showing no signs of slowing.
Not the first killing frenzy we've seen from his point of view today either. Over on the Bravo stream, he managed to pick one up, and now he's bringing it to the main stage as well. SSG over 50% of the way captured on this 3rd hill. And look at the time left in this game. There is so much of it.
Unbelievable. You and I were talking about if Space Station Gaming is playing a team that is outside of the Big 3 or the Big 4, Stellar often puts up numbers that are no exaggeration matchmaking-esque statistics, just dropping bombs. He's 15-5, Legend 12-5 as well. These are the numbers guys we talked about in the pregame. Legend and Stellar are doing the damage, they are putting in the kills, and they are doing the same thing here in game number 1 against Pure.
Finally, Pure seem to have some sort of hold, at least in and around the turbine. You can see they're inside of the hill, and they've answered back pretty well. The good news for the hot start that SSG have had on the Pure side is that, like I mentioned, there's so much time left in this game that they have a lot of opportunities to capture some hills and formulate this comeback. If they can capture here, the game looks different. It's 2-1, and all of a sudden, we're not talking SSG, we're starting to talk about Pure.
That's right, you might even argue the whole series could look different, because if this goes 3-0, right, it could be a big momentum boost for the side of SSG, and Pure coming off of their 3-0 could slow down quite a bit. They really need this hill to stay in the game and make sure they're starting this series off strong.
3 players from SSG in and around the elevator, and I do think Druck got that information because Stellar and his crew moved through to pick up 3 kills, leaving Last Shot as the last alive. Bound should deal with him and will do inside of the pipe. So SSG have broken, and for all the good work and the hard work that Pure put together there, SSG might make this 3-0.
Stopped right on the doorstep here, but Eco's already in. Now a 1v1 here versus Talik. That will decide the hill. Should be it, and that is it. 3-0 now. Space Station Gaming steals that out from underneath Pure, and they find themselves 3 dead.
3 dead on the rotate. It's the dream scenario for Space Station Gaming. 3-0 up, and usually we're looking at 3-0. We're looking at the game clock and thinking, hey, are they going to play time here? Are they going to go and try and get that last hill? Well, I think we know the answer, right? Because it's a hill that you can lock down, and when Bound has this camouflage, he's thinking kill, kill, kill.
And also, not to mention, there's so much time on the game clock because of how efficient they've been that you almost would never play time at this stage in the game. That is how efficient they've been to get to this point in the game. It's 3 dead yet again. Last player is Druck in the tower. You have to imagine it's only a moment before it's 4 dead. They will continue scoring.
And once again, SSG find themselves almost halfway to converting this 4th hill into their own and closing this game out and making it 1-0. Bound going to be finally taken down. Some really good shots, actually, coming in from Talik on the red stairs. And even though those good shots are there, look at what's happening in the tower. Legend's still alive. He's going to just play his life right now as it seems like Pure won the battle on the long haul.
Yep, he's going to wait for his teammates to spawn up. Try to do some damage on stacks. Really good trade there from Legend. That's going to make for an even easier push here. Here comes Space Station Gaming in a 3v3.
So Pure with an opportunity here, but it's such a slim margin they're playing with right now. If they make one mistake, the hill goes to SSG and the game is over. They're thinking game 2. So we don't like to use the phrase this often, but it kind of has to be perfect Halo from this point on. Can't make a mistake, need to pressurize SSG and make the most of every advantage you have.
It's almost unthinkably perfect Halo that would be required here, and you can't think that SSG is likely to throw this one away, but we'll see if Pure can try to get this one on the board, but it feels like with all the pressure that they need to apply, it might be a double-edged sword as the counter will come in from SSG.
Legend trying to kind of brute force the front here, get some damage down. Stellar plays off it, gets a kill on his own. Cherish, though, is there to keep the shields down of Legend. He has to back all the way up to Turbine now just to stay alive. So Pure are given as good as they get here on this hill. SSG are 3 dead, and this should be the first point on the board here for Pure.
Yeah, it looks like it. Stellar's the only player alive. He's a spawner as well. This should be a camo off the back of that as well, and hold your horses, not too fast. A little bit of deja vu from the other side now. Pure is able to get the hill, they're able to get the kills, and they're able to get the camo as well. Can they convert and try to do, as we said, the impossible to get back into this game?
Well, there's going to be a 3 dead. There's a 4 dead. I have misspoken. I have just given a disservice to Pure in the way that they just slayed their way in and around that hill. And Last Shot's just sitting in the hill with camo. He's thinking, if anyone wants to challenge me, I'm the most vulnerable player. Let's give myself a little bit of an advantage, which anyone does drop down. But there's that first pick, and it's that man Stellar again for SSG.
You have to wonder, it's an interesting decision there with gold spawns and pipe spawns to keep your camo and hill. There are times to keep your camo and hill, especially when it's A door, when it's C plat. Then you have a big advantage as it's 3 dead for the side of Pure, and there's going to be some progress now coming in from SSG. Generally, you'd have your camo player on the opposite side spawns. I feel like the second they saw gold spawns, they needed a camo to bounce out a hill, go batteries, get nerdy, go pizza, go all the way to grapple, and really start to become a pain in the side. Instead, they just let SSG collapse. And we'll have to see now if that's going to be the death knell.
Legend at the moment, he's hunting for 1v1s, he's hunting for kills, he's going to find a 1v1, but he's not going to be able to clean it up. But good news for him, his buddy Bound is close, and he'll do the damage to convert that into a kill. Now, SSG probably starting to think time now, with 1 minute ticking past. and what is left in this game. And even though Pure will extend into the hill, last shot should be taken down very comfortably. Look at the control that SSG have at the map at the moment. They have the tower, they have A, they have the C plat as well. This is almost impossible for Pure to step forward towards that hill without taking damage.
Especially now it's going to be a straight 4v4. You're not going to have anyone in the hill, as you said. They're obviously playing time here. It's a much more comfortable time to do so. They will continue playing time now, just 35 seconds left on the clock.
35 seconds left, and a few of those seconds will be spent, for Pure members, just looking at the death screen, looking at the player cams and seeing where all the Space Station Gaming members are floating around the map, because they were 3 dead for just a few moments there. 20 seconds to go here. SSG look like they should, and I say should because we've seen some crazy things. Close this game out in a pretty comfortable fashion.
Yeah, 15 seconds left here. You have to think Pure 3 dead. With the timing on the clock and the timing on the spawns, this really should be game number 1.
Stellar just looking for a few more kills. 25 and 13, by the way, for the man on your screen right now. He makes it 26, but with just a few moments left, Pure know this is done. It's a desperation push towards the end of the game, but Bound, he'll get the final kill of the game as SSG Space Station will go up by 1.
Taking the game very comfortably, also outslaying 76 to 58 in the end. Stellar, unbelievable numbers from him, as we said. I believe 26 and 14 might have been his final tally. Supported very handily by the entire team. Take a look at the assist category when we get it. Bound leads the team with 10 assists. However, every other member on the squad at 9 assists apiece. Just big, big teamwork, team shooting coming in from the side of Space Station. They will take game number 1.
Great sign statistically, right, for SSG. Bound leading the way with assists. What does that mean? His damage is getting converted into kills, and that was the big problem back in London. We were talking about, is Bound going too quickly, or is SSG not following up on that damage? Well, if those stats get converted into the ones that we're seeing in that game number 1, it means that man on your screen is not only doing his job, but everyone else is backing up off his place.
Exactly, that was really the big question. If you caught it yesterday coming in on our pregame show, the question was for SSG, will they be on the same page? It's obviously undoubtable that the talent is there. As we take a look at some highlights from that fantastic game number 1, the question was, is the chemistry, is the timing there? And so far in this series, SSG is indicating that yes, it indeed is.
Superb shots coming in from Stellar. We saw a killing of frenzy for the man on your screen right now as we pretty much just take a little look at the memories of that killing frenzy. And I mean, it's fascinating to actually look at these replays, because look how many players are weak. Look how many players are half shields. And that's no disservice to what Stellar's doing on the map. That's fantastic communication and listening from him. But it's also showing that teamwork. Damage being done, Stellar converts it into kills, SSG convert it into numbers on the map.
Couldn't agree more. It feels like every time we're on a single POV from SSG, one player at minimum gets 2 players to no shields. So commonly on this team, it has been scary to watch. That's not easy to do time and time again. At this point in the game, you saw SSG just playing time and playing it comfortably, and really just padding the stats in the end with unbelievable numbers. 26 and 14 for Stellar. Like I said, these are not numbers that you are used to seeing on the main stage in the winner's bracket in the semifinal, but that's exactly what SSG is doing.
Now for the gentleman on the other side of the stage, that might be somewhat of a reality check, right? Probably still living off the high of beating FaZe in the way that they did, but this is a different proposition now, a different team that they have to go and prove themselves against once more. Space Station 1 up in the series, 3-1 on King of the Hill Recharge. Now we go over to Live Fire. Slayer's going to be a game type, and this is an opportunity for Pure to maybe think about asking a few questions of SSG.
It is indeed. Let's take a look at the HCS Atlanta stats so far in terms of Slayers. 4-1 for Pure, 3-1 for Space Station, so fantastic margins coming in. However, when you look at the actual total margin of the game, 9 wins versus 4.2. That, at this level, that is a very, very big difference between the two teams.
Yeah, it certainly is. That is a huge differential in kills and deaths for those wins coming in on the side of SSG as we take a look at a couple of the players who have featured heavily for their respective teams so far this tournament. The Frenchman on your left, Legend. He has put in some really, really impressive performances, and we were a little bit surprised earlier. He actually lost a 1v1. We saw it in the flesh. 1v1 we saw him in. He lost it. He didn't win any. He hasn't lost any others we've seen him, but that one kind of stuck out to us, and I think that kind of summarizes what kind of a player he is, right?
Really is. Also, last shot there, of course, on your right side of your screen just now as well, getting ready for this next one. He goes 14 and 14 in the last game, but he has been a very, very talked about player, and for very good reason. Also unbelievable to hear coming off of his main stage match. That was only his second match on main stage ever at E3O's FaZe. That is quite the start. There's not many players in history who could say something like that, so this might be the beginning of something very special for Last Shot.
And how many players struggle with that, right? The step from the open bracket to the main stage is a completely different proposition. It feels different. It is different. And to be able to just play the game that's in front of you and replicate what got you to that stage, well, it's a special thing that Last Shot certainly does have. But as we head into game number 2, Space Station Gaming have that game advantage after winning the King of the Hill. Question is, will it be 2-0 to Space Station after this one's done, or will Pure answer back?
That's the question. Pure knows there's a lot to play for here. If they're able to tie up this series, there's still everything to play for. Space Station knows there's a lot more series yet to play here. Some opening kills going the way of SSG.
SSG Slayers have looked really, really good so far this tournament, and to be honest, they look pretty good the majority of this season, I would say. Especially in Arlington, it was something that really did stand out to me, and the start of this game will be backing up that statement for sure. 5-3, and Eco with the sniper rifle in his hands as well. Last shot, well, unfortunately, he now has 2 broken ankles.
Wow, what a shot there. Just playing what is not always an easy angle from Sandbags. Finally does get taken down, though. 6-5 here, still close off the opening.
And I'm interested to see how Pure actually approach this game. You know, historically, with this team and the players that we have on it, they like to play at a quick pace. They like to try and split spawn. They like to try and cycle and be aggressive and really not give you an opportunity to get any kind of map presence. But that's what SSG do at the same time. So I'm almost kind of intrigued to see this game played at such a slow pace to actually start things off.
Let's see if Legend caught him there on Keydor. It looks like based on Legend's movement, he might have. Here comes Talik on the push. It's a 1v2.
I've said this before, Bound has the best camo eyes in all of Halo. And he's going to find him now, and he's going to take him down, and once again proves the point that this man, he sits close to his monitor for a reason.
Also, such a momentum boost. You know, whenever you're playing and you could just say single-handedly, be like, I killed Camo, I took down Camo. It's such a momentum boost to think that in a 1v1, they're essentially a 1v2, regardless. Just to know that you took down Camo, and then also beautiful, perfect reversal coming in as well. 12-8 now in favor of SSG, but we'll see what Druck can do.
Yeah, Bound has absolutely no right whatsoever to win that fight. He's got 2 players pushing him, but he uses the cover, he uses the peak shot to make sure that he hits perfect shots. And that's a frustrating one if you're the player who's on the receiving end of it. Druck nearly sends a bullet into the dome of Bound as a little bit of a receipt, but instead he'll be taken down and that sniper rifle will be gathered.
Just in case you've been living under a rock as well, we talked about players with pent-up land demand and land aggression ready to go. Druck here not able to attend a lot of the past few lands, and here he is just putting on a show so far and doing the best they can to also keep this game close. It's still within 3 early on.
So the latest addition to this team, Cherished. And again, someone who's been performing extremely well so far this tournament. At the moment, he's taking a little bit of damage. This is actually the point of view of Torlik that we're watching right now. A player who I have respected for quite some time. I remember speaking to him when he was on that Native Red roster. I was really impressed with the ability to get in and out of fights. As now the Cherished POV is where we do jump over to. The Camo going to be taken down though, and that's an important kill for Space Station just to make sure that lead stays intact.
Legend just holding down C-Plat. Knows the A-spawns are coming in, a little pre-nade for him as well. And they've done well to extend this a bit. It was just within 2 now, however, much more comfortable now at 18-14. Going to just slow things down a bit and hold down top tower while the rest of the team pushes up. Here comes the push, though, from Pure bottom mid as well as coming in from scoreboard.
See, Eco wants his hands on that sniper rifle, or are SSG trying to bait it? Legend's feeling a lot of pressure himself right now. He needs Eco to try and challenge for him, or maybe he just do it himself. He stays alive. He makes sure that he can't be peeked from the dummies. Positioning there from Legend, so important to talk about.
Yeah, really, really nice work there, just holding it down as long as he could. In the end, he does get cleaned out, but not before a few kills are traded as well. So that will stay here at 20-17. Eco doing very well. One thing, a battle like that is such a good indicator. A lot of lower level teams will get into battles where they just accidentally allow trades to be possible. Keep an eye on the way Space Station Gaming maneuvers these battles to never let 50-50 situations become trades. You always want to make sure you keep the distance. You win your shot, you trust your shot, and you make sure you trade as little as possible, and you also hit brainers across the map like that.
Maple Syrup. Great shots coming in from Stella again, and I was about to say, if you haven't seen some Space Station so far, this tournament, well, this is going to be a treat for you, because Stella has been hitting some shots. He's got another opportunity to do so now as he relocates to the top of the tower, 25-19. And the problem now for Pure is they will be kept at arm's length because Stella with his sniper rifle doesn't miss too many shots.
He really doesn't. And you've heard of a lot of people comparing U.S. politicians' brains to applesauce. Well, he just turned some brains to applesauce there as that beautiful shot into top tower, and that extends their lead to 26-23.
Last shot, he's going to flank though and play off of that damage. Now, what can you do, young man? The kill differential is starting to close ever so slightly. Can he swing this one like the sword that we saw him hold it on Media Day and slice away at some of those Space Station Gaming members? We'll jump into a listening with Pure now and see what the plan is.
Hey, they're me.
Dummy door again, guys. You said tires?
Yeah.
One out. One's bottom mid, no one's bottom mid. Okay, I think. They have it. Get behind the pillar, Top tower, one shot.
Wait, Kidor going bottom mid. He's bottom mid now. Bottom mid going. Kilos.
Chase that. Bottom tower. Watch back B. I can't kill back B. Yeah, one's on OB. I listen, choosy part. Tell me up. I'm gonna die to this guy. You went tires. There's two tires, John. Alright, yo, help me. Double plane. There's so much down bottom. Let's go to jail. We got up here. Let's do this big guy, Hunter. Yo, wait, Hunter. Okay. One shot. Big door and 2 Apex. Look at me. Yeah, so I'm all good. Look good. Wait. On OB. Yeah, back Stellar. He's got Q2. No, I spawned. He's one shot. Guys. Yeah, one shot. Otherwise, being bound. I'm gonna see him. Okay, over. He's got down. Okay, look, guys. Alright, let's the guy tower up. Bottom mid, Stellar, guys. Yeah, we bottom guys. Jump door. He's going. See quiet. Top tower, Stellar. What's top tower? Something else. Go, no more trades. Value your fucking lives. Yep. Look at bottom.
We jump out of the comms and back into the game. 5 kills to go here for SSG, and one thing we certainly can say about that pure listening was it was filled with intensity.
Yeah, a lot of intensity. You love what you hear from that side. However, on the kills category, it hasn't necessarily translated. They find themselves down by 7, with SSG only needing 5 kills to close out the game. Not a lot of time here for them. 3 now. It's going to be a very, very difficult hold if they hope to stay in this game.
Eco has that sniper rifle as well, which makes it even more difficult because the likelihood is he'll hit a body and that just stops the push altogether, or maybe just let Legend win the game for you. He picks up a double kill. Maybe it's just a case of putting the montage clip together. Eco wants it, but shows some restraint because Stellar, he'll come around the corner and get that 50th, and SSG double their advantage now. They're up 2-0 in the series.
50-39, also 6-0 in terms of power weapon kills. Absolute control there throughout the entirety of the game. And guess what? It's once again Bound. 50-12 in that game, leading his team in kills. Cherish, the only one beating him in the kill category. He goes 16-12 in the end.
So Pure just going to take a few seconds here to maybe mentally reset after what has been a little bit of a typhoon of SSG coming towards them. It seems like SSG have turned up to this game, and I think they would have, if they were to play Pure maybe a round before coming into this tournament and not seen them perform the way they would have against FaZe, maybe they take them a little bit more lightly. But having seen what they did to FaZe, I think SSG saw this series and they were like, we need to be A game plus.
Without a doubt, if this is a pool play match instead, I agree. This could be a very different result. But as we said, you get rumors of the neighboring empires that have been beaten and battered. And when they hear that FaZe has just been 3-0'd by a team, they take note and they make sure to bring that into the series. It does feel like SSG has brought the same intensity that we've seen all weekend against their toughest opponents into this series as well. They're looking very good. I mean, as we said, a 50-39 Slayer result is impressive. Great numbers, great composure once again. It never felt like it got close. Even when it was within 2 or 3, it still felt like SSG was in control of this match.
Yeah, it was always that lead, right? It was always that it felt a little bit too far out of reach for Pure to really put together a run. Every time they felt like they got 1 kill, maybe even 2 a trade had come in, then someone to get picked. And SSG, one of the best teams in the world when it comes to just knowing they have to trade in certain situations. Their teamwork is that good that the majority of the time, they're gonna at least trade out some kills. And if they can get off to a hot start and they can establish themselves in a game, it's very, very difficult to try and wrestle that advantage away from them. And that's when SSG are at their best, right? If SSG get their trades, usually it means they're in a good spot on the map.
And what's also amazing to watch from SSG is not just the way that they're controlling the map, but specifically each and every spawn. Take a look at the series layout here, 2-0 in favor of Space Station. Only one more game to close out the series and head to our winners finals. But specifically on the side of SSG, it feels like the way that they play is so calculated and requires constant just monitoring, right? They're playing so fast and they're flying out, for example. You're flying out of Ada sandbags. They know they need to do as much damage as possible and stay as live as long as possible. And all 4 players are on the same page. So that's why I say when we're on a POV and you see so much damage being dealt by a single player, that only works if everyone else is on the same page. Like we talked about with the Bound recipe, how Bound was an outlier in terms of deaths and the timing that we saw in London. They clearly have done the work to appear different here in Atlanta.
Certainly are indeed. They have done those work, and as we move over to capture the flag and Aquarius, it's time for us to take a look at some of the stats of the lead slayers for the respective teams. Stellar, a 1.50 so far here in Atlanta. On the other side of these, Torlik, a 1.17. Nothing to be disappointed with, but damage per minute, a huge stat, I find, for a player, right? It shows how active they are on the map, how many targets they are putting bullets into, and damage per minute for Stellar, well, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, it does. And also, interesting how close that damage per minute is. That tells you that there's a lot of damage coming out of Torlik that's getting cleaned up elsewhere, or at least it's being dealt and hopefully cleaned up, because that's quite a big difference in KD versus not that big of a difference in damage per minute. So that tells you that Torlik is also still laying down the damage and doing his part, even if it's not registering his kills. But as you said, the most important stat there is Stellar, the man on your screen. He is playing outrageous.
Yeah, it also doesn't take into account maybe power weapons, things like that, right? Stellar, we've seen with the sniper in his hand quite a lot. Yeah. He's going to be able to put out, just in general, with a higher damage per second weapon, more damage per second. So no surprise to see that. But it's great to see him back in this form, right? It sounds crazy to say because we hold these kind of players to almost a higher bar than others. You've got to remember the first event of the year was SSG's. They won the whole thing, right? And Stellar was fantastic. But London, because it was like a not insane Stellar performance where it's no scope and everything, it's like, oh, Stellar didn't have a great tournament. It wasn't a bad tournament by any stretch of the imagination when you look at the stats, but this is the Stellar we wanted to see, right? What we saw yesterday, what we've seen so far today, that's what wins championships for Space Station when he's playing like this.
It really does, and it feels like he's hit a whole new level. Like I said, that Arlington performance specifically, when he was just no-scoping everything, hitting what felt like 7 to 10 sprees with Snipe multiple times through the tournament where everyone, us included, in the crowd is just thinking, oh my God, this doesn't, I mean, it's kind of getting absurd at this point, right? He's hitting a different level like that, and it feels like he's back on that same track here in Atlanta.
Yeah, some of the play, like you mentioned it, there's a couple of plays that stick out to us where he's no shields, 2 players jump out at him, and as he's retreating around the corner, he bodies both. Yeah. Like how that changed, that one play with the sniper rifle just changes the dynamic of a push, the dynamic of the map. All of a sudden, the respawners are aggressive, looking to clean up 2 easy kills instead of Stellar falling, someone picking up a sniper, and they're thinking, oh, we got to play this one slow because we know they've got a sniper rifle. So he's been a huge influence on the map for SSG, but we're highlighting him understandably, but I really do want to just hit home. It's every single cog in the machine is working so well for him to do what he's doing right now.
Exactly, and also the terrifying thing about SSG, just as an opponent that I think is important to convey with everyone watching is, even when you have 2 dead and you are now pushing in a 4v2, all it takes is a play like we're describing from Stellar, but from any player on SSG to hit something like 2 body shots, and guess what? Not only are you in trouble in that 4v2, it becomes quickly a 2v2, the spawners from SSG are also going to be ready to pounce on you as well, and it just feels like you can never count these SSG players out because of the damage they're outputting, because of the way they're angling towards their teammates that will be spawning, and CTF is going to be an absolute bloodbath here. SSG is going to look to continue at the same pace.
I will also say one of the most terrifying things I think I've ever seen in Halo is actually a cheeky smile from Legend. You see that? Just for that? He was trying, you know when people are trying to act cool and like not give it away, but it was like the corner of his mouth is going a little bit. That kind of like, you know, a bit of swagger.
Yep.
I like that. Terrifying at the same time if you're on the other side of it.
It is. It also just fits so well into this team, right? I think a lot of respect needs to be given to Legend because, yes, he earned this opportunity, but let's not forget, right? He has to move across the world, right? Yeah. New organization, new everything, right? New friends, new routine, new day-to-day life, completely different time zone from your family, and you're just thrown into this organization. And how well has he joined this roster, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's true, but you also have to remember the Bounce said he just sits there and plays Halo all day, and then puts Mayo on his chips. So
also
maybe,
impressive.
Very impressive. And also says that maybe he just carried exactly what he was doing in front. Put him anywhere. Put him on the moon. He'll do the same thing. Who knows? But he's out of this world when it comes to his gameplay here at tournaments, and he certainly is performing exactly as SSG would have hoped he would when they picked him up ahead of the season. Here we go then. Game number 3 is ready. Our players are back on the stage. Aquarius CTF. Will this be a 3-0 dealing of medicine from SSG towards Pure, saying, hey, this is how FaZe felt.
Yeah, it feels like the perfect game number 3 for this series. If we were headed instead to something like an Argyle, things might slow down a bit, kind of get to a different pace. No. Here on Aquarius CTF, we will stay at a blistering pace, very fast-paced Halo coming at you here in game number 3.
Here's Eco POV, and I mentioned how he's been dealing a huge amount of damage and it's been cleaned up upon. Well, here's a good example of it once again. He plays around the pink tower, gets some damage down, and now Bound moves in to try and clean it up. Cherish was last alive there, by the way. Managed to just at least get a kill and survive with his life. And now SSG, well, it's a flying player. He's a legend. That's legend, right? Makes a mistake, doesn't see the player, swings around, just smashes him in the head.
Man, that is wild. There's a lot of players that are tricky to play against that just simply fly, 4 dead, by the way, for Pure, to just fly into situations, and they figure it out later, right? Legend is the one who gets into the base. He's going to get there first, and he's going to figure out all the details later, but he's like, I'm going to drop slide, and I'll shoot whoever I need to shoot thereafter.
Kind of gives you strong side vibes sometimes, you know what I mean? Like, goes in, gets away with it.
But also
gets away with
strong side plus Ryan noob, right? Just like sprinting, flying, getting in, being annoying, and also just hitting the exact shots that he needs to.
Oh, there's some good shots coming in from last shot, though, and it was the last shot that counted most in that particular fight. Eco answers back, though, as he flies forward. It's 3 dead. Momentarily here for Space Station Gaming. So, Druck, he's been annoying in and around that brick, just playing some angles and hoping his teammates can move up to give him a little bit of assistance. Legend is taking the 1v1, and Legend is winning it by the looks of things at the moment.
Druck does get taken down. Druck was quiet in that last game, by the way, I believe. Only 4 kills on the board. A lot of assists, led the team in assists, but quiet overall in terms of kills. He's going to need to put a little bit more on the board if he wants to make sure the team stays alive in this series.
Interesting that we haven't really seen anyone infiltrate the base, right? On either side at the moment. Pure haven't been able to get onto the SSG side, and on the flip side, SSG not really able to get onto the Pure side. But as I say this, how smart is this? The overshield is coming up. Legend has pulled this flag out towards the pink side, and he's running it in correlation with that power-up coming up. Now all the spawns are here. Stellar's set up on the pink side. If he can time the overshield, surely this is a cap.
Yeah, this one should go, even if the overshield pops and goes the way of Pure. Should be able to get it. Yes, he does indeed. It's a great call by you, Mark. The fact that they pulled that early, they knew they could get the kills, and SSG is so good about getting there early on these power-ups, right? They fly, they push past it 10 seconds early. Yes, they might have lost the power-up, but they got the kills they needed prior to get the flag in. But let's see what Last Shot could do. He still got 75% overshield here.
Yeah, it's one of those plays that just separates a team like SSG, right? It's thinking not just 1 step ahead, but 2, 3, 4, 5. What can we make out of everything that's happening on the map? Well, they got the most important thing done, which of course was the flag capture, but by not securing the overshield, it's now turned into a counter cap, which is going to come in for Pure. They answer back. A little bit of good news for them. They're looking for a double cap here.
Yeah, they're not done yet. By the way, Last Shot, there's a lot to talk about. They're still 2 dead, maybe 3 dead if they get the kill on Bound as well. Eco staying alive in the util. If they can get these last 2 kills, this flag could continue.
Yeah, it looks like it's a little bit unfortunate there for Pure. They just got the kills a bit too quickly on the pink side, blocked those spawns. They didn't spawn back flag and spawn essentially where that flag route was being run. So just got stopped by Space Station. Maybe just a little bit kind of over anxious to get those kills too quickly there for Pure. Didn't get the spawns that they would have wanted to force.
That does give us a moment, though, to talk about that flag run and the way the Last Shot did that. He, as we said, as he comes in from the util, he had over 50% overshield left. Instead of trying to fight those battles and win back base, he knew he had the help to actually let the overshield eat all of the bullets for the pull. As you saw, he drops Courtyard. He's so weak as he runs it. He barely makes the corner on Car side, but because he had the support he needed, he's able to get into the flag, and they counter very nicely. We're tied up 1-1.
SSG taking some damage in and around their base, but even though they take damage, it's only Druck who is last alive here. And he's going to have a little cheeky overextension on the pink side. Now he's going to give his position away by shooting a Bound. The overshield is coming up once more, and interesting scenario here for SSG, right? Because they have to turn around and deal with Druck, because if they don't, that flag can start moving, but also they got to worry about the overshield, and the spawners now coming through for Pure.
Yeah, Druck's done well there to just stay alive as long as he can and try to win the battle. Bound actually leaves the overshield, goes all the way to Car 1, very Bound-esque, to go all the way across the map and fight that battle instead, keeping a very close eye on that OS.
OS actually went the way of Pure, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken. And yes, indeed, it's going to be Last Shot who has it. Stellar's in front of him, and he doesn't want to take the trade here. However, he's got 2 players to deal with, and that's SSG at their best, right? The buddy system is back, and they quite simply just give him a beatdown.
Also got to mention here, Pure, by the way, outslaying for the first time in the entire series. They're outslaying right now 32-28 total. We talked about how Druck, the man on your screen, had to step up. All of a sudden, he's 10-6 with 5 assists, leading the team in kills as well as assists.
I kind of love the way he's playing as well. He's kind of trying to get behind enemy lines. He's trying to do what Rhino used to do, right? On the likes of Onslaught. Get behind you, pull your flag, force you to turn around, and then before you know it, a couple more kills come in from mid-map, and he's getting that flag moving. For now, though, it's going to be Pure who find themselves losing a few players on the map. Even though Stellar went down, the damage was capitalized on, and now they're respawning in and around that fridge.
Well, Cherish was the last player alive. He gets the kill. Very important. Look at that. That could have been very dangerous. Talik is the last player alive there in the fridge. However, he gets the help from the Pink Street. Really good teamwork coming in from Pure. That will keep them in advantage in the kills category as well, and we'll see if they can keep this up.
Now Cherish finds himself as last alive. They were momentarily in an advantageous position, but now the swarm comes in as last player alive is dealt with. Legend doing even more damage. Druck will get the kill, but look at where that flag is. It's all the way back into the gen. They're going to run it across the bridge. There's no one in position to stop this for Pure, and that will be Space Station going up 2-1.
Very clean there from SSG, and you have to think Pure's working so hard to maintain control of this game. By the way, still tied at 37 kills apiece. A bound hitting nades like that from the util door is going to make it easy for them to push out. Finally gets taken down, though. It's a nice push and nice angles coming in from Pure. 2v2 on the map.
Yeah, I think the scary thing here for Pure is how efficient the flag runs have been for SSG. 2 flags pulled, 2 flags captured, right? They are so good at not just the routing they're taking, but picking up those kills onto the respawners, or at least damaging them for long enough to stop them being in a position to get that flag carrier killed. Elsewhere, you're going to see the overshield coming up in a few moments as well. And this is the 3rd time in a row, if I'm not mistaken, it's gone to the hands of Pure, and they're still trailing in this game.
Yeah, it is. By the way, earlier we saw Druck in the back of the base taking that 1v1 against Bound right before the overshield popped, and it also led to Last Shot grabbing it. Druck is also once again front and center in that power of battle, so a lot of credit definitely goes to him here. Once again, still with 11 kills on the board. We'll see if they can convert. They've got a lot of time to play with here, Mark.
So they do have time, but the grenades onto the overshield, and Eco being in that corner, the king of the corners he's been so far in this tournament, means the overshield amounts to nothing. It's a misplay coming in from Pure. That's 3 overshields and not really much to talk about with it.
Tough as well, because he had the, ooh, nice little drop here. Fake coming in from the battle. He just tries to win this battle. Does win the battle. Very nice mechanically for Bound. That heat wave, though, is tough. Like, as you saw, could have rounded that corner earlier, but instead, Eco staying alive in the gen, catches him off guard, and they shut down that push. Now Bound once again on the entire SSG roster, putting pressure on the base here from the stream side.
Absolutely love that little step jump. It just throws so many people off. You think you're kind of lining up your reticle for the fall, and then before you know it, they're jumping back up. And one person who's jumping back to his base with a flag in his hand is going to be Bound. We mentioned how his movement was good without the flag. Well, it's just as good with it. One player is dead for SSG, but he's got a couple of friends alongside him. He's forcing it home. Can't quite get it over the line, but there's a teammate there to convert. Stella will put it home, but there's a counter-cap opportunity as SSG got 3-1.
They needed to put that in, by the way. That was closer than I think a lot of people might have realized. That one came down to the wire, almost didn't go. However, counter-cap opportunity, as you say, coming in for Talik. All players are alive, though. We'll see if he can cross the bridge.
He should be able to force this one home. It looks like he's got a teammate just blocking those pink spawns. And how interesting is it to talk about the last 2 flags that have been put in on both sides? SSG with a pretty clean run, but then the kills they picked up off respawn, the counter cap has been taken advantage of immediately. So nobody is getting any kind of daylight when it comes to those final scores.
Wow, 1v2 momentarily there. Great shots from Talik. By the way, Eco, I think, snags the overshield and does it cleanly. Yes, he does. That's a big battle here. It's a 2v2 on the map. Eco actually last player alive. We'll see what they can do. They should be able to neutralize this. A stick comes in as well from Druck, which means the overshield is now gone. Eco will still hold forward and try to hold down mid-map.
Yeah, so much damage there from Druck, by the way. Drop slides off, misses the first sticky, but connects with the second, and a couple of extra bullets alongside it as well means that Eco really couldn't do much, right? He hasn't done anything wrong in that position. It's just a great play from Druck to recognize what he had to do to output maximum damage. Cherish now going to be challenging, but Eco teaches a lesson and turns back for 2.
Killing spree as well. That means there's 2 dead here. 3 minutes left on the clock, but right now momentum and certainly the advantage in the favor of Space Station Gaming. It was 3 dead as Eco pulls. He's going to run though into a gen spawner. It's a very nice job from Last Shot to make sure he gets the stop. It's an unfortunate turn of events for Space Station on the run, so we will stay here at 3-2. 3 minutes left on the clock.
3 minutes left, as you say. Plenty of time for multiple flag caps on either side, and look at the position of SSG right now. They're all trapped in the back of their base, and Pure smell blood. A couple of grenades still in the pocket here for Last Shot. One good frag grenade can do so much damage, and if they get these kills and they are able to get that flag moving, there's an opportunity to strike here for Pure.
Momentary 3v4. They need to even this up here. 3 dead. Last Shot is going to be your last player alive, so it probably won't be this push. He gets 2 dead. He gets into the back of the base, and he'll have to play this slowly.
SSG did such a good job there of just getting those kills and trading out inside of their base, forcing all of the players from Pure to be respawning right across the map. where they could meet up again at the 50-yard line. Fantastic job from Space Station not to take a huge amount of damage and fall.
Feels like this overshield really could be the one, right? This could be the play that determines if it gets burned, that really might be it. We might stay at this scoreline. However, if we see one of the teams grabbing it, we could definitely see a flag on the board. And as you can clearly see, a flag on the board would mean two very different things depending on where it goes.
Well, Pure just got to be careful here not to fall into the trap of desperation, thinking we have to get a flag cap on our hands, right? We have to get one on the board. And that means people start overextending individually. It means that you forget about little things like the overshield because you're so hyper-focused on that one objective that you have. And this is a situation you can find yourself in. Desperate to tie the game up, you can find yourself down 4-2.
Look at Stellar playing this so well. Even that melee battle, making sure that he goes straight for the melee battle with the overshield. Burn the damage, but make sure you don't accidentally get double beatdown and lose the entire battle. Nice timing push coming in from Pure, but Stellar, of course, is wise to it. He stays alive.
Legend there to help out his teammate once again. By the way, Legend is 21-18 in this game with 10 assists, so he's been involved in 31 kills across the board, making it 32 now. And just the 18 deaths, he really is outputting so much damage and being so efficient for his team. A little flank coming in here from Stella on all of the respawners. The info will be relayed as the flag is moving.
By the way, the call out on the Pure side is...
Hello. Oh!
Almost does it. Call out on the Pure side must have been Stellar is still in the back of our base because he was there forever. The man was not paying rent and putting up a lot of damage. Killing spree now.
Killing spree for Stella. Might be another one. Torlik does a good job just to snap onto the head to make sure that it can get out of hand. Legend picking up more kills. SSG starting to think, let's play the trade game. If we are trading our kills, there is no way for Pure to get inside of our base. 35 seconds left in this game. If SSG can hold on, it's a 3-0 series win for them. But there is time for one more push.
Big kill from Bound there. Do or die, 2 dead. 24 seconds left, as you say. There is time for just one push left from the side of Pure. This is their series hopes. However, the staggering of the kills is not good. It's 2 dead yet again, and now with 15 seconds left, this could be it.
Yeah, it's essentially 4 dead. It was 2 dead followed by a 2 dead. Nobody can get across the map in time, and Bound is just playing this corner, thinking if one more kill for my team, a couple of extra ones onto the ring finger will let them know that Space Station Gaming have closed the series out. A 3-0 sweep over a Pure who looked so good earlier today, and SSG look like they're here to reclaim their crown.
And SSG responds by saying, rumors of our demise have been greatly exaggerated. A beautiful performance from them after watching one of their biggest rivals get taken down 3-0. On the main stage, they stand strong. It's a 3-0 win for Space Station Gaming.
There's no bigger motivator, right, than probably sitting on that main stage looking up and seeing Roy in a Space Station hoodie, and an Instinct hoodie, of course, but as someone that you want to put a performance in for. Also looking out for the crowd of the most comfortable people in the venue. Those things are nuts, by the way.
The SSG onesie.
Yeah, they are nuts.
Get me in one of those ASAP.
But every single piece of the puzzle for SSG just came together in that series, and I've got to say, it's not just winning games, it's not just winning series. They look a class apart here in Atlanta.
Yeah, and I think a lot of SSG fans were hoping that this is exactly what we would see, right? Everyone's wondering, is SSG going to bounce back in the way that they need to following a 4th place in London? As we said, not just one of their lowest in a long time. For some of them, their career lowest placing in terms of the last few years, and certainly within Infinite as well. They're back, and they're here to play.
Yeah, still got some work to do, of course, but I think the biggest thing for them is just knowing that they've avoided that elimination bracket as well. And that sounds crazy. Obviously, they want to keep going to the winner's side, and it's all they're interested in. But knowing some of the caliber of teams that sat in that elimination bracket at the moment, you add Pure to that mix right now, it's like, you just don't want to go there. It's an ugly place to be.
No, not at all. Exactly. I was thinking the same exact thing. As we were in that Aqua CTF, and we saw that it was likely going to be an SSG win, I was thinking this elimination bracket is going to get nasty.
Well, SSG get the series win. It's a sweep in their favor. Blaze is down on the main stage with an interview. Jump over to Blaze.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brav. Atlanta, make some noise for Space Station Gaming as they move on to the winners finals. And man, that guarantees your top 3 right there. Already a better placement than last event. How does it feel to take those boys down?
Feels good. We played them online. We know how good they are. And yeah, I'm pretty sure they've beat us before, but we know what to expect, and we just play our game. So.
There you go. And that's kind of what I was going to ask you next, too. You know, you guys got a chance to, they took Optic to Game 5. They took down FaZe. I didn't know if you was probably even planning on playing these guys on the main stage, you know? I was going to ask, what type of prep did y'all do beforehand, or you guys just had to really just stick to your guns and go see what happens?
We were specifically prepared for this round's game types and scrims. These are the game types we would focus on because we expected to play FaZe, so we were well prepared coming into this match.
Definitely was, definitely was. Now, talk to me about how proud you are of the boys for what you guys have done thus far. You know, you won Major 1. After that, it was some woes, but, you know, what you guys planning on doing to getting back to that grand finals and winning again?
Just the same thing we always do. I mean, we won Arlington, played terrible in London, but I think that was a fluke event, and we've been practicing really hard and focusing on certain things. And if we just play how we play, I think we're going to win.
Definitely does. And lastly to you, we got a bunch of Space Station Gaming fans out here in the crowd, and we know Salt Lake City is going to be the next event coming up. What do you want to tell them to make sure they give you guys the right amount of juice you need to get there?
Just come out, support us. We appreciate all of you. It really does help. It's OP, so thank you guys.
Definitely is OP, Space Station fans. That's going to do it for me and Stellar on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. I love that bit of insight. What a great question from Blaze to ask Stella there, just about the preparation. It's the first time we've honestly really heard something like that coming out of the players, and Stella saying that he was prepared for those game types. He was prepared for that series layout, and rightfully so. And I think that kind of gets missed sometimes, is the prep that goes into some of these bigger games, because a lot of our top 3, top 4 teams are looking forward. You know, they are looking at some of these bigger games to make top 3, to ensure themselves that position in the winner's bracket. Really interesting stuff, and it certainly looked like Space Station were indeed prepared for that. Pure, God, they had a taste of their own medicine, Tony, didn't they?
That they did. I mean, it was tough. After seeing what they did with Optic and taking them to a Game 5, after seeing what they did with FaZe in a 3-0, and to put themselves in this position, I thought Winners Bracket Finals was within their destiny. But like Space Station Gaming said, like Stellar said, they were prepared for this series. They were prepared for this moment. They knew what Pure were going to bring to the table, and they ended up winning.
They certainly did, and Onset, there was a level of adjustment that had to definitely be made on the side of Space Station. Yes, the preparation for those game types and modes, but it was the fact that they're playing Pure instead of the likes of FaZe. And looking at the way things shake out, the scrappy Pure that we saw against FaZe was no longer. Pure just couldn't get anything really going. The only time we really saw some answers back was definitely in that final map, where they were managing to get a couple of caps here and there, but Space Station shut them down so convincingly.
Yeah, I think you look at that final map and it feels close. The score kind of looks close as well, but then you have to remember that Pure had multiple overshields kind of advantage in that, and still Space Station were able to create enough opportunities to win that game. So I think it kind of goes to show, and you have to use the phrase dominance of the performance from SSG there. Map number 1 didn't look close whatsoever. Map number 2, they looked like they were in the control the whole time, and to come out of a series with a 3-0 sweep over a team that just did what we talked about so much to FaZe, that shows how good SSG are. I don't think it's a slight on Pure. I think it's just how good SSG are looking.
Certainly is indeed. It was just a different level, I think, from Space Station Gaming. And listening to what Stella said on the main stage, Brav, about London being kind of a fluke there, I believe him. I truly do. I really do believe him. I think it shocked a lot of us to see the way that they were playing and how they just couldn't get things flowing and working. And to see them kind of come back not only in full form, but the SSG we know and love, it makes a lot of sense. You're only human. You're going to have bad days. You're going to have bad tournaments. I do think right now, SSG might be edging into our favorites.
Honestly, I think a lot of us thought the same thing, that it was very likely a fluke. Also, we got to talk to Bound early on day 1, and he said the jet lag was terrible, right? Everything felt off, and we knew that was going to be a factor for these NA teams, right? Guess what? You're eventually going to have to go to Europe, and you're going to have to deal with the same jet lag that Europeans have been dealing with 2 decades, and then Mark has been dealing with for 2 decades as well, by the way. Here's your final stats. 3-0 for SSG. Yeah,
it certainly wasn't indeed, and I've got to say, these are not the same stats that we saw from Pure a series ago, and yeah, looking unfortunate, to be perfectly honest. I'm trying to find something kind of to get going here for them, but Space Station Gaming just take them by storm. Everyone is looking so good. I mean, Legend and Stella, that duo is insane. Mark, you're kind of puffing here.
That's what I'm saying. Look at the damage.
Look at Legend's damage compared to every other player in that lobby. That is like monstrous, absolutely monstrous. I mean, last shot, huge amount of damage. You're like, wow, that's an outlier. And then you're like, Legend. It's like, okay, that doesn't matter anymore, because look at those numbers from Legend. 1.41 across the board as well. We saw that he had a huge amount of assists in every game, and the objective was being run. He's a monster. Like, honestly, he is a monster, and he is taking over at the moment.
Yeah, I think the damage dealt is so big. I think especially when you're playing against a team like Pure, who really want to kind of pick up that scrappiness from you. They want to dictate the pace. Space Station shut that down every single time. It was really hard for Pure to get any type of control, and I truly do believe that is because the peppered damage from the likes of Legend and Stella was so significant. honestly, Pure just pushed back every single time.
I think the two things that really stood out to me with SSG is the way that they watched every single angle on the map, and very rarely did any one player was able to sneak out of a setup and be unaccounted for. That told me the trust that they had on every one of their teammates to be able to watch their angle, watch their lane so that they can play their game. I thought SSG played absolutely fantastic, because the moment you lose track of one player on Pure, that's when they get you every single time, and SSG just didn't allow that to happen. Not ever.
You're completely right. The unorthodox play that we saw from them literally a series ago was not allowed. It was literally, the door was shut right in their faces, and 3-0 will definitely seal the deal with the lock there as well on Pure, but they will go down to the elimination bracket. We do have a man of the match though, which I do believe is Stellar. He was on the main stage just moments ago with Blaze. And I think there were a lot of questions about this guy in London. You know, I saw some wild takes on Twitter. Wild takes about this guy and his sniping skills. Has Stellar fallen off? Can he still snipe? I was thinking to myself, you guys frustrate me so much. I won't use actually what I was thinking, but I was very frustrated reading it. No, I definitely
miss
won't.
me with those.
Yeah, it was, you know, very frustrating to see because this guy is just unbelievable, and everybody has one of those tournaments, and I think if the rest of your team aren't performing, neither will you, but the stats speak for themselves. And on set, tell the fans what he brings to the table.
I mean, firstly, usually when you open social media, you're open to wild takes because people can't be argued back against. So that's kind of why you see a lot of that. But yeah, I mean, you've seen, I don't have to explain it too much. You've just seen in those 3 games the perfect example of what Stellar does best. He is so good at timing his pushes off of damage, responding to callouts. And there's a lot of players, you talk about communication, right? And it's always kind of a focus on, you know, what's this player saying? How does he communicate to his teammates? But some of the best communicators in Halo history aren't the big talkers, they're the great listeners. And I think that's what Stellar is. He's a great listener, and it's very rare if you're one shot that you're not going to be looking around going, where's Stellar? Oh, there he is, he's just killed me. So.
Yeah, that's a gorgeous point, by the way. Yeah, not
Good,
big
mate.
talker, great listener. And he certainly listens to those callouts because he sniffs them out every single time. Stunning stuff from your man of the match in that. Let's take a look at the bracket, though, to see now where our teams end up after all of that carnage on the main stage. We've got our winners' final set for Space Station, but who will be joining them? We have Rebellion versus Optic Gaming coming up next to find out who will be going forward in our winners' bracket and who will be falling short into the Elim one. And let's take a quick look right now at our safety net to see who is lurking about, who has been making some moves, and who will potentially be going all the way back into that grand final position. Will it be somebody who will be falling short here in the winners finals? Will it be somebody who's making a journey from round 1 or 2? You know, Brav, it's a lot of questions right now and a lot of competition there.
Yeah, also let's not forget Rebellion versus Optic on the bottom side of that winner's bracket. Also, Optic's going to be realizing what Rebellion did to what Rebellion did to Space Station in London. They're going to have that in mind, but as you said, the elimination bracket, we call it a safety net. It's feeling like a not so safe net as well.
Feels like it has a few holes in it, that's for sure. That you need to make sure you're stepping over and definitely avoiding one of the likes of FaZe Clan, who have sent Sentinels home, folks, by the way. That happened off screen, that was in the back. FaZe Clan 3-1 Sentinels. And, you know, when it comes to this kind of matchup, there is a lot of drama history there. It's always a big one for both of these teams, and for that one to be happening kind of in the back, it feels kind of strange to see that, Tony. But 3-1, you know, a fight our FaZe again. I think they've woken up and gone, hold on a second, this is our event. We need to make sure that we make it to Sunday, and a 3-1 against Sen is no easy thing to do, so that's definitely on track for them.
Yeah, it's really not. I remember Wes brought up on the desk earlier, like, yo, Sentinel just keep getting these crazy matchups early within tournaments. You know, they just keep running into the powerhouse, the SSGs, the Optics, and now even the FaZe is so early. And in a loser's bracket, round number 2, you're fighting for your tournament life. And I guess they say what they say, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And FaZe were the best in that matchup, 3-1.
They certainly were indeed. Well, folks, that's going to do it from us at the desk for now. We're going to head to a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we have plenty more action coming your way. What an experience that was to see Space Station back in final form. They had a slip-up in London. It was a little bit of a blip, but they are back and they're ready to go into that grand finals position. Who is going to be in their way? We'll have to find out after the break.
what's up, everybody? Onset here from The Narrative, and we're here in Atlanta with a world champion. We've got Frosty from FaZe Clan joining us for a pre-event interview. A huge thank you to FaZe Clan for allowing us to do this. Brad, firstly, how are you, dude? Home event.
Great, how are you?
Good, man, I'm good. I want to kind of talk a little bit about the story of this year, because you guys have had a few ups and downs. At the moment, you're certainly on an up, I would say, having won the last event. But let's go back to the Halo World Championships, right, at the end of last year. You win that one, everything's good, and then we're looking at a new season, new change of weapon, a little bit of a new meta, a bit of a shift, and we head into Arlington, right? What was your guys' preparation like for Arlington, knowing that you just won the Halo World Championships and, you know, feeling pretty good about things?
Right. Yeah, honestly, there was a long gap in between those times.
Well, hello Atlanta, Georgia, and welcome back to the HCS Atlanta Major presented by FaZe. The crowd are getting very hyped, and I think I know why. If you see the green beard, you probably know that Optic Gaming are going to be playing very shortly on the main stage. The Optic fans, they're out, they're ready to go, and they're ready to cheer. And I hope their voice boxes are kind of, you know, tested, because we've had some incredible series from Optic in the back. They've been making their rounds through that winners bracket, and next up they're going to be meeting Shopify. Wes, lovely to have you back on the desk.
Love it.
You've been casting back there as well. How have you been feeling about the action?
Action's been crazy so far. Pure knocking out FaZe was not expected, but FaZe has been on an elimination bracket run since they took out Sentinels for top 6. They await the loser of this for a top 4 opportunity, and this series is going to be a banger as well because Optic, you didn't know how well they were playing because of their series against Pure yesterday and how close it was. Well, turns out Pure's just flat out pretty good. SSG obviously showing Pure exactly who the big dog of this tournament looks to be, but still just so many strong teams across the board here. It feels like anybody could place anywhere that's still left in this bracket.
Indeed, Sherzy, Gaskin, they're going to be casting this one, but Sherz, I feel like the elimination bracket is kind of shaping up to be some type of death trap for a lot of our teams, but I truly do believe that no matter what had really happened, it was always going to be that way, and that's because the level of competition has been so unbelievably high this season.
Yeah, I think you used the expression, it's a safety net. I'm not sure how safe teams feel when they drop down there. There's cold-blooded killers no matter where you turn. I think Wes talks about FaZe going on that run. We've already lost Sentinels, Cloud9. They'll be feeling a little bit uneasy and probably feeling a little bit unfortunate that they ran into FaZe that early. But I think the story is that it was always going to be this way. Onset predicted there was going to be some upsets, and haven't we just seen that?
And Gaskin, we've seen some really high-level competition so far. High-level Halo. How are you feeling about this series?
I'm very excited. A rematch from London, of course, where it was fairly one-sided after Shopify Rebellion got all the way to the winners' final, and then sadly it was just kind of them teetering out on the Sunday. I think they want to make up for that, and Optic Gaming will look to try and replicate their success.
Indeed, Saturday's going to be a big one for Shopify Rebellion, especially going up against Optic this early on. Let's meet this incredible team. Wes, this team caused some serious upsets last time in London on Saturday. They managed to do some crazy things, solidifying themselves in the top 3 conversation by the end of the weekend. Does this team just come out different on day 2?
I think this team is just different. I think they are in the conversation with the tier 1 teams we have. Optic, SSG, FaZe, throw Shopify in there. They have showed me consistency and the level of play that matches the big dogs in our league, and I can't wait to have them have another opportunity to create a potential, we're going to call it an upset, but at some point this season, it's going to become a regular thing that Shopify are here to stay in the winners bracket semifinals. It feels like they have been in every single one of these series, and they've created some of the biggest upsets so far this year. It would not surprise me if it happens again.
Yeah, I think Wes uses the word right, opportunity. That's exactly what they have. They match up against Optic Gaming. This time with the benefit, they're in the winner's bracket, so if you do lose, you're into the elimination bracket and you have another chance. But I think what I can say is they showed up on Sunday. We could say flat, they got 3-0 twice. They have got to be more competitive in this series.
Gaskin, I've got to ask you, who's been impressing you the most on this Rebellion side?
I think Cycle has just gone from strength to strength every single tournament that we've seen him. I think that the fact that he competes at the level he does and how far he's come in such a short amount of time really just shows what a player he could be. Even like the fact he's at this level and there is still more to come from him. I don't think we've seen the ceiling of Cycle yet. I'm very excited to see how far he can go.
Yeah, I think his name is Cycle for a reason because he puts people in spawn cycles. That's how good he is. Getting kills with the sniper rifle, with his bandit. It doesn't matter what weapon is in his hands, he's deadly with it.
He certainly is indeed, but another deadly side. On the other side of the stage is Optic Gaming, and the boys in green, they're going to have something to say to Shopify Rebellion. Let's meet them. And what they'll be saying is, All right, Shopify Rebellion, we're the only team in green that want to win this series. And unfortunately for you, we're going to be sending you down to the elimination bracket. But in order to do so, each one of these guys needs to step it up big time clutch. They have been doing that since day one. They had a slow, shaky start, but it's been plain sailing for them ever since. Here is another road bump. They're going to be tested.
Yeah, they're going to be tested, but I expect Optic to bring their A game to this series. Knowing Optic, them watching FaZe get eliminated earlier in the winner's bracket, they have to feel like they are the favorites to win this whole thing. SSG obviously doing their thing on the other side of the bracket at this point, but Optic know that this is an opportunity that does not come often. Optic know that a chance to play against SSG in the winners finals and have that advantage going into Sunday is massive. They are locked in. They know that they can beat Shopify even when Shopify is playing well. So I can't wait to see the best of Optic Gaming so far this year, because I think that's truly what's in store.
I think we've seen Optic Gaming very recently win a world championship. There was criticisms that they shouldn't be hosting their own a world championship in Texas. One thing I can say is the Green Wall crowd, that goes anywhere this Optic team is going to be. You think they're on enemy territory right now, and they are the loudest.
I think one thing we've learned from Optic Gaming, now we've seen all the teams kind of compete so far. Against Pure, they showed incredible amounts of skill to stop Pure's ascendancy after going 2-0 down to get that reverse sweep, essentially, and then watch FaZe not be able to slow down Pure, I think is showing the level of where Optic Gaming actually are here, because it's so easy to lose your mental in that scenario, which FaZe may have done, but Optic are showing championship mentality.
Yeah, I fully expect this to be the Optic takeover here at FaZe in Atlanta. Serge, you said it best. This crowd you can already start to feel is Optic heavy, and this would be a moment for the Green Wall to remember. Going into FaZe's building, making it a little personal, and taking over this crowd, taking over this stadium, and potentially this championship. And this is probably the biggest step to getting Optic on the right foot. Dan, I couldn't agree with you more. That series against Pure, Optic had to show so much resiliency. They had to remind themselves of who they are, the world champions that they are. I think the way that they won games when they were down significant margins in some of those games and found a way to climb back, that is the spark that can light the fire behind the Green Wall.
I think looking at those stats, we criticized perhaps that maybe Optic weren't in fine form playing against Pure because we just didn't know how good Pure were. But ever since that game one, on their very first game, there hasn't been a scratch on them all the way up until this point. They haven't dropped the map. So this Optic Gaming team, they're looking good.
They are certainly indeed looking very good. Like I said, plain sailing after a little bit of a shaky, rough water start for them on their sailboat, if we're going to continue with that analogy. But Dan, shipping it over to you, I want to know who you're looking out for on this Optic Gaming roster. Who is really going to be standing out for you to have a really big game in order to keep this run?
I think there's two players to look out for, and they're the usual suspects. You've got Formal, you've got Lucid, for two different reasons. I think Formal is always consistent from what we've seen so far, and he very rarely is not filling the boots that we expect to. But Lucid on the other side, we did see a slow start on Friday, and then he picked it up. If Lucid is playing at his very best, Optic seem to play around him as well. So I think if Lucid plays poorly, we might see a struggle here, but I think he's got past that hump. I think he's overturned that wave, should I say, for your ship analogies.
Thank you.
And I do think that Lucid's going to be the main man to watch, yeah.
For me, I have my eyes on a different player on Optic Gaming. For me, it's going to be Trippy. The story was at last event that he let the team down. He didn't have the grand finals performance that he would have liked, and I think we can really get a good look into see what kind of form he is in heading into this game.
Certainly can indeed. We're going to head on over to some other action right now while we get the main stage trained up for our players to make sure they are very happy with how they're going into this series. Complexity versus ITB Esports. They're in our elimination bracket right now. It is do or die, folks, and we are in the first game of this series.
I think for me, I have to say the expectation on ITB against Complexity after already beating Quadrant has to be that you win this series against Complexity, who have already shown us they did not look that strong.
The fact that Complexity is even in this series is surprising to me. Having watched them a couple of times on Friday, I had no promise that Complexity would manage to squeeze out, at minimum, a top 8 performance right now. Looking to push into the top 6 on the other side of the bracket, it was Sentinels against FaZe. So you know both of these two teams very happy to be in the position that they're in. And it looks like ITB had the best chance of striking first blood here for top 6.
Yeah, I think you have to recognize the opportunity that's in front of you here, especially for ITB. We spoke about Jimbo earlier being that first European to get into the top 6 back in the day. Well, he can replicate that success and look to try and find more as Mighty's gets another double kill. 3 are dead for Complexity right now, and it's looking like ITB should be taking this first game, which would really put out a statement to Complexity. But I agree with your point, Wes. Neither of these teams I would be expecting to compete for top 6 based off what we saw on Friday, but I think they have been able to turn things around and they have that opportunity of a slightly more favorable bracket for sure.
Yeah, right now it's about taking advantage of the opportunity given to you. Top 6, a very realistic destination for one of these two teams. One of them has to get it, and right now Complexity not looking as strong as ITB, 233 and climbing A and C, an untraditional hold here on Recharge Strongholds for ITB, but Complexity will have one chance to push. Camo is up, so the focus of Complexity has got to be on Strongholds, while ITB has a little bit more leniency, can play for this camouflage and then look to make a play.
I love the decision making from Mighty's there. Recognizes there's 2 players pushing C, backs down, he knows his teammate's already picking up B, he turns attention to A, they get the reset, they continue to score, and ITB will win game 1.
Wow, that was an unbelievably clean Strongholds from them. I mean, honestly, entering this tournament, I really thought that we would be seeing a little bit more of Complexity, and things haven't gone their way. I don't know, are we seeing a fluke a little bit similar to SSG, or do you think, honestly, this is where the ceiling's at for them currently?
I think this has got to be the ceiling for them personally. If you can't beat ITB for top 6, and it doesn't look like it after game 1 was so one-sided, that I think Complexity probably still has a lot of work to do if they want to continue on in an elimination bracket of this magnitude. There's so many strong teams, and they got a favorable bracket, I would say. I think they played Native for top 8. That's an open bracket team for top 8. That's a very fortunate road path for even a top 8 finish. They got the job done, and props off to them, but still, if they want to get better throughout this year, they're going to have to improve, I think, as a team and individually in order to get any further than where they're at right now.
Yeah, I think the expression is always going to be you can only beat the teams that are in front of you, but we've already seen ITB conquer one of their fears and one of their demons in beating Quadrant, so they were tested to get here. Complexity, I'm not too sure they were.
Yeah, I think also momentum definitely plays a big part in it. I know it's a buzzword that we use often up here. I do truly think that it's something that is of nature of these rosters. Like if you are in a flow, you are really happy with how you're performing and vibes are really high on the team. I've seen often some of our top teams excel because of momentum, excel because of they're feeling themselves on that main stage. And certainly, like you said, after that gauntlet of European Halo, ITB, they're probably feeling a little bit unstoppable right now, especially after the call that they would have watched yesterday, Dan.
Yeah, they'll be riding a high. I saw them backstage after the victory, and they looked at both Complexity and Native and said, we're feeling pretty good about this matchup. We've played Complexity in pool play at however many events and been able to topple them there. Why can't we do it here in the elimination bracket? I think if you look one step further as well, Pure will be dropping down to that side. If you are a team like ITB, like Quadrant, any of these Europeans that are trying to get into the top 4, you probably would rather a Pure than a FaZe or a SSG or an Optic Gaming. And even though Pure, though, is going to be a real challenge for either of these teams that gets through, it certainly isn't as daunting as a FaZe, as an SSG, for example.
Yeah, I think you talk about momentum, you talk about vibes, and I think it's very difficult to really quantify what that means and what value that brings to you. But what we do know is you want that in your favor when you're in these big series. And I think up until this point, Complexity have almost limped through these brackets, limped through pools. They did not really impress us, was it yesterday and indeed today. I think for me, ITB have the leg up in that series, and it's shown with the 1-0 lead.
I think so indeed too, but we have to kind of come back to the main stage just for a moment and talk about these two teams once again. I know we are waiting for things to get started, folks. Trust me, we want to see it just as much as you guys do as well. But we do have a head-to-head just to freshen things up a little bit here. It's Lucid versus Suppress, and honestly, I am not shocked that this is our head-to-head. You're talking about main slaying ability. Both of these guys comes to mind with both of these rosters. Unbelievable stuff. I think on one side you got Lucid, who had that slow start on Friday, uncharacteristic. We love that, and turnaround was everything to end up on that top 5 KD leaderboard by the end of the day was huge, and I think everyone knows that superstar potential he has. But I want to harp on about Suppress, maybe a superstar in the making. People might not be talking about as much as you would a Lucid, and Clutch, this guy can do it all too. This guy is fierce when it comes to the gameplay.
He has no fear, is what I love about Suppress. When I watch his game, he is willing to take risks that traditionally a lot of our other top players, they won't take that risk. They won't give up some of those deaths, but reap some of the rewards that come from the plays that he makes. And when Suppress can find his flow, when he can find his rhythm and comfortability in a series, the duo that him and Cycle become is daunting for anyone. We saw what they were able to do against SSG in London. Something very similar could happen to Optic if they allow Suppressed to hit the ground running and catch fire.
Yeah, I think you make the point of a superstar in the making in terms of Suppressed. I think there's an argument to be made that there's a superstar that's already been made. You've already seen at London he was the main slayer. He got the award. He's already got the accolades to prove it. So I think he's really a player that can make a difference.
For me, it's about consistency. Can he find his ceiling more consistent? When I watch Suppressed, there are times where he is taking over games. There's also times where he's kind of quiet and not impacting the outcome of the game, maybe giving up a couple of those deaths. Those risks don't always pay off. So for Suppressed to be as young as he is and be as talented as he is, we need him to figure out how to do this consistently. That's what this separates the good players from the great players. That's where the placings will start to become more consistent. Suppressed can be that player. He's just got to find his flow more consistently if Shopify want to continue to be in the top 3 conversation.
I gotta say, I do agree with the consistency thing, and that's why I will say he's not quite a superstar yet, especially if you're comparing him to Lucid. I think superstar comes with the accolades. I think it comes with winning. I think it comes with being that first choice that you want to be looking at and you want to be as a player. But I do think he has that up and coming potential. He is a very, very good slayer. Don't get me wrong, but I think you've got to kind of have that potential to be seen on stage and to know that you have all your belief in that young man. And I don't think he has that yet, but I think he has every chance to prove it.
Absolutely. And when you compare him to a player like Lucid, like you're saying, Lucid, when I think of Lucid, I think of consistently a superstar. Every time I've watched Lucid's point of view in the past 3 years, I have said this is some damn good Halo. He does not miss, he makes great decisions, and he is known for having MVP-like stats. I think throughout this year, we have seen the best player at each event win the event. Legend was my guy in the first event. The second event, I'd say Renegade took over. This third event, Lucid has the prime stats to show you that he may be considered once again the best player in the world by taking a championship for Optic. This is a massive step on that road.
It certainly is indeed, and we're looking at the road of this series right now. And Gaskin, what is coming to mind when you're staring upon this?
So there's a lot to dissect. I mean, Optic versus Rebellion, historically, Optic have won 12, Rebellion have won 1. All the times they've matched up so far in the HCS, but of course, different iterations of said teams. In recent times, we did see Slayer Livefire back in London, and it was a 50-49 in favor of Optic. So that's going to benefit them, but I think the series layout in general, the last 3 games really favor Rebellion. They haven't lost. CTF Aquarius, Opal Street, Slayer Solitude, they've yet to lose it so far this season.
Okay, well, what that tells me, Dan, is the fact that they need to get that done pretty early on, don't they, Optic? Because we don't want a Rebellion comeback for the Green Wall fans. But with that being said, and the map fly through, it is over to Shezzy and Gaskin.
It's brick by brick, it's step by step. Optic Gaming up against a familiar foe in Rebellion. Last time these two met, it was a 3-0 resounding victory. Shields up, weapons hot. It's Optic Gaming against Rebellion.
One thing I will know is the crowd are definitely going to be on Optic's side as always, but can Rebellion keep the Green Wall quiet? Now, Lucid trying to get his hands on that shock rifle, but it's a good position the Rebellion have found themselves in to try and stop him, and they do. At least that shock has not been able to stay in his hands, and he's not been able to reposition to find some shots.
Formal doing damage, but ultimately getting taken down. Cycle puts it in retreat, backs up. He's got teammates exactly where he needs them. Trying to stay alive. Not much camo left to play with here, you've got to feel. Lucid's going to drop down, no shields. Dead Zone wants to step out. Formal wants to step out. They're going to try and throw a couple of grenades and hope it's one sticks. Unfortunately, it doesn't. Formal and Dead Zone combined together in the lockers. They're meat and drink. Suppressed picks up a double kill.
60% win rate for Shopify Rebellion on this map and mode, but it's an 80% win rate for Optic Gaming. It does seem to favor them, and it is one of their better King of the Hill maps, but the early stages is Rebellion who have got scrappy enough to be scoring here in this first hill, but Optic finally shut them down, all 4 temporarily dead, and now it's going to be a chance for Optic to set up.
Lucid top elevator. Receives a little bit of damage. Suppressed is going to chase it. Maximum aggression from Suppressed. Ultimately gets cut down. Perhaps giving up an easy death. He's going to rotate towards tower. Cycle's going to get taken down to no shields. He's in big trouble. And the Season 1 MVP is in a hot pursuit. Locks in that kill. 2 down for Rebellion. 2 down for Optic Gaming. And Lucid looking to step forward towards tower. go face to face with Suppress, go one-on-one with Suppress. Both of them pop each other's shields, neither one of them fall.
This one could be really frustrating for Rebellion because they were so close and Lucid had no right to get that kill, gets the reversal, and Trippy is still in that hill, is still scoring, and now Rebellion desperately try and get there, but they're not going to be able to do what a turnaround that is from Optic Gaming to secure that first hill.
One life is all it takes when you're talking about the best players in the game. Lucid turned the script on its head in that first hill, and he makes sure his team can get what they need, extract maximum value from the slays that he put down, and now they're looking to rotate towards the blue hill.
Dead Zone has camouflage, and we know that he can be quite a sneaky beaver, but sadly will get spotted out. But he has allowed Formal to get into a position to defend this hill, but that is better on the side of Rebellion. I think if you go into this series, you need to be not scared of who you're going up against. When we saw Rebellion back in London, it seemed like they had hit a wall once they got to Sunday. Like they thought, we've achieved what we set out to achieve, we've broken into the top 3, but if they want to go one step further, if they want to one day call themselves champions, they have to be confident in their own ability.
I've got to say, I've always wondered just how sneaky beavers really are. I think raccoons are a little bit more sneaky, if I'm being totally honest.
Take it up with Chris Puckett, that's all I'll say.
Me and Chris have a bone to pick with one another. 3 dead though. Rebellion have a bone to pick with Optic Gaming here, and particularly when it comes to this blue hill. Rebellion are in the same position they were in hill number 1. The chance and the question now is, can they see it out?
Looks like this one's going to be an easier one to hold on to. Optic not even going to try and challenge for it. They're going to set up for next. They were more than happy to give that one up. We mentioned Suppress right at the start of this segment, and it's 11 kills for him already. He is already proving why he is such an important member of this Rebellion roster. On the flip side, Mental on our screens, only the 1 kill at the moment, a slow start, but that's okay, because he has been involved in enough gunfights, got some assists, and has been getting in the objective when he has the chance to do so.
Pushes forward, gets another kill. Lucid could fall victim to his bandit as well. Escapes for now. Formal over towards long hole, and indeed that glass pocket will pick up another kill. Camo's about to pop up. You can see the picture-in-picture. Great work for the observer, showing us exactly what way it's going to go and whose chest it's going to pop into. And it's Optic Gaming who have claimed the camouflage.
Optic will be able to grab it and put it to some work. It's going to be Trippy who's going to be able to get the damage done with the camouflage as well. So now really you've got 2 options. You can either stay in the hill and just try and be avoiding damage, get as much time, or you can push out and be aggressive. But Trippy opting to stay within this hill and ensure that Optic get as much time as possible whilst everyone else is taking space on the map here. It's going to be difficult for Shopify to stop this one from Optic Gaming, but the grenades are good and will take out Trippy, so there is a chance for a push here.
Grenades from Suppressed, doing enough damage to get Trippy down to no shield. Soul Snipe was there to apply the finishing touches to get the kill. Formal stands strong in pipes, however. Cycling Soul Snipe, now Suppressed also join them. They have information of exactly where Mental is positioned. They're going to have to give this one up as Optic Gaming look to secure their second hill.
Doesn't look like anyone from Rebellion can actually get there fast enough either, so it is going to be 2-1 to Optic Gaming in the early stages, which makes the crowd happy for good reason. And it's going to be a shock rifle, which could also make everyone happy if Formal starts hitting some headshots, but he's been heavily contested here, and it's not going to be easy to get out of this predicament.
Formal's going to chase Mental. A couple of shots of his bandit will do the job. Shock rifle's going to drop though. Cycle's going to pick it up. As far as he's concerned, it's reduced, reuse, recycle. Looking to pick that shock rifle up and put it to use after he pried it from the hands of Formal. Pushed up towards back blue. Trippy's down to no shield. Trippy is no longer a problem, no longer an issue on the map, at least for the next 7 seconds or so. Lucid will drop down onto the bandit. Suppressed and Cycle will combine to take him down. This is what Rebellion need, but unfortunately now numbers start to fall. Optic Gaming are just relentless.
Fairly even across slays. It's a 38-34 advantage at the moment for Optic, but Rebellion keeping it close and competing in that department is very important as this series goes on, because otherwise you give Optic too much control, too much freedom to be in any position that they would like, and they can really dictate the pace of how the game is going to go. And actually that's going to happen more so here as all 4 down once more for Rebellion. So Optic not only can choose who they want to get in the hill here, but they can reposition to stop where Rebellion might be pushing from.
Yeah, I think good call from you. You can see players is positioned over towards gold. They made the rotation over towards A, have Rebellion, but they're going to need damage before they can push. And which way is it going to come? Soul Snipe is going to be the first point of contact for Lucid. Lucid taking a little bit more damage than perhaps he would like, but eventually gets the job done, gets rid of pesky Soul Sniping, and now turns his attention elsewhere. This camouflage is playing a factor, and it is being an issue for Rebellion. Another kill locked in for Lucid, but 2 players of Rebellion have leaked through to the back blue, and perhaps that's exactly where they want to be.
Yeah, they want to be there for now, but If Lucid gets this kill, that's another player who was just caught unaware, not expecting Lucid to be in that position, and he is being a terror at the moment. A thorn in the side of Rebellion, eventually does get shut down, and good timing, all 4 dead for Optic. This is Rebellion's best opportunity to get back into this game now. Cycle needs to be communicating with the rest of the team where these spawns are happening, and either go for one of 2 approaches, get aggressive on them, or at least expect where they're going to come from, and that's going to open up the map for Optic.
2 players fall. That's not what you want to see for Rebellion. You can see they back out of things and they give up the hill. They're instead going to try and prioritize holding blue and making this difficult for Optic Gaming to get into. Shroud screen goes down. That will make it difficult for Rebellion to find the targets. Lucid will dip out, dip away, and just prolong the fight here. 3 members of Rebellion starting to do damage to him though. Unfortunately for him, 3 members of Optic Gaming go down. Dead Zone's the final man standing for the green wall, but no longer is Cycle. Shocks off his face.
That's a big kill, because that will stagger the spawns now for Optic. Rebellion have the extra player for the remainder of this push, and again, another staggered spawn. Rebellion have a real opportunity of getting this hill and tying it up 2-2. They just need to be careful of any sort of flank down towards Longhall. It looks like there is going to be progression over towards Gold, but Cycle shuts that down immediately, and we're tied up 2-2. We've got a game on our hands.
Cycle's terrorizing Optic Gaming right now. They've got to keep tabs on him, as is Suppressed, who was highlighted before the series for good reason. 17, 10, and 13. That's what Rebellion need if they're going to stand a chance to win this series, trying to right the wrongs from London after getting clean swept. They were not an issue, they were not a concern for Optic Gaming before. They're hoping to be more so now.
Back-to-back-to-back kills for Cycle. Eventually does get shut down. It was good positioning from him and really did stop Optic from getting that previous hill. But now with it being bottom middle here, it's a very difficult one to try and hold. And there's going to be a lot of grenades thrown off of the spawn. So you really need to be aware of your positioning and where you're going to be watching here. As at the moment, Optic have got the most time, but Shopify Rebellion certainly are keeping them at arm's length. Only 1 minute 18 left on the clock, by the way, here, Sher. So a victory here in this hill could be enough to get you the game.
Who's going to risk it? Are they going to play for overtime instead? One way or another, we have to get a conclusion to this game. Formal's trying to get away. Unfortunately, he's been cut down, he's been chased. Lucid will answer back with a kill. Suppressed will trade that one out though, so numbers now do favor Rebellion, making another one for Mental as he just falls victim to a grenade. They keep trading numbers back and forth. Nobody really able to control this game. Nobody really able to hold a setup, and that's why we're seeing scrappy time for both teams.
It's so tough to try and hold a setup in this bottom hill, because all it takes is one person to spawn at top A, get a grenade down towards you, and you're no shields and fighting someone with nothing but your bandit to work with. At least Optic are getting their toes wet in that hill. They are able to just slowly but surely pick up a little bit of time as they go. And that's the way to creep your way to a victory here, is just bit by bit get closer and closer to that 3rd hill on your side.
The question is, where are Optic Gaming going to be spawning here? Where can they influence the game? Lucid's rotated over towards Whirlpool, so he can get lines of sight if he chooses to go bottom elevator. Instead, he's going to go top A. Mental is putting down some damage, but most importantly, Lucid's getting shot from a different angle. Look to be suppressed over towards batteries. He's going to close the distance and try and apply the finishing touches, and does. Kills Lucid. The question is now, can Rebellion influence the spawns the way they like? Can they keep them over towards pipes to control this hill?
27 seconds left. It could be the last hill, and Cycle may be recognizing that. Does have camouflage, so he plays a big part in these final moments. Not only is he taking seconds, but he's going to be a difficult kill, but does go down. At least trades, as now Optic step into the hill. This is going to be a tough one for Rebellion off spawn. Is there anyone that can stop Dead Zone? No. He survives, and he will hold this spawn over towards C.
This one's a nail biter, down to the wire. Final moments then, who's got the ice? Formal's going to fall, Soul Snipe's going to as well. Cycle's going to kill on the Lucid though. Numbers favor Rebellion, but the kills are coming one way as well. Lucid and Formal just coming off the respawn now any second, but it's Soul Snipe inside the hill with 18 seconds left on the clock. Do they have enough? Yes, they do! Rebellion take the lead here.
18 seconds remain then for Optic to try and rescue this game. We go back to the first hill, back over towards batteries. Now it's down to 13 seconds, and Shopify Rebellion doing their best to keep Optic away from this hill. They need to make sure no one steps in.
Now you're worried. Now you're concerned if you're the green wall. Suppressed has picked up a double kill. They're spawning over towards blue pipes. There's no time. This one's done. Rebellion win game 1.
Well, for a team that couldn't even take a map off them back in London, it looks like Rebellion have learned from those mistakes. They've licked those wounds and they've made sure they've healed up already for Atlanta. And they are looking to put on a show for us as they get that first map under their belt against Optic Gaming here.
Well. We had a feeling this one was going to be tasty, and it's already starting to be a little more than an appetizer. Rebellion take that game one, and just for confidence alone, that could be the world of difference.
Especially considering Optic did have a lot of control at one point. They had that lead, but then it was that fourth hill to tie it up 2-2. A great amount of camouflage control from Rebellion as well to ensure that they stayed within that game. I think you speak about mentality, you speak about confidence. I think these guys know that Optic are there to be beaten, especially after seeing what Pure were able to do yesterday. It showed that Optic have those weaknesses that you can expose. They are not going to be unbeatable here. I think knowing that they couldn't even take one map back in London, suddenly they're going to be feeling like, all right, we're here to play this time.
And I want to talk to you about what way the series seemed to favor. In game one, you spoke about how Optic's record was 5-1 on this map mode combination, but all of a sudden, we're looking at 5-2.
Yeah, 5-2, and the series layout gets better for Rebellion the further we get into it. As I mentioned, the last 3 maps, Rebellion have yet to lose so far this season. So that opens up this opportunity now of they're guaranteed to get to game 4 here. So they're definitely going to play 2 of those maps they've never lost. And they've already won 1. There's a potential here that we could get an upset. Shopify could send Optic down, but of course we know Optic have that resilience. We saw what they did against Pure. Even when it seems like their backs are against the wall, they still find a way to get through.
The 2 teams in that King of the Hill game separated by only 8 kills.
Only.
As we head towards the Slayer, does the impetus now fall on Rebellion to double their lead and possibly put this Optic Gaming to the sword once and for all?
Well, you have to remember how close it was in London. Slayer Livefire, 50-49. I think that was what really took the wind out of Shopify Rebellion's sails, losing so closely in that manner. When you're already 1-0 down in a final like that, and then you lose that Slayer in such that manner where you are so close to tasting success, I think it chalks you off. I think you're done at that point, and it's so difficult to bring it back and rescue that 3rd map.
Yeah, I think it's something we could definitely talk about. Their performances in London, particularly on that Saturday, they were formidable. But the question then remained, can they carry that heat, that fire into Sunday? And ultimately the question was answered. It was no. And perhaps we're seeing something a little bit different now. They've learned from the mistakes of the past. They now know they're a team that can make it to top 3, but they have ambitions of pushing even further and making it to that grand finals.
You will always lean towards Optic Gaming on Livefire. It's just tradition at this point. But with how Suppressed just played in that game, I'm tempted to say Rebellion could actually disrupt a lot here. We can look at some of the Slayer stats across the season so far. In Atlanta, and it's a 4-0 record at the moment for Rebellion. They've yet to lose a Slayer so far in this tournament, whereas we have seen Optic already drop 1. Of course, that was to Pure.
I think the questions are going to be asked, the answers are going to be coming our way. Looking at 2 men on your screen, Lucid, 1.45 KD, Soul Snipe on the other side with a 1.22. These 2 players could not be more important for their teams.
And Lucid has always been that guy you want on your team for a game type like Slayer Livefire. Like, how many times have you seen him repulse up through bottom middle and suddenly he has a sniper rifle in his back pocket, he whips out, no-scopes someone, and then the rest of the team's able to get kills around him. Lucid needs to step up. We saw against Pure when Lucid wasn't playing well, the rest of the team kind of struggled around him as well. If he can be at the forefront of their damage and their kills, it is going to build the confidence with the rest of the team.
It's Optic Gaming, it's Livefire, it's Halo Heritage. Such a strong map for them in Season 1. Season 2, it started to wane a little bit. Looking to get back to form, looking to right some wrongs and correct some of the issues that they may have had in the past. They want to make Livefire home again, and this is the perfect place to do it.
I think it's good reason we start with Suppressed as well. I mentioned 27 kills in the previous game, and he's going to follow up with another kill right off the rip. It's going to be a lead for Shopify Rebellion. It's 2 players going down, but most importantly, Suppressed staying alive and ensuring that the sniper rifle goes into the hands of this man, Mental. We talk about the GOATs of the game, right? Formal, being able to win 2 championships across 2 esports. Well, can Mental one day ever find himself there? We'll have to see, but for now, it's all about trying to do some damage with his sniper rifle.
Mental story still yet to be written. Still a lot of pages and chapters to turn to. And how he would love to write a footnote here. Dead zone. Eyeing up a player getting taken down, but not before doing enough damage for Lucid to capitalize upon. It's a 1-kill game. Both teams still jostling for position here, trading back and forth. It remains a 1-kill, but now make it a 2-kill game.
I was wondering where the sniper rifle ended up. It's back with Mental, or still with Mental, I will say, and you can say he's trying to take more of an unorthodox position here to try and catch out a member of Optic Gaming, but as he gets spotted, that's when you reposition. But great communication from the Optic boys, spotting out the sniper rifle and calling where he's going to be going, just so they can pick him off as Lucid gets a double kill alongside the rest of the squad. And that's big to keep them ahead, 12-10.
And it's crazy, the information that came, you seen Formal jiggle peek, and he caught a glimpse of that sniper, and that was all he needed. 2 players flooded over across top middle. They get the kills they need. They get another double kill as 2 players tried to scramble out Rat Tunnel, but they were caught in the sewers, they were cut down, and all of a sudden Optic Gaming take the lead, and they're starting to hit some flow.
8 kills already, make it 9 for Lucid, and this is what we asked of him. This is what you want from one of your biggest slayers on the team, to be stepping up and getting those kills. Yes, no assists at the moment, but he is finishing off the damage that the rest of the team is doing, and if he keeps doing that for the rest of the game, he will keep them ahead of Shopify Rebellion.
It's what's asked of him, it's what's demanded of him. That is how crucial he is. The cog in the machine. This machine does not work without Lucid. 2 go down, Formal in dead zone. Trippy's gonna fall. He's gonna join his teammates. Now Lucid's in a world of hurt, pinched between a rock and a hard place. He also falls. All of a sudden, Rebellion flipped the script, and they now have control.
You can already see why this map mode was so close back in London. It's hard to separate the two at the moment. It's really a tug of war between who can get control, who can have any sort of map presence to try and get those kills off spawn, but 3 have gone down on the side of Optic Gaming, and this is going to be the first real chance for either team to take map control here and try and maybe create a gap.
I'll tell you something, if Halo and different map mode combinations are different genres of music, this game type right here, particularly with Optic and Rebellion playing against one another, this is heavy metal Halo, and Optic Gaming are down by 2.
Yeah, it's just very back and forth at the moment. It's very loud, it's very proud, and it's not slowing down anytime soon because it's quite staggered, the spawns on both of these teams, and everyone's just rushing to teammate, rushing to next teammate to try and help with kill after kill. You're not really getting a chance to breathe here, a chance to think if you're some of these players. Maybe this will be one of the first opportunities that there's a little bit of a standoff, and it's because of the sniper rifle in Dead Zone's hand.
Let's go Optic chance. Start around the crowd. Will Optic respond? That's the question. Dead Zone still has a sniper rifle, doesn't even need to fire a bullet. The grenade will do enough. Suppress is going to fall, tries to push, tries to get ahead of steam. He's cut down. The first pick will go the way of Optic Gaming, and now Dead Zone can set up, plant his feet. Thinks the better of it though. He's getting pushed, he's getting pinched, he's getting hassled, he's getting harried. Sniper rifle falls. It's now in the hands of Suppressed, who just died moments ago.
Still a 3-kill lead though, and Suppressed can really push it even further here for Shopify Rebellion if he can find a position to work with. I think that's been one of the struggles for everyone so far this game, is no one's been able to get into one of the better positions with that snipe to make it count. Instead, it's kind of been using it as a shotgun at times and using it just as a close range weapon because it's constantly been over towards house.
Been used with a bit of a musket at times. Yep, Formal makes the cross the bridge unscathed. Perhaps he can make some inroads. And maybe a little bit of a rotation here. Rebellion come from bottom middle, 2 players. Provide some assistance, all 4 inside house. It's going to be a straight shootout here. They're going to trade back and forth, left and right. Jiggle peeking on pillars, Dead Zone's in trouble. Gets 1, almost gets a second, but Mental stays alive.
Jiggle peeking and pillars. We see a lot of it now in Halo Infinite. If you find a pillar, you can certainly work with it, and it can be your best friend if you play it right. Still a 3-kill lead for Shopify Rebellion. Make it 4 as we're starting to close in to the business end of this game. And of course, that means another power-up to potentially sway the tide in one favor for one of these squads. I'm sure that Shopify Rebellion would love to get it and extend this lead. Could be a big kill though. Trippy shutting down Soul Snipe to deny him from going over towards that camera.
Let's take stock then. Currently 37-31. We're heading towards the end. We're heading towards the finish line. It's not been a marathon this Slayer. It's been a sprint. Can Rebellion close this one out? We've seen so often how teams get close to causing these upsets. I'm not even sure whether we can call it an upset. But one thing I'd love to do is listen to their communication, see what it's like inside the camp. Let's take a peek.
I got that one, Stuck him.
All right, last guy was green. He's going to look at you, Donnie. He's going to look at you, I think.
That's his one.
Yes, they're going to spawn A. They're going to spawn bigger in A.
Nice, Donnie.
Live up. They're going to spawn bigger in A.
Sniping it, boys.
Wait for the site, boys.
Hey, blind nades, spell screens. Alright, and one's an A.
Yeah, I'm looking over, Mike. They could hit our left.
I'm going big.
Yo, watch out, we could hit. We could fuck those ones over.
2 and A5.
Grab him side. Yeah, just hold on.
No, Billy, I'm not with you. One shot.
2-5, good damn, 2-5. I'm one. I'll bring his head back for a little bit.
I'm trying to press guy big. There was a guy big as well.
Nice, Preston.
Hey, looking at you.
I have your help, Preston. Video. Dead. Pillars on me, formal. Pillars formal, one shot.
Alright, great console.
Dead zone just spawned.
I'll get Billy.
Dead zone just
The belief is there. Rebellion can feel it. They are closing in on a 2-0 against Optic Gaming right now. An 8-kill lead going into the final moments. And Optic, as they flew out of spawn, there was just a member of Rebellion time and time again shooting them in the back. They are finding spots. They are finding nooks and crannies to hide away from Optic and then surprising them out of nowhere.
Check your nooks, check your crannies. Mental's got a sniper rifle, and he's not looking to hide in either one of them. He's looking to train his crosshairs somewhere a little bit more familiar. Formal, though, will shut that one down, but it's going to be so important that Optic Gaming do not give away too many more deaths. They've only got 3 to play with. They have to play a little bit more reserved, but Trippy falls.
2 more kills for Shopify Rebellion to take a 2-0 lead, and they could be 2 kills right there in Garage Door. 49, it's against 43, and all they need is to find 1 extra kill to send them into what would be such an advantageous position.
1 kill remaining. Formal's got sniper rifle. Mental has got to play this one slow. Which way is it going to go? Which way will it push and pull? All of Optic Gaming have rotated out. They're gone towards house. They know they cannot give away another death. Lucid's got 1. Can they capitalize? No! Suppressed, double their series lead, and they're 1 away from the winners finals.
What on earth is happening in this tournament? We saw FaZe knock down to the elimination bracket just earlier. Optic taken to a game 5 against Pure in pool play, and now Optic are going to have to reverse sweep again here if they want to find themselves in the winners final. Shopify Rebellion are looking like a different squad than we saw in Sunday in London. They are looking more like the squad we saw on Saturday in London, where they took down the likes of SSG.
The question is, for Optic Gaming, how much pressure is too much? How long before the dam breaks? You cannot keep putting yourself in positions where you have got to reverse sweep. At some point, you're going to have to lie in the bed that you made.
They just couldn't get going. There was no real opportunity for that sniper rifle to start popping off for Optic Gaming and give them that advantage. They were always on the back foot, and Rebellion took advantage of that. Rebellion started to lay those traps that I always so often speak of, putting a player behind box on sandbags, for example, waiting for Optic to make a play, and then say, welcome to the shots from my bandit. I'm going to do enough damage that if I don't clean you up, I know my teammates will. And sadly for Optic, they just didn't have an answer.
I mean, you were talking about how Rebellion were taking up those angles, and they always seemed to have a gun in the back of Optic Gaming. That's how well they were playing. They were in sync. The flanks and the rotations were almost perfect.
They were, and I think that they used their pillars to their best ability as well. The pillars were the best friend. The amount of jiggle peeking we saw in that game from both of them, but it seemed to benefit Rebellion in so many of those gunfights. But it was when we jumped into that listening where it was the key moment of the game. Were Rebellion going to be able to continue the form that they had found so far, or would Optic break back into the game? Well, the listening showed the energy for Rebellion. You could hear the belief in their voices. They're starting to realize that there's another top 3 on the cards here, boys, and it's on the menu, and boy, do they want to take it.
I'd be interested to see at the end of the tournament just how many assists pillars on Livefire, pillars on different maps have. They could be in the running for getting some sort of a medal on a Sunday, I tell you, but I think you've hit the nail on the head with this team. There's a grand finals and winners finals at the minimum up for grabs here if they can just close this one out. You spoke about how the series only gets better for Shopify Rebellion. 3, 4, and 5. That's where we are, and they already have a two-game advantage.
We have yet to see Rebellion lose on CTF Aquarius, Oddball Streets, or Slayer Solitude. They are 3-0, 4-0, and 3-0. This series layout is the best opportunity they will ever have at beating Optic Gaming, and we may well see another giant leave into that elimination bracket. Suppressed, though, was one of the big reasons why they just won that game. We asked, can he have that same kind of success going from game 1 to game 2? He answered, yes, I damn well can.
You see those stats? 1s across the board. He's pointing his finger towards the camera, but he should be pointing it up. He's been number 1 across multiple categories. What a bright future that man has. CTF stats, Dan, anything jumping out at you?
Well, I think the big thing is Optic haven't lost CTF so far this tournament, but if you look at their CTF Aquarius statistics all year long, it's 3-2, so it isn't the best mapping mode for them, but at the same time, we had this conversation during pool play when we saw CTF Aquarius pop up. Are we going to get the Optic Gaming that have 5-0 teams on CTF Aquarius, or is it going to be the Optic Gaming that kind of limps out a little bit and loses that flag in the last moment and wishes they could have it back? Well, boy, are we going to need the 5-0 Optic Gaming. If they're going to get back into this series, if they are going to win this series, then they need to find and dig deep, just as they did against Pure earlier on Friday.
And I'm always trying to garner some information, try and extract something from when you see the player cams. You see the camera rotating across faces. Do these players look a little bit downtrodden? Because they have a big game on their hands here, because they lose this one, they're in the elimination bracket. We've been calling it a safety net. It is not a safety net. It is a bloodbath down there, and you do not want to be down with the riffraff.
I think the answer of our question of where are Rebellion will finally be answered if we were to see a victory here. I mean, we talk about the big three, Optic Gaming, SSG, FaZe, but for Shopify Rebellion, if they break into that top three twice in consecutive events, I think they are well and truly up there, and it's now a big four. It's not a big three anymore. But then you've also got to look at what's happening in the rest of the tournament. Pure beating FaZe, for example. Are we entering a new era here in Halo Infinite? Are these players that have been for ages scraping at top 6, scraping to get into that top 4, finally starting to reach the dizzy heights that we knew they were capable of?
We got a little look at Dead Zone, and he's on his screen. He was playing on Recharge, and he's likely shooting bot stand to stay warm, but I would love for it to be that he's in a matchmaking game and he's holding up the series until he finishes it. He doesn't want to lose the CSR.
Here, lads, just let me get a quick victory under my belt to remember what it feels like, and then we can get into the next map and mode. Well, this is going to be a good one. I love Capture the Flag Aquarius, one of my favorites to watch in Halo Infinite, and with so much riding on it here, for two entirely different reasons. Shopify Rebellion to try and 3-0 Optic Gaming, something you very rarely see some of these teams able to achieve, and also getting back-to-back top 3s here in the HCS. Or is it going to be the beginning of a comeback once more from Optic? They showed an incredible amount of resilience in pool play to do it against Pure. But when you compare Shopify Rebellion versus Pure, Shopify Rebellion have been there. They've done that. They know how to do this. And I think that we are on the verge of one of the biggest upsets we've seen so far, alongside Pure versus FaZe.
And what I'm thinking, Dan, is for Rebellion, this series, this result, could be the biggest ones of their career so far. Not because of the reward waiting for them in the winners finals, but because of the statement that it would make if they 3-0'd Optic Gaming here.
Yeah, it's very different to, getting to a winners bracket and it's a 3-2 and you do it just in that final moment. It's a demolition job to be able to 3-0 a team, and I think that these Shopify Rebellion players know that this opportunity is not going to come around very often, especially with how the series layout looks. If you go into this one knowing how good you are at CTF Aquarius, Oddball Street, Slayer Solitude, you're like, well, surely we've got one of these three, right? The chances and the stats, they are all on their side, but you also have to remember on the other side of that stage, it's Optic Gaming. And they are no easy feat to overturn, even if you have a 2-0 lead.
We heard Walchi and Clutch talking about it a couple of series ago, how when you find yourself in this position, when you're up by 2, you can be forgiven for thinking we just need one from the next 3. Walchi urged teams, he urged players to think about it's one game at a time, because if you think you have it in the bag, all of a sudden you find yourself in game 5 and it's a different narrative entirely.
It very much is. I think the benefit the Rebellion have here compared to the finals back in London is it's not a case of they've kind of reached that point where they were so desperately searching for. Now they want to go one step further. It's not a case of, oh, we've got top 3, that's job done, and maybe they weren't thinking about how to go further. I think now they've reached top 3, they know they can go further, as already off the rip. It's 4 dead for Optic Gaming, it's an overshield for Rebellion, and at the moment, it's all about the ascendancy of this squad.
Rebellion trying to prove London was no fluke. It wasn't because Space Station had jet lag. That wasn't it. It's because Rebellion are here and they're here to play. They're here to crush dreams, and they're trying to do it here to Optic Gaming with a clean sweep here on Aqua Flag.
3 dead again. Deadzone the last remaining player, but the flag did not move. That's what's important. Deadzone positioned himself to not allow. He said, you shall not pass. And sadly, Shopify Rebellion could not answer it. Yes, they will take down Deadzone now, but it was a great stop from Optic, because that could have easily been a 1-0 in favor of Shopify Rebellion.
Lucy goes down, killing spree for Suppressed. The man just keeps on killing. 5-0-1. First death came his way, but it's been 5 straight kills ever since then. Deadzone in the front base. He's going to fall. He took damage from elsewhere, but it doesn't matter. Suppressed's bandit shot was the final one to hit his face to take him down. He's got an opening, he's got a window, he's got control of the opposition engine here.
And he's being patient. This is exactly what we saw on Livefire as well. Was just waiting for Optic to walk round, taking advantage of it. He does get sniffed out. Maybe he hadn't sprayed his deodorant just yet today, and it will mean that Optic can just shut down that player and not allow any sneaky things to be happening.
Always apply your roll on, whether it's hot spice, whether it's old spice, whether it's new spice. Stick it on, make sure. Some sort of chili pepper, I'm guessing. It's not going to feel too great, but it might keep you from smelling too bad.
Maybe it means you won't get caught out in the engine room anyway. But Shopify Rebellion, despite the early success, they have not been able to get a flag to show for it, and now Optic are beginning to control the map a little bit, or at least they were. As you can see, Overshield's about to pop as we reach that 10-minute mark, but 2 have gone down, make it 3. This could be an Overshield for Shopify Rebellion, potentially. No, okay, Optic Gaming, last remaining play, does not pop it, and Soul Snipe will grab it instead.
Soul Snipe pops it, Soul Snipe locks it, he turns his attention to pushing forward. Formal looked a little bit dejected when he got a little window into his player cam there. Maybe a little bit frustrated that things are not going their way here. And Rebellion pushing forward, driving forward now with that Overshield. And again, they've got control of the engine, but can they now get a flag pull? He's going to push up the back stairs. Trippy's going to throw down some denial grenades. Trippy doing massive damage to shut down the Overshield player.
You have to win those engagements if you want your team to get back into this series, but it's another Overshield going in favor of Rebellion, but another chance to get a flag, maybe just wandering past them there. We do see some teams that will purposely wait for that Overshield because they feel it's their best chance of getting a flag on the board. And Suppressed will trade that one out, but Optic, they've yet to really have the control we're used to seeing on Aquarius for them.
There is a lot of Halo being played inside Optic Gaming's base, inside Optic Gaming's half of the map on Aqua here. And that could mean a little bit of trouble when flags start moving. And it's about one thing, Optic Gaming standing strong, making sure they keep defending. But Rebellion, will they get frustrated with the opportunities that are being handed to them that they can't capitalize on?
Optic are a very good team at defending, that we know, and that is evident, but will eventually Shopify's constant pressure begin to crack through Optic Gaming? Or will we see a constant hammering over and over and over, and then suddenly the counter-attack comes through from Optic, and maybe they get a flag of their own? We are going to see another Overshield in about 20 seconds, and maybe that's going to be the best chance for Rebellion to try attempt number 3 at getting a flag pull.
Optic Gaming love defending, Optic Gaming love a siege. And it's whether Shopify Rebellion can act like an Uruk-hai and get in there and breach the forces of Moria. We're about to see Gondor will be calling for aid very soon. Overshield's about to pop. I'm making Lord of the Rings references left, right, and center. I can't even keep up with myself.
I apologize, that's my fault. I made one Gandalf quote, and suddenly all doors open.
You opened the door.
We have to do all the Lord of the Rings
Frodo,
quotes.
Samwise Gamgee.
It's another Overshield, but this time it's in favor of Optic Gaming. So Rebellion were patiently waiting, setting up, but Optic ripping that one away from them. Now it opens up the door for Optic to have a push, and their first chance at a flag with an Overshield.
And this is what we're talking about. Can Optic Gaming be a little bit more clinical at Shopify Rebellion when they had the chances? Lucid gets a kill. Soul Snipe though shuts down one. Trippy's also in the respawn screen. Cycling Soul Snipe against Formal and Dead Zone. Who's going to come out on top? Dead Zone's going to fall, and that should mean this flag is dead in the water.
It's very rare I see Optic Gaming grabbing and pulling a flag whilst all 4 members of the other team are still alive. And I think that tells you everything you need to know about how well Rebellion are playing right now. Optic probably don't even believe that they can get all 4 dead and then go for a flag. As I say that, all 4 dead were temporarily there, and now Optic Gaming can push on. But Rebellion are matching Optic in every single department right now.
Formal eyes up the shroom stairs. Takes care of one. His teammate takes care of a second one. He does enough damage to ensure Cycle's in big trouble. Suppress is going to chase one. Trippy trying to get himself out of dodge with this flag. He's got pretty far as well. It's down in the front base, but it's in a bit of a precarious position.
This reminds me of an Onslaught game back in the day, honestly, with some of these flag pulls, just hoping you can get around that corner, get far enough that no one's going to be able to shoot you on spawn. But sadly, everyone has had their eyes trained on that flag every single time. The flag does get picked up yet again, so it's a second attempt from Lucid, but I'm not sure it's going to work out, because now that's going to open up the map here for Shopify Rebellion. 3 are dead for Optic. Rebellion regain control of this map, and now they can start to think about maybe pulling a flag of their own.
You almost feel like every time the flag is touched and they're trying around that corner, the little inner monologue between you, so you're going, please, but every single time they get shut down. Overshield's popped up. Overshield's still there, ripe for the taking. Here it is. and it's going to be Lucid who steps forward, but Mental shuts it down.
Mental was watching, waiting like a hawk, hoping they could shut down, but no one is there to follow up from it, so that's maybe a misplay from Rebellion, or just the fact they were stuck on a couple of spawns. But it does mean Optic get another attempt to push into the base with that extra shield, which has almost already been depleted. Great use of grenades, but 3 go down for Rebellion, and this is Optic's chance to take the lead.
I love this from Lucid, or from Dead Zone, excuse me, ignoring the player in the back base entirely. He's irrelevant if I can get this flag out of dodge, and he's done so successfully. Dead Zone, one of the best running flags. Dead Zone ensures Optic Gaming take the lead here in Game 3.
After being on our back foot for quite some time in this game, we are going to see Optic Gaming take that advantage, and as you mentioned, be a little bit more clinical with the overshield. Dead Zone recognized there was players down, and he had the chance to get that flag across the map as quick as possible. And maybe there's a chance for another one here, but he does see the spawns, and it's good that he does back off slightly.
All of a sudden, it's Rebellion looking a little bit shaky, a bit weak at the knees. Currently, it's slaying power, Optic Gaming 58, and for Rebellion, it's 46. Outslayed by 12, 4 dead momentarily for Rebellion as well. Optic Gaming's onslaught continues, Optic Gaming's pressure continues to mount.
Kind of crazy that it's a 14-kill gap between these teams, considering Rebellion have been kind of pushing the base of Optic Gaming so often, but Optic have defended so well and been able to pick off one by one that Rebellion haven't been able to get that control, and now there's another chance at a flag here, because 3 are dead, make it 4. This should be a cap. It's a little bit of a fumble, but I don't think it's going to matter. We're looking at most likely a 2-0.
Not the quickest of flag runs, but it's going to be a successful one by the looks of things, because Optic Gaming have ensured they've players in position to get kills. The green wall go up too.
What a response it is from Optic Gaming. They're not down and out just yet. And this is a statement to Shopify Rebellion. If you are going to have to bury us yourselves, we're not going to go down without a fight. 4 minutes now remain for Rebellion, a team who hasn't lost CTF Aquarius so far this season. I want to see why. I want to see one of those overshields going back into their hands, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen, as again, Optic Gaming shutting down members of Rebellion.
You can dig the graves, Rebellion, but you can't force Optic to jump in. Cycle's got the overshield, and he could be looking to get himself back in the game. Triple kill for him, driving forward, but they need flag captures and they need them quickly.
They need to be thinking about where are these spawns. Can they actually surround the Optic Gaming players? And it looks like they've shut down those who were alive. And I love this from Cycle. Turns around, gives that flag to someone else, because he's got that extra shield still from the OS, and he can make a difference.
Looks like they're going to try and make a play for back-to-back flag caps. It's going to be risky. We'll see if it works out for them, Cotton. Soul Snipe punches in 1, and Cycle was in enemy territory. He is no longer. He's been taken care of.
But now suddenly they have opened up the door for the chance of a comeback here, have Shopify Rebellion, and the chance to show us why they're so good at this mapping mode. Soul Snipe just trying to assist the rest of the team, but he does see teammates fall, which means this is a fight he has to win. If you do see in the kill feed 2 of your teammates go down, you cannot lose the next fight. You have to win it, otherwise you're at such a disadvantage.
Had to get a trade, did get a trade. Won the 1v1 he needed to ensure Optic Gaming had a much tougher task of pushing up the map and taking control. Dead Zone's now got the heat wave in his back pocket and can use to employ it at any point. Suppress drop down on the car side, down to no shields. Dead Zone banks a shot off the wall, it spins up and takes out a player. Mental answers back though, a flag has been touched, a flag has been pulled, but no progress has been made to speak of right now.
I'm not sure that flag's going anywhere at the moment, but I think it was just a distraction technique to try and retrain eyes elsewhere on the map. It's 2 big kills, and now the flag is going to move. It's Formal who's going to run this one over towards the car side, but he knows full well, with players dead on his team, he can't continue to do so, so has to refocus here because Overshield's popping.
Playing patient, recognizes how important this overshield is going to be and has to make sure Rebellion are not the ones to slam it into their chest. The flag is still down in the engine. Suppressed is not aware of Formal's positioning. Cycles over towards the overshield, trying to stay alive. His shields are down. He's going to take the challenge. Cycle comes out on top, but which way is the overshield going to go? It's down. Soul Snipe's got it. It's in his chest.
This is the chance then for Shopify Rebellion. A couple of players did fall. Cycle was the first, but now Soul Snipe needs to work with the rest of the team to try and take a little bit of map presence with the extra shields they have available. And with Dead Zone going down, now they would have had the extra player, but you saw the trades happening in the kill feed. Shopify Rebellion temporarily all 4 down, and Optic will defend against the OS and get a flag pull.
We talked about how good they are at defending. The overshield proved to be little issue or concern at all. Formal position top middle like a turret, waiting for enemies to come towards him. He dropped down, and he dropped down to his own death, his own demise. but has the flag made enough progress? The answer is no. It's cut off at the pass. 4 dead for Optic. Rebellion have got to go.
55 seconds for Rebellion, and the flag is moving. The spawns are over towards Fridge, and they are making a move over towards Pink. Cycle has to try and kill one of these players on the cross. He does get the damage, does get the knowledge of where people are, but look at Optic surrounding everything and surrounding all these Rebellion players. The flag is not yet home, and it is going to be a last-ditch attempt from Optic, and they get the pull to delay Rebellion.
Cycle done so much damage, but nobody fell. That's important. Mental and Suppressed will fall. Flag is getting sent home. Formal sends it home. We're running out of time here. Rebellion have got to throw everything they have forward.
Last remaining player was Formal, and he sent it home. It might have just won the game here for Optic Gaming, if not for something of a moment of magic from a Rebellion player. But with Soul Snipe going down and Formal on the flag, surely it's too late. But 3 are dead. Is anyone going to touch it? Yes, they will. Cycle gets the grab, but it's a great trade. But now 3 are down for Optic, and Rebellion can keep this one moving.
Mental's going to keep driving this one forward. He's made it all the way to the car side, receiving damage from the opposing Fridge, but it doesn't matter. He's going to get his shields back in time. Cycle provides cover fire, but will it be enough? A grenade spins up, takes his shields away. They're going to have to play this one patient. Soul Snipe gets Formal. Mental gets Trippy. Dead Zone's going to kill, but it's not enough. We're all tied up, and we're going to run it back.
What a game we just witnessed between these two teams. Optic looked like they had it. 2-0 up, and then Rebellion showed why. They have yet to lose CTF Aquarius this season. And what does that do to the mentality of Optic Gaming? They gave everything in those initial 12 minutes, but now, as you say, we run it back, we start it again, 5 minutes on the clock, another fresh overshield, but Rebellion are 3 down. So it doesn't look like it's phased Optic, all 4 dead, and they're moving the flag. Rebellion need to hope they can get someone quickly to the other side of the map.
Optic getting icy, Rebellion getting dicey. The green wall restores some parity to this series. 2-1 now the score, and you know the seed that was planted is starting to grow. They could be on for a reverse sweep.
What on earth did we just see from Optic Gaming there, by the way? You talk about resilience, you talk about facing adversity. A team that just threw away a flag in the last second said, well, it doesn't really matter, we'll get a cap within 30 into overtime. And that one is going to hurt a little bit for Rebellion, but I think we have now seen the first piece of the puzzle of the Optic comeback. And Rebellion will be well aware of what could happen if they don't shut it down sooner rather than later.
And I want to talk to you about efficiency. We've seen how many times Rebellion got into the opposition base, how many times they seemed to have a numbers advantage, but Optic Gaming defending with all they had. But when it was, the roles were reversed, when it was flipped, Optic Gaming didn't need an invitation. They got the flag moving, and more often than not, despite any adversity or advantages they may have had, they got the flag captures when they needed them.
It was a 15 kill difference in the end between Optic and Rebellion in favor of Optic as well. I think they would have felt very hard done by had they lost that game, outslaying Rebellion in the way they did. But a lot of the kills they got was when they were sat back, kind of defending, just picking off Rebellion one by one, would try and move up the map, but then there was already Rebellion members there in their face, and they picked them off again. It took Optic a long time to actually gain any real map control and take that 2-0 lead.
Well. We never said it was going to be easy for Rebellion. It looked as though things were flying exactly the way they needed it to. We're heading very quickly into a game 4. It's going to be oddball on streets, but just to dissect the Aquarius CTF there, Dan, we talk about resilience, we talk about being clinical. Optic Gaming were that in the end game.
Well, Optic and Rebellion, their first loss on CTF Aquarius so far this season, and Optic have shown us that this series is not over. They are not going to roll over and show their bellies. They are going to make Rebellion work for this one. If they're going to fall into the elimination bracket, it is going to be scraping, clawing at Rebellion. They are not going to fall lightly. I can't wait for how the rest of this series is going to go, because it looked like maybe when Rebellion were able to tie that one up 2-2, that Optic could get checked out. We've seen it so many times before where teams throw away a lead in a capture the flag game, but the starting strategy was pretty much perfect into overtime, making sure they could shut down the members immediately. Overshield was quickly grabbed, and then the flag was very efficiently scored.
And what does it mean for the mentality, for the spirit in the Rebellion camp? Again, they came so close to tying that one up and then perhaps taking the lead. They got what they wanted. They tied the flag cap up. They sent it to overtime. but it was just how quickly and easily they were dispatched during that reset.
Well, Oddball Streets is where we head for map number 4. And I said, well, surely, Rebellion will get one of the 3, but we speak about that seed of doubt. I think that Rebellion will be thinking, come on, let's not allow Optic to do this again. Let's not allow them to do what they did against Pure on Friday. Instead, let's look at one of our better game types, Oddball Streets. But you also look on the other side, it's not like Oddball is a bad game type for Optic Gaming either. They're 12-1 in Oddball, but you know where that one loss is? It is on Oddball Streets, so that maybe does give Rebellion a little bit of a chance.
You say it's one of Rebellion's best game types. They're 8-1, and the issue is a little bit of bad news. Optic Gaming are also 12-1 on that. But how often do we see teams get to this position where they look as though they're going to put one of the big 3 to the sword, but ultimately, somehow, some way, the big guns fire back and fire themselves forward in these winner bracket finals, in these winner bracket semi-finals? The big teams always have the ice. Will the same story ring through here, or will Rebellion cause the upset?
You start to worry a little bit if it does go to a game 5 here for Rebellion. You feel like it has to be job done here in game 4. You can't allow Optic a chance at a game 5, because we know what Optic can do in those Slayers to pummel you into the ground and rip back that game and rip back that winner's final away from Shopify Rebellion.
And Rebellion have seen themselves in a situation similar to this before against Optic Gaming. We went to a live Fire Slayer in a game 5, they lost it. They put themselves in a great position against FaZe, they went to a game 5 and they lost it. Is this now to be the time when they get to a game 4, a game 5, they can find the ice, they can find the resilience, or will it be the same old story of Optic Gaming coming out on top?
Camo for suppressed, and that's going to give him a lot of chance to get information here, and a nice perfect to shut down the player running upstairs. But it will mean that he can communicate to the rest of the squad that there's going to be a lot of players over towards Arcade Tires. And it looks like there was also trouble over towards Pink, but at least he's dealt with that one.
There's trouble no matter which way you look, it would seem. Ball has made it in towards Tram. Mental rotating up towards the Bulldog. Shots over towards Dead Zone. Sitting Tires. Trippy's going to take some damage as well. Mental tries to spin that grenade up off the curb, to spin it into the visor of Trippy, but unfortunately wasn't able to do so. But his teammates were there. Lucid's last man standing now. And they're going to keep on scoring. 34 seconds and climbing without reply, without rebuttal from Optic Gaming so far. The first push was quelled. Can the second one see a very similar fate? Bulldog's going to be whipped out the back pocket. Mental's going to fire it a couple of times, get himself a kill. Formal's going to answer back with a kill of his own. Cycle's going to keep on holding the ball, but he's ready to play it out the front base if he needs to.
Doesn't matter if it's a Nash or if it's a Bulldog, Mental always will fall away. And now, sadly though, does go down, and it means that it opens it up for Optic Gaming to push through, as Shopify Rebellion will lose 3 members. So that means it's an easy camouflage for Optic, and even though they're 40 points down, this is where they can get set up and try and get back into this game.
Trippy's got camouflage. Trippy's got Bulldog. Will he have the active reload or use against Mental here? He's getting tagged up. Soulslime spotting him out. These players, these monitors are crystal clear. He can't get anything past.
He's shooting at someone else that accidentally tagged him. That was unbelievable. Lucid does get a double kill. 3 again are down for Rebellion. Mental, the last remaining player. At least he can stop temporarily the time for Optic Gaming. But if he does fall, he's going to leave the rest of the team in a 3 versus 4. But he doesn't fall. Gets the reversal. Massive kill from Mental.
Mental ensuring that what could have been wasn't too painful. Lucid jumps up, gets himself a kill, uses his elbow to the dome, gets himself on the scoreboard once more. Optic Gaming a little bit cautious, dropped the ball into bottom Tram. Dead Zone fell, Formal also did too. Trippy's going to hit the respawn screen as well. Numbers advantage now favor Rebellion. Soulslime's going to take this fight. Soulslime's going to bait and switch. Mental is there to get the kill. Beautiful teamwork out of Rebellion.
Lucid did do well though as the last player, getting a kill and delaying so that the teammates could step up the map a little bit, but Dead Zone dying in bottom middle just allows more time to go in favor of Shopify Rebellion, and it's another one for Cycle, and it could be back-to-back series. He's more than happy to do the damage. 3 dead again for Optic. They were on staggered spawns, and they all pushed one by one. They are walking into the Rebellion trap right now.
Walking in and getting cut down. Dead Zone's over towards Pink. They have that information. The ping has come. Cycle trying to get more information for his team. Soul Snipes alone, down to no shields, on benches. Grenades do the job to take care of business. Suppress also going to fall. This is an opportunity for Rebellion to either rotate the ball, throw it out, one way or another, get it out of danger.
But they're so close to already taking this first round. It's a lot to do for Optic Gaming. They need to get 60 points just to tie things up. Rebellion have done so well over towards Tram. If I'm Optic, I try and keep that ball over towards tower side because it seems like Rebellion are more comfortable at Tram.
Dead Zone got the camouflage. The question is, did he get the burn? Cycle looked to have tracked his steps. Cycle fell as well. It's going to be interesting whether the information comes. The camouflage is still down. Has camouflage been burned? Formal doesn't have it, which makes me believe camouflage is now a non-factor. Formal and his team. Lucid has ball. Suppress is a backstab. That's a concern. Suppress is behind enemy lines. He's after getting himself a kill. Mental has Formal down to no shields as well. They continue to trade damage, but the issue is it's 80 points to 27 here. Rebellion are the ones that can make all the plays.
They need to flush out these players fast, and they do so. They're able to take down Suppressed, who was just in the back of Tram, which will allow Optic to gain a little bit of control. And now some ball time to go alongside it. This is not a one round for Rebellion just yet. Optic have a real chance to set up here. All 4 members up. They've got arcade control, and they've got Tram control too.
Formal sits, Formal waits. Dead Zone gets a kill. That's the opening pick. That's huge for the cause. Soul Snipe's going to fall as well. This is an opportunity for Optic Gaming to put even more points on the board. Pings are coming, and you can see Formal. He knows that player's no shields, but he's not going to challenge. Heads up play from Mental to know exactly where Formal was and did not give him the opportunity to take him out of the equation.
They're all tied up on kills now. At one point, it was an 8-kill lead for Shopify Rebellion. They really were dominating this map. But again, it's Optic showing that resilience that we have seen so many times already this tournament. But it is more ball time here for Shopify Rebellion. Even though all 4 members of Optic were up, it was an extra 5 seconds that were gained. Could be big for them, but it is a break of setup from Optic Gaming. But can they get hold of that ball? Yes, they can. A chance now for them.
This is just it. It's the story of Optic Gaming. Even when Shopify Rebellion had gotten themselves to that 86-point threshold, you spoke words of warning. This thing is not over. This round is not won. And you can see exactly why, as Optic Gaming have clawed themselves right back into this round.
Suddenly Optic Gaming have more kills than Shopify Rebellion. Suddenly Optify have more control than Shopify Rebellion, and they are finding these wandering players, these stragglers that are left alive, and shutting them down one by one. Just as Optic were falling like sardines earlier, now it's Shopify Rebellion who are doing the same, and Optic closing in on this round.
Closing very quickly as well. 10 seconds remaining. Mental's going to try and get close. Trippy's going to drop the ball. A perfect shot into the back. Soul Snipe has got to try and delay and prolong his life cycle. Immediately gets cut down. This is looking good for Optic Gaming here. If Lucid can keep on doing damage, and of course he can. Optic Gaming have hands on ball. Mental can try, but it does not matter. Optic continue to score. Lucid's dropping bags. Round 1 goes to Optic Gaming.
You know it's not good when Lucid starts to drop bags. He means business, and they are looking to try and make a statement, trying to get in the heads of Shopify Rebellion. I would be terrified if I was on that Rebellion roster, because there is only certain times when Lucid begins to put that kind of body disrespect down, and that's when he knows he needs something a little bit extra from himself and the rest of the team.
They were bags, and they were not English breakfast tea bags. I can promise you that much. 2 go down for Rebellion. Perfect start for Optic Gaming, it would seem, as the ball started to move towards them. Unfortunately for them, Trippy fell along the way, and that means any points that they have, any opportunity that they have, has now been quelled for the moment. Suppress is going to fall over towards the staircase, and that means Formal now with the camouflage, and he's now hand in hand with Dead Zone. They can put some real inroads and some real distance between them and Rebellion.
Optic, who were once down by 8 kills, now up by 9. The kids would say they're in a flow state right now, and certainly seem to be showing Rebellion how to work this map to their advantage. Another camouflage on their side, and Formal will be able to get an initial kill, but sadly gives away his position.
You're talking about the kids, talking about flow state. I only ever really hear it from Active, but he's like 47 years old, so not entirely sure that that's the vernacular we should be using. But anyway, we're going to keep pushing forward, as is Trippy up onto the staircase. Gets a wingman medal. It's a lot of assists coming his way. 10 to be exact in this game, with 68 seconds of ball time and climbing. And all of a sudden, the Optic Gaming fans have started to find their voice once again.
Well, they've been given life. They've been given a reason to actually start to cheer now, because Optic Gaming are looking more like themselves. It's almost like Optic need to go 2-0 down to remember who they bloody are at this point, as now they find themselves with a 16-point advantage in this round. And again, they are looking on top of things when it comes to those slays. It's now a 14-kill slay advantage for them. Shopify Rebellion struggling to keep up, and that does not bode well. And the Game 5 is starting to lurk now, unless Rebellion can really turn things around.
Optic Gaming have definitely turned up the heat. Trippy's got the ball, he's going to throw it out, maybe give up his life, gets a huge kill on the way out. He's ultimately going to fall. You knew it was coming his way, but you spoke about when you're down in numbers, getting that one kill can be massive.
And it was massive. It just meant that Optic were down on numbers, and Formal goes down unexpectedly. And there is going to be a camouflage available now for Rebellion. So if they needed something, a little bit of an oomph to get back into this one, this could have been it, but Trippy shuts him down.
You know, Soulsnipe's feeling a little bit fortunate, perhaps thought he got the 3 shots required to then provide the beatdown to get the kill, but one must have been wayward because the kill did not come his way. Trippy with the battle rifle, you know it's going to be singing a brr brr song any second now. Formal is down towards the Disruptor, down towards where the Bulldog would be. Shots are going down. Formal perhaps has a commando in his hand. It's irrelevant right now as a couple of kills have gone Rebellion's way. Make it 3, dead zone, last man standing. Issue is he's far and away from the ball.
Just updating your resume, HGS commentator, beatboxer as well. Good to see you've got plenty of skills. But Shopify Rebellion have now taken the lead. It looked like Optic were in control, but that one camouflage, that one switch of pace has allowed Rebellion to get a proper setup here. And Cycle, with the Bulldog, has an opportunity to shut down some members of Optic and continue, but it's going to be a heist. The ball taken, the ball stolen, and it's under Cycle's nose.
You have to keep tabs on that ball sometimes. Maybe put a baby monitor beside it so you can hear some things, hearing some noises going on, because you cannot allow Optic Gaming to rob it from right under your nose. And they've started to rotate. And Cycle's trying to chase Lucid here, but he has got to cover quite a lot of ground. Has the Bulldog in his hand. Somehow, some way, Lucid gets a trade.
That's just what Lucid does, and that's when Lucid's at his very best. He always manages to pull a rabbit out of a hat. Now Formal looking to try and shut down another member as well, but he says, well, if the ball's going to be here, even if I've got 2 members down, I'll just try and get some of that nitty-gritty time that could make the real difference as we get to the latter stages of this game.
Formal making himself such a difficult kill, prolonging so much time there. Mental's got the ball though. How many points can they register before the Optic Gaming push comes their way? 2 go down. This should mean a camouflage grab for Rebellion. Suppressed is starting to use that pillar as a dance partner once more.
Add it to the list.
3 go down.
It's another one on the tick list of assists from Pillars. As Suppressed falls, but the rest of the team are up, and they are still in control of this ball. Optic Gaming on the back foot now. We're starting to see Rebellion catch up on Slays. They were down by 14, now they're only down by 4. And it's another camouflage for Soulsnipe. Last time, didn't get the beat down. This time, he has the team around him here to try and make a push.
Rebellion perhaps found their second win, and it's been needed, it's been called for. 71 seconds in climbing. They are not interested in going to a game 5. They want to do it here. They want to do it now. They want to tie up this off-ball game. That's for damn sure. 2 down, dead zone and Lucid. Mental continues to hold the ball. He continues to score. Optic have got to go now.
It felt like Game 5 was going to be on the horizon. It felt like Optic were just so close to clutching it up and sending us to Game 5, but now Rebellion have that opportunity to take us to round 3. But Mental's the last remaining player and will not be able to hold on to the ball, so it is not job done yet for Rebellion. Still one more chance for Optic Gaming to try and take us to a Game 5 in this round.
I was going to call for patience for Suppressed. Unfortunately, I couldn't say it to him quick enough before he died. Cycle now at the bottom of the stairs. Optic have ball. Cycle has just crept in, but Dead Zone spots him out. Sporting and spotting the danger was Dead Zone. The ball is down, nobody scoring time right now. Rebellion only need that 3 seconds. The old cliche again. Perfect Halo from here on out, or we will be all tied up.
Well, Optic reluctant to pick up the ball at the moment because they need the extra guns on the map to stop the push from Rebellion. And again, it's going to happen now because they are a player down. And you need to make sure the Rebellion do not touch this ball. But they do touch the ball. They grab it from underneath them and they send us to a round 3 here in Streets Ball. So those teabags that came out a little bit earlier from Lucid, were they too soon? And will Rebellion make it through that day?
Perhaps we've seen some premature bags, because Game 5 is not a certainty, certainly not yet. We go again, round 3, nothing to separate them here. 1-1 in the oddball. Rebellion desperately trying to close out this series. 4 go down for Optic Gaming, the perfect start for Rebellion.
Personally, I like to let my tea steep a little longer before I take out the tea bag, but clearly Lucid was not happy with it. Maybe that's just inspired Rebellion even more, right? Sometimes when I'm in a game and someone teabags me, I play even better because it pisses me off. And I think the Rebellion, it looks like it's happening the same for them here.
Rebellion could be miffed. Lucid has a Bulldog. trying to rotate towards his team. Matter of fact, he thought the better of it, rotated over towards the shotgun side. 2 members of Rebellion are positioned that side. They're making the rotate. Will it be a 2-2 split? A grenade comes out of absolutely nowhere and finds Lucid in a pocket of space. That space was quickly filled with frag grenades.
Closing in on being even Stevens on the kills once more. Optic up by 2 in the moment, 89 to 87. And Suppressed has just made it 90 to 89. So Rebellion, who were up by 8 at one point, then down by 8, and now find themselves all tied up. And it's going to be 3 dead for Optic Gaming, a chance for Rebellion to set up over towards Tram, and Suppressed is starting to look good. 28 kills. I say starting to look good. He's looked good this entire series, but he is continuing to look good and continuing to be a thorn in the side of Optic Gaming.
The pendulum keeps on swinging, and the gods haven't dictated what way this one's going to go. Certainly not yet. Still time to change things, still time to be an influence. Lucid gets cut down, Mental and Cycle on the other side. They were also in the respawn screen, just watching their teammates trying to stop the push, watching their teammates trying to do damage. Suppressed got control of Tram. He is down to no shield. Formal continues to fire, and Cycle applies the finishing touches to get the kill. Camouflage about to pop up, and this one could be one of the biggest.
Suppressed in a good position and gets a big nade. 4 dead for Optic Gaming just as the camouflage is coming up. Ball resets, so they're easily able to grab it and maneuver it back to Tram once more. And it means Optic Gaming on the back foot off of spawn, and now they're being outslayed by Shopify Rebellion. Are we starting to see finally Optic accepting defeat here, or is there still anything left in the tank?
Have the wind shifted back in Rebellion's favor after a little wobble on Aqua Flag, and after the round 1 went Optic Gaming's way. 4 dead once more for Optic Gaming, and is the green wall starting to collapse?
I think so, and it's a worrying time for Optic Gaming. They need to make sure they find something here. They need to dig deep. This is where Lucid has to step up. This is where Deadzone has to step. This is where anyone from Optic Gaming needs to take this game by the scruff of the neck, but it's hard to do so when Mental's running around hitting shotgun shots like that.
Someone, anyone, everyone needs to step up for Optic Gaming here, but they continue to get put in the respawn screen. They continue to be faded to black and have to watch the game for 7 or so seconds every single time Rebellion apply the pressure. Again, Formal gets put in the ground, and again Lucid and Deadzone are in a position where they do not want to be. Kills go in their favor, and Rebellion are holding strong with 85 seconds of time. Optic Gaming are in trouble here. They're on the ropes, and they've got to go. All 4 dead, and Rebellion are closing in on victory. They just have to hold the ball. Cycle's keeping it safe as a baby, and Rebellion complete the upset. 3-1 the final score.
Some choice words from Soul Snipers. Optic Gaming gets sent into that elimination bracket. Was the teabag brought out a little bit too early, as now Optic are going to have to fight tooth and nail down in what is one of the craziest elimination brackets we have seen in quite some time. Rebellion do it again. It's another top 3. Last time it was SSG's head, this time it's Optic Gaming's. But can they have a better Championship Sunday? Most importantly though, they are back in Championship Sunday, and Shopify Rebellion have secured themselves, in my opinion, as one of the top teams in the HCS. Definitely.
Rebellion back once again into a winners finals, and importantly, they're on the winning side, so they can have the chance and the opportunity to right some wrongs from London. What a performance from them. And for Optic Gaming, Dan, they have got to bounce back in that shark pit, in that fox, wolf, hound, some sort of animals that might cause some sort of danger. All I can say is Optic Gaming have it all to do.
And do you know where Optic Gaming head into that elimination bracket?
I don't like the sound of that. I think
there's a team, or what they call FaZe Clan, are waiting for Optic for top 4 in the elimination bracket. That is not going to be fun for either team, to be honest, unless you're the team that wins it in the end. But wow, I mean, 2 massive upsets already this tournament. To see FaZe and Optic drop into the elimination bracket this early is unheard of, but we have to give props. Shopify Rebellion, it was not a fluke back in London. Atlanta seems to be home turf for them as well.
Well, one man we highlighted at the start of the series, Dan, was Suppressed. Well, Blaze has got an interview with him down on the main stage. Take it away, fella.
Thank you so much, Jersey and Dan. Atlanta, make some noise for Shopify Rebellion as they're going to the winners finals to play up against SSG. And I got Megalodon with me on the main stage, man. Talk to me about it. 3-1 against the Optic Gaming. Last event, they 3-0'd y'all, okay? How does it feel to get revenge in this series?
It feels good, man, playing against Optic. You know, they have a huge fan base. We hear y'all, man. It's just a lot of pressure on us, so it's a good dub.
Definitely is a good dub there. Now, you guys go up 2-0 in this series, but then slowly started to almost slip away right there. Then we see them starting hitting some bodies and everything like that. How was y'all feeling there in that last round of oddball?
I mean, that first round, we just kind of gave them it. We were staggering each other, and then we kind of picked it up round 2 and 3, so feels good. I also have to say that first hill on recharge, we had it almost capped, but Mikey's controller actually disconnected, so.
Ah, okay. No wonder why you guys got so much momentum after you tied it up 2-2 right there to really kind of close that map out. Now, going forward here, you guys going up against SSG tomorrow, okay? And you ain't played them since you beat them in London, okay? How does it feel to play against those guys in the Winners Finals?
SSG?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, SSG is a great team. We know what they're capable of. We're just gonna go straight at them, so.
Gonna go straight at them, okay? I love that fun you suppressed, but lastly, what do you want to say to the Shopify fans out there?
Any Shopify fans, I appreciate you guys. I mean, it's all love.
It's all love right there, okay? That's gonna do it for me and Suppressed on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. And I've got to say, my gosh, that is probably some of the best Halo Infinite I have ever seen. 1, that squad play, and 2, just in general. They were playing out of their minds. It was picture perfect clutch. We couldn't do anything but gas them up that entire time. They made Optic's life so unbelievably hard. And I think every single one of them were playing really, really well. But it's hard to not talk about that duo of Suppress and Cycle, because every single time they were on our screens, they were making something happen. The room they give their team to do what they want with their opposition is everything.
It's actually crazy. Cycle's damage is insane. Every single time it felt like he had an Optic member in his sightlines, he was at least getting them to no shield. And it was in any situation. He could be no shield, he could be low, he could be even, and he would take at least 2 or 3 Optic members with him. And the amount of damage and space that he is creating, the opportunity for players like Suppress to pick up on that damage and to start taking over, it was everything. I mean, this game 1 is honestly where, in my opinion, the series was won and lost. Such a close game. So many of those hills came down to 1 or 2 plays, and it really felt like Shopify were always the ones making that 1 or 2 play difference. This Slayer, the fastest live fire Slayer I think I've seen at a high level so far this year. Unbelievable pace from Shopify, and because they were able to use the momentum from game 1 into game 2, I think that they grabbed this series by the horns and they never looked back.
This was really one of those moments where it felt like for Rebellion, it was, we need to win, but we also need to win by any means necessary. They dug deep and they made sure that it was not going to be pretty at times, but they made sure that they got the win, they got the job done.
I think also in the side of Optic, you know, Gaskin, looking at some of the bailout situations that we saw, what kept them in the mix? What stopped this from being a 3-0? Well, one was bailout Formal here, essentially, in this, because he was unbelievable for that map and kept them in it. And then, honestly, that round of oddball that we saw from Optic and that they took, Lucid making the most incredible play. We're seeing it on our screen right now. He could do everything in this moment, and it was so unbelievably hard for Shopify Rebellion to answer back. Yes, we did see a few victory kind of jumps and crouches happening a little bit too early. But Gaskin, ultimately, Shopify, they had the answer back and they weren't fazed by it.
I think that Shopify Rebellion have demonstrated now that they are well and truly up there with the likes of Optic, the likes of FaZe, the likes of SSG. It's no longer going to be the big 3, it's the big 4.
Yeah.
And it's going to be everyone else trying to catch up Rebellion. Soulsnipe's been here before. He's been in the top 3. And I know everyone else was able to achieve it back in London, but now I think this team is a squad that everyone's going to want to try and beat. Everyone's going to want to try and catch up. It's no longer watching all the VODs of Optic and FaZe and SSG. Start researching Shopify Rebellion, because they are looking like a team who might just be able to win a championship at some point.
What in
the world?
My God. I mean, I was watching it from Cycle's point of view a lot of the time, and the damage he was doing was insane.
Wait.
But look at Suppress. 3,100 damage. Look how close the other members of Optic are to 3,100. That's the impact Suppress is having on this series. Holy, we do not see damage differentials between players in the same series like that when 2 big dogs are going at it. But Suppressed had the series to remember. Not only did he go plus 20, but that damage is just incredible. He's a superstar. I think you're right there. I think you're right, and I think that if he can consistently play like this, Shopify might become a champion here by the end of this weekend.
Yeah, I think team orders is going to have to be for Rebellion. Get that kid back to the hotel and get that trigger finger on ice, because it is doing nothing but doing damage. That thing's on fire.
Yeah, I think honestly something that's coming across my mind right now is, we often see reshuffles after majors. Certain things seem to happen. And I think Suppress and Cycle right now are playing so unbelievably well. I think there is definitely a chance that both will try and be poached by some team or another, because they are playing out of their mind. I agree with what you were saying in terms of the big three changing now to the big four. I would not even call this an upset. I think we've seen enough from Shopify Rebellion to know consistently they are up there with the top teams and they are making waves.
I mean, this tournament's still going on, and Shopify have every reason to believe that they can win this whole thing at this point. They have beaten SSG, and they have beaten SSG bad back in London, so their tournament still goes on, and you could talk about other teams trying to poach them, but why would you ever leave something that you consistently have on this team? The fact that they are doing this in back-to-back tournaments tells me everything I need to know. This is a real deal squad, and I mean, they're going to be here, and they're not going anywhere, so that World Championship is also something that they probably have their eyes on at the end of the year as well.
Yeah, I think Wes is right. For me, Rebellion not only have the recipe for success, but they have the ingredients there too. They don't need to go to any players. The top three, the top four, it doesn't matter anymore. I think that team can win this championship, never even mind the World Championship down the line.
I will say, we have been here before in London when we saw Shopify Rebellion. Unbelievable Saturday. They take down SSG and then they limp out on Sunday. We need to see them match that same energy, that same playstyle, that same speed that Wes was talking about against SSG in that winners final. Because if they get deflated again and they get 3-0'd, that's when I'd be worried about them. It's just getting over that hump. That experience on a Sunday is where they're going to then prove themselves as being one of the top teams.
100%. That is the key to what they need to do coming into Sunday. You're right, we have seen it before. We've been there, and they did not deliver. I do think the difference between this Shopify and the one in London is a little bit more experience under their belt, and we talk about how important that experience is for these rosters, and it's about knowing what your team want to do without having to commit fully, without having to kind of just put a load of stuff over the line and know what your team are trying to achieve in that moment and in that decision. I do believe that they now have that. I think they have built a foundation on that. They've been a roster for some time and they're making it work, and I love to see the results that are coming forward from it. We're going to head to our elimination bracket and our winners bracket side of things to see what has been going on since we've been on that main stage action. Starting things off, we do have the winners side. Space Station versus Rebellion is set for our winners final. That is going to be absolutely incredible. And I think if you're looking at the results from the semi-finals, Space Station going up against Pure 3-0, Rebellion 3-1, both are statements in their own right. And I think the fact that we saw Optic kind of have some kind of answer back to Rebellion, I'm not surprised by that. I think Optic Gaming, they just haven't had their tournament. I think things have been a little bit tricky from them for the start of this, but I do see some potential in this elimination bracket for them. I do think Rebellion are ready for Space Station, though, Wes.
I think Rebellion wants Space Station. They know they can beat them, and they want to shed off this storyline that they can't compete on Sundays. It's just another day in the books. Now that they have a little bit more experience, I expect that to be a much closer series, because I expect SSG to bring their A game, but I expect Shopify to show up tomorrow, and I expect Shopify to continue to do the work that they just did. And if they can play at that same level, I mean, they may be holding up that trophy.
I have a concern. It might be small, it might be big. And I think the way SSG have been playing, Wes and I talked about Pure's their play style, how fast they like to play, and nobody can really outdo SSG. And I think if SSG are playing the way they can and the way they should, it looks as though that with this tournament that they have been playing the way they can. They typically play the play style that Rebellion do, but they do it better. So the question is, can Rebellion match the firepower on Championship Sunday?
Yeah, big questions, and I want those big answers as well. Excited to see how they come out fighting tomorrow. But on the elimination bracket side of things, let's see how things are squeaking out for our teams who are really under the fire here. As you can see, our elimination quarterfinals, they are set and ready to go. Optic Gaming versus FaZe Clan. Unbelievable match. We know historically these two teams match up so well against one another, and often it does come down to a kill decision play that really does set the tone and edge each one of them out. Then we do have Pure versus ITB Esports happening currently right now, and while we're getting our main stage match set up, why not head over to it and keep the action rolling? we have our second match here in Pure. They have taken it 1-0. We're into the Slay on Aquarius. And West, things are looking pretty good for ITB in a comeback.
Hey, things are looking solid. 26-21, trying to tie the series up. A 5-kill lead for ITB right now. And they look like they have some pretty solid control. Unfortunately, Last Shot is going to have the Heat Wave in his back pocket. So as he starts to patrol the map, he could be a serious problem about getting this deficit made up for Pure.
And remember, this is a match for top 4. And that is a height that a lot of these players have not reached, right? Anyone on ITB has never got to top 4 except Chick, and we have not seen what the likes of Last Shot, the likes of Cherished get to top 4 as well. This is a huge moment in the careers of the majority of these players, and that means there is going to be a lot of pressure and also a lot of nerves for all of these guys.
And Lottie talked about earlier in the show just about how important momentum can be, and can we not see that on your screens right now? You've got ITB and Pure both riding the waves of momentum here, and are just one series win away from a top 4, which both of those teams would have snatched your hand off had you offered that to them at the start of this tournament.
I do think there is one difference between both of these teams in terms of the momentum here as well, is that Pure, they were really hoping that they would get the better of Space Station. They were ready for another upset on the cards, and unfortunately they got a taste of their own medicine in the form of 3-0, coming then down to the elimination bracket. Whereas ITB today, yes, they didn't have a great Friday, but Saturday brought a European championship to them on the main stage. They won that. They are so happy with themselves right now. I'm just wondering how much that can carry them forward.
Yeah, for me, Pure has already done the hard work to get top 4. They beat FaZe Clan. They took the #1 seed in the tournament. Yes, it didn't go according to plan against SSG, but that is why this matchup for top 4 is probably the easiest opportunity at a top 4 placing that they will ever have. They cannot afford to let this slip through their hands. A vision of a top 4 placing for these guys coming into the weekend is something that they would be stoked to hear. It is a very realistic situation, but they need to find a way to close this series out before it goes long.
And it is really going back and forth there, and as we are tying things up and then ITB just take a kill here, it is getting unbelievably close in this second map. We'll have to find out what the results are going to be like after this quick commercial break, but we will be back on the main stage here with a historic series for you guys. It's going to be FaZe versus Optic. Their tournament lives are on the line in the elimination bracket. Who will be edging out who? We're going to be finding out right after this.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Extermination. Extermination.
Good evening, Atlanta, and welcome back to the HCS Atlanta Major, and welcome to El Clasico. Optic Gaming versus FaZe Clan, but this time, it's not for a trophy. This time, it's for your tournament life. It is on the line, folks, and there is everything to play for this evening. Joining me on the desk, I have Tony, Wes, and Walshy. Gentlemen, what a series we have on our hands, and what a series we just saw as well. We have a lot of teams here who are really picking up their competition this season and have been causing an awful lot of tears on that main stage. Tony, what do you make of Shopify Rebellion?
I mean, they've been absolutely incredible literally all tournament long, and now you're seeing the reason why. Like you said, everybody else is getting better, and you're seeing a FaZe and Optic matchup this low in the lower bracket. It's crazy to think about, honestly.
It really is, Clutch. The stakes are unbelievably high between these two teams right now. And honestly, we've had a couple of sleepers on both sides of this coin on this main stage in the series, and it's about who's more awake at this moment in time.
Yeah, they better both be awake because my adrenaline's going. I'm getting hyped for this series, and I can't wait to kick this off because FaZe versus Optic always puts on fireworks. These games are always so close. I don't care what the series score is. These games will always be close. This will always be personal between these two. Our reigning 2 world champions in Infinite have got to fight for their tournament lives on Saturday night. One's going to Sunday. One is going to bed. Very ticked off.
Very much so. And Walshy, when you're looking at both of them, both having a little bit of a different journey getting to this point. FaZe, they fell pretty early on, and then Optic Gaming, they fall short here with the potential of a reverse sweep kind of on their horizon, but unfortunately they fall short when it mattered most. Are they going to be able to capitalize on Optic's heads maybe being a little bit low right now, or do you think Optic's fact that they have the momentum, the fire on their side, they're feeling very warm after that series?
Both these teams have that unshakable mental state. They know how to play when they're down 0-2 and to bring in a reverse sweep. You know that they're shaking off that last series, so I think they're both they're such veterans that they're going to know how to bounce back from a quick loss like that.
Well, Optic fans, you're in FaZe territory right now, so you're going to have to get loud for your team. Let's meet the Optic Gaming roster. And there you go, we have the Optic Gaming roster, but going up against them, we do have FaZe Clan, and here is a little head-to-head of these two duos. This is an incredible team here. Snakebite and Royal 2 always putting up the goods. This right now is the entire season King of the Hill stats, which is quite a random one to have a little look at, to be honest, but both looking very handsome here in terms of the numbers.
Both great numbers and two of the best to ever do it. And I said earlier, when FaZe lost to Pure, it was a very quiet series from Royal 2, a guy that I think is probably the most positive player in the history of Halo. You cannot go quietly in the night and leave a tournament hosted by your organization into a top 6 placing. I'm expecting Royal 2 to have moments in this series that will dictate FaZe's chances to move on.
Both of those two are looking very good in King of the Hill, as we can see, and of course it is going to be our map 1 of this series. And Walshy, you need a big kind of moment, I think, for FaZe right now to wake things up. You know what they like when they get cold? They start complaining, moaning, it happens, you know. But Optic, they're also probably moaning right now the fact that they managed to kind of drop down to the elimination bracket already on Saturday.
Yeah, I think both these teams were planning to play different game types against each other in a different round. They're finding themselves earlier in the elimination bracket here in the quarterfinals, going against each other and kicking off with King of the Hill on Livefire.
You have that Thorn map 3, Interference Strongholds. Both teams have vocalized their frustration with this map and mode combination. The fact that it sits dead middle in the series means you will have to play it. You will have to decide who's going to win that one. That could be a very pivotal game because it can snowball quickly and beatdowns happen very often on Interference. So I cannot wait until we get to that map 3 because no matter what the score is going into it, it can dictate the rest of the series by changing the tides and momentum.
I also believe we did just see a Live Fire Slayer, which is game 5 of this series, Optic versus Rebellion there as well. And that one wasn't so great for Optic, but they have a second chance to play that. So are you looking kind of weighing in on Optic, having cleaned up a few things, maybe talked about that potential game 5, because they know this could go the distance with FaZe?
Oh, absolutely. Anytime I see a FaZe and Optic matchup, I believe it's going to go to a game 5. When we talk about Live Fire, Optic being one of the best Live Fire teams that we've had in our league for so long, but when we talk about game 5s, we talk about FaZe, we talk about that ice, it's going to be absolutely exciting. I'm almost guaranteeing it's going to that Live Fire Slayer.
It certainly is indeed, but we'll have to find out how this journey goes, because often you can catch teams off guard, and sometimes we've seen between these two quick 3-0s. I've seen Optic 3-0 FaZe many a time, and vice versa. I mean, look at the World Championships. You think about moments like that are so big, and we put so much weight on a series like this, but often it really does depend on a layout and how they're feeling about their map depth, and it's everything to these players. And you're looking right now at Kings of King of the Hill, and things are fairly even. I know FaZe looking first here, 11-1, and they're looking great in King of the Hill, but honestly, second and 10-3 is also pretty damn good too.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me to see some very strong numbers on both sides. These two are probably the two first and second place teams at just about every map and mode. I mean, SSG slides in there somewhere, you know they do, but none of those three are falling out of the top 3, at least until Shopify starts to interrupt that a little bit more. But both know how to play the game at such a high level. And although these series don't go the distance to game 5s very often, it is just about every single game is decided by 1 or 2 kills, 1 hill, played towards time. One play could decide everything for these two teams left in this tournament.
Crazy that we see the first 2 objectives of this series be King of the Hill and Stronghold, which so far FaZe in Atlanta undefeated on both of those game types. So you mentioned that Stronghold's interference. That is a big deal coming down in that game number 3. You mentioned that King of the Hill being game number 1. That is so important to set the tone in the series. This is going to be huge for FaZe.
It certainly will indeed, and Walshy, as we're heading into that map flyover, I can only think of one thing, and that this is about to be a brawl, especially starting on King of the Hill.
Yeah, we are going to see the battle of the superstars. These teams and players are training for each other when they meet up, whether it's the winners finals, whether it's the grand finals. They are meeting up in the elimination semifinals. Here we go, Wes.
It's Formal versus Royal 2. It is Renegade versus Lucid. It is Saturday night, Atlanta. And we have the El Clasico to decide who moves on to Championship Sunday. Kicking it off with the demon himself, it's Renegade.
Renegade instantly going towards back green. If he wasn't tough kill enough already, he's gonna be more difficult now. He's got that quantum translocator, but somehow Dead Zone taking out his old teammate Renegade with a nice shot.
A big kill to get that player out of the hill. Dead Zone finding a second kill, 4 down for FaZe. FaZe off to play towards the green side, but they do not account for Dead Zone getting the snipe and immediately hitting the bridge route. In the meantime, Formal has been able to pick up camo. It does get burned, but Dead Zone's still gonna be a problem with this snipe. Optic are in the hill and continuing to get.
Oh, that one was personal. You notice how Dead Zone just knows where these routes are coming from. He sees a player over near Silo, knows someone's eventually gonna go Cuts Way, also knows it's too good to be true. He needs to stop that push towards Bomb Center, but we are gonna be exiting here shortly. I see one player is missing from the map, so we're gonna bring it back out and pause it for just a moment. But oh my gosh, those 3 in a row on Renegade.
Hey, Dead Zone.
We found the counter to Renegade. It's his old teammate.
I did want to make a point. As Dead Zone was picking up those kills, FaZe won the battle towards the hill. Maybe it looks like it was a member of FaZe that lagged out, so it was probably a good thing for Optic. FaZe were going to be in the hill and not probably going to give Dead Zone the same opportunity to remove that hill player. FaZe were going to take an early lead right there, so they had to be a little frustrated. They got camo burned, they took back hill control. They were going to get early progression. The reset will happen, ladies and gentlemen. Give us a second to get the lobby back into the match. But right there, you could already see high flying action. I love how FaZe started that game off, but you have to account for that sniper hitting that top mid route so often. If you're not sending players there, Optic will take an advantage, and Dead Zone removing that hill player immediately was a massive kill that FaZe kind of messed up because they should have an early lead there.
Yeah, and while we wait for them to get back in the game, I want to jump in the Bravo stream for just a moment. Let's see how it's going over there. I believe it's Into the Breach versus Pure. And we got ourselves a series that's 1-1, and Pure trying to close out this game number 3 here on Interference Strongholds.
BNC in their control, 25 points to go. El Clasico, as our main dish for our course, is just in the waiting, but as of now, the little appetizer we get for a top 4 matchup here, not too bad. It looks like ITB, though, have so much work to do if they want to try and come back in this game. They've got to get Pure out of B. Unfortunately, they're going to go down, and as they go down, they go 3 down immediately. Pure will continue to score, and with 15 points, ITB will have 1 spawn to try and get to a stronghold, and Talik is shutting down at least 1 player, potentially making it 2. If he jumps into A, this is going to be impossible for ITB.
Yeah, just setting up those traps. One thing I've just noticed, it feels like we're maybe entering this new evolution of Halo. Before I go into that, we're going 248, 249. That's going to be Pure closing out game number 3, and they're up 2-1 in the series over into the breach.
And the Slays heavy in the favor of Pure there. They will take that lead. And remember, they are the team that knocked FaZe into the elimination bracket, so they have earned a very healthy bracket to try and get into the top 4. That would be a massive accomplishment for a Pure roster that hasn't had that level of success yet. It's only Druck on that team. Druck and Talik are on that team, the only 2 players to ever get a top 3 placing, or even probably a top 6 placing in all honesty. So congratulations to what Pure is about to do, I'll call it. ITB, they're on the ropes, but something tells me that series could go the distance with the right game format mode.
Sorry going so far, and that score wasn't out of control. Yes, clearly Pure was in a strong position to close out that game, but at any point, if they got double cap or trip cap, you could have seen Into the Breach close that gap and potentially win that game 3.
Yeah, interference can get out of hands quickly, but it didn't. I like how Pure was able to play that, especially at the end. I think that the level that we saw Pure play against FaZe was impressive enough to allow us to believe that if they get into Championship Sunday, things could get very interesting. I know we have Shopify and SSG waiting. We have FaZe or Optic that's going to have to meet the winner of that series for a potential top 3. But if Pure can play at the level, they've already gone very close and to the distance with Optic, and they've already beaten FaZe. So they know the winner of this matchup, they can also compete with that first matchup on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, they're absolutely the real deal. When I see Pure and when I see Shopify, they're just kind of like this new, like I was trying to get into at the end of the game, this new evolution of Halo Infinite that we're seeing. We're starting to now see these players who are making unorthodox individual plays, that are challenging these players that are used to being able to get these double teams and stay in these certain positions. Instead, they're saying, come out and fight me. You got to win this 1v1 against me, and you got to do it now. And most of these players, you know, especially someone like a Royal 2 or whatever, they're accustomed to be able to take the fight at their pace. Yeah, they're not used to people just flying out. They're not playing in free-for-alls. They're playing specific 4v4s and in a very specific way, in a methodical fashion. They're not used to these sort of wild individual plays that are coming at them from both Pure and Shopify Rebellion.
And in all honesty, it's about year 3 of every Halo title. We start to see new players arise, new talent arise. That hard work for the first couple of years, the experience built up over those years, start to really pay off and pay dividends and create what we call upsets, but they probably see it coming years away. They're like, one day I'm going to be able to finish off this series. How many times have we seen FaZe, Optic get pushed to a game 5 against some of these teams, close the door on that series and be like, all right, no harm, no foul, the upset didn't happen. But eventually you think those are gonna happen. This weekend, those upsets have happened. Refocusing our series to the FaZe Optic series on main stage, elimination bracket, both these teams fighting for a spot in Championship Sunday, and I'm hearing in my ear that it will be a complete full reset. I'm very interested, Dave, in the starting strat switch up now that the opening break was seen on both sides. How do you think both of these 2 teams adjust to the successes that each had? Because I would argue FaZe got into the hill, they slipped up. Optic got the snipe, did some work, but could have probably gotten more in that situation.
Yeah, I don't really see much change from FaZe getting towards back green. There's not much you can do to stop someone going from like that nest route or over towards back green to get the QT.
Right.
So I think we're going to see the exact same thing from Renegade, but I don't see him getting picked off this same time again. Dead Zone had that timing perfect with that grenade and that shot onto Renegade.
Yeah, I think it was actually a body shot with the snipe and immediately Bandit switched, but he died. Renegade dropped instantly.
Yes.
And you know, the second that you're the hill player and you die instantly, you messed up, especially as Camouflage is coming up. Unfortunately, though, members of FaZe were able to burn that camo the first time around. Erase that from your memory. We're starting back from scratch here, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of our Optic FaZe Elimination Bracket Series starts now. Live Fire, King of the Hills, the name of the game. And let's see if FaZe start off the same way, hitting green. And let's see if Dead Zone goes right back for that snipe. And if he can have the same level of success he was finding, because you can tell when he heats up, he's a problem. Dead Zone hitting the top mid route right now. He's actually going to double back and try and deny some space over at green. A bit of a different switch up here. FaZe, they do the same strategy. You can tell 2 of them are back green, but Optic have got the snipe in hands. It's going to be Formal, and this kid is nasty with this weapon. A historic sniper in Halo, and one of the best to ever do it in FPS esports right now. Can't get an angle on the hill carrier though, David, and that's a crucial piece of information as FaZe get a significant lead here.
And Formal's putting a lot of pressure onto this power-up and power weapon. They forfeited the half of this very first hill to get these couple kills. Now, in order for that to really pay off, they need to clear out these last members of FaZe and then get at least 50% of this hill back. Otherwise, you've got to argue and say it was the incorrect play.
Yeah, you almost need a perfect hold here from Optic on point 1. But Formal and the boys have a perfect hill break. Yes, 70-80% is in FaZe's favor right now, but Formal and Optic have the favorable position. They are in the hill right now. Give Formal a chance, and he will rip ahead. But look at this jiggling. Such a frustrating moment for Formal as that head so narrowly escapes his reticle several times. Now FaZe break open. The kill's going in their favor. Formal does get taken down, and a big kill from World 2. As Lucid steps into the hill, he gets knocked to no shield. He's got a teammate with him, but both of those players are going to be weak. These grenades are coming through, and here comes FaZe.
And look at this, the final stand there, both sitting at the bottom of Green Hill. Lucid takes a swim, but he does not mind. They get that first hill in a close fashion there against Snakebite and FaZe Clan.
Optic hold it perfectly. I said that's what they needed, and that's what they delivered for the fans here in Atlanta and those online. Frosty now. You let that one slip away. FaZe have a perfect rotation towards P2 now. Down 1-0, early progression in their favor, but they have a lot of work to do. 2 go down for Optic, so FaZe should have a numbers advantage, but as I say that, the 2 for Optic find 3 in the kill feed, and it's Snakebite, last player alive, running with his tail between his legs, bottom middle, because he knows he will not win in this disfavorable position.
But what a smart play there by Snakebite. Some other lesser players might just sit at top tower, eventually get picked off and stagger those spawns. Snakebite realizes he has a route out of there, runs over to regather with his teammates, recoup, and start a brand new push.
A mature play from Snakebite. Let's see if it pays off. 2 go down for Optic. A flank to the tower is traded out. A good stick. You'll take that when you get caught off guard. But still, that tower position, such a powerful anchor position for Optic, and because it's no longer here, now Renegade able to get in the face of the player in the hill. Optic starting to lose control of the tower. FaZe are right back top tower, and Renegade, his responsibility here is huge to stay alive. He's gonna try and drop back, find a kill. Another player flying at him. It's Trippy. Renegade tries to do it with a nade. He'll do it with the shot instead. It's a killing spree for Renegade as he gets a double kill. FaZe get 3 down. Last player alive spotted bottom middle, and FaZe will start progression once again.
You don't want to see this guy warming up or heating up if you're an Optic fan. Renegade on that 6-kill spree, taken out by a spike grenade from Lucid.
Dead Zone has found himself the snipe. Unfortunately, Dead Zone's across the map from the hill looking for a pick, and FaZe nowhere to be found. Right now, Optic pushing towards the screen side. There is a player for FaZe back green. Dead Zone's gonna pull out the bandit, try and hunt him down. Does just that, but in the meantime, look at all this hill progression for FaZe. They are surely about to tie this game up in just a few moments. Dead Zone trying to get an angle with the repulse. It's cute, but it's not good enough. He can't hit the shot. The second one, though, that was pretty Dead Zone as he ends up trading the hill, not yet capped, as Optic narrowly get feet. Inches separate this game from being tied.
Can they do it again? On the Green Hill, they stopped FaZe as they got to about the 75% mark, and then they were able to close out that first hill. Can they do a last stand one more time here on the second hill in King of the Hill? That would be devastating here for FaZe.
That would deflate FaZe. 2 points in a row. Optic about to clutch, and Lucid with that pick on Frosty in the big door is huge. It denies FaZe's realistic push. Renegade gets removed from the map as well. Tommy Wilson heating up with the snipe, and Optic hit the point.
That is devastating. I originally thought that we were going to see Dead Zone potentially just give up that free snipe out of desperation to try to stop the hill. It seems like making that correct play, pushing towards Nest, killing Royal 2, was everything that Optic needed to get the momentum in their favor. Killing spree, making a double kill for MVP Lucid.
You asked where Lucid was. Well, Lucid's here now, and he will not be denied. 12-3-5, Formal at 10-5. The superstars for Optic are here to play on Saturday night.
Superstars for Optic are here. What about FaZe? We saw some life out of Renegade. We saw some incredible plays, but the scoreboard is not really reflecting that right now. We're seeing some lackluster amounts of kills. When it comes out of Snakebite and Frosty, there's just too much pressure coming out of the Optic side.
It's a perfect third hill for Optic. The momentum of the two close hills, 1 and 2, are rolling in Optic's favor. Camo is up, 3 minutes still on the clock, but that time will become a factor for FaZe's win condition here. Optic feels so comfortable. You're even getting Camo in the hands of Trippy. Somehow he gets out of there, for God's sake. Everything going right for the green wall.
Now we gotta see Trippy make some plays. I saw him tweet before, talk about how disappointed he was about how he played in the finals of London. He said this one was on him. Now, if he wants to bring some life back into him and his team, he needs to have a great performance here to bring his team to Sunday.
Up 3-0, 3 minutes on the clock, and Optic do not plan on playing time today. The Camo player is in the hill, for God's sake. Roll 2 and Snakebite will find 2 kills. Trippy's gonna find a trade, and a great trade from him as well. But Optic are gonna fall short of ending this game perfectly at this point. Renegade jumps in the hill with the snipe right now. You know that's not where he wants to be, so he's gonna relocate top tower. Does he know players are already here? He can't hit the no-scope on the first player jumping top tower. The repulse to deny him from closing the gap is perfect. He gets a splatter with the repulse right there. A player's playing his life so well on the dice, and Renegade starting to heat up, finds himself a double, but FaZe have nearly got to play perfect if they want to come back in this game, and Renegade is capable of perfect. Finds the quick scope for the double, and now FaZe should be moments away from capping this hill. As I say that though, the last player alive for Optic, Trippy, finding a massive kill to get Renegade taken down.
That's exactly what Trippy needs to do in scenarios like that. Just doing, like you said, squeezing every little ounce of value out of each life. That's what they're doing at these highest levels. It's not just a binary kill or death. It is, did you get that little bit extra damage? Did you take 2 extra seconds of attention away from your opponent that allowed your spawner to move more freely across the map? It's just those tiny little inches and advantages that these players are gaining for each other.
And with how much work we saw Renegade do with that short span, it is still a hill in Optic Gaming's favor. Deadzone going to try and relocate front tower right now, but he is getting shot in the back, trying to play his life. At this point, you are not concerned with overextending to try and finish this game immediately. FaZe still against the clock. 2 minutes on the clock and starting to dwindle down. It's 2:05. And that will continue to get shorter and shorter as this game goes on. One player off the map. Is that a repulse off the map? No, that player stays on, but Deadzone still trying to be a nuisance. Multiple members of Optic are getting taken down. This point surely goes into FaZe's favor, but Optic erase a minute off the clock in that point, and if they're able to do that 2 more times, they will win this game.
Now you gotta wonder, how does Optic decide to play this? Do they go for the dagger and try to finish it off, or do they try to delete a minute or so from each of these next 2 hills? That's a scary spot to put FaZe in, to try to put them in a do-or-die situation, because we know how clutch they are. So we look at Optic, and their decision is try to close out while you can. They got about 20% of this hill thus far, and they're going to try to scrap up little by little as they get advantages.
Yeah, these kills are massive. Formal staying alive near this hill just creates so much opportunity for Optic. Look at the damage that this kid can do. Several players getting knocked to no shield, and although Formal finally gets taken down, it is once again several seconds coming off the clock, and over almost half the way on the progressed point to get Optic the lead here in this series. 3-1 still to score, a minute and 42 on the clock. Deadzone having to back up and wait for respawners before trying to retaliate into this hill, but right now FaZe have got to lock this down and not let this clock get any lower.
Now this one is going to be such a swing. Obviously, if Optic are able to get it, they close out the game. However, if FaZe are able to get this, they're able to get their second hill and still have plenty of time on the clock to get that tying hill. We're gonna have to see how Optic decide to play this, because they've already committed to trying to capture this one. It's almost too late to play time on this 5th hill.
Formal gets knocked to no shield, but Trippy gets a trade on the snake bite. Lucid gets out of dodge with the snipe. He's going to relocate top middle. The repulse being such an efficient use to relocate on this map, to take a route to impact this combat loop. He gets back into the hill. Can't quite hit the no-scope, but damage has been done. FaZe are coming off respawn right now. They get 2 kills on the Optic, and Lucid being hunted down. It's Renegade to take that snipe out of his hand, and now FaZe in this hill. 1 minute and 30 on the clock, have an opportunity to make this a 1-cap game. The hill will go back to P1 here, as it's just a 1-hill game. Optic are on a little bit of a staggered respawn. They're trying to create some space. They may have to deal with Renegade, and Renegade is dealing with them instead. 4 down for Optic. FaZe will get in the hill, freeze the time, and this is a huge moment for FaZe to tie this game up.
Optic were trying just to push out green. They had the control of the hillside, and they decided they wanted to be the aggressors. Put some pressure on to garage side, see if they can get some control of camo, and it comes back to bite them. They get 0 time in that hill. FaZe have sniper, FaZe have camo, FaZe have half of the hill done.
That jump is not easy to do under the pressure. Royal 2 able to get back into the combat loop, take 1 down, get an assist on the next. 4 down for Optic, FaZe back in the hill. It's already past 70% progression at this point, and FaZe may just play a perfect hill here back on the rotation to tie this game up.
I mean, if I'm Optic here, I think you're playing for hill number 7 at this point. You got to get that tower control, but it looks like they have a different idea in mind.
Oh!
Snakebite wins the fight. That's going to be 3 down for Optic. And Optic trying desperately to stop the green hill, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be ourselves a tie game. And looks like Optic do have control of tower somehow still.
It was once 3-0. It's all of a sudden 3-3. FaZe not going quietly here in game 1. Optic set up for the 7th point, but here comes the FaZe clan. Renegade back tower, double kill for him, 3 down for Optic. Last player alive training, and Renegade's gonna jump in the hill and get early progression in this last final hill for FaZe.
Renegade just putting up some massive numbers so far, 25, 8, and 16 when his team needs him the most. He started off strong and he's finishing strong right now.
It's all tied up, but the progression in FaZe's favor. Here comes Optic. Rule 2 goes down. Optic have numbers. Trippy will be taken down as well. These numbers now even 3-3. Another killing spree for the Demon. Multiple players from Optic in his face. He's dealing with all of them! And Renegade somehow does the impossible to give FaZe control back.
It feels like every single time Optic focus on Renegade, send members to him, they're just sending them stats and free kills.
Optic have to push. This could be the last one. They deal with Renegade. Dead Zone finds the opening pick. Here comes Dead Zone top tower. Gotta flush out these players. It's so difficult at times, but Optic have finally broken the setup. 60% progression for FaZe, but Optic now in control.
No rush in grabbing this hill. It's just about getting the kills and getting control. So Optic prioritizing those kills at Nest. They have control. They have 2 down. Now we're going to have to see if this play from Dead Zone pays off. These are one of those hit or miss plays. If somebody goes on by and he's able to get that free damage, great play by Dead Zone. But if he leaves his teammates out to dry, this could be disastrous.
FaZe are playing this one slow. This will be their last push if they decide to go this slow. Lucid trying to find an opening. He spots a couple of players. He's picking them out to his team, but Lucid wants to get involved. He spots Frosty bottom pillars. A pick on the Frosty. Renegade the last player alive, and there's 3 members of the green wall to go through. Renegade gets spotted, taking the no shield. Lucid able to stay alive, and because FaZe tried to push slowly on that break, it did not work, and now FaZe are desperate. Here they come top middle, but they can't get there in time. And Optic Gaming show a little bit of ice there at the end to finish game 1 in their favor.
We also saw a bit of thawing there throughout the middle part of that game. But ice up at the end is all that matters as they're able to close out that 7th and final hill.
Oh,
kudos to Optic to bring that one back. At some points, when a team gets 3 hills in a row on you and they got camo and sniper and everything's going right for them, it's tough to reel those back. But we're talking about 2 of the best teams in the world here.
Unbelievable game 1, and if that's what we have in store for this series, buckle in, because this is going to be a roller coaster, ladies and gentlemen. A 3-0 lead for Optic. 3 straight hills go in FaZe's favor. FaZe doing incredible things on that P7, that last point, but somehow Optic break it once. And again, a perfect hold from Optic, similar to some of the first 3 hills. to end that game in their favor. You thought it was going to be phases when Renegade's just somehow alive after multiple members. Optic sends everyone at him, and somehow it's Renegade standing in the smoke as it disappears. Jesus Christ. As we take a look at the highlights from game 1, Dave, I want to talk about the end there and what you were able to see from Optic when they finally were able to take down Renegade and how they perfectly held that last hill.
I mean, I felt like the very ending push was more of Optic just playing that so right on the correct side. FaZe, they opted to overload the nest side of the map. At that point, they already had a camo Lucid there. They had Dead Zone hiding behind the box. They had a tower that could help, and they had the right amount of firepower to match that side of the map. It was just kind of a coin flip at that point. If FaZe had overloaded over towards cut side of the map, Dead Zone wouldn't have been in that play at all, and they could have had numbers against, you know, essentially a 3-on-2 or a 4-on-2 because Lucid and Dead Zone wouldn't have been there. So they planned their players in the right spot at the right time.
It was honestly an unbelievable camo play from Lucid. Maybe not flashy, but the information he was getting as far as there are multiple members of FaZe.
That moment you're talking about Renegade where there's so many battles down in that dummy door and Renegade the only one surviving.
I have no idea still. I'm going to have to rewatch it several times. His shield was not moving, but everyone on Optic was flying at him. Grenades are exploding everywhere, and I have no idea how, as the smoke dissipates from the grenades, he's literally the last man standing, and he was the only one for FaZe down in that situation. An incredible life, but not enough. Optic will take game 1 4-3. I said it as the series started. These games are always decided by 1 point, 1 play, 1 life all the time. Aquarius Slayer up next, and this is a game type that we have seen FaZe struggle in today against Pure. What are you looking for the reigning champs in FaZe to do to rebound after that heartbreaking game 1?
Oh my gosh, I mean, the odd part about that game 1 is FaZe, they essentially had the first 2 hills, barely lost them. If they got either of those during their epic comeback time throughout that 3-hill streak, they would have easily won that game. So I don't feel like they have to change much. It feels like they just have to start to ice out a couple of these earlier hills and earlier leads. It does feel like they are dying, they're living as a team and dying as a team. And when I started to notice times where someone like Snakebite rolling away and regroup with his teammates, that's the moments you're seeing FaZe not just give full map control to someone like Optic who know exactly what to do, position across the map and get all the information they need.
It is so crucial to make sure you do not go forward down, to always have some level of presence on the map. Right now, the presence on the map is owned by Trippy with the overshield. Optic win the opening break, and Trippy with overshield thrust looks to push the advantage.
Oh my gosh, a clean 4-0 OS start there for Optic Gaming. Now they're going to be trying to find out where the spawners are. They found one in the util, but I assume spawn's got to be a little wacky after that trade.
Yeah, it's a split spawn situation, and how quickly can Optic find out this information? Trippy with this overshield starting to dwindle. Won't have much of it for this next combat loop, but you do have map control and a lead to play around. Multiple members of FaZe are now going to be spotted. Yellow bridge right now as Trippy tries to make his way across top middle. He gets team shot from several different angles. A bit of a risk from Trippy there will not pay off, and it will give FaZe some room to breathe.
Yeah, it felt like a bit of a forced play there by Trippy, and FaZe just kind of taking advantage of that mistake and that overstep. Now, what do FaZe decide to do with this new position and this new lead? We will find out, because it felt like Optic had to work so hard to get that 4-0. And it felt like FaZe didn't really have to do too much to close that gap here. It's now just a 1-kill game.
6-5, the game slows down to a snail's pace. The moment that this series means to these teams, a championship Sunday ticket on the cards for the winner, and FaZe being down 1-0 cannot afford to let this early game slip out of their hands. So although Optic want to slow this down and FaZe have map control, they are going to try to dissect this Optic setup. Unfortunately, they lose World 2 first, so Renegade's going to have to back up with this heat wave right now. Optic doing a phenomenal job of holding it down as they find a kill on the Frosty as well. Kills being traded, but here comes Renegade. Thrust, heat wave, Thrust is out right now, but it's allowed Renegade to find a push. A beautiful trade from Formal in a situation where, in all honesty, Renegade should have got that kill and continue to live. Will release some of the pressure from Optic Gaming.
Renegade says the best way for him to live is to just charge right into the eye of the storm. Gets right behind enemy lines over at Optic's base. Now, I don't know exactly how he picks out some of those snares, but I think I know a way we could find out. Let's actually go to a FaZe listen-in and hear how they're going to come back in this game number 2.
Let's get yellow window. Yo, we can spawn him up there. We're not fucking pushing. I'm blocking blue flag. Pick up everything else. I'm looking top here. I'm trying to pick up. Yo, spawning left side.
Yeah, my cross map. Don't look around.
Yo, pistol drop to kill us.
Alright, I'm talking to
Yo, pistol B. Yo, two hits in yellow gen. Yellow vent B. Two there.
No, one shot yellow vent.
Yellow vent half. One shot above you, PJ. One shot above you. One shot above you.
One acre one. I might be dead here, bro.
Yo, one shot again, PJ.
Yellow cloud's nice. Blue. In there, yellow. Yeah, he weighs down my body. I'm cutting the car. Yeah, that's fine, man. That's fine. Yo, John's one shot. John, you're on fire. Don't worry about me. Do not worry about me.
What did I say? A fight? What the fuck? One shot. I'm pushing yellow. One guy yellow. Only one guy yellow. He's back yellow.
Yellow shrimps. I might be
dead. Yellow shrimp. He's shelling.
Yellow streak coming.
P1V. Mine kill. 3 shots in. I'm looking, John. One shot.
Brad, they're gonna get you.
Top P.
Brad, I'm over you.
Top P, on me. Where's he?
Don't know.
Okay. Yo, kill the P guy. We're fighting P. I'm going top P right now.
I'm one hit, Brad.
I'm top P. Yo, could we look Peter?
Bottom mid, bro.
Where's
Inside.
Right here. I keep flanking. Yo, he's going call one, John. They're getting out. They're getting out.
On top 20. I was thinking about Ovi. Ovi 15.
Yo, John, blue window comes back. I am twice, dead.
One thrust.
Yo, front blue won it. Dead.
Ovi.
I hear you. Top B out. He's going yellow street. Top B weak. And there's a guy yellow fire. P1 right now, guys. Yo, he's still yellow P1. Yellow P1 going bottom mid. Inside bottom mid. No shoot out. Watch out, weak. Yo, he's going yellow. Almost out of us. Yo, almost out of us.
I couldn't get a beat on. He's at hide here. Ovi from base.
Okay, that's fine. Yo, play the back.
Top B. Blue engine. Top B. They're just trying to single me out.
Yeah, try to play for melee. I'm close it. Peter, close it. Hold on. And P1. Nice, bro. Weak. Two shots.
P2 weak. Somewhere blue engine. Right now.
Nice!
FaZe starting to get loud. You hear the nice as we come back to the casters, and oh my God, the small talk between FaZe is something you gotta talk about, Dave. How much this moment means. You can feel the energy on this team right now.
Yeah, a lot of small talk and a lot of big talk as big moments and plays are happening there. However, I'm a bit concerned. They do put a lot of focus on this very certain moments, and you can see how that was probably getting very frustrating when they had their matches against someone like Pure as an example. You heard them all focusing on one part of the map saying, everyone focus P, get your eyes over here. We're trying to concentrate our firepower in this one central area.
Right now, FaZe in the lead by 6. Royal 2 looking to push front yellow. Kills being traded out across the map, and Royal 2 gonna focus his eyes to bottom middle. The heat wave is up. He'll put that in his back pocket, and he'll find Trippy. Trippy able to remove that heat wave, but Trippy immediately gets traded out as well. Trades continue to happen back and forth, but Optic with a 1-3 swing right now will make it just a 4-kill game.
Yeah, Lucid knows where at least Renegade was, can assume that other players are spawning near that side. Buys for pink control. They get the pick, but damage is being done. Dead zone drops, but Optic still have a numbers advantage, so you're not going to see Lucid back down just yet. If he was down in numbers, he knew the push would be coming. He has to make either a last stand or has to rat on out of there.
Grenades are the name of the game right now as they take down Lucid on the help of the end of Snakebites Bandit. Good grenades from FaZe to remove Lucid from that top pink position, but as multiple members from FaZe go down, this all of a sudden becomes a 2-kill game. I expect this game to slow down a little bit. Snakebite sneakily trying to make his way into blue utility. There is going to be a player blue flag. It's Lucid. Snakebite does have a teammate. Lucid is by himself, so Lucid knows he cannot push. As green wall chants start, FaZe tried to fight for their tournament lives. Royal 2 and Frosty find kills themselves. Here comes Lucid. A trade is a win in my books in that situation, and Optic go 3 down.
Yeah, 3 for 1. You'll take that trade any day, but a couple kills answered in return. Battling all out at Pink 1. Gonna see what Captain Snakebite has to say about that. Team stuck over at Blue Base and knows that they're gonna try to fight on over at Pink, but how many players at FaZe are stuck over here?
The lead is up to 4. Frosty has 18 of his own. 18 and 12. Frosty probably having the best and the biggest game of this tournament so far for FaZe right now. Backs are against the wall. Optic under a lot of pressure, and Frosty anchoring this window position with the battle rifle, doing some great damage onto Lucid, even finds the kill. The pick across the map is not something you often see, but Frosty wants 20, Frosty gets 20. Frosty spots Trippy top car as well. Pressure under World 2 in the closet as Frosty finds 21. Lucid, you want to be 22? Lucid, you are 22 as Frosty takes over this game 2, 48 now, 43.
Notice Frosty picking up all these kills. Frosty filling that role that felt like it was missing earlier against Pure, just having somebody that can punish people out in the open or trying to make these flanks. And there it is. That's going to be FaZe Clan closing out game number 2, 50-45. We got ourselves a series, Wes.
It's 22 kills from Frosty to get across the finish line in game 2, and FaZe answer back to tie it up. Optic Gaming were on their back feet a lot of that game. The small talk from FaZe was something that really, truly made a difference. Their damage was getting capitalized on, and it was the Iceman himself that stepped up for FaZe. We saw superstar performances on Optic Gaming in game 1. We called out how well Formal and Lucid were looking at times. Frosty, a superstar known to be true. He's had a quiet tournament up until this point, but that could have been the spark that Frosty needed to really find his footing in this series. And now as you're on Optic Gaming, what can you do looking for the rest of this series to slow a player like Frosty down?
Well, I mean, at some point you try to isolate and focus on players if somebody's having a hot game. You don't really get that luxury when you're playing against squads like this. You can't just say, we need to focus on Frosty or we need to focus on Renegade and we can get that win. You saw it almost did feel like they were emphasizing Renegade in game number 1, and at some points it felt like they were feeding kills. It felt like they were too focused on charging in and trying to shut him down.
Yeah, sometimes.
And all of a sudden, you see someone like Frosty going off. So it's really, you can't just focus on a singular player.
Yeah, I think the teamwork is something that's going to have to really be used to take him down, because individually, when players like Lucid, like Frosty, like Formal, like anybody on that stage right now can take over games when they find their flow. And the last thing you want to do is start to get them one-on-one, start to give them those windows of opportunity to find even more of a reason to dominate. I mean, how quick was it that Frosty found 20, 21, and 22? It was all within like 7 seconds, I felt.
And he just listened to call-outs. He was just
reacting
reacting to where members of Optic were, heard the call-outs over Util, goes clean those up, and that's the flow state you want to see someone like Frosty in, because he's just listening and reacting and finishing things off. He doesn't have to try to quarterback and coordinate. He doesn't have to say, guys, let's all push over here. Instead, he's letting his teammates just create those opportunities and capitalize it.
And what a big win for FaZe to get back into this series. As we take a look at the highlights, Frosty's going to be a lot of them, but FaZe Clan's teamwork, the angles that they had, the damage that they're all capitalizing on was something that really started to transition. This backsmack onto the overshield player, just baiting your teammate in that situation is perfect. Frosty chowing Lucid, someone that you traditionally don't chow, but I guess when you hit that flow state, you can do whatever you want. And Frosty could do no wrong in game 2.
Just doing it all, getting themselves in that tied series, and here we got that swing game coming up into game 3, though.
Interference Strongholds, the game that we pointed out in the pre-series show, and that is going to be the one that gives one of these teams the 2-1 advantage. Recharge off all live fire Slayer. You gotta wait. We got this probably the fastest map and mode combination coming up here on Interference Strongholds, Dave. And I'm going to ask you straight up, who are you favoring based off the first 2 games of this series to take this game 3? Because I think both of these 2 teams, when they are in control, they know how to dominate, and I feel like that is a recipe for success. When you find control and interference very quickly, is the game over in your favor.
Yeah, I mean, when we watched that King of the Hill live fire, both teams had controls at different times, and both teams ran away with it. Interference, you're not going to see control change that many times. This is going to be a much quicker game, and out of all the 5 that we may see throughout the series, it's probably going to have the most skewed score. Everything else has been so close so far. 4-3, 50-45. This one has the potential for a team to win by 100, 150 points.
I don't think my heart can take a very close Interference Strongholds game, because not often does it happen, but it will be pure chaos if it does. Right now, Optic start off on the right foot. They find the first kill, but Royal 2 immediately answers. He's got the heat wave and the thrust. Somehow the route has paid off for Royal 2. He does lose a few teammates, but he is capable of creating that gap for his own team right now as he finds his second kill of the game.
And just look at this, putting the squeeze onto the bunker, forcing players to get up close and personal as he has the heat wave up in there. almost gets the stick on the Overshield player, but Dead Zone and Optic successfully break out of the FaZe Clan setup.
Yeah, Royal 2 does what he can, but Optic are able to get that Overshield. FaZe do jump out to an early lead, but here comes the Optic Overshield push. They're able to find a couple of kills, clear out back Carbine, Dead Zone, able to secure this side of the map. Although FaZe were able to spawn bunker, they transfer over A, and B is the name of the game on interference strongholds. If you hold B, that is traditionally a recipe for success because it is so easy to flush enemy players out of that stronghold. Let's see if Dead Zone can start to approach this. Unfortunately, he did not expect a player to spawn there as he tries to approach it. That player knocked in a shield. The teamwork from Optic will clear that out. They will remove the capture from FaZe Clan right now. A reset, a trip cap now for Optic Gaming.
We got Trip Cap in the hands of Optic, but they don't have the numbers to fully press this. That's why you're going to see Trippy back down a little bit and try to hold this double cap. Last thing you want to do is get a Trip Cap, overcommit, and then just flip the map completely on its head. So I like that play by Trippy just to back down, gets the challenge on a Renegade, and just trades it out.
A dangerous position right now for FaZe. B and C in the favor of Optic, but 3 go down, and Optic already got lead in A. Lucid is going to be able to help Formal transfer this over, and FaZe Clan on the risk of going back into another trip cap at the wrong time. Overshield is up, the second one of the game. Optic are going to be able to secure that in the hands of Formal, and this trip cap needs to start to work against FaZe as they go down in the lead, and not only that, but this could be where Optic completely dominate this game.
Yeah, this is where it gets scary because they have them on staggered spawns. They know they're going to be spawning over at Bunker or Carbine, and just look at this pressure. Formal charging in with the Overshield. Gets a kill on Renegade, gets damage on the other player, and the trip cap is continuing. Just like that, Optic, they were down by 20 or so points before. They're now up by about 60 points, and they're barely getting touches onto the B stronghold.
Yeah, FaZe need to focus on getting slays, but it's Optic that have the numbers advantage again. They're able to flush those players out of B, and B stays in their favor as well. This trip cap now has got them to 130 unanswered points and continuing to climb. B still not reset, but they're not worried about it because they know FaZe will not spawn over there. They finally get the reset. A is going to be transferred over momentarily, but Lucid is behind enemy lines again.
Such a good bait there, but gets sniffed out. They know Lucid is down at Engine 1. Now do they decide to hunt him down and chase down at Engine 1, or do they decide to go for the high ground? Looks like they decide to go down low, and Lucid has loop-de-looed on over back towards the top.
All 4 down for FaZe momentarily as they spawn back up. The respawners are starting to split spawn. Optic Gaming continuing to swarm, and this is where the map gets ugly, ladies and gentlemen. Optic now up over 140 points and climbing. FaZe cannot get off their spawn. Frosty had 22 kills in the last game. He has none to his name right now, and this game could end very quickly.
This is just how quickly this one can spiral out of control. The map is so small, so congested that players can rotate back and forth, keep putting spawn pressure on, and we have yet to really see FaZe Clan get at a all 4 up and stay alive for a moment in time. This is probably the longest we've seen them all 4 alive in the last 90, 120 seconds.
They're going to have their first overshield of the game. Renegade somehow manages to punch that into his chest before getting taken down. They should be able to gain some control. Can FaZe replicate the same level of dominance is the big question. 2 go down for Optic. Renegade is able to stay alive. A trip cap now for FaZe. And how long can they keep this going? They're going to need a perfect game from here on out. 3 down for Optic, and everyone's starting to find kills for FaZe.
Yep, it's now FaZe's turn for the full setup. Like we said, there's not going to be too much back and forth on this control. This may be FaZe needing to close this out from this setup, or Optic could close this one out as soon as they can stop the bleeding. And FaZe doing a fantastic job so far. All 4 down.
Oh my God.
There's the spawn. They're looking for the bunker spawn. Do they see it just yet? They do not see the location just yet. Now Renegade knows that bunker and waiting for his teammates to come on through.
I have the scariest feeling this game is going to get crazy in a minute. 145 and climbing towards that 212 mark to potentially take the lead. Royal 2's the first one to drop a Dead Zone as well goes down. Renegade's under a lot of pressure. Lucid trying to jump top tower to take him down and not able to make the jump. The trip cap is finished. It's just a BNC control right now. Optic have done a great job to get out of this situation. Still in the lead right now. 212 to 167. But Renegade,
oh my God.
The leads for Lucid goes down, and that trip cap could be right back in their favor if Optic aren't careful. Dead Zone trying to push top middle right now. They know FaZe Clan are going to be spawning outside This is where the game will slow down, potentially, but Dead Zone looks to be aggressive.
At least they got the bleeding to stop. No longer a trip cap. Now they just need to take their time to get this entry kill. This next kill is crucial. Snakebite falls. Formal follows shortly after. What are Optic and FaZe going to do in this neutral scenario? During a traded kill scenario, it actually benefits the team that has the multiple strongholds. So FaZe are actually fine with trading in a spot like this. It's Optic who desperately need to get a kill without having the death.
The map is about to flip and Overshield is up. Lucid and Dead Zone with some big kills right now. The Overshield, it tries to get picked up by Formal. It falls off the map. Dead Zone tries to catch it, but can't quite get to it. A couple more kills go in FaZe's favor. The last two players for Optic jump into B. Can they transfer it over? They're able to stop the bleeding, but in the meantime, C being transferred. Bunker spawns for Optic. 2 alive. They are going to be able to get A, but is FaZe able to get feet in B and continue to score? The game all of a sudden is in FaZe's favor.
Optic somehow trying to get back in this, but every single time they rotate on over, FaZe do the correct play. They rotate on over towards the opposite Optic hill. They're not just meeting them heads on and giving them the fight that they want. The smart thing you do when you're ahead like this is you rotate away from the mass number of players and take the free stronghold.
A is going to be started to get transferred. Optic need to try to defend it. A couple of kills for Trippy is massive. Snakebite, the last player alive. Feet in B for Optic. 30 points is all they need. Snakebite gets taken down. Trippy's now on a killing spree, and that could do it. That could give Optic the strength they need to finish this game in their favor.
That was such a tough heads-up play by Trippy. He knew there was a player in the hill. He could have challenged one-on-one. Instead, he just stays patient. He hides at top tower and takes the free kills that person's trying to flank through. Optic have a trip cap. They're trying to close out these last 8 points. FaZe need to not only stop A, they need to grab another stronghold.
They got feet in B. They got feet in B and Snakebite. He needs to stay alive. Trippy trying to challenge. Trippy gets taken down. Snakebite gets taken down. Formal with a double will end the game for Optic Gaming. And it couldn't have been any closer. But Optic Gaming will take the lead in the series once again, 2-1.
Even in a game that has the biggest of snowballs, where teams are going on 150-point runs, both these teams have their chance at trip caps and at full control, and they give us an incredible match.
An incredible match. Probably the best game of Interference Strongholds we have seen in competitive play since its release, and it's Optic Gaming that They strut over the finish line with that double from Formal, but I mean, FaZe Clan and their comeback once again, a couple of steps too short. Games 1 and 3, a very similar story where Optic get off to a massive lead. FaZe do everything to retake a lead that you think is insurmountable, and then all of a sudden, Optic's resilience, they're a little bit more icy in this series, Dave. Traditionally, when you're two great teams going at it, it's usually the close games that decide the series. You'll have your blowouts either way, but Optic right now have showed you 2 out of these 3 games. They've got a little bit more gas in the tank, a little bit more ice here on Championship Saturday.
Yeah, and I remember talking about that with Lunchbox before, after a tournament. He was like, all the games are so close. Like, at some points, you can't really just evaluate the very end of the game. There's just so many things going on. But it's just icing up. You know, at some point you win that 50-48 game, that turns into a 3-1 series versus losing that series 2-3 after losing another close Slayer or whatever it is. And so it's all about those close games, and Optic showing that they're able to win in 2 close games there in 1 and 3.
I mean, look, it's 2-12-44. That's about the same as a 3-0 lead in King of the Hill. You're thinking Optic is cruising. Then all of a sudden, in a blink of an eye, they go 4 down.
That double back was so sick right there by Renegade. Every single time you think you know where he's going, he just swaps his route.
I thought that was gonna be the moment that FaZe took over.
That's the ring falling in the volcano there, Lord of the Rings, and Dead Zone's just like, no, that was the key back into the game. I needed that.
Dude, and Andy's stuck in the bottom.
Couldn't take his eyes off it.
And he's stuck in the bottom of sewers. Like, his position couldn't be any worse in that situation. And you think FaZe is going to use that as an opportunity to maybe steal this 3rd game? Well, somehow, some way. It's honestly on the back of a phenomenal play from Trippy over towards the tower. A killing spree from Trippy gives Optic the opportunity. Big game Trip steps up. I don't care what the stats were. That play there won Optic Gaming Game 3, and it's plays like that will decide a series between 2 juggernauts like this. As we take a look at the map layout, Game 4 is Oddball Recharge, and something that I think FaZe are looking forward to seeing. Oddball, we talked about how strong Optic was at Oddball throughout all of London, but FaZe was perfect on Oddball at London. And now to look at the Oddball stats, Dave. Optic, I mean, it's no surprise, they're the best to do it.
Yeah, they are so great at it, and on top of that, they're able to do it without the massive outslaying. That's one thing. You look at their overall KD, it's 1.03, and they have a higher win percentage than FaZe, who has a higher KD and a lower win percentage. So that to me just says that Optic know when to play ball. They have the better rotations, they have the better trades, and the better objective efficiency. If Optic are able to match some sort of firepower against FaZe and play their game the way they normally do, they should be expected to win this game number 4 here.
We've seen both these two teams this weekend trip up on oddballs. Pure beat FaZe in Oddball on Live Fire. We saw Optic lose Streets Oddball to Shopify Rebellion just a series ago in the winner's bracket, but now Oddball will decide, does this series go the distance? Does FaZe have a chance at a championship Sunday, or are Optic shutting the door on FaZe Clan at their own tournament?
Just like that, Trippy getting the opening kill against Snakebite. Looks like Renegade has an answer as well. And nobody's gonna be grabbing this ball immediately or early. They're going for position and control, and it looks like to be going in favor of FaZe as they have a few more slays.
Dead Zone gets taken down. Camo is still up. The longest Camo grab maybe in, I would say, the history of the start of Recharge right now. And these two teams have probably proved me wrong with how slow they like to play, how methodical they like to play. I believe that Camo does get burned, but the most important thing is that Optic had the ball in hand. The second most important thing, Renegade has a shock rifle. It gets taken out, and that is a big kill for Optic to remove that power weapon from Renegade.
Snakebite trying to stay alive, knows that the pressure is going to be coming from the stairs. But all this time, while kills are being traded out, and while players are going for that shock rifle, Optic, Trippy, is grabbing points on that ball. He has 23, and I don't know if anyone from FaZe is close enough to even stop him. The thing that's nice about Optic's defense is they have this wide perimeter, so you have to fight Lucid from so far away, and if you try to skip past him, he has an angle to shoot you in the back.
Yeah, this is a perfect setup for Optic. Shock in the hands of Lucid, and he's starting to become a menace. This Shroud plays to his favor as he catches a player off guard there. They're able to get a couple of kills and continue ball control in pipes. A big second kill from Lucid. That ball actually gets played towards the batteries, it appears, but Optic get it right back in their hands and continue to build what is now a 40-point lead.
Yeah, slays are 12-8 in favor of Optic. Oddball 42-0 in favor of Optic. Just every single time they get the right slay, they're grabbing time and even prematurely doing the play ball. We didn't see a single death there from players in pipes yet before Optic played ball that. There's a lot of times players will wait until the situation's dire, until they have zero chance of holding that ball. Instead, Optic preemptively playing that, trying to get some kills on the map and keep some control to stop a FaZe full setup.
A momentary 3 down for Optic, but Formal was the last player alive, trying to deny Camo. He's able to take down Renegade, who got that Camo, and has even bought time for respawners to assist him in acquiring that Camo. Now, Formal with Camo, Optic with ball in hand, continue to build a lead.
Tournament favorites just getting toyed with here, as this ball every single time is one step ahead of these FaZe rotations. 3 down, Snakebite the only one left. This is starting to feel dire for FaZe. They need to step up here. They want to get some life into this round 1. They don't want to go with this sort of momentum into round 2, down 2-1 in the series.
The reason we praise Optic on Oddball is their situational awareness and their rotations. They have been perfect so far. 78-1 is the score. Optic with this setup is going to be such a difficult thing to break, and FaZe Clan losing the first 2 kills will almost guarantee Optic take round 1.
And they just play it so perfectly. As they get kills on either lane or either side, they rotate the ball towards that side. If they see teams overloading and bringing 3 or 4 towards a different side, they rotate away from it. Any single time, whether they see an overcommit or whether they get some kills on a side, they rotate the ball. They're always bringing the ball in the most advantageous position, and that's why you saw such a dominating round number 1, 100-1.
100-1. Everything has been pretty close so far, but not that first round. Optic with the first real dominant performance. How will FaZe Clan respond truly with their backs against the wall now here in Atlanta? Elimination bracket down 2-1, down a full round, and you just got smacked in the face in the first round. Trippy has found the first camo of this round 2, and he's got a lot of information to share to his teammates.
He's like, I gotta go back and tell the boys that there's a lot of them over in that mangler pit, and I need to get out of here. Scout has been found and eliminated.
Tries to get out, but can't get out. A good job by FaZe to negate that camo. Is that the start to something great? Unfortunately, not at this moment. World 2 is the last player alive, and he's spotted out. He's being pinged by members of Optic. Formal has found himself a shock rifle. He spots Snakebite as well as World 2 goes down, so it's a staggered respawn situation for FaZe, and it's early ball time for Optic once again.
Formal just trying to hold on those pipes. Time on their side, like we said. They do such a good job of anytime they're getting the kill trades, they're holding that ball and rotating it. Right here, ball already making that rotation towards elevator. Royal 2 slipping in the center there and getting those stops. That was such a great stop to the ball rotation, not letting it towards elevator. Now Renegade and crew don't have a play ball situation. They have a setup, and they get to, for the first time, say, all right, where are they coming from? Where are we getting our kills?
A much stronger start, I would say, for FaZe Clan, absolutely. Last round was dominant, but here is the demon himself. He finds the opening pick. Do they know what player snuck across Turbine's the big question. Renegade tries to push into White, and he gets surrounded by Optic members. He gets taken down. All of a sudden, the FaZe Clan setup, even after Renegade finds the first pick, collapses. World 2 able to minimize the damage with a kill that will make this setup for Optic worse. But it's only 13 points for FaZe Clan. Optic, what do you have in store for a rotation potential? Dead Zone finds a big kill on the Snakebite that will deny any real FaZe Clan push here as it slows down. 2 members of FaZe Clan go down. That ball gets neutralized, but a good job by Optic, the last 2 players alive, finding kills in order to stall FaZe from another potential setup.
Yeah, just great reactions all around. These players get behind enemy lines. They're in very scary positions, but they wait for that call, they find where their weak player is, and then they just put that pressure and damage on. And look at that, just tattling on players. Not shooting right away because he wants his teammates to do a little bit more work, a little bit more damage before he enters the fight. I almost wonder if that's a bit too patient.
Yeah, I would have wanted him to shoot if I was you didn't shoot that guy for me? Hello, help me. But Lucid,
you just watch that go down like that?
Yeah, Lucid knows best. It's worked out for Optic as he gets the ball back into his hands. Camo has run out, but numbers in Optic's favor once again. And look, they know FaZe is in pipes. Lucid wants to bring the fight to them. He wants to bring the ball to them, for God's sake. But as he gets shot, he decides to back up. 3 go down for Optic, and Lucid trying to rotate this maybe into blue to where he can play it, but I think he knows his routes are getting cut off.
Yeah, getting cut off and trying to at least get a trade here, but these players in the G-slides make it so difficult. FaZe, ball in hand, slight advantage. Let's see how they do in this neutral scenario. We know FaZe. We know that they can do a great setup when they have a numbers advantage. We know when they have 2 or 3 down and all 4 alive, they're gonna get ball time. But how do they do when it's a 3-on-3, when it's 3-on-2? Well, the answer's right there for you. They're gonna take out 3 members of Optic and keep scrapping up time.
Yeah, they're finally gonna be able to call themselves in the lead here in game 4, at least in this round. They still are down a round, but they will have the lead momentarily in this second round. Optic are trying to push from White into the elevator, but the ball is no longer here. Frosty just trying to buy as much time as he can, deals some great damage, finds himself a kill as well. And as 3 go down for Optic, once again, it's just Lucid, and Snakebite will make his way to the ball to extend this round 2 lead for FaZe once again.
All 4 down, and yes, FaZe still have ball, but you gotta wonder, were they getting as much time during that as they could? It feels like they indexed and slayed a little bit higher than you'd see someone like Optic getting. Optic, I think, would have gotten another 10 seconds or so during that last engagement. Let's see if that comes into play here at the end of this round.
Another interesting situation where FaZe don't really set up for this camo properly. It's actually Optic that take the space they need to get Formal this camouflage. Camo has been dominant from Optic so far in this game, and Formal showing how dominant that camo can be. Gets shots onto Frosty as he finds a kill, but Renegade comes off spawn. Formal does not expect him to be top red, and because of it, that camo does get negated. I'd love to see FaZe Clan play more for those camouflages if possible, but right now, a 20-point lead separates Optic and FaZe here in round 2. They are doing a much better job of negating that camo's impact.
Oddball plays quite a bit different when Optic aren't in control and just rotating that to wherever they'd like. This round has been significantly different. 1, the time on the clock has dwindled down much further. 2, the ball's been in different locations, not quite as much rotating all the way through pipes to elevator to control. Instead, it's been a bit more stagnant when it's been in the hands of FaZe.
It's Renegade versus Trippy and Lucid, and Renegade somehow finding a way to come out on top. Here comes Frosty and the boys from FaZe. As Renegade deals so much damage right there, the rest of FaZe were able to collapse and they were able to take down all of Optic. The last player alive is Formal in this long haul, but this ball is being neutralized. Formal is trying to buy time, but here comes FaZe behind Formal. As Formal gets taken down, he is going to take Royal 2 with him, but the ball time for FaZe not continuing to add up until now. Snakebite has a moment of silence as he continues to build this lead.
Yeah, and he's kind of pinched between a couple players. He needs to find out what side's going to win the fight. It's going to be Renegade winning it. I would love to see that ball rotate, and it looks like it's a little bit lackluster, a little bit sloppier than I'd like to see. You saw Snakebite ideally passing that ball to Renegade and then continuing a rotation. Seems like the ball eventually goes in Renegade's hands, but here comes a 3-man push from Optic. They break through, get the first kill. 7 points away here for FaZe. Can they run away and rotate and get these last points? The answer's gonna be no. They're gonna get these 3 kills over towards Elevator. And now Snakebite and Frosty, the only 2 alive.
Big shots from Lucid. Camo was up. I'm very interested to see where that Camo went. It's in the hands of Formal once again. Optic had one last push before this round 2 was taken from FaZe Clan, but they've successfully broken the setup, and now with Camo in the hands of Formal, he's disrupting the first opportunity to break what would be the last setup in round 2 for Optic Gaming. So much damage done by Formal. He's able to get a kill and an assist, but Renegade finds the ball. 4 points is all Renegade needs, but Lucid's there to at least force him to drop it for a second. Renegade's gonna tuck his tail into the blue corner, and with that, he's gonna take FaZe Clan to round 3 here in game 4.
Much needed round win there by FaZe, and that one felt completely different. FaZe dominating in slays during that round. FaZe in control of the ball. FaZe maybe not as scrappy as Optic, but FaZe scrapping up time and bringing the ball to where it needs to be.
Will we see a game 5 between these 2 here tonight? The answer will be answered by FaZe and FaZe alone here as they tie this game 4 up 1-1. A round 3 of All Ball is how we're going to decide that. It's going to be an early Camo grab for Trippy once again and the Optic squad. The Green Wall have 3 down for FaZe. Shock Camo in the hands of Trippy and early ball time in the hands of, I believe, Lucid.
Oh, and a random duck at the last second saves Snakebite's life as he's over at glass.
That reaction time's actually insane to know that Trippy is walking around with the Camo Shock. These players are so good. The level of Halo being played right now is unbelievable. Trippy can't finish the kill on a Renegade, does some damage to Snakebite as well, but not how you wanted that Camo Shock rifle story to go.
Look at this adjustment you're also seeing from FaZe. Previously, Optic were able to rotate that ball without the same sort of resistance. Now you see a member of FaZe, whether it's Royal 2 or Renegade, cutting across the map and able to shoot that ball holder in the side before they make their full rotation to a safe location. You saw it before from Royal 2 getting over towards Needler, stopping that pipe to elevator rotation. You just saw it there from Renegade, stopping that elevator to Hydro rotation.
They tried to cut it off, but eventually Optic get the ball to back blue. They get a 40-point lead before Formal plays it and lands some perfect shots on the Renegade, putting him back in the respawn screen. FaZe have got a lot of work to do if they want to see a game 5 here tonight, and Formal is on the hunt.
I like that. Lays down a couple shots. If it's going to be a one-on-one, Formal is going to hunt that down. Instead, he knows where half of FaZe Clan are. He spot out 2 at elevator with that information. Optic now can reposition or try to go for a ball grab.
Frosty jumps up from bottom middle and throws that ball Turbine. Not often do you see that, but it's because he has Camo. He's going to try and play his life. Frosty wants kills, and when Frosty wants kills, traditionally Frosty gets kills. He finds dead zone. Snakebite finds Trippy. It's a 2-on-2 situation, and somehow Optic, eagle-eyeing Frosty top cat right here, is not enough to get the job done. He pivots back to Formal, able to take him down, but Lucid is being such a nuisance with this off-ball right now. If he can get this to bottom middle, he can deny FaZe's numbers advantage any ball time here, and he is able to get it to that bridge.
Yeah, Frosty get the kills, but they're not getting the time because of it. These are the times that FaZe cannot just pad the stats. There was a great ball rotation by Optic to try to throw that away from Needler, from elevator side, because they knew FaZe had full control of glass and elevator, and now forcing FaZe into some obscure positions. They now need to push out those power positions and go to the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, what should have been a phase setup actually gets broken. A player spawns elevator for Optic Gaming, gets the kill on the ball carrier, and throws it back bottom middle. FaZe have got to feel frustrated in this game, in this round 3. Lucid, Trippy, Formal, all find kills. Renegade, the last player alive, is going to find a kill on the Formal, but the ball is being rotated once again by Optic.
Now look at the difference in this. FaZe Clan, they got so many unanswered kills over the last 45 seconds. The second that Optic got these kills onto FaZe, they've already put on another 12 points on the board. That's the difference in ball efficacy from Optic versus FaZe when it comes to those neutral scenarios and those ball rotations.
It's time to go big or go home for FaZe right now, and they are going to the death game. Snakebite and Royal 2 gets sent. Frosty wins a big fight on the Formal. Frosty somehow takes down Lucid right after that. Dead Zone now all of a sudden had a 2-man advantage, finds himself by himself. FaZe rotate that ball to Elevator in the hands of Renegade, and Dead Zone gets denied at the door to Turbine.
We're going to have to see how Dead Zone decides to play this. Does he go for a shock rifle? Does he decide to push into Needler? Looks like he's not going through pipes just yet, and unfortunately Trippy kind of goes in, gives an entry, death out. Somehow Dead Zone hits that headshot onto Frosty to stay alive, getting a few more shots on towards Camo side.
There's a scrap going down bottom middle, and Lucid comes out victorious. Lucid puts his eyes on the Roll 2, but the help from Trippy is too much for FaZe to deal with. 3 go down for FaZe. That ball is in white. Frosty wants to try to maybe potentially play it, but 3 members of Optic stand between Frosty and that ball. They're collapsing on him, and they will start a staggered respawn for FaZe. A 30-point lead now for Optic, and a setup in blue. Camo in the hands of Lucid. This is do or die.
I was going to say, of all the spots on the map to have the ball, this is probably the worst spot for Optic to have the ball if you're a FaZe fan. Reason being is FaZe, they need to get all these kills and do everything they can just to get the stop on the ball. And on top of that, Optic are just going to play ball it once they get those kills right there. Dead Zone and Lucid fall. Ball's played, you already have Formal in position all the way in pipes. So all that work is not rewarded with any return ball time for FaZe.
Elevator spawns for Dead Zone. It is his responsibility to deny this ball from being picked up as he waits for his teammates to respawn. Dead Zone's going to slow play it. FaZe, do not go for the ball just yet. Under 2 minutes on the clock might not sound important now, but as neutralized ball time continues to tick down, that could all of a sudden become a factor in Optic's favor as well. 77-34, so it's a 40-point lead. Snakebite takes the risk down by the batteries, can't hit the shot, but relocates back to the bat ledge. He's going to grapple the ball to himself as Formal goes down. 2 players at the pipe door, and they both get shocked. They both get taken to no shield. Frosty finds a kill, but has to try and play his life. Lucid's still alive in that pipes. Is the last player alive for Optic. He's able to take down Frosty, but he is in a very difficult situation to try and weigh. That ball somehow makes its way to top middle, and this game's chaos is what's deciding these micro decisions from everyone starting to impact as the clock continues to tick, Dave.
Both these teams too scared to be that first one to make that drastic mistake. They don't want to overstep, leave their teammates out to dry. Instead, they want to be able to trade out these kills back and forth, but it looks like FaZe coming out ahead in that first exchange. Trippy and Lucid doing everything they can to try to get some stops. And it's going to be Trippy, the one who said he didn't step up in London, gets a triple kill, shuts down FaZe as they're about to get a ball set up.
Revenge is a meal best served cold, and Trippy trying to eliminate FaZe in their own tournament here on Saturday as he picks up the biggest 3 kills of the series yet. 91 and climbing. Optic have control. Dead Zone with the ball top glass full shield, and it's one push for FaZe to try and deny an Optic Gaming series win.
Dead Zone was trying to scrap up those last few seconds and grab it while those shots were coming in. Now, Formal in an odd position. Thought he knew that someone was one shot over towards top glass. What can Lucid do here in this situation? They're not sure where to push. Lucid finds 2 people over towards top glass. Snakebite and teammate Renegade able to get that kill, but the damage has been done. They're trying for a desperate rotation over towards pipes, but FaZe, time is no longer on their side. They have to get these kills. They have to hold the ball. If Optic just break the step, it's not about scrapping the last 5 seconds. It's about trying to hold the ball.
Trippy's behind them. Trippy gets the kill. They don't play the ball. And with 17 seconds, 3 points to go. Trippy sends Snakebite home with a kill with the eyeball. And Trippy redeems himself from his finals performance. And Optic Gaming eliminate FaZe Clan from their own hosted tournament here in Atlanta. We will see the championship whites tomorrow, and Optic will be proud to represent the Green Wall.
Optic fans going crazy, but you see those Optic players themselves not celebrating. They know that they just barely beat out FaZe there. Their tournament life continues to Sunday, but I can't recall the last tournament that we've seen without FaZe entering Sunday. It has to have been years and years.
I don't remember the last time those guys placed outside the top 4, and this is going to haunt them for a little bit. A lot left on the table, and FaZe did not show up with their A game. But these players for Optic, after having to lose the series they lost in winners bracket and immediately go up against FaZe Clan, who was on a bit of a streak here in the elimination bracket. Optic rebounded so quickly, and they won the close games in this series, and I think that was truly the difference between FaZe and Optic here today.
It was. I mean, anytime you look back at those close games, you start to think of, what if FaZe got that first hill, or what if FaZe got that second hill? All of a sudden, that series flips up completely. They're up 2-1 in the series, and they're about to close it out closer, and it just changes the momentum, and it's that massive butterfly effect. But that's exactly how all of Halo goes. You can talk about one of those major moments, whether it's a cap of a hill or a flag cap. You can also talk about a moment where a player lives when they should have died, or where they get away and pull an incredible play. So it's just all those butterfly effects that happen with Halo. It's one of the reasons why this game is so beautiful.
Tell me what it's like in the hands of Trippy, where you know you went up against a big rival of yours, you had a few of them in your time, and you didn't play your best at one tournament. And you might not have had Twitter back in your day, Dave. I know you're old as hell.
I was going to MLG forums, creating fake tags, talking smack. No.
That was on the MLG forums. That's on me. I know we've all been there. But for Trippy to have the moments at the end of those games, what does that mean for his confidence going into Sunday?
It's exactly what he needs. He needs to say, hey, my teammates have been stepping up, and I get to return that favor. And he's back to where he belongs. He's been such an integral part of this team for so long, and he's back, and I can't wait to see how he plays on Sunday.
Yeah.
But at this moment, we do have an interview with Guy on the floor. Take it away, my buddy.
Thank you so much, Weston Walshy. Atlanta, make some noise for Optic Gaming. They make it to Sunday. We get the championship whites out. I got Dead Zone with me on the stage. Zane, like that series, it was a tough one, okay? If on a scale of 1 to 10, how difficult was it, okay? You got two great teams here on the stage.
I mean, FaZe is always a 10. They always come to play. We got big leads in a couple games, and they fought right back, but we just closed it out. So that's what we were focused on.
Definitely did, okay? You know, even from, from the strongholds there into the Slayers, it was. You guys had those leads in those moments, but in the end, able to kind of hold it down there. Going to Sunday, you guys don't have to see them no more, okay? Does that make Sunday any easier, or with the 3 teams that's left, you still think it's going to be difficult?
I mean, with the way Halo Infinite's been, I think it's going to be as difficult as it's ever been, honestly. Shopify, last event, show what they're capable of. They just did it today again. So, I mean, we just have to come correct tomorrow and really play our game and come out hot.
Exactly, okay? And you got a hot SSG and a hot Pure there as well, but, when it comes down to your position on this team, you guys have gotten those 2 second places in a row, but it does seem like you're getting there to that true form that you know that you can be with this Optic Gaming team and come out and win. I know you guys want to get ready for this Sunday coming up. What do you want to say to these Optic Gaming fans out here? Because you got 3 tough series coming up tomorrow.
I mean, I know you guys have been here all day, so I appreciate everyone still left out here. You guys are the real ones. And I appreciate all the passion and the energy you guys bring. You guys are still chanting this late in the tournament day.
Definitely goes a long way. We got the Green Wall fans up in the building, but we'll get them here tomorrow. That's going to do it for me and Zane here on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. One exceptional performance for both of our teams in that series. Things could not have been closer, and I feel like we say that every single time, Tony. It really does come down to exceptional plays, heads-up thinking from somebody on the team. And wow, Optic Gaming, what a bounce back from Friday, from day one, looking so good, and sending FaZe Clan home in their home tournament.
It really hasn't been an easy year here for Optic Gaming, but this is the Optic Gaming that we expect to see year after year, tournament after tournament. The level of efficiency, the teamwork, just everything firing all cylinders for Optic. In a 3-1 victory in the series to only outslay the opposition by 1 kill. but to bring that level of efficiency when it comes to the objective, to me, is just absolutely incredible. To me, that's how you win tournaments.
I think, Wes, in terms of the efficiency, and that's really what we saw from Optic Gaming, and like Tony said, separation of a couple of kills between them, it means a lot. Being able to grab the ball, getting in the hill, do what you need to do to score those points, it was everything for Optic. And I do feel like time and time again, we do see a lackluster FaZe Clan with efficiency. They sometimes do struggle to kind of get that objective work done. Is that because they're trying to look for perfectionism, something that might not happen against the top 3, top 4 here?
Yeah, I think it's a level of how many risks are you willing to take. And FaZe are traditionally the least taking the least risks, I should say, out of any team in our circuit. And Optic willing to take some risks. Optic willing to get feet in the hill, put an icon over their head, and reveal exactly where they are, with a little bit of knowledge of knowing that this could really work out in our favor if it works out. FaZe don't have that same level of feeling as far as the risk that they're taking, giving up their potential life in some of these situations. And those small margins, those small steps in the hill, those moments, those seconds add up over time. And a lot of these hills went down to the last second. Almost every one of these hills was so closely contested. But Optic Gaming proving that those extra seconds might just make the difference on one hill. And guess what? The game will be decided by one hill in their favor.
Yeah, and it makes a difference in the series. And Walshy, something that did make a difference for me was big game Trippy. Back at it again. Yes, he had a lackluster performance back in London. He knew it. He took responsibility, but he also took responsibility on his shoulders to step up when it matters most in the next major. And Walshy, he did just that.
Yeah, I was going to say I would have to look back at the feed at the very end of that game, but I feel like Trippy got like 8 out of the last 15 kills for his team. So icing up when his team needed it, especially when there were 2 or 3 members down and Trippy just responds with a triple kill. There's nothing more confidence building than that. When you're just like, oh man, we're down and out. Wait, no, our teammate's just going to crush it. Let's go.
I think it's so impressive that he steps up in some of these big moments, and it is what Optic has honestly been missing in a lot of the grand finals this year. So for Trippy to show these playmaking abilities here in this series, to get this monkey off his back, because it has been against FaZe in the last grand finals that he was blaming himself. But at the end of interference and at the end of round 3, it's Trippy making the plays that make the difference in the outcome of the game. It's Trippy getting his team across the line. And the fact that it was him that did it gives me so much confidence that Optic Gaming will show up tomorrow and we will see a championship form from them. They are going to bring their A game. And you know his confidence has got to be restored. The confidence in this roster in him has got to be restored as well. I can't wait to see the green wall tomorrow.
I do also want to give a mention to Formal. He's the highest damage right now on Optic Gaming out of that. 26,000 damage being dealt there by him. And I think there was a couple of chatters around on social media based on the comments he was making about moving on to a different esport. And I think with that, people were questioning his commitment, how he was going to perform. And it was kind of weighing on his shoulders at one point. Formal was getting hype. That double kill on interference to seal the deal, to take that lead away from FaZe. You saw him get hype. He was so excited about that. I don't think there's any doubt anymore whether Formal is here to play and here to win a chip again. I think that needs to be totally abolished. Formal is playing so well, Tony, and I'm excited to see him turn up tomorrow.
Yeah, I feel like one thing that people aren't going to see when looking at the stats, they're going to see the 0.99 KD and be like, oh yeah, that's pretty average, but they're going to see the damage, and that's pretty darn good. But what they don't see is the damage taken. He's taking very little damage, which means he's taking smart fights. The assist that he's getting as well to put his teammates in a position to be successful. Literally everything else that Formal was doing, even objective. I was surprised to see Formal play as much objective as he did as well. He was literally doing it all. So some of the stats not being shown on that graphic, trust me, Formal was a valuable member to that team outside of just the damage. He was doing everything.
I think on the flip side of things as well, though, for FaZe fans still in the building and watching at home, of course, this will be the last time we really talk about this roster. They have been knocked out of their own tournament, but Walshy, FaZe, looking forward, you know, I think this wasn't quite the FaZe roster we were expecting to come out, especially after London and also after the Sentinels tournament we saw online, where they took that one with what looked like online ease, which is usually kind of strange for them. It's usually a bit of a struggle online. So coming in with a lackluster performance, especially day 1 and kind of bleeding into day 2, what do you expect from them in this next major?
I mean, they've been able to adapt through so many different Halos and so many different metas that they're going to go back and rebuild. They're going to really evaluate what was working and what was not. So I really expect FaZe to come back in a couple different ways at the next tournament. One, you're going to see them being a bit more scrappy when it comes to something like Oddball. They're going to know how to rotate a little bit better. They're going to know how to scrap up in those neutral scenarios. And secondly, expect them to unleash a little bit more. You heard even their comms in Aquarius Slayer where they're all focus on one area, everyone focus on pink, everyone look towards here. Instead, they're going to calm it back a little bit and let their players do what they do best. Let Renegade and Frosty run across the map, get in some uncomfortable fights, and win some uncomfortable battles.
I mean, Dave, you know it best. Like, when you go into a tournament as a favorite, you have a target on your back. And nowadays, with how Twitch is and how VOD is, everyone can dissect what you're doing to find success. And I think that FaZe once again struggled from the target on their back. They should be used to it, but it is so hard when people are studying what you do. How are you the best in the game? That's when it feels so hard. We haven't seen a team yet this year defend their title very well. SSG won the first event and then fell very short in London. FaZe winning the second event and then falling short here this weekend. Having that target on your back, creating the blueprint for success is a momentary victory. To have multiple events for success is something we haven't seen yet this year, and I don't think it's any surprise. I expect FaZe to have a little attitude and a chip on their shoulder with how they performed this weekend, but by no means do I think we should be talking about where does this FaZe team rank along the stack ranks of teams that are still in this tournament. I think it was a bad day. Obviously, it was a bad day in their heads. I have no concern that they will come with a new attitude and an improved game come Salt Lake.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to FaZe, like we already know what the blueprint is for them to come out better in Salt Lake City. You already had the Slays, you know, Renegade dropping 90 kills when second most in the lobby is 79. Like you almost outslayed Optic when losing in a 1-3 series. You had more assists. Literally the only thing that was missing was the efficiency. Like you said, if they get a little bit more scrappy, if those rotations are a little bit more cleaner, if they just clean up the efficiency when it comes to the objective, FaZe may just come back and start winning tournaments again. Optic did that, and that's why they're looking in championship form.
Indeed, it was very reminiscent of Space Station Gaming back in London. We all have bad tournaments, and hopefully they'll bounce back in the next one, folks. Let's take a look right now at our bracket, starting with the winners side of things to see who's sitting pretty in the winners finals. And it's Space Station versus Rebellion. That one is going to be a banger tomorrow. So much on the shoulders of Rebellion. They couldn't get it done in London. They didn't turn up. We want to see this Rebellion roster that's been here all weekend long. Please extend that into Sunday. Let's see an incredible series from you. Now going down to the elimination brackets, as you can see the journey here of your hometown team. 3-0 Cloud9 in elimination round 1. Round 2, 3-1 with Sentinels. And then 3-1 not going their way. Optic Gaming, they will continue onwards. And they'll be meeting Pure, which is, again, a success story in itself, Wes. I mean, Pure now going up against Optic Gaming. They're probably going to go back, do some VOD review. They'll definitely have been watching that series. They're going to find out what they can now do to trap Optic once again.
It's a rematch of the pool play series where, in my opinion, Pure looked like the better team. Somehow Optic just iced out a couple of games, but Pure had significant leads, especially in Game 4, 3-1 on Aquarius. You can't blow a 2-cap lead in Halo Infinite. Well, Pure did, and they're going to want an opportunity at Revenge. They're going to get an opportunity at Revenge, and for a top 3 placing. I'm stoked for every one of those series, and the fact that Shopify gets another chance to kick Sunday off in the winners bracket, they have that dog in them this weekend, and I can't wait to see that dog released this championship Sunday because I truly think they can get the job done.
Well, we're going to see that dog once more because Pure are our AMD power play. Against FaZe, they were looking so good. And my goodness me, this is really where the kind of journey in the elimination bracket started for FaZe. They went up against this incredibly hot, ready-to-go roster who knew exactly how they wanted to play them. Walshy, this was spectacular. The fashion they were able to pick apart FaZe. It was as if they have been together for years.
They just played so comfortable, and I don't think anyone from the big 3 were playing their lives as good as we were seeing players from Pure play their lives. These players were doing such a good job being nuisances, taking obscure routes across the map. They just did everything right. And then when push came to shove and they got spotted out, someone like Talik there, just gonna hit a crazy no-scope.
Yeah, I know, and the unorthodox routes they were taking, just unbelievable. Something you just cannot be prepared for, and I think that's another thing for FaZe, isn't it? They always prepared for where you're gonna be, had no idea with Pure.
Yeah, if you remember that live from Talik started with him taking like the longest route of all time on Wi-Fi, and we were like questioning him, like, what is this kid doing? He's so out of the play. And then all of a sudden he just clutches up in the biggest moment of this series and ends the game in their favor. I was like, all right, I won't tell you how to play this game anymore. Tala, you are very good, and you just beat FaZe Clan. So very exciting stuff from a young team in Pure. Honestly, we knew that they're capable of creating upsets. Did you think it was actually going to happen? My answer would be no, not in this tournament, but Pure came to play this weekend, and there's a reason we'll see them tomorrow as well.
Well, you know what they say, Clutch. Routman gets paid. And Tolik, he was taking a bag off that stage, I'll tell you that much, and including other bags is our KD leaderboard, because these guys are being paid handsomely by their rosters because of their hard work all day long. And Lucid finding himself towards the bottom of the KD leaderboard yesterday. Look at that climb back up to the top. The success from this young man has been tremendous. Stellar coming in second there, Legend as well on the board. I love seeing Legend here. And then of course, that dynamic duo of Suppressed and Cycle. This KD leaderboard to me is an absolute dream, Walshy. I mean, looking across it, these are every single one of the players that have been really stepping up to the mark and honestly making the biggest difference in a series for their team.
Yeah, and to have Lucid top that chart despite dropping to the elimination bracket, everyone else you're seeing there are the two teams in the winners bracket finals. So Lucid really pulling his team out in some difficult series there, especially against this last one against FaZe.
That buzzword, Walshy, difficult series. And that's exactly what's coming our way tomorrow for all of these teams. Let's take a look at the schedule, because it is going to be some matchups you won't want to miss. Starting things off on your Championship Sunday is Optic Gaming versus Pure. Our elimination semi-final, one of these teams is going home. Rebellion versus Space Station up next for the winners final. And then of course the Elim finals and that grand final. Will we see a bracket reset? Who is going to be in those two positions? We're going to be finding out tomorrow. Well, that's going to do it from the desk. Tony, how are you feeling after all of that? Because day two, to be honest, has been giving me heart attacks left, right, and center.
I'm feeling really good. I think tomorrow's going to be absolutely amazing. I mean, what did Onset say before, man? Upset City, and that's kind of what we're in right now. Atlanta's where dreams come true, baby. Trust me, I'm 30 minutes away from the venue here, and it's going to be incredible. You got, obviously, champions on one side. You also got some big underdogs that are looking to make some dreams come true. It's going to be really fun to watch.
Clutch, I'm really excited for us, and I'll tell you why. Me and you, our homework is going to sound a lot different next event, because we have another couple of teams to talk about, and I know that you're thrilled with the change-up.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch Shopify tomorrow. I think that the little bit of history that they've had on Championship Sundays will be erased. I think they're going to come out on the same tone as they have earlier in tournaments this year. I can't wait to see that series against SSG, and it feels like we've done SSG some wrong, because we've been talking for a while now up here on this desk, and SSG is probably feeling a little insulted with the amount of hype that they're getting. They have two players on that KD leaderboard. Legend and Stellar are quietly having very strong tournaments, and when those two are clicking on all cylinders, those two win chips.
Walshy, we've had two different winners of each major so far this season in Split 1. This is our third. Are you betting on a third different team taking this chip?
I mean, we got 3 out of 4 chance here. But we have to see what Space Station we see. You will have to see.
All right, we'll have to find out. Gents, thank you so much for all of your hard work on the desk. Folks at home, I hope you have enjoyed this show. Atlanta fans, I'm so sorry to say goodbye to your FaZe Clan roster. They go home, but they'll be back next major, don't you worry. Optic Gaming, they stay alive in the competition, looking so good. We have had success stories, upsets, tears, blood on that main stage. In the series, they have got hotter and hotter as we've gone along. Tomorrow, though, is Championship Sunday. This is where it will make or break teams. Will we see Shopify Rebellion finally get over that Sunday hurdle? Will they manage to do the damn thing? Or will Pure upset them? Will Space Station take another major? There's so much to play for, and I can't wait to find out. And I'll see you guys tomorrow for more Halo Championship Series.